This was because 5th-tier masters typically have their secret techniques, true meanings, and divine powers all reaching the 3rd perfection level of the divine body realm. As for the 6th tier, it required at least the comprehension of 1/4 level. True meaning. As a genius who had mastered the 4th level true meaning of fire, Linny naturally understood the significant difference between having and not having comprehended the 4th level true meaning. Linny thought to himself. However, this time he wasn't so lucky. After issuing the bounty of 100 billion Chunlong coins, it took nearly 3 hours before someone finally accepted his challenge. Master, the opponent has accepted your invitation. Would you like to participate in the match now? In the metaverse space, while Linny was watching the only battle of a 7th-tier master in the Zhangjiang arena, suddenly, Xiao Yi's prompt sounded in his ear. Let's participate now. Hearing this, Linny nodded slightly and then with a thought he arrived at a new competition location. This was on a massive continent which was no different from an ordinary lifestar, with mountains, water, flowers, trees, and even mud, stones, and magma. The only thing missing was real life. Of course, apart from Linny and the other participant who accepted his challenge. Brothers, this guy looks tough to deal with. As soon as Linny arrived on this continent, a somewhat exaggerated voice rang in his ears. Linny focused his gaze and saw a man dressed in a golden robe, resembling a human from Blue Star but with golden divine patterns on his forehead, shouting into the void. Currently, the contestant fighting against me is named Linny. The system shows that his level is only 5th tier, but can you guess what his record is? 1 win, 0 losses. This proves that he defeated his opponent with absolute crushing power, which means his strength is at least 6th tier, or even 7th tier. This guy is not to be trifled with. Do you think I might crash this time? Should I start a betting game? The man in the golden robe spoke with a somewhat exaggerated expression, continuously interacting as if he were talking to the air. Is he live streaming? Looking at the man in the golden robe, Linny felt a bit puzzled and speculated. Live streaming, this was an industry that existed during the era of the Blue Star calendar. However, later on, with the revival of spiritual energy, the survival of humanity on Blue Star became a problem, and who had the leisure to watch such things? As for strong individuals live streaming, that was even less likely. After all, the strong on Blue Star were high and mighty. As long as they had strength, they could easily possess wealth that ordinary people could not accumulate in 100 lifetimes or even 10,000 lifetimes. Why would they lower themselves to entertain a bunch of commoners online? Linny thought silently. After a moment, the man in the golden robe seemed to finally come to his senses and smiled a bit awkwardly at Linny, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry, I was just busy interacting with the audience and didn't have time to pay attention to you. Let's start the battle now." Not so fast. Seeing the man in the golden robe being so polite, Linny also smiled. "Friend, you are at least a 6th tier expert, and judging by your record, your strength among the 6th tier is not low. Joining a major force in a star domain shouldn't be a problem, so why are you live streaming?" Lin, he asked with some confusion. Strong individuals generally had a strong sense of pride, just like the previous Fries. As one of the top figures in the Polaris system, managing thousands of life planets, a single fit of anger could lead to the deaths of billions, blood flowing like rivers. Such a strong person, even if they were poor, would never think of making money through live streaming, as that would be too humiliating for a strong individual. But now, this man named Jin Yuan, whose strength was at least a level above Fries, how could he be willing to lower himself to do live streaming? Sigh. There's no choice, brother, it's the pressure of life. Jin Yuan sighed upon hearing this. I'm naturally free-spirited and don't like joining sects or forces, so the resources and treasures I have on hand are naturally not comparable to those disciples of major forces. To cultivate, I must find ways to obtain resources. Don't be fooled by how loud I am when I'm live streaming, lacking any aura of a strong person. I actually earn quite a bit. After all, above the 6th tier, every one of them is considered a genius, and there are few willing to be streamers. So in the Zhangjiang Martial Arts Arena module, I can barely be considered a major streamer. My livestream has nearly 100 trillion viewers every day. These people, even if most are just freeloaders, as long as a small portion are willing to spend a Chunlong coin on me, my daily income is quite considerable. Oh, 100 trillion people, so many watching this live stream? Upon hearing this, Linny was also shocked. 100 trillion, what a terrifying number. Even the total population of humanity on Blue Star is only about 1,000th of this live stream's audience. So many people watching a single streamer at the same time. The traffic is indeed boundless, and the money earned must be astronomical. No wonder even a 6th tier expert like Jin Yuan would be willing to lower himself. I see. Hearing this reason, Linny nodded with a smile. As the saying goes, there is no distinction between high and low in industries. Every person striving to live deserves respect. Therefore, as someone born on Earth and raised with quality education, Linny naturally had no thoughts of looking down on Jin Yuan. His earlier question was merely out of curiosity. Alright, brother, are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Sensing the equal stance reflected in Lin Yi's gaze, Jin Yuan felt a bit moved and couldn't help but remind him before making his move. Ready, let's start. Linny replied with a smile, and in an instant, the boundless true essence of fire was summoned, forming a terrifying ocean of flames around Linny. Hiss! This true essence of fire is so strong, it must have reached the 4th major completion level. As soon as Linny made his move, in Jin Yuan's livestream, strong individuals immediately widened their eyes in shock. Although most of the viewers watching Jin Yuan's livestream were ordinary practitioners at the Divine Body Realm or even the Flying Sky Realm, however, due to that Interesting nature of Jin Yuan's livestream. There were a few peak geniuses at the Divine Body realm and even some first and second level strong beings present in his livestream room. Each of these individuals had at least reached the 4th level of true intent. So now, even though they were separated by the livestream, they could still vividly feel the terrifying boundless sea of fire surrounding Lin Yi, and naturally, they could see at a glance Lin Yi's true level of intent. The 4th major achievement of the true intent of fire. The viewers in the livestream could tell that as Lin Yi's opponent, Jin Yuan, facing that boundless sea of fire, could naturally feel Lin Yi's terror even more. At this moment, seeing Lin Yi's strength so formidable, his expression became extremely serious. The 4th major achievement of the true intent of fire. Brother, you really are impressive. I didn't expect that despite my best efforts to overestimate you, I still underestimated your strength. However, it's fortunate that although your level of true intent is high, your divine body power is still only at the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to fight, I would just have to admit defeat, Jin Yuan said with a smile. After reaching the divine body realm, although the level of true intent greatly influences combat power, the level of divine power cannot be ignored either. For example, the difference between the peak of the 3rd level and the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body realm may only be a small realm apart, but the gap in foundational power is more than tenfold. Such a vast difference can naturally diminish some of the impact of true intent. Ha, since Brother Jin is confident, then come at me. To be honest, I also want to have a good fight. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled as well. Since his promotion to the divine body realm, Lin Yi's strength had reached a level of small invincibility. Over the past few years wandering in the universe, although he encountered many interstellar pirates, none had been a worthy opponent to make him go all out. Now, although Jin Yuan's strength still seemed a bit lacking in Lin Yi's eyes, it was enough to let him stretch his limbs. Ha, brother really has confidence. Then I will make my move. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Jin Yuan also smiled confidently. The next moment, buzz! The void trembled and Jin Yuan's divine body shone brightly, with 8 golden sword lights suddenly appearing in front of him, each one dazzling and brilliant, like 8 suns illuminating the 4 corners of the world. Their boundless sharpness swept across the heavens and earth, instantly cutting the mountains, land, flowers, trees, and everything else within thousands of miles into fragments before he even made a move. It's Jin Yuan's ultimate move, the secret technique of the Great Sun Realm, 8 cuts of the golden sword. Upon seeing these 8 golden swords appear, a familiar strong being in the livestream exclaimed, "The 8 cuts of the golden sword is the most powerful secret technique Jin Yuan has learned to date, said to be created by a 2nd-level strong being of the Great Sun Realm. Although it is now only a fragment at the level of the divine body realm, if practiced to the highest level of the divine body realm, 8 swords combined, its power would still be incredibly formidable." Jin Yuan had previously demonstrated this secret technique in a real-life livestream, and under the combination of the 8 swords, he had completely destroyed a small star with a diameter of 700 to 800 kilometers in one strike, its power being astonishing. Therefore, when Jin Yuan usually used this move in battle, it was as a trump card in a final desperate situation. But now, he unleashed this ultimate move right away, clearly intending to go all out. Lin Yi is in trouble. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from the 8 golden sword lights, the strong beings from different galaxies and star regions in the livestream frowned, not optimistic about Lin Yi. Although Jin Yuan's true intent had only reached the 4th level of entry, close to the minor achievement level, he had broken through to the divine body realm with a foundational power of 12,000 talas. Therefore, his foundational power was extremely strong, not much inferior to the genius disciples of major forces that occupy a star region. Moreover, his realm was a level higher than Lin Yi's. Even though Lin Yi's true intent was high, he might not necessarily be able to secure a victory over him. "Lin brother, prepare your secret technique. Otherwise, I will have to attack." Seeing Lin Yi's hesitation, Jin Yuan, unwilling to win without a fight, reminded him, "No need, brother Jin, just attack. If I can't take it, then I lose." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly. Confident, arrogant, ignorant, conceited. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the live stream erupted with doubts, some shaking their heads, and even Jin Yuan's diehard fans began to curse angrily. However, Lin Yi was naturally unaware of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, his strength was indeed that formidable. "Alright, since my brother is confident, I won't hold back. Take this." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Jin Yuan smiled. Then, boom! In the void, 8 beams of golden light shot out simultaneously, instantly tearing through the void and bringing forth endless destruction. Wherever they passed, the ground cracked inch by inch, mountains were destroyed one after another, and rivers dried up. In an instant, it was as if a natural disaster had descended upon the entire continent, threatening to annihilate the world. Merge! Watching the 8 beams of golden light streak through the void, from a distance, Jin Yuan, wielding the secret technique, shouted loudly, his veins bulging, as golden divine power surged forth without restraint. In an instant, the 8 golden sword lights, resembling swimming dragons, converged, forming a terrifying golden giant sword that spanned 10,000 zhang, reaching the heavens and the earth. This secret technique is so powerful? Seeing this massive golden sword light, Lin Yi's gaze shifted slightly. In the next moment, Lin Yi flickered, activating the lava immortal body, transforming from a young man of about 1.80 meters into a terrifying fire giant towering 1,000,000 zhang high, akin to the celestial beings in Chinese mythology. Break! Facing this colossal golden light, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, he made no unnecessary movements and did not use any secret methods. It was as simple as an adult swatting a mosquito. However, under the enhancement of the fourth major achievement of the true intent of fire, it was as if countless nuclear bombs were exploding simultaneously. In the sky, boom, 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 an endless sea of fire surged and unmatched energy erupted. The massive fiery palm collided with the enormous golden giant. In the next moment, under the gaze of hundreds of trillions of viewers in the livestream, the golden giant sword, capable of destroying stars, shattered into countless fragments as if struck by a boulder. How is this possible? How can Lin Yi be this strong? He is arrogant, but he truly has the capital to be arrogant. Damn, this is a real big shot. Big shot, I was wrong just now. Witnessing this scene, countless viewers from the Zhangjiang domain, spanning nearly 10 trillion star domains, were instantly slapped in the face, feeling a burning pain on their faces. More importantly, their hearts were filled with immense shock. Wow, he really is a 7th tier master. Quick, notify His Majesty the Emperor. Master, genius, I've discovered an unparalleled genius. Boss, I'm currently in the live stream room number times at the Zhangjiang Martial Arena, where I found an unparalleled genius. You should come and see if we can recruit him to our company. Head of the family, Seeing Lin Yi break Jin Yuan's ultimate move, 8 swords merging with a single strike, the prominent figures from powerful factions in Jin Yuan's live stream room became extremely excited, sending message after message. They were all figures from star domain level powers, each of their backing forces comparable to the Chunlong Empire, and some even superior. But now, they were all going crazy for Lin Yi, sparing no effort to use their connections to investigate Lin Yi's identity. A 7th-tier genius was already a rare prodigy in any star domain. If you add the prefix of being at the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body realm, then that truly makes one an extraordinarily talented genius. A genius of this level, once they break through to the peak of the 3rd level of the divine body realm, can immediately become a genius of the 8th rank in the Zhangjiang Martial Arena. Moreover, among the 8th rank, they are exceptionally strong, and with a bit of refinement, they could even become a 9th rank. And a 9th rank genius is considered a peerless prodigy across the entire Zhangjiang domain and countless star regions, only possessed by the lofty Zhangjiang sword sect. As for the other major powers, they can only watch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As messages continued to pour in, many prominent figures began to appear in Jin Yuan's live broadcast room. These figures were at least strong beings of the 2nd level of the immortal realm, with some being above the 3rd level of the immortal realm. Among them, there were even a few incredibly terrifying existences. At the Sun realm. At this moment, they gathered in Jin Yuan's live broadcast room, their eyes fervently fixed on the gifts. At the same time, the gifts began to flood in. Thank you, Lord Zhongxian for the star times 9999. Thank you, Lord Zhang Dan for the interstellar battleship times 100000. Thank you, Lord Wang Fonza for the special star times 50,000. Thank you. Looking at the barrage of gifts soaring into the sky, Jin Yuan, as the host of the live broadcast, was instantly filled with excitement, transforming into a little sycophant for the big shots, frantically expressing his gratitude. As for the outcome of the battle, he had long since stopped caring. He originally started the live broadcast to make money, and battling with others was also to attract popularity. But now, with his popularity skyrocketing and gifts pouring in, what did it matter if he lost? If losing a match could earn him so much money, he would rather lose every day. After all, the wealth these big shots possessed was truly terrifying. Even a tiny fraction of it casually given as a tip was a fortune that Jin Yuan could never earn in 1,000 or 10,000 years. Brother, thank you so much this time. After the battle ends, let's add each other as friends, and I'll share some money with you. Seeing Lin Yi beside him not continuing to attack after defeating him, intentionally letting him ride the wave of popularity to earn more money, Jin Yuan felt grateful and spoke up. Alright, then thank you, brother Jin. Hearing Jin Yuan's words, Lin Yi smiled and nodded slightly. At the same time, he silently praised Jin Yuan for being so personable. No wonder he could stand out from the Zhangjiang Martial Arena module and become a big streamer. Not to mention anything else, just this willingness to share money with others was not something an ordinary person could compare to, Lin Yi thought to himself. About 3 minutes passed, and as the gifts gradually thinned out, Lin Yi also extinguished Jin Yuan's divine body with a single palm. Thus, this battle was declared over. Lin Yi quickly left the Zhangjiang Martial Arena and returned to his room in the metaverse. Ding! Master, your cosmic human bank account ending in 5613 has just received 10 billion Zhangjiang coins. 100 billion Zhangjiang coins? Lin Yi was taken aback. He had known that Jin Yuan would earn a lot this time, but he didn't expect it to be this much. 100 billion Zhangjiang coins converted to Chunlong coins, isn't that 100 trillion? In just a few minutes, I earned tens of thousands of life planets? And this is just a portion that Jin Yuan shared with me. Goodness, do streamers really make this much money? Lin Yi was shocked. 100 trillion Shenlong coins, tens of thousands of life planets, that was no small number. After all, even in Lin Yi's hometown, the Milky Way, which spans a diameter of 100,000 light years, there were only a few 100,000 life planets. In other words, Lin Yi earned nearly 1/10 of a galaxy's worth of life stars in just these few minutes. Although, due to various heavenly materials, treasures, and precious minerals in the Milky Way, its true value far exceeded 10 trillion Shenlong coins, but Lin Yi's speed of making money is truly astonishing to the extreme. It turns out, I still underestimated the importance that the great powers of the universe place on geniuses and strong individuals. Jin Yuan merely rode on my wave of popularity, and in such a short time, he amassed such a vast fortune. So, if I officially announce my joining of a major power, how much reward will I receive? Lin Yi silently thought. At that moment, his auxiliary intelligence, Xiaoyi, received yet another batch of emails inviting him to join various factions. Master, in the last 30 seconds, I have received a total of 1,723 emails inviting you to join their factions. Among them, 1,238 are from powers at the level of the Qianlong Empire's Xinglua Meng family. There are also 429 from factions like the Qianlong Empire. As for the rest, they are all from top-tier powers that are much stronger than the Qianlong Empire, occupying several or even more star domains. Would you like to reply, Master? For now, do not reply. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Xiaoyi, first help me apply for a live streaming room and publish an announcement stating that one day later I will be live streaming the challenge at the Zhangjiang Martial Arena, welcoming all geniuses of the Zhangjiang domain to come and challenge, and also inviting all major factions to come and watch. Lin Yi instructed. His purpose for this live stream was certainly not to make money like Jin Yuan, because for a true genius like him, there was no need to resort to such means to earn money. As long as he announced his joining of a major power, that power would have countless resources to reward him, resources that he might never earn in a lifetime of live streaming. Therefore, his true goal for this trip was to make a name for himself, thereby attracting the attention of major factions, ultimately leading to the Zhangjiang Sword Sect extending an olive branch, until finally joining them, and even directly rising to a high position within the Zhangjiang Sword Sect. However, to actively have the Zhangjiang Sword Sect come to recruit me and allow me to hold a high position, my current display of talent is still not enough. In that case, I will add fuel to the fire, using this day to upgrade my divine body to the peak of the 3rd level, while also trying to fully comprehend the true meaning of water. If I can truly accomplish that, then I will be invincible. Lin Yi thought, and an infinite brilliance suddenly appeared in his eyes. At the peak of the 3rd level of the divine body realm, with both the true meanings of water and fire reaching the 4th major achievement level, and perfectly fused with such strength, let alone fighting in the divine body realm, even against ordinary indestructible realms, Lin Yi could show them what he was capable of. In the Qianlong star domain, on the Yanji star, in an ordinary courtyard, Lin Yi sat naked in a light green pool about 3 meters wide and 1 meter deep. At this moment, his body was not the usual fair complexion, but seemed to transform into flames, with boundless true meaning of fire surging, turning his body a brilliant red. Just like the most perfect and flawless ruby in the world, it emitted waves of light. Splash! Splash! In the pool, the water flowed in waves, accompanied by Lin Yi's breathing, transforming into endless rolling energy that surged into his divine body. This light green liquid is called Source Liquid, a concentrated essence formed from the infinite cosmic energy in the universe, specifically used for practitioners to quickly replenish and enhance their divine bodies. Although in terms of speed, using Source Liquid is somewhat inferior to certain elixirs, it has no side effects, making it very popular among the wealthy figures in the universe. Breathe. Inhale. Breathe. Inhale. In the pool, as Lin Yi breathed, his entire body seemed to transform into black holes, frantically devouring all the surrounding source liquid, rapidly enhancing his divine body. Time slowly passed. Finally, after about 3 hours, Lin Yi stood up, and beneath him, all the light green liquid had completely disappeared, not a drop remaining. Breaking through to the peak of the 3rd level of the divine body, consuming 1,318 pounds of source liquid, which amounts to 131,800,000,000 Zhangjiang coins. Using source liquid to enhance the divine body is indeed extravagant. Seeing the source liquid completely drained, Lin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Source liquid is a treasure in the universe, and naturally, it comes at a high price, with 1 pound costing as much as 10 million Zhangjiang coins. If it weren't for Jin Yuan giving him 100 billion Zhangjiang coins as a reward earlier, Lin Yi would have to sell everything he owned just to buy this much source liquid. However, although the consumption is great, the increase in strength is also significant. From the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body to the peak of the 3rd level, my foundational power has increased tenfold, and my strength has surged beyond measure. Now, even if I look across the vast Zhangjiang martial arena, I can be considered one of the closest 8th level experts to the 9th level. Lin Yi murmured to himself, a smile appearing on his face. The Zhangjiang martial arena is a place where most of the geniuses from the entire Zhangjiang domain come to compete. In terms of the divine body realm, the 8th level geniuses inside generally can comprehend the 4th major true meaning. As for the 9th level, they are basically all at the peak of the 4th level. Therefore, with the 4th major true meaning of fire, combined with the perfect divine body granted by the redstone basic cultivation method, Lin Yi's strength is absolutely invincible among the 8th level, approaching the 9th level. Lin Yi, don't be careless. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the voice of Qi echoed in his mind. Although the Zhangjiang domain is just a backward small realm, there are not many Chaos Realm experts in the entire domain. But at the very least, its scale is here. In such a vast territory, it's normal to have some extraordinary geniuses. For example, the true transmission sequence of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect, their strength is definitely far superior to the so-called 9th level geniuses of the Zhangjiang Martial Arena. With your current strength, you probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one of their moves. Only by comprehending the true meanings of water and fire to the 4th major level and perfectly merging them can you barely compare with them. Oh, is it that powerful? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Comprehending both the true meanings of water and fire to the fourth major level and perfectly merging them is already close to the realm of reaching the fifth level entry stage of a single true meaning of water or fire. With such a level of strength to only barely compare with the so-called true transmission sequence of the Zhangjiang sword sect, how strong must that true transmission sequence be? Could it be that they have all comprehended the fifth level of true meaning? Lin Yi was shocked and couldn't help but ask Qi. Qi immediately responded, indeed, according to my master's experience from over 300 billion years ago, those who can become the true transmission of a sect like the Zhangjiang sword sect are generally geniuses who have comprehended the fifth level of true meaning. After all, the true transmission sequence represents the most outstanding talents of the same generation within that sect. In the types of sects in the universe, aside from the Holy Land level forces, the rest, whether sects or divine sects, generally classify disciples into 4 levels: servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true transmission sequence. The true transmission sequence represents the most exceptional prodigies of that sect in the same era. For instance, when my master came to the Zhangjiang domain, there were only 18 true transmission disciples at that time. Among them, 10 were in the Great Sun realm, 5 in the indestructible realm, and only 3 in the divine body realm. Their value is naturally beyond imagination. Comprehending the fifth level of true meaning in the divine body realm is certainly very normal. I see. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. In a domain like the Zhangjiang domain, a general era refers to the entire lifespan of a Great Sun realm expert from birth to death, which is about 1 billion years. In 1 billion years, only 3 geniuses in the divine body realm can achieve true transmission in the entire domain, so their talent is naturally terrifying and beyond imagination. Lin Yi was shocked, but excitement flickered in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of enemies ahead, he feared being powerless himself. The true inheritance sequence, the most powerful genius in the entire Zhangjiang domain, was indeed far stronger than his current self. However, just wait, being strong for a moment doesn't mean being strong for a lifetime. As long as he gave himself enough time, he would eventually catch up to them, and then surpass them. Continue cultivating, Lin Yi thought, then opened his mouth to swallow a supergrade enlightenment pill. The enlightenment pill was a common auxiliary cultivation medicine in the universe. Although it was quite valuable for an ordinary divine body realm practitioner, it was just average for Lin Yi. He could afford it to some extent. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and soon, only 3 minutes remained until the deadline Lin Yi had set yesterday. On this day, in the Zhangjiang Arena's times live broadcast room, Lin Yi's black screen room was already attracting countless powerful figures from various forces in the Zhangjiang domain, all eager to witness the extraordinary talent and see if they could recruit him. Finally, buzz. As the time arrived, a figure flashed in the void, and Lin Yi appeared in the live broadcast room right on time. At that moment, upon seeing Lin Yi's figure, everyone in the live room was ecstatic. Is this the genius who reached the 7th level at the 2nd stage of the divine body realm? Truly a stunning figure, captivating hearts. No, his aura seems to have already broken through to the 3rd stage of the divine body realm. Does that mean he is already an 8th level genius? Quick! Notify the family head. Lin Yi has broken through to the 8th level and is now live. With Lin Yi's arrival, gazes filled with awe, shock, admiration, and eagerness fell upon him. Yet Lin Yi was oblivious to it all. He simply said to the intelligent Xiaoyi, start the challenge now, setting each bet at 10 trillion Zhangjiang coins and only accepting challenges from 8th level geniuses. Yes, master, the conditions you specified have been set. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Xiaoyi's voice rang in his ear. Across the entire Zhangjiang domain, upon seeing Lin Yi's challenge conditions, countless empires and major forces began to stir in shock. What? 8th level genius, 100 million Zhangjiang coins, and this is just the condition to challenge him? How can Lin Yi be so arrogant? In a prominent family within a star domain, a genius with red horns on his head exclaimed in shock upon hearing the news. 100 million Zhangjiang coins was nothing for geniuses from major forces. Even those in the divine body realm could easily produce that amount. But an 8th level genius was terrifying. 8th level geniuses were considered the strongest practitioners closest to the peak of the divine body realm, and typically only 1 or 2 would occasionally appear among dozens of vast star domains. Although their family was among the top forces in the 100 warrior star domain, with many daylight realm experts that could rival the Star Dream family of the Chunlong Empire, the Busfu family, and others, they had not a single 8th level genius in the divine body realm. In other words, even if they searched their entire family, no one had the qualifications to challenge Lin Yi. What a high requirement that was. Snowf, don't be jealous. After that Red Horn genius spoke. Another genius with light blue skin beside him shook his head helplessly. Lin Yi is originally a 7th level genius, with extremely powerful strength. Now that he has broken through to the peak of the 3rd stage of the divine body realm, his strength has surged tenfold, making him even more incredible. He requires at least an 8th level genius to challenge him, which is quite normal because, for him, a 7th level challenge is simply too unchallenging. The light blue-skinned genius sighed helplessly, feeling despair at the gap between himself and Lin Yi. Truly, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Thinking of how lives had been breaking through to the divine body realm for over 10,000 years, even with day and night hard training and never daring to slack off, his strength was still only at the peak of the 6th level, far from the 7th level. With such strength, not to mention battling Lin Yi, he was 100,000 miles away from even having the qualifications to challenge him. How could such a gap be described as anything but enormous? The genius with felt despair in his heart, while similar scenes unfolded among the various major forces in the Zhangjiang domain. What? Only an 8th level genius has the qualifications to challenge him? This requirement is too high. In the center of a vast star domain, within a star even larger than the Yinji star, a genius exclaimed in shock. Sigh. I heard that. This Lin Yi was a genius and I wanted to try challenging him. But now that I see, he doesn't even look at me. 8th level is too high, I'm only at the 7th level, not even qualified to challenge him. In another star domain, a genius surrounded by countless prodigies like stars surrounding the moon also sighed helplessly. You are all the most dazzling geniuses of my Feisheng Empire, each one standing out from the top 10 star domains under my Feisheng Empire, each having received the Empire's endless resources for cultivation. Now, this Lin Yi is publicly challenging in the Zhangjiang arena. Do any of you have the qualifications to challenge him? In a grand palace, a figure shrouded in endless light, making it impossible to see his form, spoke. Beneath him were countless prodigies bowing in respect. Yet at this moment, none of these prodigies spoke. Although they were strong, none had reached the 8th level, so naturally, they had no hope of challenging him. The same scene was happening in countless places across the Zhangjiang domain. Lin Yi appeared, and before he even made a move, the challenge threshold he set had already become an insurmountable mountain in the eyes of countless star domains and prodigies in the Zhangjiang domain, forcing countless geniuses to bow their heads, and countless monsters to submit. However, the Zhangjiang domain was vast beyond measure, and although 8th level experts in the divine body realm were extremely rare, there were still some. In the Zhangjiang domain, within the Buitian star domain, in the Buitian pavilion, inside a beautiful life star, a man as handsome as a god walked slowly with a woman who was perfect to the extreme among a bamboo forest, admiring the scenery of the bamboo grove. Changfeng, I heard that a genius has emerged in the Zhangjiang domain's Qianlong star domain, said to have a powerful divine body, astonishing true intent, and strength reaching the peak of the 8th level, close to the 9th level. He is currently inviting challenges from all the geniuses in the Zhangjiang arena. Are you interested in challenging him? The beautiful woman beside the man spoke with a smile. Oh, the peak of the 8th level, close to the 9th level. This is indeed a powerful opponent. Speaking of which, I haven't made a move in a long time. What is his name? Upon hearing this, the handsome man showed a hint of curiosity on his face and asked, Lin Yi? Lin Yi? Upon hearing this name, the handsome man softly murmured, and the next moment, his figure disappeared directly from the bamboo forest. In the Zhangjiang domain, in the Jiyuan star domain, on an ordinary life star about 10 times larger than the blue star, countless ordinary lives existed here. This was a society similar to ancient China, where there was no trace of any technological civilization on the entire star, only powerful martial artists. These martial artists exerted pressure on the heavens and earth, establishing vast dynasties, and the Dian dynasty was one of them. In the Dian dynasty, in the Nanfeng County city, on this day, the weather was just right, with a gentle breeze. A wealthy young master dressed in brocade was surrounded by a group of servants as he arrived at the front of an ordinary blacksmith shop. Master Zhang, the treasured sword I asked you to forge a while ago, is it ready? The young master smiled at a 2-meter-tall, muscular man. It's in the inner hall, go get it yourself. The muscular blacksmith did not even raise his head upon hearing this, merely swinging the iron hammer in his hand continuously, striking a blade blank as if forging a rare treasure. Hey, I said, you blacksmith, can you speak with a bit more respect? Do you know who my young master is? If he gets angry, this little blacksmith shop will be flattened tonight. As soon as the blacksmith finished speaking, before the young master could say anything, a servant hurriedly stepped forward to threaten him. However, in the face of this threat, the blacksmith's expression remained completely unfazed, as if he hadn't heard anything, continuing to swing his hammer and strike the blade blank. Alright, Xiaolu, stop your nonsense and have a few people go to the inner hall to bring out my treasured sword. Upon hearing this, the wealthy young master first scolded, then instructed Xiaolu. He was a 6th grade warrior, with strength exceeding 50,000 pounds, and his treasured sword weighed several hundred pounds, naturally not something an ordinary person could lift. Got it, young master. Hearing the young master's command, Xiaolu didn't dare to hesitate and quickly called a few people to enter the inner hall, puffing and panting as they brought out a 4-foot-long sword that was entirely deep blue. Good sword. Seeing this treasured sword, the wealthy young master lifted it and swung it a few times, producing a series of intense whooshing sounds, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, just as he was about to thank the blacksmith, suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Feeling this immense pressure, the wealthy young master was almost unable to breathe, his body collapsing directly to the ground, barely able to lift his head and open his eyes. But in the next moment, he saw the previously unremarkable blacksmith now radiating a terrifying divine light. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was exuding an incomparably vast aura, towering and supporting the heavens and the earth. This aura was even more powerful than that of Li Wanfeng, the first expert of the Great Yan dynasty, who commanded 1,000,000 troops, whom he had seen from afar in the capital. Lin Yi, peak 8th grade, close to 9th grade? What a bold claim. Let my blade test whether you truly have this ability or are just boasting. In front of the blacksmith shop, the blacksmith spoke softly, and in the next instant, his body shot straight up into the sky, disappearing above this star. At that moment, the god-level powerhouses on this star, capable of flying and transcending the mundane, finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if the great mountain pressing on their hearts had been lifted. The aura was simply too terrifying. It was so terrifying that they felt if they stood before the owner of that aura, they would probably be killed with just a glance. Lin Yi's request not only shocked the likes of Chang Feng and Dao Feng but also countless other geniuses in the Cangjiang domain. In the dark void of the universe, a meteorite suddenly exploded and a figure emerged from its core. In the heavens and earth, a beam of golden light tore through the void, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even more terrifying was that in the very center of the Cangjiang domain, within the Yunhai river system where the Cangjiang sword sect was stationed, there were also many geniuses eager to try. The Yunhai river system was a vast star river flowing through various star systems. Within the star river, countless stars, some shining and some dim, rose and fell, reflecting each other. This was the stronghold of the Cangjiang sword sect, the overlord of the entire Cangjiang domain. The shining stars represented the various powerhouses of the Cangjiang sword sect. Among them, the shining meteors and comets represented the sect's outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples, while planets represented inner disciples. As for the stars, they represented elders of the sect at the 3rd level of the Great Sun realm and above, as well as those of the true inheritance sequence. At this moment, within this star river, a group of prodigies had gathered on an incredibly massive planet. Lin Yi, peak 8th grade, close to 9th grade? Indeed. To cultivate to such a level outside of our Cangjiang sword sect, Lin Yi's talent is truly extraordinary. In the future, he might easily reach 9th grade and even have a chance to become a true disciple of our sect. I am tasked by Master Jian Yuan to oversee the domain, seeking out talented disciples in the wild to recruit them into the sect. Now, I see that Lin Yi's talent should not be underestimated. He should be able to step directly into the inner gate of our sword sect. Are there any junior brothers interested in taking action to test Lin Yi's capabilities? In the midst of the stars, a handsome young man dressed in golden robes spoke, smiling at the 10 or so variously gifted geniuses around him. Being directly recruited from the outside world into the inner gate of the Cangjiang sword sect generally requires a higher standard than ascending from the outer gate step by step. For instance, within the Cangjiang sword sect, if an outer disciple wants to enter the inner gate, reaching the 8th level is usually a sure thing. However, to be specially recruited from the outside, one must be exceptionally strong even among the 8th level. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you can only rise step by step from the outer gate. Therefore, to test whether Lin Yi is qualified to enter the inner gate, the golden-robed man naturally needed to send someone to take action and assess Lin Yi's actual strength. I won't need to. As soon as the golden-robed genius finished speaking, a talent covered in fur, resembling a monkey, spoke up. Although my true intent has not yet reached the 4th level of perfection, the secret method I practice is extremely compatible with me, so my strength is only slightly weaker than that of an average 9th level. Even if Lin Yi's divine body is a bit stronger than mine, my overall strength can probably still easily crush him. Fighting him would just be a case of the strong bullying the weak. Even if I win, it wouldn't be a fair victory. Upon hearing this, the monkey-like genius shook his head. This was not arrogance but confidence. After all, even among 8th level geniuses, there are distinctions in strength. As a genius of the Cangjiang sword sect, having received the inheritance from 2 mixed void realm experts, the monkey-like genius was naturally full of confidence, believing he could sweep away his peers. Since brother Yuanfei is not interested, then I will take action. Hearing the words of the monkey-like genius, a bald man in a white robe smiled and said, my strength is slightly inferior to brother Yuanfei's, among the 8th level geniuses. In Cangjiang's martial arena, I can barely be considered above average. With my participation, we can test Lin Yi's actual strength. Good, since brother Guan Yuan is willing to take action, then let's send out a challenge invitation now. I also want to see if we can uncover a piece of uncut jade for our Cangjiang sword sect this time. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, the golden-robed man smiled slightly and said to him. The bald man naturally had no objections and immediately sent a challenge invitation to Lin Yi. So many people challenging me? In the Cangjiang martial arena within the Cangjiang Yuan universe, Lin Yi was slightly surprised to see the numerous challenge invitations from various geniuses. Since he issued his challenge request, only a mere 5 minutes had passed. However, in these 5 minutes, over 50 geniuses had challenged him. It should be noted that these 50 geniuses were all at least above the 8th level. Each one was a rare talent, hard to find even across dozens of star domains, yet now they appeared one after another like cabbages. Perhaps it's because I'm a newly emerged 8th level, so there are more people wanting to challenge me. I'll just randomly pick one. How about this? One named Feng Lin. Lin Yi's mind stirred, and he randomly selected a genius. In the Cangjiang martial arena, one cannot see the specific strength information of the geniuses, only their cultivation level, name, rank, and battle record are known. But to become an 8th level genius, who among them does not have an absurdly high win rate? This Feng Lin, for instance, is a terrifying talent with a win rate exceeding 99%. Lin Yi chose me. In the Cangjiang domain, in the Laiwen star domain, on an unknown star, a genius with green hair, resembling a blue star person, exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. Asa prodigy, this genius was naturally full of confidence in himself. Even though he knew that Lin Yi's divine body was terrifyingly powerful and that his strength should be quite formidable among the 8th tier, he still had confidence to fight him. Whoosh! Just as the two agreed to battle, their figures simultaneously vanished in the meta-universe. They then appeared on a vast, desolate continent. Li Feng star domain, Feng Lin, please enlighten me. Chenlong star domain, Lin Yi, please enlighten me. In the sky above the continent, the two stood thousands of kilometers apart, looking at each other. They first exchanged bows, then suddenly launched their attacks. Boom! Boom! In the void, as their thoughts moved, two domains, one green and one fiery, instantly formed. On one side, the endless true meaning of fire erupted, creating a vast ocean of flames. On the other side, the infinite true meaning of wood burst forth, with giant trees rising in the void, forming a green domain of wood. The two colored domains clashed and pressed against each other. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. What a powerful divine body. On the other side, after this initial clash, the green-haired Feng felt a slight shock in his heart. He could sense that Lin Yi's true meaning of fire had only just entered the fourth major transformation level. Yet, relying on his formidable divine body, the strength of the domain he formed was faintly even stronger than his own well-established fourth major transformation domain. This indicated that Lin Yi's divine body was at least 2 or 3 times more powerful than his own. However, your divine body is strong, but your secret technique may not be as strong as mine. Lin Yi, take this. Realizing the gap between himself and Lin Yi, the green-haired Feng did not feel discouraged. With his hands coming together, a vast divine power gathered behind him, instantly forming a colossal divine power phantom that resembled him but was entirely emerald green, towering over 1,000 miles. Qingmu God. Upon seeing this vast phantom, someone in the live stream immediately exclaimed, recognizing the origin of this secret technique. The Qingmu God was created by a peak third-layer powerhouse from the Zhangjiang domain 100 billion years ago. Although it was a wood attribute technique, it was not like other wood attribute techniques that focused on support. It was renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities and boundless power. Each move was enough to shake the heavens and earth. At this moment, wielded by the 8th-tier genius Feng, its vast might was such that even other 8th-tier prodigies would have to avoid its edge. Die. After forming the gigantic Qingmu God Phantom, an infinite brilliance flashed in Fenglin's eyes as he flipped his palm. The next moment, the massive Qingmu God behind him also focused its gaze, raising its gigantic palm, which was countless times larger than a mountain, and struck fiercely towards Lin Yi. Bring it on! Seeing this, Lin Yi was not surprised but rather delighted. He let out a long howl, and in a flash, activated the lava immortal body, instantly transforming into a terrifying giant. Standing 100,000 feet tall, he then threw a punch at the enormous Qingmu God. Boom! 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 As Lin Yi's punch was thrown, the surrounding void seemed to explode, with fiery red divine dragons flying around, each bearing their fangs and claws, wrapping around Lin Yi's fist as they charged towards the massive palm of the Qingmu God. What? In the void, as the fist and palm collided, the green-haired Feng Lin exclaimed in shock. In that instant, he felt as if his palm had struck a small star rotating at high speed. The boundless immense force almost instantly shattered all his power, and then it crashed into the body of the Qingmu God. I won't accept this. Struck by Lin Yi's terrifying punch, Feng Lin roared in anger. But the next moment, he felt the massive Qingmu God behind him dissipate, and his mind went blank as his body vanished into the continent. One punch, 8th-tier genius Feng Lin defeated. What? Just like that? This Lin Yi is too strong. In the livestream, upon seeing Feng Lin defeated in one move, countless powerful individuals were left speechless. Feng Lin was no ordinary person. He was a rare 8th-tier genius even among the realms. Yet, such a genius was defeated in a single move by Lin Yi. Just how strong was Lin Yi? Could he really rival a 9th tier? At this thought, countless powerful figures from major factions were left in shock. Meanwhile, at the Zhangjiang Sword Sex base in the Yunhai River system, the 10 or so prodigies witnessing this scene were equally astonished. Lin Yi's strength is even greater than I imagined. How did a genius from such a small place acquire the secret techniques of the Chaos realm, and how did he cultivate them to such a high level? This strength must be among the strongest below the 9th tier. At this rate, if Guan Yuan goes up to compete with him, wouldn't that be asking for punishment? Seeing Lin Yi's overwhelming prowess, the prodigies of the Zhangjiang Sword sect gasped in unison, especially the bald man in a white robe whose eyes widened in disbelief mixed with bitterness. He had thought that even if there was a gap between him and Lin Yi, it shouldn't be too significant. At least, they should be able to exchange thousands of moves without issue. But now, looking at it this way, how could I even last for thousands of moves? Perhaps being able to take a single punch would be impressive. After all, he knew Feng Lin, although slightly weaker than himself, he was still an established 8th-tier genius, not too far behind. If he was defeated in one move, how strong could I possibly be? It seems Lin Yi is also a person of great fortune. Although he is not part of our Zhangjiang Sword sect, he has his own opportunities to be able to acquire 2 secret techniques of the Chaos realm and cultivate them to such a level. He indeed qualifies for a battle with me. The bald man in white felt bitter, while the ape-like genius was filled with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. Good. In that case, how about you, junior brother? Yuan Fei, step up to challenge Lin Yi? After the ape-like genius spoke, another leading golden-clad prodigy smiled and added, agreed. Hearing this, the ape-like genius nodded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes, and then sent a challenge to Lin Yi through the meta-universe. Time slowly passed. At the Zhangjiang Martial Arena, as seconds ticked by, one rare 8th-tier genius after another appeared in the arena to battle Lin Yi. However, despite their formidable strength, none could escape defeat at Lin Yi's hands. The weaker ones were defeated with a single punch. The stronger ones fell after 2 punches. As for the even stronger ones, they could last at most 10 punches. Once that limit was reached, they would immediately be defeated. Under Lin Yi's iron fists, countless prodigies whose names echoed across various star domains fell one after another. Blade Edge. Long Wind, Light Wing, Golden Dragon. These prodigies, who rarely appeared in the Zhangjiang martial arena but when they did, swept their opponents away with an invincible force, were all defeated by Lin Yi. This series of impressive victories completely established Lin Yi's strength in the eyes of countless major factions within the Zhangjiang realm. In the Chandong Empire, on the central star Chandong Star. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace, numerous ministers of the Chandong Empire were watching Lin Yi's live broadcast in the meta-universe alongside a domineering man. Upon seeing Lin Yi defeat another genius, one minister immediately exclaimed excitedly to the domineering man, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations! Our Chandong Empire is truly blessed to have a genius like Lin Yi. Lin Yi's astonishing performance has greatly enhanced our Chandong Empire's reputation in the Zhangjiang realm. From now on, whenever people mention our Chandong Empire, who wouldn't give a thumbs up and praise that our empire has nurtured a genius like Lin Yi?" The ministers outside stomped their feet, shaking the entire Chandong Star domain, all thrilled and praising Lin Yi's impressive achievements, their faces glowing with excitement. The emergence of Lin Yi from the Chenlong Empire is akin to a martial saint-level prodigy arising from an unknown small country on the blue star. From now on, who would dare to underestimate him? Who would dare to show him disrespect? Ha ha, what my esteemed ministers say is true. Upon hearing the flattery from the ministers, the emperor, seated on the throne, laughed heartily and said, "It is thanks to all of you that our Chenlong Empire has produced such a genius as Lin Yi. It's a pity that such a talent was not nurtured by our Chenlong Empire's direct lineage. Otherwise, as long as he joins the Zhangjiang sword sect in the future, our Chenlong Empire's national strength would surely soar in the next billion years." At this point, the emperor of the Chenlong Empire let out a slight sigh. Seeing this, a white-haired minister standing at the far left quickly comforted him, "Your Majesty, do not worry. Although Lin Yi is not a genius nurtured by our Chenlong Empire's direct lineage, he is still one of our own. I inquired yesterday, and Lin Yi hails from a remote galaxy in the Chenlong Star domain, a native planet called Blue Star. Lin Yi is the lord of that native planet, which indicates that his homeland is quite weak. Therefore, as long as we reach out to Lin Yi's homeland and win him over, we need not worry about him not developing a good impression of our Chenlong Empire and establishing a deep friendship with us." "Oh, Minister, what did you say? A genius like Lin Yi actually comes from a native planet?" Upon hearing this, the emperor on the throne could no longer remain calm and stood up in shock. He had originally thought that Lin Yi's sudden display of such powerful strength must be the disciple of some old monster at the third level of the Great Sun realm in the Zhangjiang domain. In that case, even as the emperor of the Chenlong Empire, he would have no means to win him over. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be from a small native planet. This is simply a heavenly opportunity. With this thought, the emperor of the Chenlong Empire immediately resolved in his heart, "Issue my orders, from today onwards, everything in the Chenlong Star domain's galaxy shall belong to Lin Yi. At the same time, I will send experts, troops, and talents from the Chenlong Star to station on Lin Yi's home planet, making it one of the central planets of our Chenlong Empire as soon as possible. During this process, I do not wish for anyone to neglect their duties, nor do I want anyone to dare to obstruct this and profit from it. If there is any disobedience, there will be no mercy." As he spoke, an infinite killing intent emerged in the emperor's eyes, revealing his true imperial nature. As the saying goes, the environment shapes the body, and the body nurtures the spirit. In the mundane world, a CEO who manages tens of thousands of employees over the years can develop a terrifying aura that instills fear in ordinary people. And as the emperor of the Chenlong Empire, how many subjects does he rule over? At this moment, when he became serious, the aura he exuded was naturally overwhelming, causing the ministers below to tremble slightly in their hearts. "Yes, we will obey your command, Your Majesty." As soon as the words of the Chenlong Empire fell, endless cheers erupted. At this moment, in the Zhangjiang martial arena, a bald man in a white robe appeared opposite Lin Yi. "I am Guan Yuan, an inner disciple of the Zhangjiang sword sect. I seek guidance from Brother Lin." As soon as the bald man in the white robe appeared, he smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. His self-introduction instantly stirred the crowd into a frenzy. "What? The Zhangjiang sword sect? This is a disciple of the sword sect." Upon hearing the man's background, countless martial artists present exclaimed in surprise. The Zhangjiang sword sect is undoubtedly the overlord of the Zhangjiang domain. Within it, the number of indestructible realm experts is like clouds, and the Great Sun realm experts are like rain, with even several supreme experts in the chaotic realm. And among the inner disciples, each one is naturally an unparalleled prodigy in the entire Zhangjiang domain, always looking down on ordinary wild talents. But now, this man in a white robe is surprisingly humble towards Lin Yi, which only proves that the Zhangjiang sword sect truly intends to recruit Lin Yi. Lin Yi is about to make it big. Thinking of this, some ordinary cultivators looked at Lin Yi with eyes suddenly filled with envy. Even in the live broadcast room, the usually carefree streamer Jin Yuan, who was reluctant to join any major forces, wore an expression of envy, wishing he could take Lin Yi's place, because the Zhangjiang sword sect is simply too powerful, to the point of despair for them. Even the combined forces of the entire Zhangjiang domain cannot compare to the Zhangjiang sword sect. Moreover, the Zhangjiang sword sect possesses many resources that are beyond their reach. Their talent cultivation system is the most complete and effective in the entire domain. Being able to join the Zhangjiang sword sect is almost equivalent to stepping one foot into the threshold of the Great Sun realm. and the Great Sun Realm is home to the most prominent figures among countless life stars across the star domain. Haha, good. That's great. Compared to the envy and jealousy of others within the Chunlong Empire, the emperor and countless ministers were filled with excitement. Although they had mentally prepared for Lin Yi to join the Zhangjiang Sword Sect, seeing this scene come to fruition still stirred their hearts. After all, it is the Zhangjiang Sword Sect, the largest force in the Zhangjiang domain. Being able to join it, even as an ordinary inner disciple, greatly increases the chances of becoming a being at the third level of the Great Sun Realm in the future. Moreover, among the third level of the Great Sun Realm, they would definitely be considered strong. Such a strong individual could easily make the entire Chunlong Empire bow down, causing their emperor to tremble in fear. And now, Lin Yi, hailing from their Chunlong Empire, possesses such potential. Thinking of this, the emperor of the Chunlong Empire became even more excited, secretly resolving to win Lin Yi over. Zhangjiang Sword Sect. Guan Yuan? On the Zhangjiang competition stage, hearing the words of the bald man in a white robe across from him, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. His high-profile approach this time was to attract the attention of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect, hoping to join them. Now, has he finally drawn the attention of the Sword Sect? I am Lin Yi from the Chunlong Star Domain, please enlighten me. With this thought, Lin Yi smiled and cupped his hands in salute, then unleashed the true essence of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An endless sea of fire surged, transforming into flying fire dragons that coiled towards Guan Yuan. Upon seeing this, Guan Yuan's expression changed. Instantly, with a thought, boundless white light erupted from his body, as if he had transformed into a stellar sun, radiating infinite brightness. True essence of light. Seeing the true essence erupting from Guan Yuan's surface, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The true essence of light is one of the myriad true essences in the universe. It not only possesses formidable attack power but, more importantly, is incredibly fast, almost the fastest among all true essences. Just like now, as Guan Yuan unleashed the true essence of light combined with his agile movement technique, countless viewers in the live broadcast could only see a beam of light streaking through the void, as if it had truly transformed into light. In such a situation, not to mention attacking, even defending becomes extremely difficult. It seems Lin Yi is in some trouble now. Seeing Guan Yuan's speed, some viewers in the live broadcast room were gloating, while others looked worried. However, in the next moment, a stunning reversal occurred on the battlefield. What? Exclamations erupted from the mouths of the live broadcast audience. In the battlefield, facing the beams of light that seemed to have transformed into light, Lin Yi remained unfazed, his body as immovable as a mountain. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying giant towering 100,000 feet high. Then, he raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! In the void, as Lin Yi's punch was thrown, it was like a comet colliding with the earth, and the boundless true essence of fire surged wildly between heaven and earthy flames of crimson dragons danced through the air, instantly enveloping an area of thousands of kilometers, transforming it into a sea of fire. Within this inferno was an enormous, terrifying fist, moving with a speed that resembled that of a true dragon. The ultimate technique of the mixed void realm, Crimson Dragon Sky Fist, and the divine skill of the divine body realm, Crimson Dragon soaring in the sky. This move was one of the two supreme techniques of the Crimson Dragon Sky Fist in the divine body realm. Although its attack power was not particularly fierce, its speed enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, when Lin Yi unleashed this move, his attack speed surged to more than 3 times its usual rate. This speed surpassed the limits of the divine body realm, fast enough that even Guan Yuan could not evade it. Not good. Seeing this terrifying punch, Guan Yuan's skin trembled as he attempted to use his own speed to dodge. However, under this punch, he found himself unable to evade at all. In the end, he could only brace himself to take the hit. Supreme Light Fist. In the Zhangjiang martial arena, a roar echoed as a figure in the void suddenly halted, transforming into a man in a white robe with a bald head. Then, the bald-headed man raised one hand high. In an instant, endless rays of light converged, resembling the center of a nuclear explosion, the surface of the sun instantly accumulating an incomparably terrifying amount of energy, and a fist came crashing down towards that divine dragon. Boom! An enormous explosion resounded, and under the clash of the two, boundless destructive energy surged forth. Beneath their feet, countless mountains and rivers dissipated like ashes, and an immense pit, unfathomably deep, appeared, replacing the once lush land. In the void, Guan Yuan's face revealed a bitter smile. At this moment, a terrifying gaping hole nearly covered his entire upper body. I lost. I never expected that I wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move, Guan Yuan said, his face filled with defeat, then looked at Lin Yi with a hint of admiration. Lin Yi, you are indeed very strong. It seems that this time, you should be able to smoothly join the inner sect of my Zhangjiang Sword Sect. We will meet in a few days at the Zhangjiang Sword Sect. Guan Yuan finished with a smile, and with a bang, his body transformed into countless points of light and vanished. Defeated. Even the disciples of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect have been defeated. Seeing Guan Yuan defeated in one move, countless viewers in the live stream couldn't help but sigh. They had anticipated Lin Yi's strength, and that disciple of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect was probably no match for him. But they never expected Lin Yi to be this powerful. With a single move, he had defeated the 8th-tier genius of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect. Looking across the Zhangjiang domain, among many 8th-tier geniuses, was there anyone who could contend with him? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Lin Yi continued to challenge opponents who had issued invitations to battle. 1, 2, 3, 10. Until, after defeating a total of 23 geniuses, a figure with an overwhelming aura finally appeared, a rebellious prodigy. Sanjiang Sword Sect, inner disciple, Yuan Fei, please enlighten me. In the void, facing Lin Yi was a man resembling the legendary Sun Wukong from Blue Star mythology, covered in golden fur, who spoke to Lin Yi. Sangjiang Domain, Qianlong Empire, Lin Yi, please enlighten me. Sensing the immense aura from the approaching figure, Lin Yi's heart stirred slightly and a serious expression appeared on his face. For from this ape-like man, he sensed a hint of danger. His instincts told him that this person was not to be trifled with. Ha! Before Lin Yi could gather his thoughts, the ape-like man began to move. He flipped his palm, and in the plush, golden center of his palm, boundless, golden divine power quickly gathered, forming a golden staff. Then, the ape-like man's body swayed and his divine body instantly expanded, millions of times, transforming into a terrifying giant ape. Finally, he raised the long staff high, letting out a furious roar, and brought the staff down like a giant axe. In an instant, it was as if Pangu had opened up the heavens and the earth. The endless void seemed to be shattered, and unmatched power surged towards Lin Yi. Before the staff even arrived, its fierce energy had already caused Lin Yi's face to sting painfully. Lava immortal body, crimson dragon fist. Seeing the terrifying staff imbued with such a fierce aura, Lin Yi dared not be careless. He swayed his body and unleashed his two ultimate secret techniques. Boom! In the void, Lin Yi transformed into a gigantic lava giant and threw a punch, accompanied by several flaming divine dragons, smashing towards the staff wielded by Yuan Fei. Rumble! As the punch and staff collided, an endless force erupted, creating a terrifying wave across the continent. In the center of this wave, Yuan Fei's expression changed. He felt an incomparably massive force charging towards him. Why is this power so terrifying? Struck by Lin Yi's punch, Yuan Fei was instantly horrified. He belonged to the powerful branch of the ape race in the universe, known for their incredible strength. Even though his divine body was comparable to other humans, his power was much more vigorous and formidable. But now, under Lin Yi's punch, he felt as if he had been struck by a staff from a rapidly spinning star. The immense mass and speed carried terrifying kinetic energy, sending his body flying like a rubber ball for a full 100,000 kilometers before finally coming to a stop. No wonder you defeated so many 8th-tier geniuses. You are indeed formidable. It seems I must show some real skills to stand a chance against you. After being sent flying 100,000 kilometers by a single blow, Yuan Fei looked at the massive lava giant in the distance, and instead of showing any signs of defeat, his eyes sparkled with boundless excitement. Roar! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth erupted as Yuan Fei howled to the sky. Then, from the center of his brow, a single golden hair, far more resplendent than the others, fell away, drifting into the void. Whoosh! In the moment the golden hair fell, it began to grow in the air. In an instant, that golden hair started to grow a head, body, arms, and legs. Moments later, that single golden hair had transformed into an incredibly massive golden giant ape, resembling Yuan Fei exactly. Ha ha! Lin Yi, this technique is called transforming into thousands, created by an extremely terrifying powerhouse of my ape race. It is said that when perfected, it can create 9 avatars, each with strength comparable to the original. Now, although I, Yuan Fei, have only perfected the divine body chapter, I can still create an avatar with the same strength as mine. Lin Yi, to force me to use this secret technique, you are indeed quite proud. In the void, the two massive giant apes spoke simultaneously, smiling arrogantly. Then, their bodies transformed into 2 beams of golden light, charging straight towards Lin Yi. Die! In their high-speed charge, the eyes of the 2 giant apes shone brightly, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously wielding a golden staff to strike down at Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi could only throw punches to meet their attacks. Boom! Another incredibly intense explosion sounded, and a figure was sent flying out. However, this time, it was not the golden giant ape, but Lin Yi. This Lin Yi is finally going to lose. Seeing Lin Yi being blasted away by Yuan Fei, some in the livestream began to gloat. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had triumphed over countless geniuses, with an invincible force, earning the admiration of many and becoming their supporter. However, in this world there is often no shortage of envious people. For instance, now that Lin Yi was shining so brightly, although they did not voice it, their hearts were already filled with jealousy, eagerly awaiting someone to put Lin Yi's arrogance in check. At this moment, seeing Lin Yi fall into a disadvantage, they were naturally overjoyed. Ha ha, this Lin Yi is about to lose. As they watched the Sangjiang martial arts arena, the 2 golden giant apes struck again, forcing Lin Yi to defend and unable to launch a counterattack. Some people in the live broadcast room immediately laughed happily. Alas, Your Majesty, Lin Yi is about to lose. Seeing this scene, the ministers of the Qianlong Empire also sighed, their faces filled with helplessness. Although they were not closely related to Lin Yi, he was a genius who had emerged from their Qianlong Empire. Moreover, his hometown was still in the Qianlong Empire, so they naturally had ways to draw closer to Lin Yi. Therefore, from their perspective, they hoped that Lin Yi's strength would be as high as possible, ideally reaching the realm of the void. If that were the case, their Qianlong Empire would also benefit from it. Although the hope of Lin Yi reaching the void realm was almost zero, at least it was a glimmer of hope. Alas, if he loses, then so be it. Lin Yi is already excellent enough. He is almost invincible at the 8th level, having defeated several disciples of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect. Lin Yi's talent can be considered the most terrifying existence in the hundreds of billions of years since the founding of our Qianlong Empire. We should be proud of him. Hearing the words of the ministers, the emperor of the Qianlong Empire also sighed and spoke to comfort them. Indeed, Your Majesty is absolutely right. Lin Yi's actions have indeed brought great honor to our Chunlong Empire, winning countless glories. He, in this battle, though defeated, is still honored. After the Emperor of the Chunlong Empire finished speaking, the ministers echoed in agreement. At the same time, their gazes turned back to the live broadcast room, planning to visit Lin Yi as soon as he lost to quickly draw closer to him. However, they noticed that in the Zhanjiang martial arts arena, with each attack from the giant ape, Lin Yi's eyes were growing brighter. Boom! Another violent explosion sounded, and Lin Yi's entire body was sent flying by a stick. At this moment, under the attacks of the giant ape, although Lin Yi could still barely hold on, his divine body had already suffered more than half damage. Yet at this moment he did not care about that. Instead, he recalled the description of the true meaning of water that the Black Rain Venerable had spoken of back then. Water is the source of all things. In the universe, as long as it is a flesh and blood life, it can only evolve and develop gradually with water. Therefore, when Lin Yi previously comprehended the true meaning of water, he had always focused on aspects such as creation, gentleness, and inclusiveness. However, he had forgotten that while water is indeed the origin of all things, capable of nurturing endless life, it can also, like a god of destruction, annihilate all beings. Floods, tsunamis, mudslides, even the silent cold water in the cosmic starry sky, these are all symbols of destruction. Thus, water does not possess a single nature but is a duality. Only by comprehending both aspects can one truly grasp the true meaning of water. And now, under the fierce attacks of the giant ape, he felt like a small boat drifting in the sea, perfectly corresponding to the destructive aspect of water, allowing Lin Yi to realize this point. Comprehend the true meaning of water. Under the relentless attacks of the giant ape, Lin Yi roared in his heart. His understanding of the true meaning of water had already reached a peak. At this moment, once he noticed the other side of water, Lin Yi's comprehension suddenly burst forth like a dam breaking, easily breaking through the final barrier, completely entering the first level of the true meaning of water. System, modify the true meaning of water to 1,000,000 years later. Just as he comprehended the true meaning of water in that instant, Lin Yi commanded in his heart. Ding! Host's command received, modifying the true meaning of water. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, the mechanical voice of the system immediately echoed in his mind. Then, Lin Yi felt that the true meaning of water, which he had only just begun to grasp, was rapidly surging at this moment. True meaning of water, first level, entry. True meaning of water, second level, entry. True meaning of water, third level, entry. True meaning of water, fourth level, entry. Under the system's modification, Lin Yi's comprehension of true meaning was skyrocketing, quickly reaching the peak of the fourth level minor achievement. Just then, when Lin Yi thought the system's modifications were about to end, suddenly the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Yi's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification of the true meaning of water has resulted in a critical hit with a critical multiplier of 20 times. 20 times? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was instantly overjoyed. A critical hit of 20 times, although it was an extremely small multiplier, was significant in relation to modified items, secret techniques, and so on. 4. Modifying true meaning, let alone 20 times, even 2 times would equate to a comprehension level of 1,000,000 years. And 1,000,000 years, with Lin Yi's current aptitude, could almost elevate him from the peak of the 4th level minor achievement to the level of the 4th level perfection. This critical hit of 20 times means 20 million years of time, such a long duration. I wonder what level my true meaning of water will reach, whether it will be the 5th level minor achievement or the 5th level major achievement. With this thought, Lin Yi felt a surge of anticipation. The deeper one delves into true meaning, the more difficult it becomes. For instance, a typical genius like Lin Yi, at the first level of the indestructible realm, could generally elevate his true meaning level from the 1st level entry to the 4th level entry within tens of thousands of years, thus breaking through the indestructible realm. However, transitioning from the 4th level entry to the 4th level major achievement would require 1,000,000 years. Moreover, moving from the 4th level major achievement to the 4th level perfection would take several million years. In fact, if one encounters a bottleneck, it is quite normal to be stuck for 1,000,000 years. Therefore, with 20 million years, Lin Yi felt that if he could reach the 5th level minor achievement, that would be quite good. Reaching the 5th level major achievement would be nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yi silently looked forward to it. Meanwhile, the system's modifications were nearing their conclusion. True meaning of fire, 4th level perfection. True meaning of water, 5th level entry. Moreover, the true meanings of water and fire have perfectly fused, combining to unleash the power equivalent to nearly the 5th level major achievement of a single true meaning. Feeling his current level of true meaning, Lin Yi was thrilled. This critical hit modification was originally supposed to elevate the true meaning of water to the level of the 5th level minor achievement. However, due to the need for perfect fusion with the true meaning of fire, the true meaning of water only reached the extreme limit of the 5th level entry, still one step away from the 5th level minor achievement. Fortunately, with the mutual enhancement of water and fire during the fusion process, the true meaning of water was so strong that the true meaning of fire was also elevated, advancing from just breaking through the 4th level major achievement to the current 4th level perfection, and it was only one step away from breaking through to the 5th level entry. Such progress was undeniably significant. Since this modification has been fully successful, then, Sarutobi, it's time for you to be defeated. With his thoughts collected, Lin Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. In the next moment, the audience in the live broadcast room noticed that in the Zhangjiang martial arts arena, Lin Yi, who had been in a desperate defensive position, on the verge of collapse and almost facing defeat, suddenly halted. Then, he raised his hand and threw a punch. What is Lin Yi trying to do? Has he seen that the situation is settled and doesn't want to be passively beaten, wasting time? Seeing Lin Yi attack, the people in the live broadcast room speculated. They did not believe that Lin Yi had any assurance of victory at this moment. After all, just moments ago, even at his peak, he had been suppressed by Sarutobi and was at a disadvantage, let alone now, when his divine body was severely damaged and his strength was almost less than half. How could he possibly be a match for the powerful disciple of the Zhangjiang sword sect, Sarutobi? It seems that Lin Yi intends to go all out, wanting to die with some dignity. As Lin Yi made his move, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but think to themselves. At that moment, in the Zhangjiang martial arena, Lin Yi's fist finally collided with the two golden rods wielded by Sarutobi. Boom! An endless surge of energy erupted, vast and profound, and the commotion caused by this strike was far greater than any before. Just at that moment, when everyone thought Sarutobi's strength was about to explode again, ready to smash Lin Yi with a single blow, they were taken aback to see that the two massive golden apes were sent flying as if struck by a colossal planet under Lin Yi's fists. Then, with a bang, the divine bodies shattered into pieces. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, countless viewers in the livestream, whether the strong who were originally gloating and eager for a show, or those who felt pity for Lin Yi, were all stunned. Water and fire true intent. This is water and fire true intent. And it's a perfect fusion, reaching an extremely high level of water and fire true intent. While the others were still trying to comprehend what had just happened, the leading man in golden robes from the Zhangjiang sword sect suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Water and fire true intent, and a perfect fusion? Senior brother, you can't be mistaken? Hearing the words of the man in golden robes, the other disciples of the sword sect also couldn't believe it and hurriedly asked. There's no mistake. The man in golden robes explained, although Lin Yi's strike just now was extremely restrained and he didn't use any secret techniques. Relying solely on true intent, it was indeed hard to see that he was simultaneously using both water and fire true intent. However, my realm is far above his. So even though his strike was incredibly subtle, I could still tell that at that moment, his attack indeed had both water and fire true intent flowing. The man in golden robes spoke with shining eyes as if he had discovered a rare treasure. To comprehend both water and fire true intent simultaneously is incredibly rare. This is because water and fire true intent are two opposing true intents, and before these two true intents can perfectly fuse, they are inherently conflicting in nature. In other words, once a practitioner comprehends one type of true intent, attempting to understand the other type will cause interference from the already comprehended true intent. This is not like the limitations imposed by the cosmic origin after breaking through to the true God level. It is a matter of water and fire being incompatible. It is the inherent limitations brought about by the properties of water true intent and fire true intent. This limitation makes it several times more difficult to comprehend the other type of true intent. As for achieving perfect fusion, the difficulty skyrockets even further. Take Lin Yi for example. If it weren't for the guidance of the Black Rain Venerable, and the ability to constantly enter the Enlightenment Hall to experience the perfect fusion of water and fire true intent within that angelic man, along with his increased comprehension after breaking through to the divine body realm, then it would have been far from simple for him to grasp water true intent. Therefore, because of these various limitations, even in the cultivation world, although everyone knows that comprehending both water true intent and fire true intent, which have opposing properties, would greatly enhance one's power, very few people actually attempt to cultivate opposing true intents. After all, for the vast majority of practitioners in the universe, achieving a perfect understanding of one true intent to the 9th level in this lifetime is already a luxury. If they were to expend effort to comprehend other opposing true intents, it would truly be a waste of time for those of average talent, only hindering their cultivation. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I never expected Lin Yi to be hiding such depth. To simultaneously comprehend water and fire true intent and achieve perfect fusion, this talent, in this era, is something even our few true disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect cannot match. If he hadn't fallen during his cultivation journey, and with a bit of luck, it's very likely that he could have added another powerful figure in the mixed whole realm to our Zhangjiang sword sect. After hearing the golden-clad man confirm this again, a genius with could only nod in astonishment despite his disbelief. After all, although the golden-clad man was nominally their senior brother, he was actually an incredibly terrifying powerhouse. In the Great Sun realm, such a strong figure was always treated with great respect. Therefore, to question once could still be seen as incredulity towards Lin Yi's exceptional talent, but to question twice would be disrespectful to the golden-clad man. Everyone had their own thoughts, and the golden-clad man, seeing this, was indifferent. He merely smiled slightly and vanished from this star. Now that it was confirmed that Lin Yi had comprehended the true meaning of water and fire, he needed to hurry to recruit Lin Yi and inform the elders in the sect. There was no time to waste with this group of geniuses. Buzz. At the moment the golden-clad man left, within this vast star, a flash of golden light appeared in the void, and the previously motionless golden ape man, Yuan Fei, opened his eyes. So, Yuan Fei, did Lin Yi truly comprehend the true meaning of water and fire, or did he temporarily break through and grasp the complete true meaning of fire at the 4th level? A white-haired genius asked as soon as he saw Yuan Fei open his eyes. Sigh. It is indeed the true meaning of water and fire, and it is of a very high level. In my opinion, its overall power is at least comparable to that of a 5th level minor completion's single true meaning. Upon hearing the white-haired man's words, Yuan Fei recalled the feeling of helplessness he had just experienced in the Zhangjiang competition arena and couldn't help but sigh softly. As soon as he spoke, all the geniuses present no longer dared to doubt, almost simultaneously gasping in shock. At least a 5th level minor completion true meaning. This is a dragon crossing the river. The Zhangjiang sword sect is about to change. Not to mention the shock in the hearts of the Zhangjiang sword sect geniuses and the few prominent figures in the live broadcast room who had seen through Lin Yi's true capabilities. On Yin G-Star, in a separate courtyard, after defeating Yuan Fei, Lin Yi did not continue to challenge but instead let his consciousness exit the meta-universe and return to reality. Xiaoyi, how many emails have you received while I was challenging in the Zhangjiang competition arena? Lin Yi asked Xiaoyi. Replying to the master, during this time, a total of 125,900 new emails were received. Among them, many are repeated emails from major forces and only a few are new emails from new major forces. Oh, among these new major force emails, are there any signed by someone from the Zhangjiang sword sect? Lin Yi inquired. Not at the moment. None. Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback by Xiaoyi's words. He had just been unable to unleash the true power of the true meaning of water and fire due to the lack of secret methods, and he couldn't clearly demonstrate that he had already mastered the true meaning of water and fire. However, if one had a higher level of strength and insight, they should be able to see that he had already grasped the true meanings of water and fire. Moreover, with Yuan Fei's first-hand experience, the Zhangjiang sword sect had no reason not to notice this peerless genius of theirs. With this thought, Lin Yi felt puzzled. Little did he know that at this moment, within the Zhangjiang sword sect, countless once high-ranking figures were arguing fiercely over Lin Yi. In the Zhangjiang sword sect, on a massive star, countless fierce flames surged, and the material's fission and fusion instantly emitted enormous energy capable of destroying everything. However, at this moment, on the surface of this scorching star, an incredibly massive palace stood, resembling an ancient divine mountain, amidst the endless flames, enduring the scorching heat without any damage, standing tall and unyielding. Elders, this is the footage of Lin Yi battling the inner sect disciple Yuan Fei. Observing his final move, I believe he has comprehended the true essence of water and fire and perfectly fused them. It's just that he lacks suitable secret techniques, which makes him seem somewhat restrained, but his talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Therefore, I believe that Lin Yi is indeed a rare prodigy in our Zhangjiang domain, one that has not appeared in billions of years, and he is worthy of a place in our sword sect's true inheritance. In the palace, the man in golden robes pointed at the image in the void while analyzing it, speaking respectfully to the dozens of powerful figures with overwhelming auras present. Although these powerful figures were all at the 3rd level of the Great Sun Realm, they were the strongest batch in the Zhangjiang sword sect, aside from the ancestors of the Chaos Realm. Each one stood at the true pinnacle among the 3rd level of the Great Sun Realm. Not only had they long reached the limits of secret techniques and divine bodies, but they had also all comprehended the opposite true essences and perfectly fused them. Thus, even though this man in golden robes was also at the Great Sun Realm, he was still respectful in front of these powerful figures, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Ha ha, indeed. Lin Yi has truly comprehended and fused the true essences of water and fire. And if I'm not mistaken, his true essence of water should be at the 5th level of entry, while the true essence of fire is at the 4th level of perfection. Indeed, to have reached such a level of comprehension in the true essence at the divine body realm is remarkable. Now that we meet again, he should be my disciple. As soon as the golden-robed man finished speaking, an elder with red hair and a red robe burst into laughter. His strength and insight were far superior to that of the golden-robed man, and both his water and fire true essences had reached the 9th level of perfection. So, despite Lin Yi's restrained performance in the video, he could see at a glance and accurately discern Lin Yi's specific level of true essence. Old Red Fire, how dare you be so bold as to claim Lin Yi as your disciple? As soon as the red-haired elder finished speaking, an elder in a blue robe interjected. Let's not forget that there are dozens of elders present, each one not inferior to you. Just among those who comprehend the true essences of water and fire, there are at least 7 or 8. They are all waiting for a good disciple to inherit their teachings, and you want to take Lin Yi for yourself? What? About them? Right. Old Red Fire, you are too greedy. Every time a good seedling appears, you want to fight for it. Over the years, you have taken in over 100 disciples, while I haven't even taken in 10. Now that we finally encounter a prodigy like Lin Yi, you should just step aside. After the blue-robed elder spoke, another elder in white robes chimed in. Nonsense. The white-robed elder retorted, and the red-haired elder became furious. Old Li Sun, what nonsense are you spouting? Although I have taken in many disciples over the years, which one can compare to Lin Yi's talent? Now you want me to give up just because you said so? That's simply wishful thinking. All right, everyone, stop arguing. I haven't taken in a disciple for tens of millions of years, and now that I see Lin Yi, I truly like him. Please let him be my disciple. Old Blackwood, do you still have any shame? Lin Yi is a prodigy who comprehends the true essences of water and fire, and you, who cultivates the true essence of light and darkness, what are you doing here? As time passed, the once lofty elders of the sword sect personally joined the fray to compete for Lin Yi, each one acting like ordinary mortals fighting over an inheritance, their faces flushed with excitement, completely lacking the demeanor of powerful figures, leaving the golden-robed man speechless. However, upon reflection, he could understand. because a prodigy like Lin Yi was indeed too strong, a rarity that had not appeared in the Xinjiang domain for billions of years. If he could be taken in as a disciple and properly nurtured, the benefits once he truly achieved the Chaos Realm would be truly endless. Not only can one leap to become the most esteemed existence in the entire Xinjiang Sword Sect's mixed realm, feared by all, but future generations can also be blessed for billions of years, enjoying endless glory and power. Such benefits are enough to make any Daylight Realm powerhouse envious and mad. Therefore, even though some elders present usually care about their image and hold themselves high, at this moment they couldn't help but personally intervene. Alright, stop arguing. Seeing the situation escalating, some elders were itching to engage in a fierce battle. The middle-aged handsome man sitting at the top of the palace finally spoke. Elders, I understand your urgent desire to take Lin Yi as a disciple. However, you can only take him if Lin Yi is willing to accept. You are all here arguing red-faced without even asking Lin Yi's opinion. If others see this, won't it make our Xinjiang Sword Sect a laughingstock? Moreover, Lin Yi's talent is too extraordinary. As the head of the Xinjiang Sword Sect, I cannot make a decision on his apprenticeship alone. I must consult the ancestor. How about this? You all wait a moment. After I report to the ancestor, he will decide who is most suitable to be Lin Yi's master, and then you can personally negotiate with Lin Yi. Good. Yes. What the head says is right. Let the ancestor decide. This is the fairest way. Very good. In the great hall, as soon as the middle-aged handsome man finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement, then looked expectantly at him, waiting for him to inform the ancestor. Seeing this, the middle-aged man did not delay and used a specially crafted communication talisman from the Xinjiang Sword Sect to contact one of the sect's ancestors. His communication was quickly answered. Yes. Ancestor, the disciple, understands. In the great hall, the young handsome man nodded repeatedly, and after a moment, he retracted the talisman. So, head, which of us does the ancestor favor to be Lin Yi's master? After seeing the head finish communicating with the ancestor, the elders looked at the middle-aged handsome man with eager eyes. The middle-aged handsome man's expression became somewhat strange, and then he spoke. None of you were chosen. Just now, I informed Ancestor Xian Yuan about Lin Yi. The ancestor has decreed that none of you are suitable to be Lin Yi's master. Forcing a teaching relationship would only hinder his talent. Therefore, Ancestor Xian Yuan has decided to personally emerge from seclusion and take Lin Yi as his closed-door disciple, so you elders need not think about it. What? This. Upon hearing this, the elders present were momentarily stunned. Their expressions varied, but in the end, they all respectfully knelt down, exclaiming, the ancestor is wise. Lin Yi, who was on the Yanji Star, naturally had no idea about the happenings in the Xinjiang Sword Sect. At this moment, seeing that the Xinjiang Sword Sect had not sent an invitation, Lin Yi quickly regained his composure after a brief surprise. To put it simply, the Xinjiang Sword Sect did not hold the same sacredness in his heart as it did for ordinary cultivators in the Xinjiang domain. For Lin Yi, the Xinjiang Sword Sect was more of a transitional role. If he could join, that would be great. If he couldn't join, then joining another slightly lower tier force would also be acceptable. Because once he breaks through to the immortal realm and his strength is sufficient, he can contact the Yenkong True God through Qi to join the Redstone Sacred Land. That place is far superior to the Xinjiang Sword Sect. However, wanting to join the Redstone Sacred Land with my current strength is not enough. Even breaking through to the immortal realm would still be far from sufficient. After all, the fusion of water and fire true intent is considered powerful in the Xinjiang domain, but in the Redstone Sacred Land, it is insignificant. If I want to stand out in the Redstone Sacred Land, there are currently two ways. One is to comprehend the true intents of gold, wood, and earth and merge them with water and fire true intent to form the 5 elements true intent. Secondly, it is to comprehend the powerful secret techniques. However, right now, in terms of true intent, I have just begun to grasp the true intent of water, and I haven't even touched the edges of the true intents of gold, wood, and earth, so I currently have no way to improve. Therefore, if I want to continue enhancing my strength, I can only start from the level of secret techniques. With this thought, Lin Yi directly said to Qi, Lord Qi, I want to enter the Hall of All Methods. Alright. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, Qi's voice echoed in his mind. Then, a large door appeared around Lin Yi, and with a flicker of his figure, he stepped inside. In the Hall of All Methods, amidst the silent void of the universe, countless meteors, planets, and stars representing secret techniques still stood here, seemingly unchanged for eternity. Yet at this moment, Lin Yi had arrived here. Hall of All Methods, filter out the secret techniques that fuse the true intents of water and fire. As soon as he entered this dark void, Lin Yi spoke directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by Lin Yi's voice, countless shooting stars appeared before him. Begin filtering. Seeing the more than 1 million shooting stars, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shooting stars vanished, and in the blink of an eye, only 1% remained. Continue filtering. Noticing that among these secret techniques, there were still quite a few at the highest level that were merely at the Undying Realm and the Great Sun Realm, Lin Yi continued to speak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Yi's words fell, countless secret techniques disappeared again, but there were still quite a few left. Continue filtering. Continue filtering. In the Hall of All Methods, Lin Yi's voice echoed repeatedly, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 secret techniques remained. Only 3? Seeing that there were only 3 shooting stars left, Lin Yi frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. The secret techniques he had filtered out were all created by experts at the Chaos Realm. In the universe, the number of experts practicing the true intents of water and fire was relatively small. Among these experts, those who could reach the Chaos Realm and perfectly fuse were even rarer. Thus, although the Lord of Bloodshed was powerful, being able to collect 3 secret techniques for practicing the true intents of water and fire, all created by experts of the Chaos Realm, was already quite difficult. Let's see how powerful these 3 inheritances are. After calming his thoughts, Linny took a deep breath, then placed his finger on one of the shooting stars, beginning to accept the inheritance. Secret technique name, Glimmering. 9 strikes, remnant, level, Divine Body Realm introduction. Glimmering 9 strikes is a spear technique secret technique created by the master of the Glimmering Tower, an expert of the Chaos Realm from the 9 Nether domain. It integrates the paths of water and fire, capable of both offense and defense, with vast power. The entire technique consists of 9 strikes, with the first 3 corresponding to the Divine Body Realm, Undying Realm, and Great Sun Realm, while the last 6 correspond to the Chaos Realm level. After perfecting the 9 strikes, it is also top tier among many Chaos Realm secret techniques, with immense power. The master of the Glimmering Tower once used 1 strike to kill an ordinary Chaos Realm expert, shaking countless domains. 1 strike to kill a Chaos Realm expert? Such power, so strong? Seeing the introduction of this secret technique, Linny was shocked. It is important to note that Chaos Realm experts are beings comparable to a Chaos entity. For such beings, their divine body and soul have already merged into one, making them essentially undying. Therefore, it is generally very difficult for such experts to die. For them, their physical body and soul are no longer weaknesses. Even if they are reduced to cellular fragments, they can still instantly reassemble and revive. Thus, to kill such an existence, there is only one way. That is to use immense power to obliterate their divine body and soul down to the smallest particle level, until not a trace remains of their divine body. Only then can they be considered completely killed. But how difficult is it to obliterate the divine body of a Chaos Realm expert? After all, even cultivators at the Divine Body Realm, Immortal Realm, and Great Sun Realm can unleash much greater power when burning their divine bodies, let alone those in the Chaos Realm. Therefore, killing a Chaos Realm expert with a single strike is equivalent to instantly obliterating both the physical body and soul of that Chaos Realm being. The gap in strength must be at least dozens of times greater. No wonder the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall has such a powerful friend. The Master of the Radiant Light Tower is indeed formidable. Even if he is not as strong as the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall, he should be very close. Linny thought to himself as he looked at the Radiant Light 9 strikes. The strength of the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall is exceptionally powerful, as Qi had mentioned when referring to the Xangjiang Sword Sect. If his master were to unleash his full power, he could wipe out the entire Xangjiang Sword Sect in just 2 or 3 moves. This statement might be exaggerated, but at the very least, it proves that the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall can easily kill a Chaos Realm expert with a single strike, or even take out several Chaos Realm experts at once. Such strength is, of course, absurdly powerful. Let's see the next secret technique. Seeing the first one was already so formidable, Linny's anticipation surged as he reached for the next star. Secret technique name, Supreme Water and Fire Divine Fist, fragment, rank, Divine Body Realm description. The Supreme Water and Fire Divine Fist was created by an ordinary Chaos Realm expert from the Wind Gathering domain. Among the various Chaos Realm secret techniques, it is considered second-rate, with its complete version consisting of 8 layers. These correspond to the Divine Body, Immortal, Great Sun, and Chaos Realms. Once perfected, it is regarded as a decent offensive secret technique among second-rate Chaos Realm techniques. Only second-rate? Upon seeing this, Linny felt a slight disappointment. Although a second-rate Chaos Realm secret technique is still quite powerful, at least stronger than his Lava Immortal Body, and superior to his Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist, as well as the secret techniques of the Xangjiang Sword Sect. If he had obtained it under normal circumstances, Linny would have been very pleased. However, with the Radiant Light 9 strikes as a benchmark, looking at this Supreme Water and Fire Divine Fist left him feeling somewhat let down. Let's take a look at the last secret technique. Withdrawing his hand, Linny's thoughts turned, and he placed his palm on the final star. In the next moment, an overwhelming amount of information surged in, causing Linny's body to tremble, and his eyes revealed boundless joy. Secret technique name, Water and Fire Divine Eye, fragment, rank, Divine Body Realm description. The Water and Fire Divine Eye is a top-tier Chaos Realm secret technique created by a defiant Chaos Realm expert from the Yunmeng Divine Kingdom. 1 trillion years ago, later acquired by the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall by chance. The complete version consists of 7 layers, with the first 3 corresponding to the Divine Body Realm, Immortal Realm, and Great Sun Realm, while the last 4 correspond to the Chaos Realm level. This secret technique is extremely difficult to master, but once learned, its power is immensely strong. After mastering 1 layer, a divine eye can manifest in the center of the forehead. Subsequently, one can use this divine eye to transform the true essence of water and fire, shooting out boundless water and fire divine light attacks, exerting power far beyond the current realm. In addition, this divine eye possesses various functions, such as penetrating illusions, illuminating the 9 hells, exploring dangerous places, and seeing through countless illusions in the universe, making it one of the nemesis of many illusion-based techniques in the cosmos. What a remarkable water and fire divine eye. Truly a top-tier Chaos Realm secret technique. It is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the description of the Water and Fire Divine Eye in his mind, Linny felt excited. In the universe, Chaos Realm secret techniques can generally be divided into 4 levels: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and top-tier. The power of secret techniques varies by more than 10 times between each level. In remote domains like the Xangjiang domain, even if there are a few Chaos Realm experts, they are mostly quite ordinary among their peers. Therefore, in a domain like the Zhangjiang domain, the strongest secret techniques barely reach the second-rate level, far from the threshold of first-rate. As for top tier, that is even more unimaginable. The water and fire divine eye that Lin Yi has obtained is undoubtedly a secret technique far surpassing that of anyone in the Zhangjiang domain. Even the secret techniques cultivated by the mixed cave realm experts of the Zhangjiang sword sector likely inferior to his. With the water and fire divine eye, my strength should be able to reach a whole new level. If before, I could barely compare to a small success expert in the immortal realm, then after I cultivate the water and fire divine eye, my strength should be comparable to a major success expert in the immortal realm, just a step away from the peak of the immortal realm. Thinking of this, excitement sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. A major success expert in the immortal realm is an absolute overlord in a galaxy, with strength far exceeding that of an ordinary peak expert in the divine body realm by countless times. Lin Yi being able to compare to such figures even in the divine body realm is undoubtedly invincible among the same rank in the Zhangjiang domain. System, modify the secret technique water and fire divine eye to a time of 1 million years later. With his thoughts settled, Lin Yi directly commanded the system in his mind. Ding. Host. Command received, modifying the secret technique water and fire divine eye. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Soon, Lin Yi felt his understanding of the water and fire divine eye secret technique continuously improving. Water and fire divine eye first layer, entry. Water and fire divine eye first layer, small success. Water and fire divine eye first layer, great success. Water and fire divine eye first layer, perfection. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's secret technique had already reached the level of perfection. Just when Lin Yi thought this cultivation session was over, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, this modification has resulted in a critical hit with a critical multiplier of 3,000 times. 3,000 times. Upon hearing this number, Lin Yi's heart surged with joy. A multiplier of 3,000 is no small number. With such a high critical hit multiplier, to what level could his water and fire divine eye secret technique's power be enhanced? Could it possibly become a true divine level secret technique? With this thought, Lin Yi felt a sense of anticipation. Before he could fully comprehend it, he felt that his already perfected water and fire divine eye secret technique began to undergo another transformation, advancing to an even higher level. Boom! Accompanied by the system's modification, countless insights surged into Lin Yi's mind, supporting the continuous transformation of his secret technique's level. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 8 times, 9 times. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and before long, Lin Yi's secret technique had undergone 9 transformations. At this moment, it seemed that this secret technique had reached a limit. Finally, after the 10th transformation, the secret technique water and fire divine eye broke through a limit and reached a brand new level. Secret technique name, Chaotic Divine Eye, Fragment. Rank, Divine Body Realm Introduction. The Chaotic Divine Eye, a second-rate true divine realm secret technique, is derived from the top-tier mixed cave realm secret technique water and fire divine eye. Currently, it only has the first layer. Compared to the original water and fire divine eye, the chaotic eye not only retains the original technique's numerous functional characteristics, such as penetrating the illusory, illuminating the 9 hells, exploring dangerous places, and seeing through countless illusions in the universe, but it has also been greatly enhanced on that basis. Moreover, more importantly, after the water and fire divine eye transformed into the chaotic true eye, the types of true meanings that this secret technique can convert are no longer limited to the true meanings of water and fire, but can convert any true meaning in the world, thus shooting out boundless chaotic divine light from the divine eye. Furthermore, the more true meanings converted, the stronger the power of the chaotic divine light. Chaotic divine light. The chaotic divine eye can convert various true meanings. This true divine level secret technique is so powerful. Seeing the introduction of the secret technique chaotic divine eye, Lin Yi was completely shocked. I in the universe, specific secret techniques generally correspond to specific true meanings. For example, lava immortal body and crimson dragon heavenly fist correspond to the true meaning of fire. Water and fire divine eye corresponds to the true meaning of water and fire, while the golden sword 8 slashes corresponds to the true meaning of gold. These secret techniques that correspond to true meanings can only be activated using that specific true meaning. When using other true meanings, these secret techniques become unusable and ineffective. However, now this chaos divine eye can actually allow any true meaning to be transformed and used, and as the number of true meanings increases, its power also grows stronger. Doesn't this mean that even if Lin Yi comprehends more true meanings in the future, he can instantly unleash combat power? Unlike before, when even comprehending the true meaning of water and fire, he couldn't fully exert its power and could only rely on the inherent power of the true meaning to crush Sarutobi? Let's try the power of the Chaos Divine Eye and see if it's as miraculous as the system describes. With this thought, Lin Yi could no longer contain his excitement, suddenly standing up, and his consciousness had already entered the Zhangjiang primordial universe through Shaoyi. In the Zhangjiang primordial universe, amidst the cosmic void, a star shone brightly in the distance. Surrounding the star, there were more than a dozen celestial bodies of varying sizes orbiting around it. Among them, the largest was about the size of Jupiter in the solar system, 100 times the volume of the blue planet, while the smallest was only as large as the moon. Almost there. In the cosmic void, Lin Yi murmured softly, adjusting the mass and volume of the surrounding stars and planets to resemble ordinary celestial bodies in reality, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then, with a thought, he activated the divine level secret technique Chaos Divine Eye. Buzz. Countless lights illuminated the void. At that moment, a myriad of brilliant lights burst forth from Lin Yi's forehead, gathering infinite energy that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Under the illumination of this myriad of lights, a piece of chaos was opened up before him, and the void was pierced inch by inch. Chaos divine light. Feeling the energy within him gathering to its limit and the true meanings of water and fire in the world being fully mobilized, transforming into an even more miraculous energy in his forehead, Lin Yi let out a low shout. The next moment, boom! In the dark cosmic void, a dazzlingly bright white beam shot out from Lin Yi's heavenly eye on his forehead. With an incredibly terrifying speed, it directly struck the small celestial body the size of the moon. Bang! Bang! Boom! As the brilliant divine light fell upon the small celestial body, it was as if an unparalleled natural disaster had occurred on that star. Countless mountains collapsed in pieces, countless streams were instantly evaporated, chunks of the crust shattered, and countless magma surged from the depths. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, the entire celestial body disintegrated, breaking into massive meteorite fragments. After piercing through this celestial body, the energy of the chaos divine light had not yet been exhausted, still forming a terrifying beam that shot towards the distant dark void until it became unreachable. This chaos divine eye is so powerful. Looking at the shattered celestial body in the distance, Lin Yi retracted the divine light from his forehead, his eyes filled with delight. An indestructible realm powerhouse with boundless indestructible divine power is indeed immeasurable in might. However, a typical newly entered first-level indestructible realm powerhouse, when facing a celestial body the size of the moon, could at most penetrate it with a single strike. As for shattering and disintegrating it, one would need to at least reach a small success in the first level of the indestructible realm. But now, with Lin Yi's strike from the Chaos Divine Eye, not only did it shatter this celestial body, but there was also plenty of residual power. This indicates that Lin Yi's strike, at least in terms of attack, far surpassed that of an ordinary first-level indestructible realm powerhouse. Let's continue to try. Seeing such gratifying results from the Chaos Divine Light, Lin Yi naturally couldn't help but press on with a thought. In the next moment, the divine power within him and the true essence of water and fire in the world were once again mobilized, forming billions of rays of light at his brow. Sizzle! Accompanied by a sound as if the void itself were being torn apart, a terrifying chaotic divine light shot out from Lin Yi's brow, striking a star roughly the size of Blue Star. Boom! Another series of sounds reminiscent of apocalyptic disasters erupted. Under the attack of Lin Yi's chaotic divine light, this star was shattered into fragments, scattering in the void of the universe. It can actually be shattered. It seems this star hasn't reached the limit of the chaotic divine light. Seeing the star the size of Blue Star being shattered again by the chaotic divine light, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel even more delighted. To shatter a cosmic star of Blue Star's size, even a typical first-level Immortal Realm expert would find it impossible. Only a peak first-level Immortal Realm expert could achieve this. And now that Lin Yi's chaotic divine light could do the same and still had remaining power, it indicated that his attack was already stronger than many peak first-level Immortal Realm experts. Let's try again. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart stirred and he unleashed the chaotic divine eye repeatedly, sending out 7 or 8 chaotic divine lights in all directions. Finally, he tested the power of the chaotic divine light. The attack power is about twice that of an ordinary peak first-level Immortal Realm expert, but compared to a beginner's second-level Immortal Realm expert, it is much weaker, roughly positioned between the two. Lin Yi murmured to himself, quite satisfied with the power of this divine-level secret technique. After all, before obtaining this secret technique, Lin Yi's strength could barely match that of a minor first-level Immortal Realm expert, and among minor first-level Immortal Realm experts, he was at the bottom. But now, under the enhancement of the chaotic divine eye, his strength surpassed that of a peak first-level Immortal Realm expert, instantly elevating him by at least 2 minor levels. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Alright, since I have now completed the testing of the secret technique's power, it's time to leave the Tsunjiang Primordial Universe. By the way, before breaking through to the Immortal Realm, I still have one chance to participate in the third assessment of the Divine Body Realm left by the Blood Red Hall Master. I'll go and see if I can obtain any unexpected treasures. With this thought, Lin Yi felt a surge of anticipation. The third assessment of the Divine Body Realm was the most difficult and offered the most precious rewards prepared by the Blood Red Hall Master for the inheritors of the Divine Body Realm. As long as he passed the assessment, the treasures he could obtain would definitely far exceed everything he currently possessed. After all, even the few puppets from the second assessment were treasures that countless ordinary third-level Immortal Realm experts in the universe coveted. Let's go out and explore. With this thought, Lin Yi could no longer contain his curiosity and directly focused his mind, leaving the Tsunjiang Primordial Universe. After Lin Yi departed, the cosmic space of the Tsunjiang Primordial Universe instantly collapsed into silence, leaving not a trace. Although named Tsunjiang, the Tsunjiang Primordial Universe was not constructed or controlled by the Tsunjiang Sword Sect, which also did not have the authority to manipulate the Tsunjiang Primordial Universe. For the Tsunjiang Primordial Universe, the Tsunjiang Sword Sect was merely akin to renting a server. The true control center of the Primordial Universe was in the hands of the lofty Red Stone Sacred Land. Thus, Lin Yi dared to boldly experiment with the chaotic divine eye in the Primordial Universe. Otherwise, no matter how curious he was, he would never have tested this secret technique in the Primordial Universe. Lord Qi, I am now going to participate in the third assessment of the Divine Body Realm left by the Blood Red Hall Master. After leaving the Tsunjiang Primordial Universe, and returning to the blood-red hall, Lin Yi immediately spoke to the void. In less than a second, the void twisted and she appeared instantly, then sent Lin Yi into the 9 Extreme Haori Tower. In the second layer of the 9 Extreme Haori Tower, amidst an endless desert, sand and stones were scattered everywhere, flames soared, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles had almost become a sea of fire. In the midst of this fiery domain, Lin Yi unleashed the lava-indestructible body, transforming into a giant towering over 100,000 feet, while continuously throwing punches that unleashed fiery red divine dragons clashing against a massive earth-colored giant. Boom! 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 The terrifying sounds of explosions echoed, each strike far more powerful than billions of nuclear bombs detonating. In this boundless desert, the two fought and retreated, leaving a path of land that sank for tens of thousands of kilometers, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Finally, after a fierce battle lasting half an hour, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he seized an opening and landed a punch on the giant's head. Boom! Under Lin Yi's overwhelming divine power, the giant's massive head was instantly shattered. Then, the giant's divine power spread, attempting to reassemble and grow its head. Unfortunately, boom! 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 The earth-shattering explosions rang out as Lin Yi continued to throw punches, giving the earth-colored giant no chance to reform its head. In the blink of an eye, the giant, standing over 100,000 feet tall, was obliterated, reduced to a pile of yellow sand. Huff finally killed it, without using the true essence of water and fire, relying solely on the perfected fourth level of the true essence of fire. Passing this third test of the divine body is indeed quite challenging. In the desert, Lin Yi shrank his body back to his original form and smiled slightly. This time, it wasn't that Lin Yi was deliberately hiding his strength. Rather, it was because the artifact spirit Jiujing was not like Qi, who had already been subdued by Lin Yi and was wholeheartedly thinking for him. If he displayed too much power, it might raise Jiujing's suspicion about his possession of a powerful source divine weapon. Therefore, to curry favor with a true god, it was not impossible for Jiujing to report him to other true gods. I'm out. Watching the earth-colored giant turn into yellow sand and gradually merge with the surrounding sand, Lin Yi felt a stir in his heart and left this space. Lin Yi, are you done? If you're done, let's go get the treasures. Seeing Lin Yi emerge from the Jiujing Haori Tower, Qi, who had been waiting outside, smiled slightly and said, "Yeah, let's go pick some treasures." Lin Yi smiled and nodded, allowing Qi to lead him out of this space. In the silent silver-white room, there was still nothing around, only a massive virtual screen in the center displaying various treasures. Suddenly, the void twisted and Lin Yi and Qi arrived here. Then, Qi seemed to suddenly remember something and abruptly spoke. "Lin Yi, since you've passed the third test of the divine body realm, you can choose treasures that are 1 or 2 levels higher. I usually don't interfere with your choice of treasures, it's entirely up to you. But this time, I suddenly thought of a few items that you might be interested in." "Oh, what are they?" Hearing this, Lin Yi was a bit curious and couldn't help but ask Qi. Gengjin Original Stone, Imu Heart, Johu Earth. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Qi quickly listed the names of 3 treasures. Gengjin Original Stone, Imu Heart, Johu Earth. What are these? Upon hearing these 3 names, Lin Yi murmured softly and then inquired. Seeing this, she hurriedly explained, "Lin Yi, the so-called Gengjin Original Stone, Imu Heart, and Johu Earth are all magical treasures found in the universe. These treasures generally originate from the early period of the universe's creation. At that time, the universe had just been opened, and the true essence and great paths were not as complete and restrained as they are now. They occasionally manifested in a tangible form within the universe. And when these true essences and great paths manifested, if there were suitable mediums nearby, those mediums could absorb a trace of true essence and great paths and store them. And if a cultivator obtains these mediums, they can refine the residual true meanings and great principles within, thus quickly mastering a certain true meaning or great principle." What? Storing true meanings and great principles, such a miraculous substance actually exists in this world. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was immediately shocked. Indeed, the universe is full of wonders. There are even substances that can store true meanings and great principles. One must understand that true meanings and great principles are incredibly profound, intangible, and even difficult to describe. Yet, this so-called Gungold or Ewood Heart and Johu Earth can actually store the true meanings of heaven and earth. How unbelievable is that? Lin Yi, this does sound quite astonishing, but the fact is just as it is, she explained upon seeing Lin Yi's shocked expression. The universe is incredibly mysterious, filled with all sorts of unimaginable things that exceed human imagination. Moreover, our universe is a multi-dimensional universe. So, aside from the vast and boundless source universe we currently inhabit, beyond our universe there are countless smaller universes, dimensions, and planes as vassals. These universes, dimensions, and planes, being smaller, may only be the size of a star in our universe, truly insignificant. And the larger ones can have diameters reaching a fraction of our source universe, even 1/10, making them seemingly endless. Therefore, within such a vast range and base, it is possible for anything beyond your imagination to occur. You must learn to accept that. Qi looked at Lin Yi, silently explaining. A multi-dimensional universe, countless dimensions, universes, and planes as vassals? Hearing Qi's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. After pondering for a while, he finally unraveled some of his previous doubts. A multi-dimensional universe, so that's how it is. No wonder this universe is unimaginably vast. Even a single Sungjiang domain contains countless star regions and billions of river systems. A domain cluster is even comparable to an entire universe in the time and space of the previous Earth, with a diameter reaching hundreds of billions of light years. As for the entire area ruled by the Red Stone Sacred Land, its vastness is beyond comprehension. It turns out this is because the universe he inhabits is the source universe among countless universes. With that said, it makes sense why this universe is so enormous. After all, this is the core and center of a multi-dimensional universe. If it weren't large enough, how could it allow other universes, dimensions, and planes to become vassals? Alright, Lin Yi, let's not discuss the multi-dimensional universe for now. In any case, once you join the Zhangjiang Sword Sect, you'll have the opportunity to enter the small universe planes controlled by the sect for training. For now, let's discuss whether you want to choose the Gung-Gold or Yiwood Heart or Jiuhu Earth. You can probably guess the effects of these items without me saying much. Among them, the Gung-Gold ore is a treasure that contains the true meaning of gold. The Yiwood Heart is a treasure that contains the true meaning of wood. As for the last, the Jiuhu Earth, it is a treasure that contains the true meaning of earth. You can only choose one of these three. Which one you choose depends on which true meaning you wish to comprehend first. What? Choosing one can help me comprehend a true meaning? Truly a treasure from the time of the universe's inception. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a slight joy in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, then, I'll choose the Gung-Gold. Or, the Gung-Gold ore, a treasure that contains the true meaning of gold. And gold is associated with killing and warfare. Therefore, once he chooses this treasure and comprehends the true meaning of gold, the power of the chaotic divine light transformed by his chaotic divine eye will surely be stronger than the other two true meanings. Thus, the Gung-Gold ore is naturally the first choice among the three treasures. Good. Since you choose the Gung-Gold ore, then, as you wish. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, she nodded slightly, then, reaching out into the void, in the next moment, a small stone the size of a longan appeared in his hand, radiating golden light all over. Is this the Gangjin original stone? Just this little bit can help me comprehend the true meaning of gold? Seeing this tiny stone in Qi's hand, Lin Yi was also somewhat shocked. Ha ha, of course it can. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Qi smiled slightly and explained, Lin Yi, don't be fooled by the small size of this Gangjin original stone. Its quality is quite high, and it contains a significant amount of the true meaning of gold. So, even if you've never come into contact with the true meaning of gold, the true meaning contained in this Gangjin original stone is enough to help you reach the entry level of the first layer of the true meaning of gold. Alright, I won't say much more. You'll know how miraculous this Gangjin original stone is once you try it yourself. After finishing, she smiled and casually tossed the longan-sized Gangjin original stone to Lin Yi. This weight. The moment Lin Yi reached out to catch the Gangjin original stone, his expression changed instantly. He felt a slight heaviness in his hand, as if a small meteorite had just crashed down. This weight must exceed 100 billion pounds. Carefully sensing the weight of the Gangjin original stone, Lin Yi was somewhat shocked. This Gangjin original stone truly deserves its reputation as a treasure that can store the true meanings of heaven and earth. Not to mention, just the density alone is astonishingly terrifying. A mere stone with a diameter of 2 to 3 centimeters weighs in at the level of 100 billion pounds. If it were the size of a soccer ball, wouldn't even an ordinary divine body realm expert find it hard to lift? Lin Yi silently speculated, but then he self-deprecatingly smiled. How precious is the Gangjin original stone? Even this longan-sized one already has a value that subtly exceeds that of a peak 7th tier treasure. If it were the size of a soccer ball, its value would likely far exceed that of a peak 9th tier treasure, approaching that of the Blood Red Hall. Such a treasure would drive even a peak 3rd layer Daylight Realm expert crazy, and even Chaos Realm experts would be envious and eager. What does mere weight matter? Alright, Lin Yi, since you've chosen your treasure, you should now focus on cultivating in the Blood Red Hall and refine this Gangjin original stone. I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing Lin Yi deep in thought while looking at the Gangjin original stone, she also reminded him, and then his figure vanished before Lin Yi's eyes. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi immediately left that space. In the Blood Red Hall, within an ordinary secret chamber, the walls were a silvery white, and the chamber was empty except for a mat placed in the center for meditation and cultivation. At this moment, with a shift in the void, Lin Yi's figure appeared here, landing before that mat. Let's begin. With a slight surge of divine power within him, Lin Yi adjusted his state and then sat down on the mat. At the same time, his divine power instantly released like a large hand, controlling the Gangjin original stone, which weighed 100 billion pounds, to float before him. Finally, he unleashed strands of divine power, forming threads that began to pierce into the Gangjin original stone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the void. The moment Lin Yi's divine power penetrated the Gangjin original stone, it began to tremble slightly. On its surface, countless golden rays of light were released, illuminating the entire secret chamber like a small sun. However, compared to the sun's brilliance, the golden rays emitted by this Gangjin original stone had no sense of heat whatsoever. Instead, it was replaced by a tingling sensation akin to being pierced by swords. However, this tingling feeling was very slight, and with Lin Yi's current formidable divine body, he could completely ignore it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Yi's divine power began to surge more vigorously into the Gangjin original stone, the speed of its rotation also began to accelerate rapidly. Moreover, with each rotation, its size would imperceptibly decrease a little. Within the reduced Gung-Gold ore lies the true essence of gold, which enters Lin Yi's divine body through the threads of divine power, and astonishingly merges with him, transforming into his own understanding. What a marvelous feeling, what a terrifying speed of comprehension. This terrifying speed of comprehension is billions of times faster than my previous understanding. No wonder this Gung-Gold ore is so precious. As the true essence of gold enters his divine body and transforms into insights in his mind, Lin Yi feels an exhilarating surge in his progress. The speed of advancement is truly astonishing, so much so that Lin Yi can hardly believe it. If before, his understanding of the true essence was akin to a snail's crawl, now, through refining this gung-gold ore, his comprehension speed is equivalent to boarding a plane. This speed is on a completely different level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a day and night have gone by. In the void, the gung-gold ore rapidly dissolves under Lin Yi's divine power. The gung-gold ore, originally the size of a longan, now shrinks to the size of a sesame seed. Finally, after about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the sesame-sized gung-gold ore is refined by Lin Yi. At this moment, his understanding of the true essence of gold reaches a limit. True essence of gold, break. He feels the omnipresent true essence of gold in the void, almost within reach. On the meditation cushion in the secret chamber of the blood-red hall, Lin Yi suddenly opens his eyes, and his brilliant gaze seems to burst with divine light. The next moment, sizzle! Two solid beams of golden light shoot out from Lin Yi's eyes, as if piercing through heaven and earth. At the same time, the vast and unmatched true essence of gold descends beside Lin Yi, surrounding him. True essence of gold, comprehend. To comprehend the true essence of gold. So quickly, this gung-gold ore is truly magical. Lin Yi mutters to himself, his eyes bursting with brilliance, his heart filled with joy. After years of cultivation, comprehending two true essences, this is the first time he has grasped one so easily. This feeling, it must be said, is incredibly satisfying. System, help me modify the true essence of gold. Set the modification time to 1 million years later. Slightly calming his mind, Lin Yi then commands the system in his mind. The system immediately responds. Ding. Host command received. System modifying. Ding. Congratulations, host. This modification is a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 30 times. 30 times? Another critical hit? Hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Lin Yi is taken aback, then filled with delight. 30 times, though a small number, is immense in the context of true essence cultivation. A 10 times critical hit is equivalent to an additional 2,990 years of cultivation. Such a gap is absolutely terrifying. So, after so much time spent in cultivation, to what level will his true essence of gold reach? 5th minor completion. Or 5th major completion? With this thought, Lin Yi is filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the realm of the true essence he comprehends begins to soar. True essence of gold, 1st level entry. True essence of gold, 2nd level entry. True essence of gold, 3rd level entry. The system's power rapidly modifies, and Lin Yi's realm of true essence instantly rises from the 1st level to the 5th minor completion. By this time, the system's power is nearly exhausted. Is it still only at the peak of the 5th minor completion? Feeling the system's power almost depleted in his mind, Lin Yi feels a slight disappointment. 30 times, this critical hit is still a bit small. If it were 35 times, 40 times, or if his comprehension were even stronger, then this time his true essence of gold would definitely reach the 5th major completion. At that point, relying solely on the true essence of gold, his power would be enough to rival the fusion of water and fire. True essences, with the enhancement of the true meaning of gold, the true god-level secret technique Chaos Divine Eye could have its power increased by more than double. Instead of the current increase of only 60 to 70%, this would open up a whole new world. Lin Yi felt a bit regretful. However, just as he was about to get up, the already highly active true meaning of gold in the world suddenly pulsed. Again, he also sensed that the true meaning of gold he had already mastered had suddenly surged in power once more. This is it, the true meaning of gold has broken through to the 5th major level. Feeling the sudden surge in power, Lin Yi's eyes widened, filled with surprise. Indeed, when one reaches the end of the road, a new path appears. The system truly lives up to its name. It really is quite powerful. A 30-fold critical hit could actually break the limits, helping his true meaning of gold to break through from the peak of the 5th minor level to the 5th major level at the last moment, which was indeed a great surprise for him. Good. Very good. The true meaning of gold has broken through to the 5th major level. Not only has my Chaos Divine Eye's power doubled, truly reaching the 2nd level of the indestructible realm. From now on, this also represents an additional means for me, allowing for more ways to counter my enemies. As Lin Yi spoke, his eyes sparkled with divine light. The 5 elements' true meanings, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each represented a different direction. For instance, gold represents sharpness, water represents defense, fire represents explosion, and so on. Therefore, the more one comprehends a sufficiently powerful true meaning, the more means one has to counter different situations. If previously, the true meaning at the peak of the 5th minor level was helpless against the true meanings of water and fire, its power was insufficient, and there was no way to deal with it. Now, with the 5th major level of the true meaning of gold, it might just have a way to resolve problems that the true meanings of water and fire could not. After all, in certain specific situations, sharpness is indeed more effective than gentleness or explosiveness. As for the Chaos Divine Eye, the secret technique consumes too much. With the current increase in power, the consumption is even greater. With Lin Yi's current divine power, he could only unleash about 7 or 8 attacks at full force before exhausting himself. Therefore, this could only be used as a trump card. Under normal circumstances, he still had to rely on other true meanings. Lin Yi silently thought. Then, he went to the Enlightenment Hall to fully comprehend the inheritance of the Radiant 9 Strikes body technique. After learning 2 more secret techniques of the true meaning of gold named Golden Light and Meteoric Golden Sword, he left the blood Red Hall. At this point, Lin Yi's strength had reached a bottleneck. Meanwhile, far away in the Tsunjiang Sword Sect, news finally arrived. Ding ding. Master, you have received an email from the Tsunjiang Sword Sect. Would you like to check it? Oh, the Tsunjiang Sword Sect has finally sent news, let's check it. Hearing the message from the intelligent Xiaoyi, Lin Yi's eyes brightened slightly. Yes, Master. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Xiaoyi immediately responded. Then, a virtual screen appeared before Lin Yi, displaying the content of the email. Hello Lin Yi, I am Zhang Su, the 9th disciple under the Xian Yuan ancestor of the Tsunjiang Sword Sect. Recently, my master discovered your exceptional talent and believes you have the potential to achieve the realm of the Chaos Void. Therefore, I was specially sent to inquire if you would be willing to join our Tsunjiang Sword Sect and become the 19th direct disciple under my master. If you are willing, please reply to my message within 3 days and I will come to pick you up as soon as possible. If you are not willing, simply ignore this email. What? Tsunjiang Sword Sect. Xian Yuan ancestor, the ancestor of the Sword Sect, a legendary figure of the Chaos Void? I actually attracted the attention of such a person? Upon seeing this email, Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock and surprise. Although he knew that the commotion he caused was not small, he thought it would only attract the attention of a peak existence at the 3rd level of the Daylight Realm in the Tsunjiang Sword Sect. After all, in the realm of the Mixed Void, looking across the Tsunjiang domain, that is undoubtedly an invincible powerhouse. Even in the universe, they belong to the ranks of significant figures. Only in the original universe do such existences seem numerous and somewhat ordinary, but if placed in those subordinate universes, such powerhouses are absolutely supreme ancestors, or even existences on par with or surpassing the heavenly Tao of a realm. Such beings are generally high above, indifferent to the affairs of the mortal world. They only occasionally glance down, overlooking the human realm. Unexpectedly, this time I was so lucky to catch the attention of such an existence and be accepted as a disciple. Xiaoyi quickly replied to the message, just say that. I, Lin Yi, am willing to join the Tsunjiang Sword Sect and become a disciple of the Xian Yuan ancestor. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This is a living mixed void existence. Although not as powerful as the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall, they still dominate the domain, and a single glance could crush him countless times. Since they have the intention to take him as a disciple, he must quickly cling to this powerful figure. After all, a mixed void existence holds a high status even within the Redstone Sacred Land. Even if he joins the Redstone Sacred Land in the future, he might not be able to guarantee that he could become a disciple of a mixed void powerhouse. Ding! After replying to the email, within seconds, another email response arrived in the intelligent Xiaoyi. Inside, there were only a few short words. Good. Since Junior Brother has agreed, please wait in place for a few days and I will come immediately. The email was brief, but in those few short words, the warmth of Zhang Su was evident, completely different from the previous cold politeness. This response also lifted Lin Yi's spirits, and a smile appeared on his face. Great. Then I will wait for the senior brother for a few days. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the manor on Yen G Star, Lin Yi was still practicing normally. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation rippled through the void, and a figure appeared as if traversing the void, drawing no attention from anyone on Yen G Star. Even the most sophisticated machines on the star failed to detect the arrival of the person who suddenly appeared before Lin Yi. Sensing an extremely unfamiliar aura suddenly appear beside him, Lin Yi immediately opened his eyes. He then saw a middle-aged man dressed in blue, with a handsome face, smiling as he looked at him. You are Senior Brother Zhang? Seeing the kind smile in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lin Yi quickly guessed the identity of the visitor. That's right, Junior Brother is indeed clever, worthy of being the disciple favored by the master. Upon seeing Lin Yi guess his identity, the middle-aged man nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ha ha, Senior Brother. Overpraises. Seeing the visitor confirm that he was indeed the senior brother he had never met, Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the manor he was currently in was one of the most upscale manors on Yen G Star, reputed to be impenetrable except by a great Sun Realm powerhouse. Moreover, since he revealed his extraordinary talent, the emperor of the Chunlong Empire had personally dispatched several first-level Great Sun Realm powerhouses to guard around his manor to prevent any accidents. But now, since this middle-aged man could so easily evade everyone's attention and all the alarm systems to appear before him, it indicated that he was at least a powerhouse of the 3rd level or above in the Great Sun Realm. If such a powerhouse had any ill intentions towards him, then Lin Yi would have no choice but to expose the Crimson Blood Hall and hide within it, fearing there would be no other way out. Lin Yi thought silently, while on the other side, Zhang Su smiled and spoke. Junior Brother, since you have recognized my identity, I won't waste words. The master has ordered me to bring you back to the sect as soon as possible. If you have anything to prepare here, please do so quickly. If not, then let's set off to meet the master. Senior Brother, I've already arranged everything on my end, and Junior Brother can return to the sect with us now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately nodded and said, during these 5 days, he had already made contact with the high-ranking officials of the Chunlong Empire. Everything regarding Blue Star and the events in the Milky Way had been arranged and dealt with. The Chunlong Empire, in order to win him over, not only dispatched dozens of interstellar fleets carrying a large amount of supplies to transform Blue Star and enhance its overall strength, but also specifically sent a powerful figure from the Great Sun Realm to guard Blue Star. So, he truly had no worries now and could fully unleash his strength to head to the Tsunjiang Sword Sect. Great! Junior brother, let's set off. Upon hearing this, Jiangsu also smiled in satisfaction, waving his hand, and Lin Yi felt an immense force enveloping him. Then, whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi found himself in a strange spaceship, shuttling through space. Seeing this miraculous method, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not shuttling through space, it's just that my speed is so fast that it creates an illusion." Lin Yi's words had barely left his mouth when Jiangsu shook his head and explained, "Space and time are the two supreme paths in the universe, far surpassing all other paths. These two paths are incredibly powerful to the extent that they cannot be touched by anyone below the mixed whole realm. Thus, in the universe beneath all paths there is true meaning. However, the paths of time and space do not even have true meaning. To comprehend time and space, one must at least reach the level of the mixed whole realm. As for your senior brother, I am still far from that step." At this point, Jiangsu showed a hint of self-deprecation. Although he had reached the peak of the Great Sun realm, he was still too far from the mixed whole realm, to the point that he hadn't even touched its edges. "I see. Senior brother, please don't be discouraged. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, there will surely be a day when you achieve the mixed whole realm." Seeing this, Lin Yi first nodded slightly, then smiled and comforted him. Achieving the mixed whole realm is not that easy. In the vast Sanjiang domain, there have only been a few who have reached the mixed whole realm in nearly 100 billion years. But since junior brother is so earnest, I must thank you for your kind words." Upon hearing this, Jiangsu didn't mind and just laughed heartily, then continued, "Junior brother, since you have already joined the Tsangjiang Sword Sect, let's take this time while we return to the sect for me to tell you about our Tsangjiang Sword Sect so you can have a deeper understanding of our sect." After saying this, Jiangsu paused slightly as if organizing his thoughts, and after about a breath or two, he spoke again. "Our Tsangjiang Sword Sect was established 132.8 billion years ago by the great Tsangjiang ancestor in the Tsangjiang domain, and it is a mixed whole level force. At the time of its founding, our sect was not large, with only the Tsangjiang ancestor as a mixed whole realm powerhouse. Later, after 100 billion years of development, our Tsangjiang Sword Sect once thrived, with more than 10 mixed whole realm ancestors in the sect. It also experienced decline, with only one mixed whole realm ancestor supporting it. Until this generation, although our sect disciples have not surpassed the ancestors of the prosperous period. However, over these 100 billion years, our strength can be considered neither too big nor too small. On the surface, there are 4 mixed whole realm ancestors, namely Dongxiao, Yuanyi, Jinling, and Xianyuan. Beneath these 4 ancestors, there are 1,891 ordinary elders at the 3rd level of the Great Sun realm. Additionally, there are 43 peak elders at the 3rd level of the Great Sun realm who have comprehended the opposite true meaning. These elders form the Elder Council, working together with the sect master to handle the affairs of the sect and manage our Tsangjiang Sword Sect's hundreds of millions of disciples. Of course, these managed disciples are merely servants, outer sect and inner sect disciples. A true disciple like you, junior brother, holds a status equivalent to an ordinary triple sun realm elder, so naturally, they are not under their jurisdiction. Oh, equivalent to a triple sun realm powerhouse, that status is indeed high. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly. In the context of a star domain, a triple sun realm cultivator is an absolute powerhouse. In the Chunlong Empire where Lin Yi resides, there is only one such powerhouse, the Empire's ancestor, who has the final say. Before this ancestor, the entire Chunlong star domain crawls at his feet. If he were to become angry, even the emperor of the Chunlong Empire would have to tremble in fear. Yet Lin Yi, who is merely at the divine body realm, can have a status comparable to such a powerhouse, which shows how much the Tsangjiang Sword Sect values its true disciples. May I ask, senior brother, with such a high status for true disciples, what benefits do they receive? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was not dazed by the so-called high status. Instead, he directly got to the point and asked rationally, "Good question." Jiangsu nodded in approval, his eyes filled with admiration. A mere divine body realm, and one who comes from a small place, suddenly has such an elevated status. Not only has he not been dazed by this high status, but he also quickly thought of the practical benefits. Lin Yi's temperament is indeed quite rational. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Jiangsu secretly admired him, while explaining, as true disciples, they are the absolute talents of our Tsangjiang Sword Sect, seeds of the Chaos Realm, and naturally, they have very high privileges and numerous benefits. In summary, the greatest benefits should be 3. Oh, may I ask what those 3 are? Lin Yi inquired eagerly, and Jiangsu immediately replied, "Firstly, it is the secret method inheritance. In our Tsangjiang Sword Sect, every true disciple can freely choose 3 secret methods that lead directly to the Chaos Realm. These inheritances are extremely precious. If exchanged for contributions within the sect, the amount required for each would be considered massive. Now, receiving 3 for free is one of the benefits our sect offers to disciples. Secondly, as true disciples, each one receives 10,000 sect contributions as initial capital upon their first promotion or joining to help them enhance their strength. You must know, 10,000 sect contributions are very precious. In our Tsangjiang Sword Sect, even an inner sect disciple at the Triple Undying Realm would find it very difficult to accumulate 10,000 contributions in their lifetime. What? 10,000 contributions are actually so much? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. The Triple Undying Realm disciples of the Tsangjiang Sword Sect are absolutely tenfold or 100-fold stronger than ordinary Triple Undying Realm cultivators outside Therefore, the wealth they can accumulate in their lifetime far exceeds that of ordinary, undying realm cultivators by thousands or tens of thousands of times. Given that it is so difficult to gather 10,000 contributions, the preciousness of this amount is evident. May I ask, senior brother, can this 10,000 contribution points be exchanged for treasures, like Genjin Origin Stone, Imu Heart, or Juhutu? If so, how much can be exchanged? Linny couldn't help but ask. For him now, the most important thing is to comprehend the true meanings of wood and earth. Everything else must take a back seat. If this 10,000 contribution points could allow him to comprehend the first level of both wood and earth, then spending it all would be worth it. Linny thought silently, but Jiang Su's answer left him somewhat disappointed. Oh, junior brother even knows about treasures like Genjin Origin Stone and Imu Heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Su was first a bit surprised, then replied, treasures like Genjin Origin Stone and Imu Heart are extremely precious, and even within our Sangjiang sword sect they are not stored in large quantities, hence their prices are very high. Generally, it's just that a certain disciple is willing to spend contribution points to exchange for someone breaking through a bottleneck. So, 10,000 contribution points can roughly be exchanged for 700 billion pounds of Genjin Raw Stone, 3 Imu Hearts, and 320 billion pounds of Johu Earth. Is that all? Upon hearing this, Linny felt a bit disappointed. 700 billion pounds of Genjin Raw Stone sounds like a lot, but in fact it's 300 billion pounds less than the small piece of Genjin Raw Stone he absorbed before. And since 3 Imu Hearts and 320 billion pounds of Johu Earth can be compared with 700 billion pounds of Genjin Raw Stone, it indicates that their values should be equivalent. In other words, 10,000 contribution points can't even allow Linny to fully comprehend a single true meaning. The Johu Earth and Imu Hearts are indeed ridiculously expensive, Linny silently complained. However, thinking it over, 1,000 billion pounds of Genjin Raw Stone is already a peak 7th tier treasure, close to an 8th tier one. In a sect like the Sangjiang Sword Sect, which has many disciples, such a rare treasure could truly rival an 8th tier heavy treasure. And 8th tier heavy treasures are extremely difficult to obtain for a second realm Daylight Realm expert. With that in mind, the pricing seems reasonable again. Calming his emotions, Linny then asked Jiang Su, senior brother, having discussed the first two benefits, what is the third benefit? The third benefit is the most precious among the three, and it is something that all disciples and elders of the Sangjiang Sword Sect yearn for immensely. As he spoke, a glint appeared in Jiang Su's eyes, that is, every true disciple has the opportunity to enter an affiliated universe controlled by our sword sect once during the Divine Body Realm, Indestructible Realm, and Daylight Realm, affiliated universe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't care much about secret techniques because, although the Sangjiang Sword Sect has a long history, it doesn't have a powerhouse comparable to the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall. Therefore, while they might have collected more secret techniques than the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall, their levels are certainly not as high. As for 10,000 contributions, it isn't enough for him at the moment. Thus, the first two benefits were only moderately appealing to Linny, far from meeting his previous expectations. But the affiliated universe was different. An affiliated universe is a cosmic space that is far less stable than the original universe. In such a place, the true meanings of heaven and earth and the great Tao are not as restrained as in the original universe, making them easier to comprehend. If he were to encounter an affiliated universe that had just recently opened, it would be a treasure trove, enough to entice even experts in the Chaos Realm or True God Realm. However, the Sangjiang Sword Sect is just a small force at the domain level, and there are only a few ordinary level ancestors in the Chaos Realm within the sect. Therefore, the probability of them possessing such newly formed universes should be low. Even so, being able to enter one would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for Linny. After all, this is still a universe, a formed universe, and the treasures within it might be things that the original universe has never possessed. If he could obtain suitable heavy treasures, they might be even more beneficial to Linny than Johu Earth or Imu Hearts. Linny thought to himself, filled with anticipation. Seeing Linny's expression, Jiang Su nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Linny, he left the space to head to the training room. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. On this day, within the Sangjiang Sword Sect, a fish-like flying ship swayed its tail. Like a fish swimming in the sea, it swiftly covered an infinite distance and returned to the Sword Sect. Then, the ship's hatch opened, and Linny and Jiang Su stepped down together. They had finally arrived at the Sangjiang Sword Sect. Disciple, come over here. The moment Linny and Jiang Su stepped off the ship, a voice as high as the heavens echoed in their minds. Then, Linny felt an immense force enveloping him. The next moment, the world spun around them, and the two had traversed infinite time and space, arriving in a classical courtyard. Disciple, I pay my respects to Master. Upon seeing an old man in a black and white Taoist robe fishing by a clear pond with a rod in hand, Jiang Su quickly bowed slightly and greeted him. I pay my respects to Master. Seeing this, Linny hurriedly followed suit and spoke as well. At that moment, the old man finally turned his head. In the next instant, Linny felt an overwhelming chill, as if he had been stripped bare, exposed to scrutiny from the inside out. Upon seeing Linny, the old man was initially surprised, then nodded with a smile. Not bad. Not bad. No wonder you are a rare genius in my Sangjiang domain. Linny, I didn't expect your talent to be even more terrifying than I had guessed. Not only have you cultivated the true meaning of fire to the 4th level of perfection, but you've also entered the 5th level of water cultivation. Additionally, you've reached the 5th level of significant achievement in the true meaning of metal. In the mere divine body realm, to have such accomplishments in true meaning, your talent truly astonishes me, the Xian Yuan ancestor said, with a smile, feeling quite satisfied with Lin Yi. He had lived for billions of years, traversing countless domains, and had seen countless geniuses. Yet, Lin Yi's talent could still rank among the top 100 of those he had encountered. That was quite terrifying. After all, he had seen more than 100 true god disciples. To be honest, Lin Yi's talent had already surpassed that of some true gods' direct disciples. At this moment, being able to take him as a disciple made him immensely pleased. Thinking of this, the Xian Yuan ancestor couldn't help but feel even happier. With a flick of his hand, a palm-sized bracelet appeared, half blue and half red. Disciple, for our first meeting, I haven't prepared any special gifts for you. This 9th-tier secret pattern divine weapon, the water and fire descending bracelet, was used by me in my youth. Now it has no use for me, so I bestow it upon you. What? The water and fire descending bracelet, master actually bestowed this treasure to Lin Yi. As soon as the Xian Yuan ancestor finished speaking, Jiang Su's eyes widened in shock. The water and fire descending bracelet was a 9th-tier ultimate secret pattern divine weapon, its power considered boundless. Such a divine weapon was highly coveted even by ordinary peak experts at the 3rd level of the Great Sun Realm, and one could not obtain it even by exhausting all their wealth. Yet at this moment, Lin Yi, merely in the divine body realm, received such a treasure? Moreover, compared to the value of the treasure itself, the significance behind it was even more thought-provoking, because the water and fire descending bracelet was not just an ordinary 9th-tier ultimate divine weapon, but also the renowned divine weapon of the Xian Yuan ancestor, known to countless people. Now that the Xian Yuan ancestor bestowed this divine weapon to Lin Yi, it represented his immense regard for Lin Yi. After all, there were not many direct disciples of Xian Yuan, but there were nearly 20. Among those 20, none had ever received such a precious treasure. Upon their first meeting with the Xian Yuan ancestor, "Thank you, master." Regardless of Jiang Su's thoughts, looking at the half-red, half-blue water and fire descending bracelet that appeared before him, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. A 9th-tier ultimate secret pattern divine weapon was a treasure only second to those considered half-stepped-out divine weapons like the Crimson Blood Hall. Such a treasure, even if limited by his own cultivation, could significantly enhance his combat power. Moreover, it could accompany him all the way to the Undying Realm, until the Great Sun Realm when it would be replaced. Great! With this treasure, my last shortcoming in combat power is finally addressed. From today onward, even when facing true Undying Realm 2nd level experts, I will not fear. Rubbing the water and fire descending bracelet in his hand and feeling the vast power within it, Lin Yi silently thought die in the past. Although Lin Yi had some secret pattern divine weapons in his possession, his rapid improvement in strength meant that those divine weapons could not keep up with his level. As a result, the secret pattern divine weapons seemed utterly useless. However, the truth was quite the opposite. A good divine weapon could significantly enhance a practitioner's strength. For instance, Glorious 9 Strikes is a secret technique for firearms. If he could have a suitable secret pattern divine spear, the power of the attacks through the divine spear would naturally surpass that of a spear formed purely from divine energy. The water and fire descending bracelet, although it does not belong to any conventional type of divine weapon and lacks a suitable secret technique to match, has become a versatile divine weapon. This means that as long as it is activated with the true essence of water and fire, it can provide a certain enhancement to any type of secret technique, greatly boosting Lin Yi's overall strength. Alright, Lin Yi, since you have met your master, you can follow your senior brother down now. This is my communication. Jade Talisman, if you have any matters, feel free to contact me. Seeing Lin Yi fondling the water and fire descending bracelet with great affection, Ancestor Xian Yuan smiled slightly and then tossed a jade talisman the size of half a palm to Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly caught it. Experts in the mixed whole realm generally do not confine their presence to a single domain. If he were to leave the Cangjiang domain, Lin Yi would be unable to contact Ancestor Xian Yuan through the Cangjiang Yuan universe. Therefore, at that time, this jade talisman would naturally become a means of communication between the two parties. Lin Yi pondered silently. In the next moment, he saw Ancestor Xian Yuan lightly move his fishing rod, and his body became uncontrollable, once again traversing the void, leaving that small courtyard and arriving in the vast universe outside. What a terrifying technique! No wonder he is an expert in the mixed whole realm. Seeing himself in Jiang Su, utterly powerless against Ancestor Xian Yuan, like children at his mercy, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. Alright, junior brother, no need to be sentimental. You have exceptional talent. As long as you cultivate diligently, there is great hope for you to achieve the mixed whole realm in the future. Now, let's first go to the Sword Sect and pick a place to stay. This will be where you will reside for a long time to come, Jiang Su said, and then with a wave of his hand, he took Lin Yi through the universe's void at an incredibly terrifying speed. Moments later, they arrived in another part of the cosmic void. In the silent cosmic void, the rivers of stars flowed, dazzling and magnificent, with great stars rising and falling within. Some were scorching, some dim, and others teeming with life, countless stars shining together, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. Junior brother, this is one of the core areas of my Cangjiang Sword Sect, with a total of 95,481 stars. Among them, there are 5,832 stars, and the rest are planets. Currently, the ones that are lit have already been inhabited by the elders and disciples of my sword sect, leaving over 4,000 unlit stars available for residence. You can choose anyone you like. Oh, over 4,000? Which star do you live on, senior brother? Lin Yi asked. Look, it's that one. Hearing Lin Yi's intention to befriend him, Jiang Su was delighted and pointed with his hand. Instantly, a distant star shone brightly, bursting forth with boundless light and heat, illuminating a section of the void and overshadowing many stars. Great! Since that's the case, I'll live next to my senior brother and choose that one. Seeing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly with a smile and pointed at the nearest desolate star to Jiang Su, unleashing a surge of divine power. Immediately, boom! An immense energy erupted, and the once desolate star instantly ignited with brilliance, boundless flames soaring as countless hydrogen nuclei began to fuse, releasing infinite light that illuminated all around. Good. Since junior brother has chosen a residence, my task as your senior brother is complete. Quickly go check your residence. If there are any issues later, you can come find me at my place. If I'm not there, you can also reach me through the Tsangjiang metaverse. Upon seeing Lin Yi select a star, Jiang Su smiled as well. Alright, I appreciate your help, senior brother. Lin Yi responded with a fist salute and swiftly flew towards his residence. Jiang Su, seeing this, also flashed away from this void of the universe. Clap. At the Tsangjiang sword sect, Lin Yi landed on the surface of a blazing star. He then spoke, formation, begin constructing the palace, style as Lin Yi spoke, he released his divine power, sketching an imagined palace in the void. The moment he completed the drawing, buzz, countless flames on the star began to rise and dance, quickly converging into a space. In less than 10 seconds, they transformed into various materials of different colors, forming a magnificent palace, as if from a fairy tale. This formation is really useful. It built a palace thousands of meters high so quickly. If this were on Blue Star, even the most advanced robots would take several months to accomplish this. Looking at the masterpiece before him, Lin Yi smiled in admiration. Each star within the Tsangjiang sword sect was layered with profound formations. Some of these formations were for warning, some for defense, some for illusion, some for attack, and others were auxiliary formations for building palaces and improving the environment. The one Lin Yi just used was of this kind, capable of instantly converting the energy released from stellar fusion into various materials and rapidly forming a structure. Continue the transformation. Seeing that the area outside the palace was barren, just a mass of flames, Lin Yi felt a stir in his heart. In the next moment, boundless flames began to rise again on the star. Soon, on this star filled with flames, mountains, trees, glaciers, seas of fire, lava, lakes, deserts, and even illusory cranes and cheilants began to take shape. In the blink of an eye, the scene transformed dramatically, with countless clouds swirling, cranes, cheilants, and phoenixes flying, creating a paradise on earth, a land of bliss. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi laughed. There are legends of the Panga god opening up the heavens and the Nuwa goddess creating humanity, bringing endless vitality. Though I, Lin Yi, am far from the means of those two deities today, with the help of this formation, I have also opened up a bit of heaven and earth. Quite marvelous indeed. Lin Yi laughed heartily and then entered an ancient palace among the mountains, his consciousness sinking into a small metaverse independently constructed by the Tsangjiang sword sect. The formations at his residence were merely small toys, fun to play with, but becoming too immersed would be pointless. The Tsangjiang sword sect held many wonders, many of which were far more miraculous than this formation, along with various treasures. He needed to take a good look and see if he could enhance his own strength, or perhaps find a way to earn some contribution points, striving to comprehend another true meaning. In this way, whether entering an affiliated universe or breaking through to the indestructible realm in the future, there would be immense benefits. Crash! In the Tsangjiang sword sect's metaverse, Lin Yi's figure suddenly appeared in a plaza. However, before he could gather his thoughts, a booming welcome voice suddenly echoed throughout the plaza. Respected true disciple of the Tsangjiang sword sect, Lin Yi, welcome to join the Tsangjiang sword sect, becoming our 18th true disciple. In the metaverse, you possess extremely high authority. Most functions in the metaverse will be open to you. You can go to the Secret Method Pavilion to exchange for secret methods. You can challenge the Heavenly Tower. You can also practice secret methods in the Endless Slaughter World, or the thunderous voice resonated in the plaza, instantly startling countless powerful beings. What? True disciple? Our sword sect has gained another true disciple? Lin Yi? Who is this? Could it be a low-key junior from the inner sect? Lin Yi? That name sounds so unfamiliar. Could he be someone recruited from outside the sword sect? A divine body realm, unexpectedly a true disciple of the divine body realm, and just recently joined the sword sect. The contributions in his hands must be considerable. If this is handled well, it could lead to a hefty profit. Charge ahead. The enormous voice had barely faded when it already tugged at the heartstrings of countless people. A true disciple, this is the highest rank of disciples in the sword sect. Each true disciple holds a status equivalent to that of an elder. A true disciple of the Great Sun Realm can even engage in equal conversation with the sect leader and the peak elders of the Great Sun Realm who grasp the opposite true meaning. Now that this true disciple has suddenly appeared, it naturally caused an uproar. This Lin Yi is going to be in trouble. In the square, a bald man in a white robe laughed. He is indeed in trouble. Beside the bald man, a monkey genius holding a golden staff chuckled. There are plenty of greedy folks in the sword sect. Lin Yi is Joining the sword sect for the first time, becoming a true disciple, holding 10,000 contribution points, yet lacking sufficient strength to back it up, he's bound to suffer a heavy loss, probably getting scammed out of 1 or 2,000. Ha ha, brother Yuan Fei speaks the truth. In my opinion, 1 or 2,000 might be an underestimate. This Lin Yi is a proud person. If he's not careful, he might get scammed out of 3 or 4,000. Alas, it's a pity that my strength is insufficient. I can't beat him, otherwise, I could also get a share of the spoils. As Yuan Fei finished speaking, the bald young man sighed. There has always been an unwritten rule in the sword sect. Whenever a new genius joins the sect, old disciples must be sent out to compete with the new disciples to temper their sharpness. And this competition, of course, must have a reward, which is contribution points. Therefore, in the Cangjiang sword sect, whenever a new disciple joins, it's a festival for the old disciples. Especially for those true disciples who rely on their talent but lack real strength. For these old disciples, they are practically walking treasure troves. Not taking advantage of it would be a disservice to themselves. Beep. Just as Lin Yi was still a bit dazed, suddenly, a series of notification sounds entered his mind. What's going on? After reading the newly sent messages, Lin Yi first frowned, but in an instant, he revealed a joyful expression. Challenge? Bet contribution points? This sounds good. Seeing the series of invitation messages, Lin Yi felt delighted. Truly, after the mountains and rivers, doubts arise, but then, there's a glimmer of hope. Just moments ago, he was lamenting that he didn't have enough contribution points to exchange for comprehending a true meaning like Heart of Wood or Nine Earths. Now, someone is coming to offer contribution points. Isn't this a chance to make a hefty profit? It seems I need to operate this well. If handled properly, I might really be able to comprehend a true meaning. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart stirred and he randomly selected a genius. Oh, Lin Yi accepted my challenge? In the vast square, a tall genius with layers of blue patterns on his skin showed a joyful expression upon receiving the message from the intelligence system. What? Bard, Lin Yi actually agreed to you. Seeing the joy on the blue-patterned genius's face, another prodigy beside him exclaimed in shock. Ha ha, yes. I didn't expect this Lin Yi to have some guts. It seems we can make a good profit this time. Hearing this, Bard couldn't help but laugh, nodding excitedly. Alright, brother Bard, your luck is truly unmatched. As the first genius to battle Lin Yi, you're probably going to make a fortune this time. When you win those contribution points, remember to treat us. Right. Treat us. Upon hearing this, the other prodigies around Bard began to cheer, their faces filled with envy. Ha ha, no problem, brothers, once I earn some contribution points, let's go to the Qingyun Tavern for a good drink. Seeing this, Bard also laughed heartily and readily agreed. The Qingyun Tavern is a very famous tavern within the Cangjiang sword sect, serving fine wines transported from various realms. Each jug is valued in units of 10,000 source liquid, making it exorbitantly priced. Normally, even Bard, who is usually generous, wouldn't casually invite others to spend there. But now, since Lin Yi is footing the bill, spending a few contribution points to treat his friends to a good meal is a trivial matter. After all, contribution points in the Cangjiang sword sect are extremely precious. Just one contribution point can be exchanged for 100,000 pounds of source liquid, while source liquid cannot be exchanged for contribution points. This illustrates the rarity of contribution points. Let me see how many contribution points Lin Yi plans to wager. Thinking of this, the blue-skinned genius Bard couldn't help but feel excited, then turned his gaze to the message sent by the intelligence system. The next moment, he exclaimed in shock. What? 300 contribution points? Is Lin Yi crazy? Looking at the message from the intelligence system, Bard's blue eyes widened in disbelief. 300 contribution points is the price of a medium-grade 6th-tier divine weapon, and 6th-tier divine weapons are standard for triple-stage immortals. In the Cangjiang realm, the total wealth of an average triple-stage immortal barely amounts to 6 or 7 6th-tier divine weapons. Some poorer triple-stage immortals might only have a necessary weapon and armor as 6th-tier divine weapons. Even with other odds and ends, it's hard to gather the value of 3 6th-tier divine weapons. But now, Lin Yi is wagering a 6th-tier divine weapon in a single bet, which truly astonishes Bard. 300 contribution points? Lin Yi truly deserves to be a true disciple. What a bold move. Does he really have the strength, or is he just overflowing with confidence? Hearing Bard's exclamation, the prodigies beside him gasped in surprise and exclaimed, So, Bard brother, are you betting or not? Seeing Bard hesitating and unable to make a decision for a long time, one of the prodigies asked. In sword sect betting fights, the rules are set by the invited party regarding the number of contribution points wagered. As the inviting party, they can only choose to accept or decline the bet, then compensate the other party with 1/3 of the contribution points wagered, up to a maximum of 1,000 points, with no right to modify the number of contribution points wagered. This is why Bard hesitated so much. After all, although the inner disciples of the Cangjiang sword sect are incredibly wealthy, they are not much better off than ordinary triple-stage immortals from the outside world. However, 300 contribution points, the value of a medium-grade 6th-tier divine weapon, is still a gamble for them. Damn it! Let's do it! After hesitating for about 10 breaths, the blue-patterned skin genius Bard finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Damn it, I don't believe that I, Bard, have been cultivating in the Cangjiang sword sect for 10,000 years, with my divine body, true intent, and secret techniques all reaching the upper tier of the 9th level in the external Cangjiang martial arena. How could I be inferior to a newly joined true disciple? Isn't it just 300 contribution points? I, Bard, can afford to bet. Saying this, Bard roared, seemingly to encourage himself. Then, with a thought, 300 contribution points were deducted from his account and transferred into a public account of the Sword Sect. Good. Bard senior brother is bold, then we will wait for your victorious return. Seeing Bard's action, the other prodigies all praised him, filled with confidence in Bard. Although Lin Yi is a true disciple, it only indicates his terrifying talent. It does not mean he is absolutely stronger than Bard. Because the Zhangjiang Sword Sect recruits true disciples based on their future potential rather than their current achievements, most of the disciples recruited from outside in the past only reached the 4th level of true intent at the peak. Moreover, many of their secret techniques are even inferior to those of an ordinary inner disciple within the sect, with extremely limited strength, barely qualifying as 9th level in the Zhangjiang competition arena, and even a genius like Sara Fei might not be able to defeat them. Only a very small number of supreme talents reached the 5th level of true intent upon joining the sect, but even then, it was merely at the entry level of the 5th stage. Such a level, while powerful due to their true intent, was not without its challengers for Bard. In this battle, I, Bard, will surely win. With this thought, Bard silently encouraged himself. Then, with a thought, his figure vanished from the vast square. Oh, he accepted? It seems Bard has some courage. On the other side, Lin Yi smiled slightly upon seeing the other party accept his invitation. The fusion of water and fire true intent, the 5th major achievement of gold true intent. With such a level of true intent, let alone possessing the divine level secret technique chaotic divine eye, even relying solely on radiant 9 strikes, Lin Yi was confident that his strength could absolutely crush all the talents among the hundreds of realms surrounding the Zhangjiang domain. So how could he take a mere Bard seriously? Zhangjiang Sword Sect's geniuses, clean your necks and wait for my harvest. With this thought, Lin Yi smiled slightly, and in the next moment, his figure also vanished from the spot, landing in the arena. In the metaverse, on an arena stretching millions of kilometers long and 100,000 kilometers wide, the figures of Lin Yi and Bard appeared. At the same time, figures began to materialize around the arena, each manifesting seats beneath them to watch the two on the stage. It's starting. It's starting. Lin Yi has begun to accept challenges. The first person he challenged is Bard. Indeed, Bard's strength is quite decent. Among the inner disciples of our Zhangjiang Sword Sect, he could rank in the top 50. With him taking action, the odds should be quite favorable. Even if he loses, he should be able to gauge Lin Yi's true strength. Seeing Bard's blueskin face across from Lin Yi, many disciples of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect nodded in agreement, their faces showing satisfaction. At this moment, on the arena, Bard and Lin Yi were also staring at each other. At this moment, both stood within a protective light barrier, waiting for it to dissipate and the match to begin. Lin Yi, you have quite the courage, betting 300 contribution points right off the bat. It seems you are very confident in your strength. Facing Lin Yi, within the golden light barrier, Bard provocatively spoke. However, I can only say that you are still too arrogant. You come from the outside world and have no idea how powerful the geniuses of our Zhangjiang Sword Sect are. Just because you have talent and entered the sect, becoming a true disciple, thinking your status crushes us, you assume your strength can do the same. Today, Ike Bard will tell you that you are too naive. Although your talent is extraordinary, at least for now, in terms of strength, Lin Yi, you are still far behind. He. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi did not get angry. He simply smiled lightly and replied, Junior brother Bard, strength is not something that can be spoken into existence. It is proven through actual combat. If you want to earn my contribution points, then show your strength and defeat me. Alright, then Lin Yi, watch how I, Bard, defeat you. Seeing Lin Yi's indifferent expression, Bard felt provoked and roared. Before them, the light barrier dissipated. Then, around Bard, countless snowflakes began to fall, freezing the area within 10,000 miles. At the same time, infinite snowflakes gathered between his palms, forming two curved blades. Ice and snow true intent. Upon seeing Bard make his move, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. With a flick of his hand, an infinite power of water and fire gathered, forming a red and blue divine spear. Die! Seeing Lin Yi's weapon take shape, Bard roared angrily and struck first. The two curved blades slashed downward, as if a divine being wielded an axe to split the heavens, the immense force seeming to tear apart space itself, while the extreme speed was akin to light, instantly sweeping through the void. In front of him, the air froze inch by inch, countless materials were sealed in ice. The chilling coldness, even from 1,000 miles away, rushed towards Lin Yi as if it would tear his face apart. Third style of the ice and snow blade technique, Frozen Stars. This Bard is using his ultimate move right from the start. It seems he wants a quick resolution. I wonder if Lin Yi can withstand this attack. In the arena, upon seeing Bard's move, a few talented individuals immediately recognized it and then laughed, saying, in my opinion, it's difficult. I may not know how strong Lin Yi is, but based on the true disciples recruited from the outside world in history, they continued, their strength would definitely struggle to withstand Bard's attack. I believe Lin Yi is no different. He might be defeated in one blow. In the audience stands, whispers filled the air, and many did not hold high hopes for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, seeing the situation, merely smiled faintly and lightly tapped the divine spear in his hand. He intended to exert a bit of strength but reconsidered and ultimately retracted several points of power. Finally, a massive spear light formed in the void, centered around Lin Yi's divine spear, carrying his entire body like a shooting star towards Bard. Boom! An endless explosion erupted as the spear light collided with the curved blades. In an instant, boundless energy exploded, shattering countless square kilometers of the arena. What? It's a tie. Watching the two figures fly out simultaneously from the center of the explosion, all the disciples of the Sword Sect were instantly shocked. They had originally thought Lin Yi was an easy target, but they never expected this soft target to turn into a hard nut to crack. Although Bard was not among the top tier of inner disciples, he was not weak either. At the very least, he was considered average among the many disciples who challenged Lin Yi. Now, even he could only match Lin Yi equally, which meant that many of the disciples who challenged Lin Yi were likely not his match. Come again. Seeing that his attack had not succeeded, Bard's eyes first showed shock, then he raised his dual blades and charged at Lin Yi once more. Swish! The sharp blade light sliced through the void, and boundless true meaning of ice and snow was summoned. Countless powers of ice and snow clung to the two curved blades, resembling two frozen stars, directly crashing towards Lin Yi. Bring it on! Seeing this, Lin Yi laughed heartily, his divine spear moving like a swimming dragon, striking towards the two curved blades. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions shattered the void, blade light and spear shadows flying everywhere. The two fought fiercely, retreating and advancing like two ancient deities. Wherever they battled, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. This Lin Yi is truly formidable. He has simultaneously comprehended the true meanings of water and fire, and perfectly fused them. Even in such a rough secret technique, he can still fight Bard to this extent. Observing the two in the battlefield, the audience in the arena gasped in amazement. As time passed, Lin Yi seemed to gradually begin to struggle to gain the upper hand. Finally, after a fierce battle lasting tens of thousands of exchanges, Lin Yi found a flaw, piercing through Bard's dual blade defense with a single thrust, penetrating his divine body. Thank you, junior brother Bard. Seeing the 300 contribution points added to his account, Lin Yi sheathed his spear and cupped his hands in salute. It is I, Bard, who was lacking in skill. Senior brother Lin Yi need not be polite. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Bard's expression darkened. Although he felt immense pain in his heart, he still forced himself to return the salute and addressed him as senior brother. The true disciples are already a rank higher than the inner disciples. Therefore, even though he entered the sect before Lin Yi, according to the rules, he still had to address Lin Yi as senior brother. The only reason he dared not to was that he felt stronger than Lin Yi. But now, having suffered defeat at Lin Yi's hands, how could he still have the face to be arrogant? After Bard finished speaking, his figure dissipated on the arena. Upon seeing Bard's defeat, countless disciples who considered themselves weaker than Bard also began to withdraw their challenge requests, fearing that if they were slow, they would be chosen by Lin Yi and would have to pay 1/3 of their contribution points. Sigh. On the arena, seeing the numerous withdrawn challenge requests in the intelligence system, Lin Yi also sighed. The rules of the sword sect are troublesome. Clearly, they had initiated challenges, yet they could still withdraw. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to pretend to be weak and could have just crushed them directly. Let's continue. With this thought, Lin Yi sighed again. He then invited the next disciple to battle. The wager remained at 300 contribution points. Thus, time slowly passed, and on the arena, he continued to engage in battles with the disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect. Each time, it was a great battle of tens of thousands of rounds before he could barely defeat them. However, each time, it felt as if his strength had reached its limit, as if just a little more strength from his opponent could completely defeat Lin Yi. Yet in the end, he remained undefeated. In an instant, he had taken down over 10 disciples. Before long, the contribution points he earned had already exceeded 4,000 points. 14,500 contribution points, that's enough to exchange for Jiu Hu Tu or Yimu Gxin. In the battlefield, while holding a gun in one hand and battling a disciple, Lin Yi felt delighted. 14,500 contribution points is no small number. Besides being able to exchange for enough to help him comprehend the true meaning of earth with Jiu Hu Tu and the true meaning of wood with Yimu Gxin, the remaining contribution points could also be used to purchase a 6th-tier offensive divine weapon and a 6th-tier defensive divine weapon, allowing his strength to grow several times again. This battle could truly be called a big win. On this side, Lin Yi was overjoyed. On the other side, after a brief frenzy, the disciples of the sword sect finally regained their composure. Damn, this Lin Yi is really too cunning. Clearly, his strength is outrageous, yet he keeps pretending to be weak. He battles with everyone for tens of thousands of rounds, only barely defeating them in the end, leaving us clueless about his true strength, not knowing if he has really reached his limit or is still pretending, making us all rush in one after another. This is really one disciple of the sword sect said, his face full of speechlessness. Sigh. This isn't Lin Yi's fault, it's our greed that made us want to bully him first, only to end up being outsmarted by him. After this battle, Fengjing, are you going up or not? As soon as the disciple finished speaking, beside him, another burly disciple shook his head and said to a remarkably handsome man who had a faint golden scale on his brow, "Me?" Upon hearing this, Fengjing was taken aback, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally sighed, "Sigh. Forget it. My strength is indeed a bit stronger than this junior brother in the arena, but not by much, so I have no confidence against Lin Yi." After all, although Lin Yi has battled that junior brother for over 100,000 rounds and seems to have truly reached his limit, who knows if he is still pretending. I have no need to gamble. 300 contribution points is not a small number for me. Oh, even you, Fengjing, don't have confidence? It seems this time Lin Yi's challenge is about to come to an end. As soon as Fengjing finished speaking, the burly man opened his mouth. Fengjing is one of the top 5 disciples among the inner disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect with strength that is incredibly formidable. At this moment, even he did not dare to go up and fight Lin Yi, so naturally, the other disciples would dare even less, and indeed, the reality was just as the burly man had guessed. When that disciple from Lin Yi's defeat stood on the stage again, holding a gun, he waited for a long time, but no other disciples dared to step onto the platform. Brothers, is there anyone who wishes to challenge me? If so, please come up to the stage quickly. If not, then I will be leaving. On the stage, Lin Yi wore a beaming smile. Having earned another 300 contribution points, his total contribution points had reached a terrifying 14,800. With so many contribution points, after exchanging for the 9 Hu Earth and the Emu Heart, he still had enough left to exchange for a slightly inferior 7th tier defensive divine weapon and a slightly inferior 6th tier offensive divine weapon. Although the attack power was weakened, his ability to save his life would be greatly enhanced. Therefore, Lin Yi was naturally pleased. I'll wait for 10 breaths. If no brothers step forward, then I will be leaving. After waiting for nearly a cup of tea's time, seeing that although a few disciples present showed some signs of interest, they still couldn't make up their minds, Lin Yi couldn't help but issue a final ultimatum. 10 breaths, 9 breaths, 8 breaths, 7 breaths. Time slowly passed, and at that moment, Lin Yi's words indeed stirred some hearts. But ultimately, after much contemplation, they still halted their steps. 300 contribution points was too much. No one dared to gamble recklessly, only hoping for that slim chance. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, 1 breath. Time's up. Seeing this, Lin Yi shook his head slightly and smiled. Alright, since no brothers are coming forward, then today will end here. If you all have time in the future, feel free to come find me. As long as I'm free, I will definitely have a good match with all of you. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he planned to leave the stage. But at that moment, suddenly, a change occurred. Wait! A huge voice echoed from afar, instantly filling the entire space. Everyone looked up and saw a figure stepping through the void from the distant horizon. The newcomer wore a large blue robe, and his appearance was flawless and handsome, as if crafted by the heavens, far more exquisite than the young men of Earth in Lin Yi's past life. At this moment, seeing Lin Yi about to leave, he approached quickly with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. It's Zhong Tianhua. What does he want? Is he calling Lin Yi to challenge him? How shameless. Many disciples changed their expressions upon seeing the newcomer, their eyes revealing disdain. Zhong Tianhua was an outer disciple of the Zhangjiang sword sect, at the first level of the Immortal Realm. Although his strength was average among the first-level disciples of the Immortal Realm in the Zhangjiang sword sect, his reputation was extremely loud among the sword sect disciples. As long as they weren't those who isolated themselves and focused solely on cultivation, they had basically heard of his name. However, this reputation was not a good one, but rather a notorious one, because Zhong Tianhua was incredibly shameless. As a dignified disciple of the Immortal Realm, he showed no regard for his face and often competed for benefits with disciples of the Divine Body Realm. Wherever there were benefits, wherever there were contribution points, there he would be. He didn't care at all about being scolded for bullying the weaker Divine Body Realm disciples. In fact, he took pride in it, believing he was in the right. What does this brother want with me? Is there something you need? Seeing the surrounding disciples change color, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and then smiled as he spoke. According to the rules of the Zhangjiang sword sect, the true disciples of the Divine Body Realm in the Immortal Realm held positions equivalent to the third-level elders of the Great Sun Realm. Therefore, for ordinary disciples of the Divine Body Realm, Immortal Realm, and even the outer and inner disciples of the Great Sun Realm, the true disciples could refer to them as brothers. However, generally out of respect for the strong, even true disciples would still call the Immortal Realm disciples brothers when they were in the Divine Body Realm. But now, it was clear that Zhong Tianhua was not here with good intentions and had ulterior motives. Lin Yi naturally would not be polite, intentionally calling him junior brother as a small humiliation. What? Junior brother? Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, a trace of barely perceptible anger flashed across Zhong Tianhua's face, but in an instant, he smiled and said, He. Brother Lin is indeed worthy of being a true disciple of our sword sect, strong in strength and great in temper. The junior brother has been watching for quite some time, seeing Brother Lin easily defeat any disciple he faced, making countless disciples too afraid to step forward. Therefore, I truly admire you. Just right, the junior brother has recently been troubled while practicing a secret technique, lacking understanding. I wonder if Brother Lin could generously offer some guidance. What? Zhong Tianhua really wants to challenge Lin Yi? Shameless. Truly shameless. As soon as Zhong Tianhua finished speaking, the countless disciples present erupted in an uproar. Although Zhong Tianhua's words sounded nice, claiming to seek Lin Yi's guidance, how shameless must one be to ask a Divine Body Realm expert for advice? After all, the strength of the Immortal Realm, not to mention other factors, is already 1,000 times that of the Divine Body Realm based solely on foundational divine power. Adding higher-level secret techniques, true meanings, and divine weapons, the overall strength of the Immortal Realm far exceeds that of the Divine Body Realm. Take Zhong Tianhua for example. Although he is of average strength among the Immortal Realm disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect, compared to the Divine Body Realm disciples, even the few true disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect are certainly no match for him. Thinking of this, the disciples present were even angrier, all shouting, Shameless! A shameless person! Brother Lin, do not agree to him. Brother Lin, Zhong Tianhua is clearly trying to trick you out of your contribution points. Do not fall for his scheme. Countless disciples spoke up to remind him. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had fought fiercely with the inner disciples of the sect, showcasing his unmatched strength. In the Zhangjiang sword sect, where strength is revered, this naturally won the hearts of countless disciples. Therefore, although Lin Yi had intentionally hidden his strength in battles with other disciples to earn more contribution points, his methods were somewhat underhanded. But as the burly man said, those Disciples who challenged Lin Yi were originally trying to take advantage of his ignorance of the rules to trick him out of contribution points, only to end up being the ones who got their eyes pecked out. When counted, it was actually not anyone's fault. However, while most disciples had good character, there has always been no shortage of dark-hearted individuals among humans, especially those who lost contribution points to Lin Yi, at this moment, were gloating. Ha! Zhong Tianhua actually challenged Lin Yi. This is going to be a good show. Damn! Zhong Tianhua is a scoundrel, and Lin Yi is no good either, having tricked me out of so many contribution points. It's time he coughs up some of it. So, Brother Lin, will you agree or not? Facing the accusations and ridicule of countless sword sect disciples, Zhong Tianhua spoke, looking at Lin Yi with a half-smile, while inwardly despising the other disciples. Humph. A bunch of fools. What do you know? What use is face? Is face more important than the benefits at hand? This is a full 300 contribution points as long as I make a move. These 300 points are almost guaranteed to be mine. How many years of hard work can this save me? A bunch of useless people. Zhong Tianhua silently thought, then nervously looked at Lin Yi. His thoughts were beautiful, but all of this was based on Lin Yi agreeing to him. If Lin Yi was rational enough not to accept his provocation, then everything would be in vain. Thinking of this, Zhong Tianhua couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with even more anxiety. Alright, I accept your challenge. After a few moments of thought, Lin Yi smiled and spoke. What? Brother Lin really agreed. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, countless disciples in the audience exclaimed in surprise. Although Zhong Tianhua was merely an outer disciple, he was nonetheless a peak existence at the first level of the immortal realm, with strength that was astonishingly powerful. Not to mention, compared to those in the divine body realm, he was likely even stronger than ordinary second-level immortal realm cultivators from the outside world. For a cultivator like Lin Yi, who was in the divine body realm, to challenge such a powerful figure was nothing short of madness. It was like willingly giving away contribution points. With this thought, many disciples shook their heads. This Lin Yi, although he is a true disciple with extraordinary talent and strength, his temperament is simply too poor. Just because someone provoked him a little, he agreed to Zhong Tianhua's challenge in a fit of pride. This move is simply unwise. Ha ha, Lin Yi, do you really accept my challenge? Upon receiving Lin Yi's affirmative answer, Zhong Tianhua's face lit up with wild joy, and he quickly spoke, fearing that Lin Yi might change his mind. Of course, I, Lin, have always been a man of my word. Since I agreed, I will never go back on it. Moreover, as a proper immortal realm cultivator, it would be an honor for me to have a divine body realm practitioner like you guide me in my cultivation. How could I not fulfill your wish? Lin Yi said with a hint of sarcasm, then shifted his tone, saying, however, this duel is different from before. As an immortal realm existence, 300 contribution points is simply too little. It does not match your strength and status. I propose we raise the stakes to 6,000 contribution points. How about that? 6,000. Upon hearing this number, not only Zhong Tianhua but countless disciples in the arena were stunned, collectively gasping in shock. 6,000 contribution points, what an enormous sum. Even exchanging for a 7th-tier divine weapon would barely allow for several sets. In the outside world, this was a capital that countless Sun Realm powerhouses could not afford. Yet now, due to a matter of pride, Lin Yi was willing to gamble it away. This Lin Yi must be truly insane. With this thought, countless disciples were left in shock, their eyes wide as they looked at Lin Yi as if he were a madman. Although Lin Yi's talent and strength were indeed impressive, no one believed he could defeat a disciple from the immortal realm sword sect. Thus, to them, this act seemed like an impulsive move made by Lin Yi to save face. A crazy move. Ha ha ha. 6,000 points. What a 6,000 points. Zhong Tianhua laughed heartily, his eyes turning blood red, filled with madness. For him, this enormous number was nearly all his wealth, enough to accumulate over hundreds of thousands of years. But now, it was almost within his grasp. Lin Yi, come, let's compete right now. With this thought, Zhong Tianhua could no longer contain himself and was about to rush onto the stage to compete with Lin Yi. However, seeing Zhong Tianhua's frenzied demeanor, Lin Yi merely smiled and said, Junior brother Zhong, don't be in such a hurry. I agreed to compete with you, but I haven't clarified the rules yet. Rules? What rules? Seeing Lin Yi stop him, Zhong Tianhua's heart leaped to his throat, fearing that Lin Yi might come to his senses and back out, willing to forfeit a third of the contribution points to cancel the match. Rest assured, Junior brother Zhong, since I have agreed to you, I will not go back on my word. Watching Zhong Tianhua's nervous expression, Lin Yi smiled lightly and explained, the rules for this match are very simple. I request that we compete one day later, and I do not wish to duel in the metaverse, but rather in reality. After all, while the competition in the metaverse is generally similar to that in reality, the secret pattern divine weapons cannot be used, which imposes a limitation on my strength. In reality, there are no such concerns. Lin Yi smiled. Zhong Tianhua, as an immortal realm existence of the sword sect, was no small threat, and with 6,000 contribution points at stake, Lin Yi naturally would not be careless. Therefore, to ensure victory in the battle, he set 2 conditions. The first was to add an extra day. On this day, he would use the remaining contribution points in his hands to exchange for enough Jiuhu to comprehend the true meaning of Earth. Secondly, he would utilize the 9th-tier divine weapon Water and Fire Descending Bracelet and the power of Chaos Divine Eye in reality. Especially the Chaos Divine Eye, this divine level secret technique was already incredibly powerful. If combined with the true meaning of Earth, its power would likely surge again, serving as a trump card that could catch the enemy off guard and possibly become the ultimate means of victory. Lin Yi thought silently. In his heart. On the other side, Zhong Tianhua laughed upon hearing this. Ha! Lin Yi, I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but it turns out you just want to rely on the divine weapon's might. However, with your meager cultivation, what good is a divine weapon? Am I supposed to fear you? Just wait to obediently hand over 6,000 contribution points to me. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Zhong Tianhua laughed heartily again, then his figure flickered and vanished into the cosmic space, leaving behind a confident Lin Yi and a group of disciples who looked at Lin Yi as if he were a fool. On the star where the Cangjiang sword sect was located, a 7th-tier spaceship glided through the void and landed at the docking area specially designated by Lin Yi for the spaceship. Senior Brother Lin Yi, the Jiuhu you purchased in the cosmic realm has arrived. At the docking area, as the spaceship landed, a person dressed in the attire of a miscellaneous disciple of the Cangjiang sword sect walked out carrying a silver-white box, respectfully addressing Lin Yi, who had been waiting there. Thank you for your trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi reached out to take the box from the miscellaneous disciple's hands, then smiled. Jiuhu, one of the cosmic treasures containing the true meaning of Earth. Currently, this box contained about 500 billion pounds of Jiuhu, just enough for Lin Yi to grasp the basics of the true meaning of Earth. It's a pity that while this Jiuhu is excellent, it is just too expensive. I spent nearly 14,000 contribution points for just 500 billion pounds of Jiuhu. The cost is indeed quite high. Thinking of this, Lin Yi sighed slightly. After spending 14,000 contribution points, he had less than 1,000 points left in his hands. This amount of contribution points was not even enough to cover the stakes for the bet against Zhong Tianhua. By then, if the time came for the bet, he would probably have to borrow more. Senior brother Lin Yi, please open the box to confirm. If everything is correct, then please help your junior brother sign for it. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a voice rang in his ear. Alright. Lin Yi nodded. Upon hearing this, then summoned his divine power and struck the box. Divine power is a unique identifier for each person, akin to human DNA on Blue Star. Even if two people are very similar, there will still be slight differences. Therefore, it is often used in the universe as proof of identity to determine if it is indeed the person. Ding! As the divine power seeped into the silver box, a crisp sound echoed. The silver box radiated light, forming precise mechanical constructs that opened layer upon layer of protective shells. Finally, the true contents were revealed. Indeed, it is Jiuhu, the true meaning of Earth. Contained within can be clearly felt just from close contact. In front of the box, Lin Yi looked at the grains of sand that resembled gold and felt delighted. In his heart, alright, everything is in order, let's sign for it. Seeing that the miscellaneous disciple was already prepared, Lin Yi smiled slightly. He once again infused a strand of divine power into a white light panel in the disciple's hand. Instantly, the light panel changed from white to deep blue, indicating that the signing was complete. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. May I ask if you need any further assistance? If not, I will take my leave. Seeing this, the miscellaneous disciple also smiled. This trip had brought in quite a bit of income, and encountering someone as straightforward as Lin Yi, who hardly made him do anything, naturally made him happy. It's fine, you can go. I've already opened the formations and restrictions on the planet for you. You can leave on your own later, I won't keep you. Lin Yi nodded, and then his figure flickered and left the docking area, returning to his palace. In the palace, in a training room of about 100 square meters, Lin Yi sat directly on the ground, looking down at the 53,900 grains of golden sand. In the silver-white box, a look of joy appearing in his eyes. Let's begin. After a few moments, Lin Yi adjusted his divine power and then closed his eyes. Instantly, strands of divine power emanated from Lin Yi's divine body, like tentacles drilling into each grain of golden sand. Buzz! As Lin Yi's divine power penetrated, the 53,900 grains of golden sand suddenly radiated brilliant light. However, compared to the light that dissolved the Gangjin or before, the current light was not as sharp and piercing. Instead, it was incredibly heavy, filled with the steady essence of Earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As time passed, strands of golden sand were dissolved by Lin Yi's divine power, transforming into endless insights flowing into Lin Yi's heart. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours had already passed. At this moment, in the secret chamber, buzz, the light dissipated and all the golden sand was completely dissolved. This also meant that Lin Yi had officially comprehended the essence of Earth, reaching the first entry-level system. Begin modifying the essence of Earth with a modification time of 1 million years. The moment the essence of Earth reached the first entry level, Lin Yi immediately commanded in his mind. The system promptly responded. Ding! Host's command received, modifying the essence of Earth. Ding! Congratulations host, this modification is a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 50 times. 50? Another critical hit? Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Lin Yi was taken aback. Since entering the universe, although the critical hit multipliers from the system had not been high, the probability seemed to have increased by an unknown number of times. Back on Blue Star, he hardly ever experienced critical hits while improving his martial arts. But now, ever since comprehending the essence of fire, he had almost every time experienced critical hits while comprehending other essences. Moreover, the critical hit multipliers had been increasing each time. The essence of water had a critical hit of 20 times. The essence of gold had a critical hit of 30 times. Now, the essence of earth had a critical hit multiplier as high as 50 times. So, how many times would the critical hit be when he comprehended the essence of wood later? 70 times? Or 100 times? Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. However, he also understood that critical hits were something that could not be sought after. Although, according to the pattern, the final essence of wood might indeed have a higher critical hit multiplier than the current essence of earth, it was still just a possibility, not a certainty. Holding such high expectations now might lead to disappointment when the time for true improvement came, and the system might not deliver a critical hit. Thinking of this, Lin Yi calmed his complex thoughts and no longer felt greedy. As the saying goes, what I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. Only by not competing can one avoid being contested by the world. In the universe there are great terrors, maintaining calm and a non-greedy mindset at all times is the only way to reach the end. Lin Yi's thoughts settled. At this moment, with the system's help, his essence of earth began to rise rapidly. Essence of earth first level, entry. Essence of earth second level, entry. Essence of earth third level, entry. Essence of earth fourth level, entry. Lin Yi's realm was rapidly advancing. Soon, he reached the 5th major achievement level. 5th major achievement. Last time, when modifying the essence of gold, I nearly failed here. I wonder if I can push to the 5th level of perfection this time. With this thought, Lin Yi felt a bit nervous. Cultivating true essence becomes increasingly difficult as one ascends. The 5th major achievement and the 5th level of perfection seem to differ by just a small tier. However, the gap between them is not smaller than that from the 5th level of entry to the 5th major achievement. Therefore, whether the 50 times critical hit could push the 5th level of the essence of earth to perfection, Lin Yi felt uncertain. As Lin Yi's worries grew, the power of the system was rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, it had already pushed Lin Yi's earth true intent to the peak level of the 5th major realm. Fortunately, the things Lin Yi was worried about did not happen. When Lin Yi's earth true intent reached the peak level of the 5th major realm, the system's energy was still far from exhausted. Suddenly, with a boom, it broke through the bottleneck of the 5th major realm, allowing Lin Yi's true intent to reach the complete level of the 5th stage. Everything was just a natural progression. Feeling the immense true intent that had strengthened countless times in his mind, Lin Yi's face revealed an expression of immense satisfaction. With the earth true intent perfected, the power of my chaotic divine eye will surely surge again. Originally, the power of the chaotic divine light was around the entry level of the 2nd stage of the immortal realm. At this point, it should exceed the small success of the 2nd stage of the immortal realm, approaching the level of great success in the immortal realm. If I add the 9th tier secret pattern divine weapon water and fire descending bracelet, the might of a single strike from the chaotic divine light should reach the peak level of the 2nd stage of the immortal realm. With such power, combined with the terrifying speed of the chaotic divine light, I should be able to shatter the immortal body of Zhong Tianhua in a surprise attack, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. In the secret chamber, Lin Yi silently calculated his strength, nodding inwardly. The immortal realm, although far surpassing the divine body, possesses an immortal divine power that is said to be undying and indestructible. It is enough to survive dismemberment, behead and be reborn, and even be shattered into pieces yet still be able to reassemble. However, the strong in this realm are ultimately not the great powers of the chaos realm. Although their divine power contains the soul does not contain spirit. This means that once their divine body is shattered, each fragment of the divine body cannot exist independently, nor can it be reassembled instantly like the strong of the chaos realm. Instead, it requires some time to gather the shattered pieces of the divine body. During this gathering process, the attacker can continuously strike while the immortal realm strongman is recovering and reassembling their divine body, thereby depleting their immortal divine power. Once their divine power is exhausted, it signifies the fall of that immortal realm strongman. Therefore, in the universe, killing an immortal realm strongman is both difficult and easy. The difficulty lies in the need to shatter an immortal realm strongman's divine body in one go, requiring an attack that exceeds the strongman's limit of endurance by at least 5 to 10 times. The ease lies in the fact that once the divine body of that immortal realm strongman is shattered, it almost signifies that the strongman has declared death with no chance of recovery. Zhong Tianhua, a peak practitioner of the 1st stage of the immortal realm, although relying on numerous secret methods, as well as true intent, divine weapons, and other means, his strength can rival an ordinary small success of the 2nd stage of the immortal realm. His divine body strength is average. According to intelligence, when he broke through to the divine body realm from the flying realm, he did so with a strength of 12,642 talas. Therefore, compared to the most ordinary immortal realm, which requires at least 5,000 talas to break through to the immortal realm martial saint, his foundational divine body should be around 2.5 times that, far inferior to even the most ordinary entry-level strongman of the 2nd stage of the immortal realm. With such a divine body, even with armor protection, my chaotic divine light can easily shatter it. Lin Yi's mind was racing, calculating faster than an ordinary computer on Blue Star, and in an instant he calculated the strength of Zhong Tianhua's divine body. Divine body strength is something that only leaps during a breakthrough in realms. Each time a major realm is broken through, the divine body strength leaps a terrifying 1,000 times. The minor realms leap by 10 times. As for the small changes from small success to great success, and from great success to peak, they only leap by about 1.3 times. In other words, when reaching the 1st level of the immortal realm, even if one progresses from entry to peak, the degree of transformation of their divine body is extremely limited, roughly at a level of 2.197 times. However, although the peak of the 1st level of the immortal realm is only 2.197 times, That of the entry level. Once one reaches the peak, the power that can be unleashed through secret techniques, true intentions, and divine weapons becomes significantly stronger. Therefore, generally speaking, even for the same cultivator, their overall strength at the peak of the first level of the immortal realm is at least dozens or even hundreds of times greater than at the entry level. This difference is quite substantial. Lin Yi's thoughts flowed in his mind. He then opened the intelligence system that he had just closed due to his seclusion, connecting to the metaverse network. After purchasing the 9 who were his remaining contribution points were quite limited. He couldn't even gather the 6,000 points needed for the gambling arena, let alone the contribution points required to purchase suitable divine weapons. So, naturally, he had to borrow money. Senior brother Zhang. Looking at the intelligence system connecting, Zhang Su's virtual projection appeared before him, and Lin Yi immediately smiled. Since arriving at the Tsangjiang sword sect, apart from the Xian Yuan ancestor, he only knew the senior brother Zhang who brought him here. And as the Xian Yuan ancestor is a being of the Chaos Realm, one of the highest authorities in the sword sect, he naturally had no time to concern himself with trivial matters like Lin Yi's need for money, so he could only turn to senior brother Zhang. Lin Yi, what made you suddenly think of looking for me? Are you here to borrow contribution points? Upon seeing Lin Yi's face, Zhang Su also smiled on the virtual screen. Senior brother has sharp eyes. I indeed came to borrow contribution points. Seeing Zhang Su's teasing smile, Lin Yi knew that this senior brother had already learned about his situation, so he didn't bother with pleasantries and spoke directly. Ha, I knew you were here to borrow contribution points. How much do you need to borrow this time? Is 10,000 enough? 10,000? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. This senior brother Zhang was too generous. He had originally only intended to borrow 5 or 6,000 contribution points. After all, he still had a few hundred contribution points on hand. If he could borrow 6,000, it would not only cover the gambling funds but would also be enough to buy a 6th tier divine spear and a 6th tier divine armor. But now, unexpectedly, the senior brother Zhang offered 10,000 right off the bat, leaving Lin Yi quite stunned. Alright, since senior brother Zhang is so generous, then I'll borrow 10,000. When I have enough contribution points in the future, I will definitely repay you with interest, senior brother. Seeing Zhang Su being so generous, Lin Yi did not decline. 10,000 contribution points likely indicated that Zhang Su was hinting for him to purchase 2 7th-tier divine weapons to increase his strength and improve his odds. After all, even though the divine body realm could not fully unleash the power of divine weapons, there was still an insurmountable gap between 6th-tier and 7th-tier divine weapons. The former is used by those in the immortal realm, while the latter is used by those in the Great Sun realm. The difference in power is naturally like heaven and earth. Alright, then I will transfer it to you. Seeing Lin Yi so straightforward, Zhang Su didn't waste any words and directly transferred 10,000 contribution points to Lin Yi's account. After some casual conversation, he ended the call. Sigh. After ending the call, Zhang Su sighed slightly on his starship. This Lin Yi is too arrogant. How dare he, a divine body realm cultivator, challenge an immortal realm practitioner? Even if this immortal realm practitioner is just a mere first level, it's not something he can provoke. Sigh. Forget it. The master is busy with countless matters and has no time to pay attention to him, instructing me to take good care of him. Let this be a lesson for him, just to temper his character and let him know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. If this incident can lead him to cultivate properly from now on and achieve the chaos realm, then my efforts won't be in vain. Zhang Su murmured softly on his starship. Although his talent was not considered top tier among the many direct disciples of the Xian Yuan ancestor, and his rank was merely 9, he was nonetheless the most capable and trusted disciple of the Xian Yuan ancestor. On ordinary days, whenever the Xian Yuan ancestor had matters to attend to, he would call upon him to handle them. This was because, among all the disciples of the Xian Yuan ancestor, he had the least selfishness, the most impartial approach to matters, and the best temperament. Over time, he had worked diligently and selflessly, earning the recognition of many senior brothers and sisters of the Xian Yuan ancestor. This gave him a sense of accomplishment and joy. After all, with his innate talent, reaching his current level of cultivation was essentially the peak. No matter how hard he tried, it was nearly impossible to break through to the chaos realm. Therefore, what he enjoyed most now was helping his master train each junior disciple, watching them grow and become stronger. If one day he could produce a disciple who reached the chaos realm, he would have no regrets in this life. I hope this junior brother Lin can cultivate well and act with humility from now on. With this thought, Zhang Su couldn't help but sigh again. As for the 10,000 contribution points, he didn't take them to heart at all. For Lin Yi, this amount was considerable. But for him, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Naturally, Lin Yi had no way of knowing Zhang Su's thoughts. After closing the conversation with Zhang Su, Lin Yi's mind sank, and he entered the treasure vault of the Tsangjiang sword sect through the metaverse. The treasure vault was the place where the Tsangjiang sword sect exchanged various treasures, from various extraordinary weapons and divine arms at the 9th tier limit level to ordinary items at the 4th and 5th tiers. Everything could be exchanged here. Every disciple who came here would be guided into a closed space. In this space, disciples could freely choose treasures, and after making their selections, they could place orders directly through the metaverse, with the sect's miscellaneous disciples responsible for delivery. The 9 hu worth that Lin Yi had purchased earlier came from here. Treasure vault. I want to select a 7th tier divine weapon suitable for the explosive power of water and fire. True intent. In the treasure vault, in a closed space of about several hundred square meters, Linny shouted to the surroundings. The next moment, ding! Detected the exchange request, system searching. Search complete, please check the options. As soon as Linny finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in the space. Immediately after, whoosh, a virtual screen appeared before Linny. On it, various long spears suitable for the explosive power of water and fire true intent were listed. Each item had a name, an image, a description, and a tier. Upon seeing this, Linny's eyes narrowed, and he began to examine them slowly. The first thing that caught his eye was a spear that was entirely blue, engraved with a divine tiger. Divine weapon name. Extreme Blue Tiger Spear Tier, 7th Tier Upper Grade Description. The Extreme Blue Tiger Spear, a 7th Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon, was crafted by Zhang Guanyuan, a disciple of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect's refining hall at the Great Sun Realm, and has 3 forms. The first form requires a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the Divine Body Realm and the 3rd stage of Water and Fire True Intent to activate, increasing attack power by 12 times. The second form requires a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the Indestructible Realm and the 5th stage of Water and Fire True Intent to activate, increasing attack power by 24 times. The third form requires a cultivation level of the 1st stage of the Great Sun Realm and entry into the 7th stage of Water and Fire True Intent to activate, increasing attack power by 36 times. Contribution points required for exchange, 5,700 points. 3 forms, with a maximum attack increase of 36 times. This Extreme Blue Tiger Spear truly lives up to its status as a 7th tier secret pattern divine weapon, far beyond those ordinary 3rd or 4th tier items. Looking at the power of the Extreme Blue Tiger Spear, Linny couldn't help but marvel slightly. Multiple forms were a special state that only divine weapons above the 5th tier possessed. For instance, Lin Yi's 9th tier limit divine weapon, the Water and Fire Descending Bracelet, had 6 forms. The first form could increase power by 20 times, the second by 40 times, the third by 60 times, the fourth by 80 times, and the fifth by 100 times. By the 6th level, the power could be amplified by 120 times, and the might of the attack surged dramatically. However, the 9 Flames Divine Fire Bell and the Sunfire Great Flag obtained from the Bloodshed Hall were only at the 1st level because their ranks had not yet reached the 5th tier. The amplification of their power was minimal. Even if a domain was formed and the power exploded, it would only amplify by about 7 or 8 times. But this extreme Upper Blue Tiger Spear is indeed good, but 5,700 points is just too expensive. Looking at the introduction of the spear, Linny was initially quite tempted. However, upon seeing the final price, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. 5,700 contribution points. If he really exchanged for this spear, he wouldn't even have enough to cover his gambling funds. Would he have to borrow from his senior brother Zhang Su again? Linny felt he didn't have that thick of a face. Treasure Pavilion, please filter out all spears of upper 7th tier and above, leaving only the lower and middle 7th tier, Linny said. Out of sight, out of mind. Since he couldn't afford this spear, he might as well not look at it. Moreover, even though the middle and lower 7th tier spears were somewhat weaker, they shouldn't be too much weaker. Buzz. As soon as Linny finished speaking, the virtual screen in front of him suddenly showed that one divine weapon after another had disappeared, nearly half of them gone in an instant. Let's keep looking. Although Linny felt a bit envious of the disappearing divine weapons, he had no choice but to continue browsing. Divine weapon name, Blood Rain Dark Spear rank, 7th tier middle description. Contribution points required for exchange, 3,256 points. Divine weapon name, Phantom Dual Form Spear rank, 7th tier lower description. Contribution points required for exchange, 2,963 points. Divine weapon name. In the sealed space, Lin Yi's gaze swept over the spears. Whether due to high prices or poor amplification of power, all were abandoned by Lin Yi. It wasn't until more than half an hour had passed that he finally found a suitable divine weapon. Divine weapon name, Netherworld Heavenly Net rank, 7th tier lower description. The Netherworld Heavenly Net is the famous divine weapon of the Netherworld Demon Lord, a first-level powerhouse from the Extreme Husband Star domain in the Zhangjiang domain. 1,000,000 years ago, the Netherworld caused great harm and was slain by our sword sect disciple Lu Fengyun, and thus the Netherworld Heavenly Net fell into the hands of our Zhangjiang sword sect. This divine weapon has 3 forms. The first form requires a cultivation level of 3 in the divine body realm and a small success in the water and Fire True Intent at the 4th level, amplifying power by 13 times. The second form requires a cultivation level of 2 in the Indestructible realm and a great success in the Water and Fire True Intent at the 6th level, amplifying power by 26 times. The third form requires a cultivation level of 1 in the Great Sun realm and a great success in the Water and Fire True Intent at the 7th level, amplifying power by 39 times. Contribution points required for exchange, 1,860 points. 1860 contribution points, and its amplification of power is even stronger than the 5,700 contribution points of the Extreme Upper Blue Tiger Spear. This Netherworld Heavenly Net truly deserves to be called the king of cost-effectiveness. Linny couldn't help but feel delighted as he looked at the introduction of the Netherworld Heavenly Net on the virtual screen. The value and grade of a divine weapon generally depend on 2 aspects. One is the amplification of power. The higher the amplification, the higher the value. The second is the difficulty of activating its forms. A divine weapon with comparable amplification of power is naturally more valuable if it is easier to activate multiple Forms. After all, even if a divine weapon has strong amplification, if the difficulty of activating its forms is too high, making it impossible for an average person to activate, its value will naturally drop significantly. Therefore, for most cultivators, when the difference in amplification is not too great, the second point is often more important than the first. This is also the reason why the extreme upper blue tiger spear, despite having less power than the netherworld heavenly net, has a higher rank and is priced several times more. The netherworld spear. This divine weapon may seem like a useless trinket to other practitioners of the water and fire. True intent, but for me, it is just right. Looking at the divine spear netherworld spear on the virtual screen, Linny couldn't help but like it more and more. With the system's assistance, whether it's the divine body realm, the immortal realm, or the great sun realm, it is almost destined that my understanding of true intent will far exceed that of other practitioners of the same level. For others, this netherworld spear may be a useless item, but for me, it is a treasure tailor-made for me. Linny felt satisfied in his heart, tapping his fingers to place an order, immediately deducting 1860 contribution points to purchase the netherworld spear. After that, he carefully selected for over an hour, spending 2,920 contribution points to buy a medium-level armor of the 7th rank, named Jinyue Mingguang armor, before finally stopping. With that, all preparations were complete, just waiting for the day to arrive to battle with Zone Tianhua. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, there were still half an hour left until the agreed time for Linny and Zone Tianhua. At the Tsunjun Sword Sect, countless disciples had already boarded ships and arrived at a massive star, dozens of times larger than the Yinji star. This star was called Dowu Star, formed over 1 trillion years ago by the founder of the Sanjiang Sword Sect, old ancestor Zhangjiang, who fused and refined hundreds of stars from the Yunhai River system. It was covered in formations and restrictions, not only incredibly sturdy but also possessing a memory recovery function, easily able to withstand battles of triple-layered Great Sun Realm practitioners. Thus, it became a star specifically used for duels and challenges among the disciples of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect. Disciples from the Flying Realm to the Great Sun Realm could engage in battles here if there were grievances, enmities, or wagers, to determine a victor and compare strengths. Brother Wang, you are a triple-layered immortal realm practitioner, unmatched in strength. Do you think the true disciple Brother Lin has any chance of defeating Zone Tianhua in this battle? Outside Dowu Star, a handsome man dressed in white was surrounded by countless disciples like stars surrounding the moon. Among them, a divine body realm disciple was flattering him with a smile. Impossible. Lin, he cannot defeat Zone Tianhua. Upon hearing the words of the divine body realm disciple, Brother Wang immediately shook his head and explained, although Zone Tianhua is disgusting, his strength is still considerable. In normal circumstances, his full strength can rival that of a second-layered immortal realm practitioner. Now, I have heard that he specifically sought a 7th rank ultimate level auxiliary divine weapon from his family for this duel. With that, his strength is likely not much weaker than that of an ordinary second-layered immortal realm practitioner. With such strength, Lin Yi, being merely a divine body realm practitioner, no matter how talented he is, how can he possibly defy the heavens? Brother Wang shook his head inside, feeling a bit regretful in his heart. Although he was now a prestigious triple-layered immortal realm practitioner, he had often been disgusted by Zone Tianhua when he was still in the divine body realm. So, deep down, he actually preferred Lin Yi to win between Zone Tianhua and Lin Yi. But reality was such that Zone Tianhua's strength was indeed not something Lin Yi could compare to, no matter how biased he was. He couldn't say in front of so many junior disciples that Lin Yi would win, could he? Alas, even Brother Wang doesn't have faith in Brother Lin. It seems that Lin Yi really has no chance of winning. As Brother Wang's words fell, the other disciples also sighed in unison. In fact, they knew that the possibility of Lin Yi winning was very low. It could even be said to be non-existent. However, as fellow disciples in the divine body realm, they also yearned for a miracle to happen, hoping that Lin Yi could defeat the immortal realm's Zone Tianhua with his divine body. Time slowly passed. Outside Dowu Star, disciples continued to arrive. In addition to many onlookers from the Flying Realm, Divine Body Realm, and Immortal Realm disciples, even some disciples of the Great Sun Realm within the Sword Sect rushed here after hearing about this event. However, compared to those low-level disciples who had to gather their seats using divine power outside the fighting star and then rely on technological means to project the scene, the disciples of the Great Sun Realm appeared much more extravagant. Almost every small circle had disciples equipped with high-level flying secret pattern divine weapons, each one resembling a celestial being. With a single glance, they could overlook the entire star, clearly seeing every stone and even every speck of dust within it. At this moment, on a gray-brown flying secret pattern divine weapon resembling a dragon boat from Blue Star, several disciples of the Great Sun Realm were gathered. In front of each of them were various rare fruits and delicacies from the universe, toasting and engaging in lively discussions. Ha ha, Brother Zhou, you're here, too. I remember this true disciple Lin Yi was discovered by you, right? What do you think? Do you have high hopes for him this time? On the gray-brown ship, a man with fiery red hair and an unrestrained aura, resembling a demon god, downed a cup of fine wine in one gulp and then smiled at a man in golden robes sitting at the other end of the long table. Alas, Jaya sighed, how can I have high hopes? The man in golden robes sighed, although Lin Yi's talent is something I'd never seen in my life, and his divine body is immensely powerful. His current realm is still too low. Not to mention, his basic divine power is only a few thousandths of that of Zone Tianhua. With such a gap, how can it be bridged? The golden-robed man shook his head. There are indeed examples of defeating indestructible realm experts with a divine body realm, but in fact, among the true disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect, almost every one of them has had such achievements. However, those they defeated were merely practitioners who had just broken through to the indestructible realm, and they did so with the lowest divine power intensity. Such indestructible realm practitioners, compared to ordinary divine body realm peak practitioners, are only 1,000 times stronger in divine power and have a significant increase in true intent. The strength difference with disciples like Zhong Tianhua is too great. One strike would likely result in instant defeat, and their divine power would be instantly obliterated into nothingness. How can they be compared? Alright, no more talking. Look, Lin Yi has arrived. Just as everyone was exchanging pleasantries, a strong figure at the head of the long table spoke with a smile. Pointing a hand, everyone saw a silver disc-shaped spaceship gliding through the void next to the fighting star. Then, a young man clad in golden armor and wielding a black spear stepped out from it. Lin Yi, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Yi arrive, Zhong Tianhua's eyes instantly sparkled with infinite brilliance, as if he had spotted a peerless treasure. Yes, I'm here to collect my 6,000 contribution points. Hearing Zhong Tianhua's words, Lin Yi grinned, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Humph, arrogant. Seeing Lin Yi so presumptuous, a flicker of anger flashed in Zhong Tianhua's eyes. With a shake of his hand, a long blade appeared. Die! With the blade in hand, Zhong Tianhua shouted sharply, raising the weapon for a vertical slash. In an instant, boundless, destructive true intent surged through the air, transforming into black electric snakes that coiled around Zhong Tianhua. Under the entanglement of these endless black electric snakes, Zhong Tianhua seemed to transform into a devastating demon god, a streak of black light wielding the blade as he charged angrily towards Lin Yi. It's the 9 slashes of star breaking. It's over. Lin Yi can't possibly lose in one move, can he? Upon seeing Zhong Tianhua's furious slash, some indestructible realm disciples outside the fighting star changed their expressions. Meanwhile, on the gray-brown ship, the golden-robed disciple sighed and placed a hand on his forehead. Alas, this kid, Zhong Tianhua, is really ruthless. He goes all out with a secret technique against a divine body realm practitioner right from the start. This strike, while not his full strength, is nearly comparable to an ordinary second-level immortal realm practitioner. With this move, Lin Yi is likely to be defeated. Starbreaker 9 strikes. Zhong Tianhua is indeed ruthless. Upon seeing this move, Dou Wuxing, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and his expression became somewhat serious. At the same time, the black spear in his right hand emitted a ghostly glow, while the red-blue bracelet on his left hand also released a hazy light. In the next moment, boom! A tremendous sound erupted. On Dou Wuxing, Lin Yi thrust the black spear forward, instantly igniting the true essence of water and fire in the world, which swirled around the black spear in his hand, transforming into a massive red-blue spear light. Then, Lin Yi moved his body, and as he advanced with the spear, the red-blue spear light seemed to pierce through the void in an instant, crossing infinite distances and directly colliding with the black flowing light. A first-class secret technique of the mixed void realm. Glowing 9 strikes, first strike. Rumble. As the black flowing light collided with the red-blue spear light, an endless explosion echoed across Dou Wuxing. Countless materials were instantly obliterated, and the stellar flames on Dou Wuxing erupted with a thunderous explosion, creating seas of fire that obscured everyone's vision. But immediately after, in the eyes of the crowd, a figure flew out from the center of the sea of fire. As everyone focused their gaze, they were shocked to see Zhong Tianhua. What? Upon seeing that figure flying out from the center of the battlefield, countless disciples outside Dou Wuxing were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Zhong Tianhua, a peak practitioner of the first level of the immortal realm and a disciple of the Zhangjiang sword sect. His strength was far beyond that of ordinary practitioners from the outside world. How could such a powerful figure be defeated by a mere practitioner of the divine body realm after using his ultimate move? This outcome was simply too surreal. Brother Zhou, the true disciple you discovered is remarkable. Outside Dou Wuxing, on the gray-brown spaceship, upon witnessing Lin Yi's strike, all the disciples of the Great Sun realm widened their eyes. Especially the fiery red-haired disciple, who had initially been eager to watch the show, couldn't help but put down his wine cup, smacking his lips in shock. Ha ha, what a relief. To be honest, I didn't expect Lin Yi's strength to be this formidable. Seeing everyone on the spaceship looking at him in shock, the golden-clad man, Brother Zhou, smiled with pride and explained that strike just now seemed to be an extremely profound secret technique. In terms of attack alone, it should be considered an attack at the level of an ordinary second-level immortal realm practitioner. Such a powerful attack, I wonder how he, a divine body realm practitioner, managed to achieve it. Truly impressive. As he spoke, Brother Zhou couldn't help but express his admiration, his face showing a look of respect. Indeed impressive. Truly impressive. As soon as Brother Zhou finished speaking, the other disciples of the Great Sun realm nodded in agreement. At the peak of the divine body realm, the attack power actually reached the level of an ordinary second-level immortal realm practitioner. Even though these disciples had seen much and their sights were no longer limited to the Zhangjiang domain but extended to a broader world, they had never encountered anything like this. And while the disciples of the Great Sun realm were so shocked, Zhong Tianhua, who had just withstood Lin Yi's strike, felt even more tumultuous emotions within. Lin Yi, your strength is actually this strong. Looking at Lin Yi across from him, Zhong Tianhua's eyes were filled with shock as he spoke. At this moment, his figure was no longer as imposing as before. His right hand, which held the broadsword, had been shattered, hanging limply On his face there were even cracks appearing, resembling a broken porcelain piece that had been forcibly glued back together, looking terrifying. However, at this moment he paid no attention to these injuries, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi, filled with shock and confusion. He, Zhong Tianhua, how could you possibly gauge my strength? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon, trying to trick me out of my contribution points? Don't forget, I'm Lin Yi, not an idiot. If I didn't have absolute confidence, how could I dare to bet a full 6,000 contribution points with you? Seeing the shocked expression on Zhong Tianhua's face, Lin Yi's eyes shone with brilliance. In the past, due to his rapid increase in strength, he hadn't paid much attention to how divine weapons enhanced his own power. However, upon using it, he discovered that the power boost from the divine weapon was far better than he had imagined. His water and fire true intent could only barely match the first level of the immortal realm. Even after the enhancement from the first-class secret technique Glorious Nine Strikes, he could only reach the peak of the first level of the immortal realm, which was far weaker than Chaotic Divine Eye. But now, with the addition of the Netherworld Heavenly Net and the enhancement from this spear, the power of Lin Yi's Glorious Nine Strikes was actually stronger than when he had solely relied on the water and fire true intent to activate the Chaotic Divine Eye. After that, with the enhancement from the second form of the water and fire descending bracelet, the power of Lin Yi's Glorious Nine Strikes surged again. He had truly reached the level of a typical second-level immortal realm practitioner, and among the strong at this level he was not considered weak. With such powerful strength, it was no surprise that he injured Zhong Tianhua in one strike, catching him off guard. Ha, good. What a Lin Yi. Truly worthy of being a true disciple of my sword sect. This strength is indeed formidable. But this is what makes it interesting. If that last strike had crushed you, it would have truly wasted all my previous preparations. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhong Tianhua laughed heartily, his face filled with a fierce expression. Then, he felt divine power surging within him, and his previously drooping arm instantly recovered. The cracks on his face began to shine, and in the blink of an eye, they were completely restored. An immortal realm expert contains indestructible divine power as long as their divine body isn't shattered into pieces in an instant. Even if parts like arms, thighs, or even the head are damaged, they can be reassembled and restored in an instant. Although Lin Yi's previous strike was powerful, it was clearly still far from shattering Zhong Tianhua's divine body. Come again. Watching Zhong Tianhua recover instantly, Lin Yi moved again, shaking the black spear in his hand, drawing an arc in the void, and sweeping directly towards Zhong Tianhua. Glorious Nine Strikes. This was a first-class secret technique of the Chaos Realm. Although it was called 9 strikes, each strike contained infinite variations. Once unleashed, whether it was a thrust, a sweep, or a flick, any move could unleash the immense power of this secret technique. Lin Yi was determined. The spear moved with great force, resembling an ancient demon god. In his hands, the water and fire descending bracelet and the Netherworld Heavenly Net were both pushed to their limits, granting him an incredibly terrifying boost, causing the power of each of his moves to surge instantly. Die! Seeing this, Zhong Tianhua also shouted loudly, a small black cauldron appearing above his head, radiating billions of rays of light. Then, he slashed towards Lin Yi again with his knife. Boom! On the martial star, the two weapons clashed, instantly erupting with terrifying power once more. However, this time, it was not Zhong Tianhua who was sent flying. Instead, Lin Yi found himself at a disadvantage, being directly blasted away. Rumble! A series of continuous explosions sounded, and Lin Yi's Jinyue Mingguan armor shone brightly, protecting his divine body as he crashed through numerous fiery divine mountains on the martial star. Normally, the sun has no solid matter. This is modified, so it exists. Don't be misled. It wasn't until he had flown for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, shattering countless fiery divine mountains, that he finally came to a stop. What? Lin Yi, you actually weren't injured? Seeing Lin Yi unscathed, only slightly pale, and his divine body aura seemingly unchanged, Zhong Tianhua's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That last strike had been his all-out effort. He thought that even if he couldn't kill Lin Yi, he could at least seriously injure him. However, the final result was that Lin Yi was completely unscathed. This was truly hard for him to accept. Zhong Tianhua's strength is indeed formidable. I was almost unable to withstand it. On the other side, after taking that blow, Lin Yi also felt a lingering fear in his heart, secretly grateful that he had spent a fortune to exchange for the Jinyue Mingguan armor. The Jinyue Mingguan armor was a mid-tier 7th grade secret pattern divine weapon armor that could weaken an opponent's attack to 1% of its original power within its limit. As a 7th grade armor, the Jinyue Mingguan armor had a very high threshold for endurance. Only a powerful being at the first major level of the Great Sun Realm could break this limit. As for Zhong Tianhua, he was still far from that. Come again. Seeing Zhong Tianhua's incredulous expression, Lin Yi felt quite spirited and full of fighting spirit. With a roar, he raised his spear and lunged at Zhong Tianhua. Humph! You dare to take the initiative to attack me? Do you really think I'm made of clay? Seeing Lin Yi charge at him after taking his blow, Zhong Tianhua also let out an angry roar. He swung his broadsword horizontally, and at the same time, the black small cauldron above his head burst forth with boundless black light, enhancing Zhong Tianhua's power. Duanqing. 9 slashes, slash. Zhong Tianhua roared again, his body following the blade, transforming into a streak of black light rushing towards Lin Yi. In the next moment, clang 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 clang, boom 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 boom. On the martial star, the two clashed their weapons, and the sounds of endless weapon collisions and explosions echoed continuously. Zhong Tianhua wielded his broadsword, striking relentlessly. Each blow was powerful and heavy, as if a divine being was splitting mountains, evolving infinite mysteries. Opposite him, Lin Yi held a long spear, his entire body seeming to transform into a rolling stream of water, continuously dismantling moves and dissipating force. Although he was at a disadvantage under Zhong Tianhua's attacks, he remained as steady as a mountain, standing firm and unyielding. Rumble! The sounds of endless explosions rang out, and the two fought while retreating, exchanging tens of thousands of blows every second. In an instant, they had battled across tens of thousands of kilometers on the martial star, causing the heavens to collapse and the stars to shift. Lin Yi, try taking another blow from me. In the battlefield, Zhong Tianhua forced Lin Yi back and stood over 10,000 kilometers away. Then, he raised his broadsword high, resembling Panga wielding an axe to open up the heavens. At the same time, a brilliant light erupted from his divine body, and his aura surged violently. He's starting to burn his divine body. Zhong Tianhua is going all out. Seeing this scene, the disciples outside the martial star exclaimed in shock. It's over. Lin Yi is probably going to lose. On the external spaceship, countless disciples of the Great Sun Realm shook their heads. Burning the divine body was a method to greatly increase one's strength in a short time. In the past, when the Taiji Divine Sword faced the Horned Star Beast on Blue Star, it had used this move, instantly boosting its power enough to fight the severely injured Horned Star Beast. However, at that time, the Taiji Divine Sword had just formed its divine body, and its foundation was average. Therefore, its total divine body was also small, and even burning the divine body could not last long. Zhong Tianhua was different. He was an indestructible realm powerhouse. Moreover, his foundation was extremely solid, so his total divine body was vast. With such a large total, even though the amount burned per second when an indestructible realm was burning its divine body was much greater than that of a divine body realm practitioner, Zhong Tianhua's total divine body allowed him to burn for a longer time than any other human divine body realm practitioner in the world. This naturally included Lin Yi. Sigh. The good show is over. To be honest, seeing Zhong Tianhua defeat Lin Yi, I really feel a bit uncomfortable. On a gray-brown spaceship, a disciple of the Great Sun Realm with light blue hair shook his head inside. Indeed, with a genius like Lin Yi losing to a waste like Zhong Tianhua, who wouldn't feel a sense of regret? After all, if he were at the same level as Zhong Tianhua, or even just a couple of minor realms weaker, Zhong Tianhua wouldn't even be worthy to carry Lin Yi's shoes. As the disciple with finished speaking, another disciple with yellow stripes on his face, resembling the patterns of a fierce tiger, chimed in. Hey, Brother Zhou, why aren't you saying anything? Noticing that everyone was discussing, only the golden-clad prodigy who had discovered Lin Yi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Someone couldn't help but ask, Hearing someone call him, the golden-clad prodigy Brother Zhou seemed to come back to his senses and shook his head, saying, I don't know why, but I always feel that Lin Yi can win. Because from Lin Yi's various performances, he doesn't seem to be a reckless person. On the contrary, he is quite clever. The method of burning the divine body to enhance strength is not a secret. He should be able to consider this. But even so, he still challenged. Zhong Tianhua, do you think he has some hidden cards? Well. Hearing the golden-clad prodigy's words, the other geniuses recalled Lin Yi's various performances and couldn't help but hesitate. Subsequently, they stopped teasing and lowered their gazes, watching the battle below. Finally, is he burning the divine body? On the Dou star, compared to the pessimism of the outside disciples, Lin Yi's eyes indeed sparkled with infinite brilliance. Burning the divine body can enhance strength during the burning process. However, once the burning stops, the strength will drop to the extreme. At this moment, it was his opportunity to unleash the chaotic divine eye. Lin Yi, die. What Lin Yi was thinking, Zhong Tianhua naturally did not know. As he burned his divine body and felt the explosive power within, Zhong Tianhua excitedly roared, swinging his broadsword in a vertical slash. Instantly, a terrifying blade light spanning tens of thousands of kilometers was unleashed on Dou star, tearing towards Lin Yi. Block! Seeing this, Lin Yi's divine body also burst forth with light, and the divine body began to burn. Then, with a low shout, he spun his spear and collided with Zhong Tianhua's broadsword. Clang! Another earth-shattering sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lin Yi's body was instantly sent flying, his aura visibly weakening in midair. After the divine body of an indestructible realm expert burned, the enhanced strength was indeed much greater than that of the divine body realm. Under Zhong Tianhua's strike, even after the power counteraction of glorious 9 strikes and the weakening of the Jingyue Mingguang armor, the residual force still caused Lin Yi's divine body to tremble, sustaining minor injuries. Ha, Lin Yi, let's see how long you can hold on. Seeing Lin Yi injured by his strike, Zhong Tianhua was overjoyed, wielding his broadsword to slash at Lin Yi again. Clang! Another massive sound echoed through the stars, and Lin Yi's body was once again sent flying like a ball under Zhong Tianhua's blow. His divine body's aura weakened once more. Ha, slash. Seeing this, Zhong Tianhua was greatly encouraged, continuously slashing with his broadsword. Lin Yi, under this barrage of attacks, struggled to defend, his aura growing weaker. Until finally, his aura diminished to the extreme, almost less than a third of its peak, and he didn't even dare to burn the divine body anymore. Ha, Lin Yi, just give up. Watching Lin Yi's strength drop to such a level, Zhong Tianhua was extremely pleased, no longer willing to burn the divine body, planning to return to normal and slowly defeat Lin Yi. However, just as he was about to return to normal, he suddenly saw Lin Yi, who had been low in aura from afar, suddenly have his aura surge violently, burning the divine body. At the same time, countless rays of light burst forth from his brow, gathering infinite energy, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Under the illumination of these countless rays, a piece of chaos was opened up before him and the void was pierced inch by inch. Chaotic divine light. After a moment in time, feeling the energy within him converge to its limit and the true essence of the world being fully mobilized, Lin Yi let out a low shout as this transformed into a more miraculous energy at the center of his brow. In the next instant, boom! On Dowu Star, a dazzlingly bright pillar of pure white light shot out from Lin Yi's heavenly eye at an incredibly terrifying speed, heading straight for the distant Zone Tianhua. What is this? A thought just arose in Zone Tianhua's mind. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming terror surge from deep within. Under this great terror, his divine body instinctively wanted to tremble. He wanted to burn his divine body to resist this wave of horror. However, the speed of that brilliant light pillar was simply too fast. Before his thought of burning his divine body could even settle, it had already struck him. Ah! An incredibly shrill scream escaped Zone Tianhua's lips. The brilliant light pillar collided with his body, and the black armor on the surface of his divine body instantly shone brightly, beginning to weaken the impact of the light pillar. Yet, the power of that light pillar was simply too formidable. Even after being weakened by the black armor, it still far exceeded the limits of Zone Tianhua's indestructible divine body. Boom! A loud explosion echoed across Dowu Star. Countless materials were instantly blown apart. Under this brilliant light pillar, Zone Tianhua's divine body was instantly shattered into pieces, leaving behind countless fragments of divine body, a piece of black armor, and a massive broadsword. What kind of secret technique is this? Witnessing this scene, countless disciples outside Dowu Star stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. This is impossible. How could Lin Yi, a divine body realm cultivator, unleash an attack that shatters Zone Tianhua's divine body? The eyes of the indestructible realm disciples widened. Did you all just see what that divine light really was? On the gray-brown ship, a daylight realm disciple also stared wide-eyed, filled with incredulity. I don't know, but it's incredible. Truly incredible. A peak third layer divine body realm defeating a peak first layer indestructible realm. Lin Yi is going against the heavens. Seeing this, the previously skeptical red-haired man murmured to himself, his wine cup inadvertently crashing onto the table with a clatter, his face full of astonishment. This true disciple Lin Yi actually won. On the spaceship, the golden-clad genius watched this scene, feeling a wave of dreamlike sensation in his heart. Although he had some confidence in Lin Yi before, now that the reality had unfolded and Lin Yi had truly defeated Zone Tianhua, he still found it hard to believe. This was a divine body realm defeating an indestructible realm, and it was a peak first layer practitioner of the Zhangjiang sword sect. Such a feat, let alone seeing, they had never even heard of before. But now, it was happening right before their eyes. Impossible. Impossible. Lin Yi, I cannot lose. By the side of the black armor, Zone Tianhua, now reduced to fragments of divine body, roared. Countless fragments surged, yearning to reassemble into a complete divine body. However, when the divine body had only formed a head, Lin Yi appeared in the distance. Zone Tianhua, die for me. On the other end of Dowu Star, Lin Yi, holding a spear, strode forward and shouted angrily. In an instant, his body crossed tens of thousands of kilometers, arriving before Zone Tianhua's form. Then, with a twist of his spear, he swept horizontally. Boom! The massive black spear collided with Zone Tianhua's head, and the violent force instantly shattered his head, turning it back into fragments of divine body. Annihilate! After shattering Zone Tianhua's head, Lin Yi attacked again. With a movement of his spear, its length instantly surged, transforming into a spear thousands of kilometers long, resembling a heavenly pillar. Then, Lin Yi, holding the spear, violently stirred the mass of divine power fragments, a lake with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers formed by Zone Tianhua's divine body. In an instant, countless fragments were stirred up, transforming into the purest energy in the universe. Continue. Seeing his strike take effect, Lin Yi was immediately encouraged. Like the war god from ancient legends, he swung his spear repeatedly, unleashing terrifying power with every movement, scattering countless divine body fragments with a single blow. Lin Yi, you treacherous little man. In the lake formed by the divine body fragments, countless faces resembling Zone Tianhua rose and fell, trying to coalesce into a head, but were immediately dispersed by Lin Yi's strike. Treacherous little man? When it comes to treachery, how can I compare to you, Zone Tianhua? Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he coldly snorted, his spear relentless, booming with terrifying energy, scattering the surrounding divine body fragments amidst Zone Tianhua's furious curses. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 breaths had already gone by. At this moment, the lake formed by the divine body fragments had significantly shrunk, now only about 1/10 of its previous size. Boom! In the sky above the fighting martial star, Lin Yi held the netherworld heavenly net and with another thrust unleashed terrifying power towards the divine body fragments below. However, this time, the netherworld heavenly net did not plunge into the lake of divine body fragments as before. Instead, it was blocked by a thin layer of fiery red light about 10 kilometers away from the divine body lake. Ding! Detection shows that Zone Tianhua's divine body has less than 8% remaining among the two challengers. This battle is won by the true disciple Lin Yi. Both sides cease hostilities. A mechanical voice rang in Lin Yi's ear. What a pity! Upon hearing this, Lin Yi slightly shook his head and retracted his spear. Immediately, under the protection of that layer of fiery red light, the countless divine body fragments slowly began to gather. After a few breaths, they reformed into the figure of Zone Tianhua, clad in black armor and wielding a crescent blade. Lin Yi, On the fighting martial star, Zhong Tianhua looked up at Lin Yi, who was gazing down at him. Although Zhong Tianhua's face was pale and his breath weak, his expression was filled with venomous threats. As he said, "Humph, Lin Yi, this time you have won. But don't think that this means you have defeated me. Our days are still long ahead, we shall see. He. Hearing Zhong Tianhua's threat, Lin Yi coldly laughed, completely unconcerned. Zhong Tianhua, with your current weakness, you lost to me despite being at a higher realm. Do you really think you have a chance to surpass me in the future? Let me be direct, if you don't provoke me, that's fine, but if you dare to challenge me, I will ensure you die without a complete corpse." Die without a complete corpse? Good. Then let's see who dies first. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianhua's face twisted with even more resentment. After delivering his harsh words, he shot up into the sky and left the fighting martial star in his spaceship. Lin Yi, seeing this, also flashed away, leaving behind countless disciples still in shock, unable to regain their senses. On the star where the Zhangjiang sword sect was located, Lin Yi returned aboard his spaceship. Ding ding. Shortly after Lin Yi returned to the palace, his intelligence system suddenly emitted a series of sounds. It's senior brother Zhang Su. Seeing the name on the note, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, then instructed the intelligence system, "Connect." Whoosh. The moment the intelligence system connected the call, the void trembled and a virtual screen appeared, revealing Zhang Su's figure. "Senior brother Zhang, I wonder what brings you to find your junior brother? Did you come to collect the 10,000 contribution points for my victory?" Lin Yi joked as he looked at Zhang Su's face. He knew that for a powerhouse like Zhang Su, 10,000 contribution points were merely a trivial matter. He guessed that Zhang Su had another reason for coming to find him, therefore, Lin Yi deliberately made a joke to ease the atmosphere. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Su laughed and said, "Ha, Junior. Brother, you really know how to joke. I told you before, 10,000 contribution points are nothing to me, so you don't need to rush to repay. I came to find you this time because I want to confirm something with you." "Oh, may I ask what it is, senior brother?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi had some guesses in his heart. At that moment, Zhang Su's expression became a bit serious as he asked, "Junior brother, I actually came to ask you, during your battle with Zhong Tianhua just now, was that divine light that appeared on your forehead a result of using a true god-level secret technique?" Zhang Su, senior brother, such keen eyesight, you actually recognized that it was a true god-level secret technique. Hearing Zhang Su's words, Lin Yi was also slightly taken aback. A true god-level secret technique, although powerful, appeared no different from an ordinary mixed void realm technique on the surface. If there were no divine weapons involved, it would be easy to guess just by the amplification of power. However, if there were divine weapons interfering, along with the disturbances from burning the divine body, it would be very difficult to guess. Therefore, among the many disciples on the fighting martial star, including several from the Great Sun Realm, although they were shocked by the power of Lin Yi's chaotic divine light, none of them thought it could be a true god-level secret technique. After all, how precious is a true god-level secret technique? Not to mention that Xinjiang domain, even in the hundreds of domains near that Xinjiang domain, there has been no news of any major power possessing such a technique. Thus, it was unreasonable to guess that Lin Yi's action this time was related to a true god-level secret technique. But now, Zhang Su had guessed it. Alas! Senior brother, your insight is remarkable. This is indeed a true god-level second-tier secret technique, but it's only a fragment, merely a cultivation method for the divine body realm. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi finally nodded. Since Zhang Su had already asked, it meant he had confirmed this matter. Otherwise, based on the information Lin Yi had gathered with his senior brother's personality, he wouldn't have brought it up without absolute certainty. In this case, rather than being evasive, it was better to be honest. After all, he was no longer the insignificant character who had just entered the universe without any background. He, Lin Yi, was a true disciple of the Zhangjiang sword sect. He was also a direct disciple of the Xian Yuan ancestor. A true god-level secret technique, even if it was just a fragment, if he was willing to hand it over to the Xian Yuan ancestor and the Zhangjiang sword sect, he believed the sect would definitely be willing to protect him and provide him with a considerable compensation. This was also the confidence that allowed him to use this secret technique when facing Zhong Tianhua. Indeed, it really is a true god-level secret technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su's eyes sparkled, and then he looked at Lin Yi with some envy, saying, "Junior brother, you are truly lucky. But just a mere divine body realm has obtained a true god-level secret technique that our entire Xinjiang sword sect has never possessed in its billion-year history. Although it's merely a fragment for the divine body realm, its value is immeasurable." Zhang Su sighed. A true god-level secret technique is an unparalleled secret technique that can only be created by true gods. Within the secret technique lies the understanding and insights of the true god's path. If a powerful being with a sufficiently high realm were to obtain it, they could glimpse the profound mysteries of that true god's path through the secret technique. Such a secret technique could never be created without a sufficiently high realm. It is only because of the system's astonishing power that it can forcibly break through limits through time and surpass the levels of secret techniques. Otherwise, if it relied solely on Lin Yi's own comprehension, even with a critical hit multiplier of 3,000 times, or even 30,000 times, or 300 million times, it would be absolutely impossible to create. However, Zhang Su naturally did not know these things. After expressing his feelings, seeing Lin Yi looking at him in shock, Zhang Su smiled and said, "Junior brother, you don't need to be surprised. In fact, it wasn't me who figured out that this secret technique is a true god-level secret technique. I may have lived for hundreds of millions of years and have some insight, but the level of a true god is still too far away for me. So, when I first saw your secret technique, I thought it was a powerful secret technique of the chaotic realm and didn't even consider it to be at the level of true god. Techniques. It was master. After he watched your battle with Zhong Tianhua, he recognized the level of your secret technique. That's why he sent me to talk to you. However, Lin Yi, you don't need to worry. Jiang Su smiled as he said this, seemingly afraid that Lin Yi might be anxious, and after a slight pause, he explained, you should know that your talent has already caught Master's attention, otherwise he wouldn't have focused on the battle of a mere divine body realm and indestructible realm disciple. Now, you are able to obtain a true god-level secret technique in the divine body realm, which proves that your fortune is quite extraordinary. So, in Master's eyes, you are almost certain to become a chaotic realm expert in the future. And a chaotic realm powerhouse, especially one who is his direct disciple, is far more valuable than a complete true god-level secret technique. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't force you because of a small fragment of a true god-level secret technique. This is also the reason why Master didn't come personally to inquire but sent me instead. Oh, I see. As Jiang Su explained, Lin Yi felt a bit relieved. At the same time, he had a bit more recognition for his master, the Xian Yuan ancestor. Although he hadn't interacted much with his master, he had to admit that his master treated him well. Not only did he directly grant him a 9th-tier ultimate divine weapon, the Water and Fire Descending bracelet, on the day he became a disciple, but now, to avoid any misunderstanding, he even sent Jiang Su to convey the message. One must know that as a chaotic realm existence, he would generally look down on those in the divine body realm, indestructible realm, or even the Great Sun realm. Yet, the Xian Yuan ancestor was able to show such respect for him, which made Lin Yi feel a bit more at ease. May I ask, senior brother, what does Master think about this matter regarding the true god-level secret technique? How should I prepare to deal with it? With this thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, feeling a bit more lively. Seeing this, Jiang Su smiled and replied, it's like this, junior brother. Regarding this secret technique, Master has already suspected that it might be a fragment. So, when he just instructed me, he already passed down a message. He said that if this fragment can reach the chaotic realm level, he will exchange it with you for a set of half-step Dao divine weapon equipment. If it only reaches the Great Sun realm level, then he will exchange it with you for an attacking type half-step Dao divine weapon. If it reaches the indestructible realm level, he will give you 1,000,000 contribution points. If it is only at the divine body realm level, then he can only give you 100,000 contribution points. So, junior brother, would you like to exchange 100,000 contribution points? Upon hearing this number, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. As expected of a chaotic realm existence, he was indeed generous. One must know that he had just fought tooth and nail with Zhong Tianhua for merely 6,000 contribution points. Now, the Xian Yuan ancestor was willing to offer 100,000 contribution points just to obtain this true god-level secret technique at the divine body realm. Such a gesture truly shocked Lin Yi. Senior brother, please inform Master that I am willing to exchange. Without hesitation, Lin Yi agreed. 100,000 contribution points were enough for him to exchange for sufficient emu heart to comprehend the true meaning of wood. Moreover, he could even exchange for other treasures containing true meanings to comprehend other true meanings and enhance the power of the chaotic divine eye. Alternatively, he could choose not to exchange for these treasures but instead exchange for new secret pattern divine weapons, which would also enhance his strength. In short, 100,000 contribution points was undoubtedly a substantial sum for him at this moment, enough to elevate his strength by several levels. Lin Yi silently pondered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Su was also very pleased and laughed heartily. I knew you would agree, junior brother. In that case, I will notify the teacher now, and you can speak with him yourself later. After Jiang Su finished speaking, he ended the call. A few minutes later, the talisman given to Lin Yi by the ancestor Xian Yuan suddenly began to vibrate. Connect. Noticing the vibration of the talisman in his spatial ring, Lin Yi flipped his palm, and the talisman appeared in his hand. Then, whoosh! The void twisted, and from the talisman, countless rays of light shot out, intertwining in the air, forming the figure of ancestor Xian Yuan in an instant. Disciple. Upon seeing Lin Yi's face, ancestor Xian Yuan smiled. Teacher. Seeing this, Lin Yi slightly bowed and said respectfully, I heard from your 9th senior brother that you are willing to exchange the divine level secret technique with me? On the other end of the talisman, ancestor Xian Yuan spoke with a smile. Yes, disciple is willing to exchange. Lin Yi nodded slightly and said, Teacher's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. On our first meeting, you gifted me the precious water and fire descending bracelet as a means of protection. Now that the teacher has personally spoken, it is only right that I offer the secret technique to you. However, recently I have indeed been a bit tight on resources and my contribution points are quite lacking, so I can only shamelessly say exchange. Disciple, you flatter me. Public matters are public, private matters are private. We must distinguish between the two. The last time I gifted you the water and fire descending bracelet was merely a teacher's gift to a disciple upon our first meeting. How can it be compared to a heavy kindness? Now that I want this divine level secret technique from you, I naturally need to offer an equivalent item in exchange. As the esteemed ancestor of the Sword Sect, a figure of the Chaos Realm, would I really take advantage of a mere divine body realm cultivator like you? Hearing Lin Yi's words, ancestor Xian Yuan pretended to be displeased and laughed. Lin Yi nodded in response. Yes, teacher is right. I underestimated your generosity. Since the teacher wishes to see it, let's not delay. I will send it to you now. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he pressed the talisman to his forehead. Instantly, his powerful spiritual Power surged forth, transforming into a vast stream of information, transmitting the secret technique Chaotic Divine Eye to the other end through the talisman. This secret technique? At the moment he received the secret technique, Ancestor Xian Yuan's expression changed instantly, revealing a look of shock. After a few breaths, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Incredible! Truly incredible! This secret technique is indeed created by a divine level powerhouse. It surprisingly does not limit itself to a specific true meaning but can transform any true meaning in the world, ultimately forming a chaotic divine light attack. Just this aspect alone shows that the predecessor who created this secret technique is far beyond my realm, not something we Chaos Realm cultivators can compare to." Ancestor Xian Yuan sighed, then looked at Lin Yi with shining eyes. "Disciple, you did very well this time. This secret technique even has a certain enlightening effect for me. In terms of value, giving you 100,000 contribution points is still too little. However, for you at this moment, 100,000 contribution points should be about enough. Even if I give you another 100,000, it wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, since you have already reached the peak of the divine body realm, you should soon consume the opportunity to enter the affiliated universe as a true disciple, right? So, when the time comes, before you enter the affiliated universe, come find me, and I will give you a precious treasure that will ensure your life no matter what danger you encounter in the affiliated universe." Oh, a precious treasure that can save my life in any danger in the affiliated universe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. The words he had originally prepared to convert the treasure into contribution points were immediately swallowed back. After all, no matter how important contribution points are, they cannot compare to one's own life. Although there are many opportunities in the affiliated universe, there are even more dangers. Even among the true disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect in the past, there were not a few who fell while exploring the affiliated universe. Therefore, a treasure that can guarantee one's life 100% is naturally more precious than any number of contribution points. "Thank you, Master." Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The Xian Yuan ancestor nodded upon hearing this, and then his figure slowly dissipated into the void. Master, you have just transferred 10,000 contribution points into your account at the Zhangjiang sword sect. Your current balance is 112,020 points. The moment the Xian Yuan ancestor's figure vanished, a prompt from the intelligence system entered Lin Yi's mind. Over 110,000 contribution points. I'm rich. Upon hearing this prompt, a look of ecstatic joy instantly appeared on Lin Yi's face. Then, his mind quickly connected through the intelligence system and plunged into the metaverse constructed by the Zhangjiang sword sect, arriving at the treasure vault where the sect exchanged divine weapons. Treasury quickly list the Heart of Imu and other treasures containing true meanings. This time, I want to exchange a lot. The system is searching based on the exchange request. Search complete. Please check the specific treasures and prices yourself. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in this space. Immediately after, a virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Yi. On it, treasures containing true meanings were listed one by one. Treasure name, Heart of Imu rank, 7th rank description, green, the size of an egg, crystal clear, a cosmic treasure containing the true meaning of wood. After absorption, it can help practitioners break through the bottleneck of the true meaning of wood. To forcibly help practitioners with insufficient aptitude comprehend the true meaning of wood, at least 4 must be absorbed. Exchange price, 3,330 contribution points/piece. Treasure name, Stone of Annihilation rank, 7th rank description, gray, resembling ordinary rock, a cosmic treasure containing the true meaning of annihilation. After absorption, it can help practitioners break through the bottleneck of the true meaning of annihilation, worth immeasurable value. To forcibly help practitioners with insufficient aptitude comprehend the true meaning of annihilation, at least 100 billion pounds must be absorbed. Exchange price, 20,000 contribution points/100 billion pounds. Treasure name, Thunder Dragon Snake rank, 7th rank description, purple, shaped like lightning, resembling a dragon snake, a cosmic treasure containing the true meaning of thunder. After absorption, it can help practitioners break through the bottleneck of true meaning, worth immeasurable value. To forcibly help practitioners with insufficient aptitude comprehend the true meaning of thunder, at least 9 must be absorbed. Exchange price, 2,000 contribution points/piece. Treasure name, Dark Original Wood rank, 7th rank description, black, resembling black iron, a cosmic treasure containing the true meaning of darkness. After absorption, it can help practitioners break through the bottleneck of true meaning, worth immeasurable value. To forcibly help practitioners with insufficient aptitude comprehend true meaning, at least 5 pieces must be absorbed. Exchange price, 5,000 contribution points/piece. Each of these extremely precious treasures was laid out before Lin Yi. Each type of treasure was of the 7th rank, and although the prices varied, the contribution points required to exchange for enough treasures to fully comprehend the true meanings were quite similar, mostly below 20,000 contribution points. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel excited. To comprehend a true meaning, it costs less than 20,000 contribution points. Now that I have a full 110,000 contribution points, doesn't that mean I can comprehend 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 true meanings? And if 4 true meanings have already made the chaotic divine eye so powerful, then adding a few more true meanings, combined with the water and fire descending bracelet, how powerful would the chaotic divine light emitted by the chaotic divine eye be? Could it possibly reach the peak of the 3rd level of the ordinary undying realm? Thinking of this, Lin Yi became even more excited. I am the realm of divine bodies, the attack power reaches the level of a typical third-stage indestructible realm. Such strength is not only rare in the universe but is also hard to find among the divine bodies in various domain realms. After all, even if the disciples from the divine sect or divine dynasty possess true god-level secret techniques like the chaotic divine eye or even stronger, without comprehending so many true meanings, they absolutely cannot reach Lin Yi's level of power. Of course, if there are stronger divine weapons, such as attack-type semi-path divine weapons or even semi-path divine weapon sets, they might surpass Lin Yi. This is because, although semi-path divine weapons are only semi-path, they are still associated with the term divine weapon. The power they can amplify for the user is definitely far beyond that of so-called 9th tier limit secret pattern divine weapons, and even the true god-level secret techniques of the divine body chapter cannot compare. Lin Yi pondered silently in his heart, then, with a thought, he immediately commanded, Treasury Pavilion, I want to exchange for 4 Heart of Emu, 9 Thunder Dragon Serpents, 10,000 drops of bright sea water, 5 pieces of dark original wood, 100 billion pounds of destruction stone, and 100 billion pounds of life stone. A grand voice echoed in the Treasury Pavilion as Lin Yi spoke continuously, quickly selecting 6 types of treasures. Among these 6 treasures, aside from the Heart of Emu and Thunder Dragon Serpents, the other 4 belong to opposing true meanings. Once comprehended and perfectly fused, even if the realm is lower, it will far exceed a single true meaning. Ding! Received the exchange request. The system is placing the order. Order completed, contribution points deducted successfully. Congratulations, Lin Yi, true disciple of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect, your exchange was successful. The 4 Hearts of Emu, 9 Thunder Dragon Serpents, 10,000 drops of bright sea water, 5 pieces of dark original wood, 100 billion pounds of destruction stone, and 100 billion pounds of life stone will be delivered to you within an hour. During this time, please do not leave the designated receiving star to avoid affecting the delivery. Finally, wish you a pleasant shopping experience, work hard in your cultivation, and achieve the great path soon. As Lin Yi's words fell, the mechanical voice of the Treasury Pavilion system rang out repeatedly. Seeing this, Lin Yi's figure flashed and he left the enclosed space of the Treasury Pavilion. After purchasing those 6 types of treasures, he had consumed 98,568 contribution points. Although he still had 13,452 contribution points left, this amount was definitely insufficient to comprehend a true meaning. As for exchanging for divine weapons, there was no rush. After all, divine weapons are tied to secret techniques. Aside from versatile auxiliary divine weapons like the water and fire descending ring, other weapon-type divine weapons must be matched with suitable secret techniques. Since he hadn't even selected a secret technique yet, hastily choosing a divine weapon would only lead to needing to exchange it again later, which would be redundant and not worth the effort. Because if he exchanged for a divine weapon from the Treasury Pavilion, the recovery value later would not be at the original price. Getting half of it back would be good enough. With this thought, Lin Yi's consciousness returned to reality, and he began to quietly wait in his palace on his star for the disciple from the Zhangjiang Sword Sect to deliver the items. Time slowly passed. Although the Zhangjiang Sword Sect was terrifyingly large, there were space voids specifically constructed by the Sword Sect within the galaxy, leading to important stars everywhere. Thus, in less than half an hour, a spaceship flew through the void and arrived at the star where Lin Yi was located. Junior brother, you've worked hard. Looking at the servant disciple before him, Lin Yi smiled and spoke, taking a large black box with a grin. It's not hard, senior brother Lin is too kind. Senior brother is a true disciple of our sword sect. It is my honor to assist you. Please carefully check and sign for the items to avoid any losses. Hearing Lin Yi's polite words, the disciple was immediately flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. Alright, Lin Yi saw this and nodded slightly. He then opened the box to check it over, and after finding no issues, he happily signed for it and took all the items. With that, everything was ready. Now, let's get started. In a silent training room within the palace, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on a mat. In front of him was a large black box. Inside the box were 6 types of items. At this moment, Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on the first item in the box, for crystals the size of eggs, completely transparent, with green liquid flowing inside. This item was the Heart of Emu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the secret room, Lin Yi's mind stirred. In the void, tangible divine power surged from within Lin Yi, piercing into the 4 emerald green hearts of Emu like steel needles. Immediately, crash! The green liquid wrapped in the shells of the 4 hearts of Emu began to flow slowly, merging with the divine power and entering Lin Yi's mind. At this moment, Lin Yi's understanding of the true meaning of wood began to skyrocket. The secret room was silent, and time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 9 hours had already gone by. Within the secret room, the 4 hearts of Emu had lost their luster and with a bang transformed into countless specks of light that dissipated. The true meaning of wood, understood. System, modify the true meaning of wood, set the modification time to 1 million years later. At the moment of comprehending the true meaning of wood, Lin Yi directly spoke to the system in his mind. The system immediately responded. Ding! Host command received, system modifying. Ding! Congratulations, host, this modification of the true meaning of wood has resulted in a critical hit with a critical multiplier of 100 times. 100 times? Such a high multiplier? Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Lin Yi was first taken aback, then his eyes filled with joy. Although he had previously speculated that the system might deliver a critical hit when modifying the true meaning of wood and that it could be a higher multiplier than any previous modifications when the moment actually arrived, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel immense joy. Thoughts swirled in Lin Yi's mind filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, his understanding of the true meaning began to surge. True meaning of wood, first level, entry. True meaning of wood, second level, entry. True meaning of wood, third level, entry. The system's power rapidly modified, and Lin Yi's true meaning of wood instantly advanced from the first level to the fifth level of perfection. At this point, the system's power had not even consumed half of its capacity, still retaining much. Could it be that this time I will break through to the sixth level of the true meaning of wood? Lin Yi speculated in his heart. However, the process did not unfold in the direction he anticipated. After the true meaning of wood broke through the fifth level of perfection under the influence of the system's power, it did not advance to a higher level of true meaning but began to merge with the true meanings of gold, water, fire, and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Lin Yi's true meanings merged within him, the omnipresent true meanings of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in the world began to tremble wildly. But this tremor quickly disappeared after a moment, because, under the system's great power, Lin Yi's five elemental true meanings traversed an unfathomable number of years in an instant, completely merging together. The five elemental true meanings have formed. Feeling his current realm, Lin Yi was instantly filled with immense satisfaction. Understanding the five elemental true meanings meant that he had reached a small perfection. Based on the five elements, from now on, his true meanings would no longer be divided into gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There would only be the five elemental true meaning, a truly perfect true meaning. I wonder how powerful this five elemental true meaning is. With this thought, anticipation rose once more in Lin Yi's heart. The true essence of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth scattered apart is already so formidable. How much more powerful would they be when combined? No rush, first fully comprehend the other true essences and then I'll test the power of these five elements in the primordial universe. Looking at the five remaining treasures in the large box before him, Lin Yi suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. Then, his divine body continued to emerge, transforming into steel needles that pierced into one of the treasures. This is the lightning serpent. Crackle, crackle. As Lin Yi began to refine it, an endless stream of true essence insights flooded into his mind. Inside the box, 9 lightning serpents also began to twist wildly. It was as if they were the thunder of the universe, emitting boundless purple lightning throughout the entire secret chamber, striking in all directions and creating a series of booming sounds. Unfortunately, this secret chamber was built by the Zhangjiang sword sect for true disciples and elders. Its solidity could easily withstand the attacks of ordinary peak-level Great Sun Realm practitioners. A mere lightning serpent, no matter how powerful, could never hope to affect this chamber. Time slowly passed once. Again. In the blink of an eye, 2 full days and nights had gone by. During these 2 days and nights, Lin Yi did not stop for a moment, continuously refining these 5 treasures. Lightning serpent, dark wood, stone of life, stone of destruction, sea of light. All 5 treasures were refined by Lin Yi in this short span of 2 days, and he once again mastered the 5 true essences. System, modify the lightning true essence, destruction, true essence, dark true essence, life true essence, and light true essence, with the modification time set for 1 million years later. After refining all 5 treasures, Lin Yi spoke for the first time, addressing the system in his mind. Ding! Host's command received, true essence, enhancement in progress. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Then came a series of critical hit sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host. This time the modification of lightning true essence resulted in a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 10 times. Ding! Congratulations, host. This time the modification of dark true essence resulted in a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 20 times. Ding! Congratulations, host. This time the modification of destruction true essence resulted in a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 5 times. Ding! Congratulations, host. This time the modification of life true essence resulted in a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 5 times. 4 consecutive critical hit sounds rang in Lin Yi's ears. However, they did not satisfy him. Is this it? Lin Yi felt disappointed. Although 4 of the 5 true essences had critical hits, the critical hit multipliers were not high. Even the highest, dark true essence, was only 20 times. As for light true essence, it didn't even have a critical hit and was modified normally. Such results truly left Lin Yi feeling disheartened. He admitted that he was getting carried away. He no longer regarded even a 20 times critical hit as significant. After all, there was a time when he was thrilled by a 10 times critical hit. Well, having critical hits is better than not having any. 4 out of 5 true essences had critical hits. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to even think about this. Now, although the critical hit multipliers are small, the critical hit rate has greatly increased to 80%. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Let's see what level these true essences can reach after the critical hits. Lin Yi thought silently. Then, in less than a moment, the results were already out. Lightning true essence 5th level entry. Dark true essence 5th level minor achievement. Destruction true essence 4th level perfection. Life true essence 4th level perfection. As for light true essence, it was only a pitiful 4th level minor achievement, the worst of the lot. Now that I have comprehended all 6 true essences, I wonder what level my strength will reach with the combination of these new 6 true essences. Is it really As I previously speculated, reaching the third level of the Undying Realm, or even the peak level? Let's give it a try. With that thought, in the next moment, Linny entered the primordial universe through the intelligence system. I am that Sangjiang metaverse space. In the initial room, Lin Yi's figure arrived here. It's been a long time since I've been here. Looking at everything familiar around him, Linny smiled inside. The metaverse he entered this time was the one that covered the entire Sangjiang domain in the outside world, rather than the metaverse independently constructed by the Sangjiang sword sect. After all, although his current divine level secret technique, the chaotic divine eye, is not a secret, the fact that he has comprehended so many true meanings is indeed a secret. If he were to experiment in the metaverse independently built by the Sangjiang sword sect, it would inevitably alert the higher-ups of the sect. Moreover, when he recently met with the Xian Yuan ancestor, he only demonstrated that he had comprehended the true meanings of gold, water, and fire. Now, just a little time has passed and he has comprehended so many true meanings, each reaching a very high level. This speed is simply terrifying. If the Xian Yuan ancestor were to find out, no matter how much he valued Linny, he would undoubtedly have to ask about it. How would Linny explain that? I wonder if there are any hidden techniques in the blood hall that can conceal my aura, preferably something that can fool the eyes of the chaos realm. Otherwise, I won't be able to see my master. Before entering the affiliated universe, I would have to ask my senior brother to help me retrieve that precious item. But if that's the case, it might upset my master. Thinking of this, Linny sighed inwardly. Receiving a treasure from his master but letting someone else collect it is undoubtedly a sign of disrespect. If he really did that, although the Xian Yuan ancestor wouldn't do anything to him over this matter, he would certainly feel displeased. Sigh. It doesn't matter if there's really no way, having my senior brother collect it would be a last resort. Linny silently thought, then spoke to the surroundings. Sangjiang metaverse space temporarily set the scene of the room I am currently in to a vast cosmic void. Ding. Dear user, do you have any special requirements for this cosmic void? The mechanical voice of the metaverse space sounded as soon as Linny finished speaking. No special requirements, just a cosmic starry sky with several stars, and the mass, volume, etc. of the stars can be adjusted at will. Linny replied. Ding. Understood, dear user, the cosmic void you requested has been set up. Your available time for this session is 1 day, and the cost is 200,000 Sangjiang coins. 200,000 Sangjiang coins. This virtual scene is quite expensive. Hearing this, Linny silently complained, then quickly paid the Sangjiang coins. For an ordinary third-level divine body realm expert, 200,000 Sangjiang coins might be considered a lot. But for Linny, it was just pocket change, far less than the price of a pound of source liquid. Buzz. After Linny completed the payment, his entire room suddenly began to expand. The surrounding walls disappeared, transforming into an endless dark starry sky. In front of him, several stars burning with fierce flames suddenly appeared, varying in size and weight. Let's start with the smallest one. After roughly observing a few stars, Linny pondered for a moment and then chose the smallest star. However, this star, while labeled as the smallest, was only small in relative terms. In fact, the size of this star was not much smaller than that of the sun in the Milky Way. Let's begin. First, let's test the power of the individual 5 elements' true meanings. In front of the smallest star, Linny held his breath and focused, then, with a thought, quietly activated the chaotic divine eye. Instantly, buzz, a myriad of brilliant lights erupted from Linny's brow and boundless energy gathered, illuminating the heavens and the earth. In front of him, a piece of chaos was opened up and every inch of void was pierced. In an instant, the boundless energy of Linny's brow had gathered to its limit. I and the world, the omnipresent essence of the 5 elements was completely mobilized, transforming into a more magical energy within his brow. Finally, boom! A brilliant beam of light pierced through the cosmic starry sky, originating from Linny's brow, and in an instant, it swept across infinite distances, directly striking a nearby giant sunstar. Rumble! In the dark starry sky, on the blazing star, the dazzling beam descended. In an instant, it vaporized countless materials. Then, a massive hole appeared on the surface of that star, creating an incredibly large and deep terrifying pit, completely penetrating it. The overwhelming energy aftermath rendered countless hydrogen and helium ions in the vicinity unable to replenish for a short time, truly terrifying to the extreme. Not bad. The power of this strike is probably at the level of an ordinary 3rd stage of the immortal realm. It's much stronger than the power I used with the water and fire descending bracelet before, almost comparable to burning the divine body. Watching the power of this strike, Linny nodded in satisfaction. Now that the essence of the 5 elements had completely fused, in terms of realm, the essence of the 5 elements was merely at the 5th major achievement level. But when unleashed, its power was not inferior to the 6th minor achievement of the true essence. This power was undoubtedly one of the most powerful true essences in the universe. Let's try again and see how much the power will increase when combined with other true essences. Watching the gradually recovering star, Linny suppressed his thoughts. Then, with a thought, the chaotic divine eye was activated once more. In the next moment, buzz! In the silent void, another brilliant light shot out from Linny's brow, landing on the giant sunstar from before. Rumble! An even greater sound erupted again. This time, under the attack of the chaotic divine light, countless materials on the nearby giant sunstar were instantly obliterated. Then, as if collapsing, it erupted with terrifying brilliance. Finally, with a thunderous sound, it disintegrated, blown apart by this terrifying chaotic divine light. The power of the third major achievement of the immortal realm, this strength is definitely at the level of the third major achievement of the immortal realm. Watching this scene, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Although that pile of true essences was not very high in realm, the presence of many opposing true essences greatly enhanced the overall effect. It instantly elevated the power of the chaotic divine light by 2 levels, reaching the level of an ordinary third major achievement of the immortal realm. If combined with the water and fire descending bracelet, the power would definitely surpass the peak of an ordinary third stage of the immortal realm, truly invincible. Strength test completed, time to go to the Blood Red Hall to seek secret methods. Looking at his remarkable results, Lin Yi felt joy in his heart. Then, with a flash, he returned to the real world. P.S. Divine Weapon Explanation. Divine weapons are temporarily divided into 3 categories: attack, defense, and support. Defense has no attributes. Attack and support have attributes, but the meaning of attributes is not that using this divine weapon means you can only use the secret methods of that divine weapon's attributes, because attributes only represent the true essence. Attributes on the divine weapon's secret patterns. As long as you comprehend the corresponding true essence, you can activate the secret patterns on the divine weapon, and after activating the secret patterns, you can enhance any attribute secret method. Just like using water and fire true essence to activate the water and fire descending bracelet, after activation, you can enhance the chaotic divine light and other types of secret methods. Of course, attack types can only enhance secret methods corresponding to the weapons category, such as a spear enhancing spear type secret methods, and axe enhancing axe type secret methods, and so on. Sorry, it's a bit complicated, it wasn't set up well before. In the real world, Lin Yi opened his eyes. With a thought, his body disappeared again in the secret chamber, arriving at the Blood Red Hall, which he hadn't visited in a long time. Oh, Lin Yi, what brings you here today? Is there something going on? As soon as Lin Yi entered the Blood Red Hall, the figure of Qi suddenly appeared, smiling, and asking Lin Yi. Since coming to the universe, she had also created an account in the Zhangjiang Yuanzhou. Recently, Lin Yi hadn't come to find him, and he was quite happy to enjoy his leisure time, spending all day playing in the metaverse, truly having a great time. However, now that Lin Yi had arrived, he naturally had to come over. Lord Qi, you came at just the right time. I have some matters to consult you about. Upon seeing Qi arrive, Lin Yi smiled and nodded. As the spirit of the Blood Red Hall, Qi controlled everything within the hall, even the spirit that assisted in selecting secret methods from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion was merely a projection of Qi. When Lin Yi chose secret methods, he had to go through multiple rounds of selection himself, which was far less quick and precise than Qi. Oh, what is it? Seeing that Lin Yi indeed had something to discuss, she asked curiously. It's like this, Lord Qi, I have recently comprehended several truths again. So, to avoid exposure, I specifically came to the Blood Red Hall to seek a method that can conceal my aura, one that even a mixed whole realm expert wouldn't be able to detect. I wonder if Lord Qi has any recommendations? Comprehended several truths again? Lin Yi, weren't you just enlightened about the truth of gold a while ago? What's this? Have you entered the Zhangjiang Sword Sect and obtained quite a few good things? Come on, tell me, which truths have you comprehended? As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, she didn't rush to recommend a secret method but instead asked with curiosity and a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately replied, if we don't count the truth of gold, it should be 7 truths. What? 7 truths? Lin Yi, did you rob some disciple of the Great Sun Realm from the Zhangjiang Sword Sect? Hearing this number, Qi's eyes widened in shock, and it gasped. It knew that Lin Yi possessed a miraculous original divine weapon that could instantly elevate newly comprehended truths to an unimaginable level. However, even with that divine weapon, the foundation still required fully understanding a certain truth. Yet now, in such a short time, Lin Yi had comprehended a full 7 truths in water, fire, and gold. Goodness, if he hadn't robbed some Great Sun Realm existence, Qi found it hard to believe. Ha ha, Lord Qi, you think too highly of me. Robbing a Great Sun Realm existence, I would need to have that kind of ability. Let's not talk so much, hurry up and recommend a suitable secret method for me. I can hardly wait. Seeing that Qi didn't immediately refuse him and even had the leisure to joke, Lin Yi guessed that Qi must have a method to conceal his aura, and he couldn't help but feel more relaxed. Upon hearing this, Qi nodded and said, with your divine body realm cultivation, concealing the eyes of a mixed whole realm expert so they can't see how many truths you've comprehended is, to be honest, quite challenging. After all, mixed whole realm experts are beings who have comprehended the Tao. Their realm has long surpassed the level of truths, existing in an entirely different dimension. When they face truths, it's like you facing those low-tier martial arts on Blue Star. With a little effort, they can comprehend to the level of 9-fold perfection. Thus, they can easily see through your true strength and discern the specific number of truths in your realm. However, although they are powerful, what kind of existence is my master? He is a peak-level expert even in the mixed whole realm, so naturally, there are profound methods to conceal their eyes. As she spoke, a proud expression appeared on its face. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up and he quickly inquired, may I ask, Lord Qi, what is that method? It is a method called 8 Mysteries. 8 Mysteries? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi murmured, feeling it was somewhat familiar. At that moment, Qi's voice echoed in his ear. 8 Mysteries is a method personally created by the Red Stone Saint Master based on an unparalleled secret method called 8-9 Mysteries. Billions of years ago, during a journey through the endless void, the Red Stone Saint Master obtained a peculiar stone. On the strange stone, there is a record of a secret technique called 8-9 Profound Art. This secret technique is a completely different cultivation method from our universe, or one could say it far surpasses the cultivation methods of our universe. According to the records of this secret technique, its divine power is boundless. After cultivation, the physical body can transform in countless ways, becoming the essence of billions of beings in the universe. Moreover, during the cultivation process, the physical body itself can give rise to numerous innate divine abilities, each one incredibly powerful. Some of the more formidable ones are even countless times stronger than the unique special life forms in the universe, reaching a level of terror that is extreme. Unfortunately, the 8-9 profound art is ultimately a secret technique from the outer universe, and the beings of our universe cannot learn it at all. Even someone as strong as the Redstone Saint Lord cannot change this fact. Therefore, he could only create various small methods suitable for the beings of our universe based on this unparalleled secret technique. Although these small methods are not even 1/10,000th as powerful as the 8-9 profound art itself, they are still incredibly miraculous. One such method is the 8 profound art, which, once cultivated and reaching a sufficient realm, can even obscure the perception of true gods, let alone the chaotic realm. What? 8-9 profound art. Upon hearing this name, Linny maintained a calm expression, but his heart was already stirred up with tumultuous waves. The 8-9 profound art originated from Lin Yi's past life and present life in the blue star novel Investiture of the Gods. It is the main cultivation method of the pure source Tao mysterious true monarch Erlang Shenyang Jian, known for its boundless divine power and myriad transformations containing numerous secret techniques. Originally, Lin Yi thought that the 8-9 profound art was merely a fabrication by the ancestors of Blue Star and Earth. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it was spoken from Chi's mouth. I wonder if this 8-9 profound art is the same as the one in my memory. If it is, then Blue Star might not be as ordinary as I imagined. With this thought, Lin Yi suddenly awakened. He realized that mythological figures present in both Blue Star and Earth in his past life, such as Fuxi, Nuwa, Yuanshi Tianzun, Lingbao Tianzun, and Erlang Shenyang Jian, do not exist in the universe at all. Previously, Lin Yi thought this was quite normal. Each independent civilization on different stars tends to imagine various myths and deities during their primitive developmental stages. Such deities and myths only exist within that particular star or civilization and thus are not recorded in the universe. Therefore, Lin Yi believed that the myths on Blue Star were the same, merely the fantasies of their ancestors. However, now that the 8-9 profound art has appeared in this universe, isn't it also normal for other ancient Chinese elements to appear? Lin Yi's thoughts expanded, instantly bursting forth with countless ideas, but he quickly shook his head. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The multiverse is vast and endless, the endless void beyond. The universe possesses countless mysteries, and while the possibility of something resembling ancient Chinese fantasies occasionally appearing is small, it is not impossible given such a vast base. Perhaps I really am overthinking it. With this thought, Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Then, he smiled and said to Chi, Lord Chi, I didn't expect the origins of the 8 profound art to be so significant. I naturally want to learn it, and I hope Lord Chi can teach me. Good. In that case, follow me. Upon hearing this, Chi nodded and waved his hand, leading Lin Yi into the Hall of 10,000 Laws. The Hall of 10,000 Laws, in that dark and vast cosmic void, was illuminated by countless stars. Suddenly, in a corner of this void, a wave surged. The figures of Lin Yi and Chi appeared here. Come. The moment the two appeared in this void, Chi waved his hand slightly. Instantly, a distant meteor suddenly shone brightly and came to their side. Lin Yi, this is the meteor that contains the first layer of the 8 Mysteries secret technique. 8 Mysteries is a secret technique created by the Redstone Saint Master after countless years of effort based on the 8-9 Mystery skill. The complete version has 8 layers, but my master only possesses the first 4 layers, each corresponding to the Divine Body Realm, the Immortal Realm, the Great Sun Realm, and the Chaos Realm. Therefore, as long as you fully cultivate the Divine Body Realm section of 8 Mysteries, which is the first layer, it will be enough to conceal your aura in front of an ordinary Chaos Realm practitioner, only revealing the number and level of the true intent you wish to display. Oh, is the first layer enough? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a slight stir in his heart and secretly nodded. No wonder it is derived from the legendary 8-9 Mystery skill. It truly is incredibly powerful. There are a total of 8 layers, yet merely cultivating the first layer can allow a small Divine Body Realm practitioner to obscure the perception of a Chaos Realm practitioner. And if 8 Mysteries is this strong, how powerful would the complete version of 8-9 Mystery skill be? Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel even more eager. He then asked the system. In his mind, system, 8 Mysteries is a fragment of the 8-9 Mystery skill. If I use the system to modify it, along with the remaining 100,000 times critical hit from last time, can I complete the 8-9 Mystery skill? And after completing it, can I cultivate it? As he spoke, Lin Yi felt a bit anxious. The system, while incredibly mysterious and seemingly omnipotent, was still dealing with a secret technique that originated from beyond this multiverse. It was said to be a technique of a much higher level than this universe. Could the system really complete it? Yes. Just as Lin Yi felt anxious, the system's mechanical voice rang out without any pause. Rest assured, host, the essence of the system far exceeds this multiverse and the so-called 8-9 Mystery skill. As long as the modification time of the system is sufficient, it can naturally complete the 8-9 Mystery skill and modify it to suit the host's cultivation. However, this will be modified specifically for the host's soul and physical core, so it can only be cultivated by the host alone. Oh, it really can be completed. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Lin Yi was instantly overjoyed. As for the limitation that it could only be cultivated by him, he didn't take it to heart at all. Not to mention that he never intended to pass such a powerful secret technique to others. Even if he wanted to, it would only be after he became invincible. But when that time comes, whether he passes it on or not won't matter. After all, an invincible him would be able to protect anyone he cared about, and there would be no need for them to cultivate this secret technique to enhance their strength. With this thought, Lin Yi directly pointed his finger at the meteor and began to accept the inheritance of this secret technique. Boom! As Lin Yi made contact with the meteor, an endless stream of information surged into his mind in an instant. The amount of information far exceeded anything he had encountered before, including the Chaos Divine Eye, which he had modified and transformed into a true divine-level secret technique. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Time passed, and in the dark void of the universe, the meteor continued to tremble, transmitting countless pieces of information to Lin Yi every second. This process lasted for a full half-hour before finally completing the inheritance. The secret technique inheritance is complete, so the next step is modification. Standing in the cosmic void, Lin Yi murmured softly, however, with my current comprehension, even 100,000 times critical hit might not be enough to restore this secret technique. Forget it, I originally planned to save some contribution points to exchange for divine weapons, but it seems I can only exchange for a pill to enhance my comprehension now. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. In terms of enhancing comprehension, Lin Yi wasn't particularly anxious. There was no way around it due to urgency. Whether it was pills or innate divine medicines used to enhance comprehension, the time required for transformation into a higher tier was simply too long. Just think, even with a critical hit of 2,000 times, modifying the time for the enlightenment pill to 200 million years only allowed a breakthrough from the 2nd tier to the 5th tier. As for breaking through from the 5th tier to the 6th tier, the time needed would increase, requiring over 300 million years. For the 7th tier, it would take a staggering 1 billion years. The 8th tier would demand at least 3 billion years. As for the 9th tier, it reached a terrifying 50 billion years. And as for the Dao Spirit items, with Lin Yi's current mere modification of 1 million years, let alone Dao Spirit items, even half-step Dao Spirit items were basically out of the question. Therefore, Lin Yi's previous thought was to prioritize enhancing his strength first. Once his strength was sufficient and the modification time was extended, he would then directly exchange for a 9th tier ultimate enlightenment pill or treasure to see if it could transform into a half-step Dao Spirit item level pill or treasure. Unfortunately, this plan was now in ruins. Forget it, the 8-9 profound art is important. If this time I can truly complete the 8-9 profound art, a secret technique that transcends this multiverse, then even if I have to sacrifice more now, it will be worth it. Lin Yi was resolute in his heart, and then he left the Blood-Red Palace and came to the outside world. He then spent 12,000 contribution points at the Sanjiang Sword Sex Treasure Pavilion to purchase a low-grade 8th tier spirit pill, the enlightenment pill, and began to wait quietly. Half an hour later, a spaceship flew through the void and arrived at the star where Lin Yi was located. A servant disciple handed a box to Lin Yi, and after confirming there were no issues, he directly returned to the palace's secret chamber. It begins. In the secret chamber, Lin Yi first opened the box and poured out the enlightenment pill, which sparkled like a star. He then said, "System, modify this enlightenment pill," setting the modification time to 1 million years later. Ding! Host's command received, system modifying. Modification complete, enlightenment pill modified to 1 million years later. As expected, looking at the enlightenment pill in his hand, which had hardly changed and was still a low-grade 8th tier pill, Lin Yi silently sighed. After swallowing the enlightenment pill, and once his comprehension reached its limit, he did not hesitate to say in his mind to the system, "System, modify the secret technique 8 profound," changing its time to 1 million years later. And this time, use the remaining 10,000 times critical hit opportunity from the system bug I mentioned last time. This time, I must succeed. At this point, Lin Yi's eyes turned a bit red. Upon hearing the command, the system immediately responded, "Ding! Host's command received, secret technique 8 profound is starting modification." As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Then, Lin Yi felt his understanding of the 8 profound secret technique continuously improving. 8 profound first layer, entry. 8 profound first layer, small success. 8 profound first layer, great success. 8 profound first layer, perfection. In just a brief moment, Lin Yi's understanding of this secret technique had already reached the level of perfection. Then, under the influence of the system's energy, Lin Yi's own 8 profound secret technique, which had already reached perfection, began its first transformation, moving towards a higher level. Rumble. Accompanied by the system's modification, countless insights surged into Lin Yi's heart, supporting the transformation of his secret technique level. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, 40 times, 50 times. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and in an instant, under the system's influence, the 8 profound transformed a full 98 times. At this moment, it seemed that this secret technique had reached a limit. Finally, after the 99th transformation, the secret technique 8 profound broke through an unknown number of limits and reached a brand new level. Secret technique name, 8-9 profound art, incomplete, level, divine body realm introduction. The 8-9 profound art, a secret technique of unknown level, is derived from the secret technique 8 profound. It was created by the Red Stone Saint Master based on the incomplete manuscript of the 8-9 Profound Art, a technique that alters one's aura, transforms the physical body, and simulates the soul. Later, it was modified by Lin Yi, a true disciple of the Zhangjiang sword sect, restoring the first layer of 8 Profound to its original version and adapting it into a peerless secret technique that only Lin Yi can cultivate. Currently, this technique only pertains to the Divine Body chapter, and upon completion, it has the effects of concealing one's aura and hiding true intentions. Additionally, it gives rise to the first divine ability, Flesh and Blood with Spirit. Flesh and Blood with Spirit. What could this be? Upon seeing this peculiar divine ability on the attribute panel introduction page, Lin Yi pondered, and with a thought, the words Flesh and Blood with Spirit were followed by lines of detailed descriptions. Divine ability name, Flesh and Blood with Spirit. Introduction. Flesh and Blood with Spirit, a divine ability derived from the first layer of the 8-9 Profound Art. As the name suggests, this divine ability allows practitioners in the divine body realm to possess characteristics of the chaos realm, awakening spirituality in every inch of flesh and blood. It enables any part of the body to independently form a body, briefly existing in the world. Moreover, it can shatter into fragments and instantly gather back together, restoring its original form, making it a body that cannot die, an undying body. This Flesh and Blood with Spirit is indeed, as I suspected, a unique characteristic of Chaos Realm powerhouses. With this characteristic, it means that from now on, my life-preserving means in the Divine Body realm will be almost indistinguishable from those of Chaos Realm powerhouses, far surpassing even the Undying Realm. Upon seeing the detailed introduction of Flesh and Blood with Spirit, Lin Yi was overjoyed. He then sensed carefully and indeed found that his divine body was already different from before. Just by closing his eyes, he could easily feel every cell, every particle, and the spiritual essence contained within them. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the secret chamber. With a thought, Lin Yi's divine body shattered with a bang, transforming into countless particles smaller than cells, as if a powerful being had truly smashed his divine body to pieces. However, unlike the usual scene where an ordinary divine body would lose all spiritual essence and die instantly, these particles in the secret chamber shone brightly, radiating light. Among the countless particles, Lin Yi's soul resided at the center of each particle, able to clearly perceive any single particle and perfectly manipulate any one of them. Merge! A low chant sounded, and before the voice faded, Lin Yi, dressed in black, reassembled into his original form. Separate! Another command came from Lin Yi's mouth, and then a single ordinary hair from his multitude of black strands fell. Before it could touch the ground, it began to emit brilliance in the air. Instantly, hands, feet, a head, a torso, and various other organs sprouted. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into another figure dressed in black, completely identical to Lin Yi. Clone, greet the main body. Main body, meet the clone. In the secret chamber, the two exchanged smiles, creating a peculiar feeling as if they were looking into a mirror. This is the essence of Flesh and Blood with Spirit. Each piece of flesh, each cell, or even a single particle can independently form a body. Like the mythical character Sun Wukong from the novel Journey to the West, it can change into countless forms. However, compared to Sun Wukong, the energy contained in a single hair of Lin Yi is still too minuscule. The foundational strength of the formed clone is even weaker than that of an ordinary peak practitioner in the flying realm. Even if all means are employed, it would only be able to bully ordinary practitioners at the first level of the divine body realm. Furthermore, the clone cannot actively draw energy from the universe like a practitioner. Therefore, if a real battle were to occur, the clone would only grow weaker as the battle dragged on. For now, it cannot be of great use. Lin Yi let out a soft sigh, exhaled deeply, and scattered his clone Lin Yi, transforming it back into a single black hair that fell into his own head. After that, he stepped out of the secret chamber. Now that everything was ready, not only had he comprehended the 6 true meanings once again, but even the 8-9 Profound Art had been fully restored. It was time for him to enter the subordinate universe. After all, although the subordinate universe was small, it was still far less vast than the source universe. However, almost every subordinate universe had its own unique laws and cosmic will. Within their distinct environments and civilizations, some incredible treasures could often be born, treasures that did not even exist in the source universe. Since he now had the opportunity, he certainly had to venture into the subordinate universe. Who knows, perhaps the chance for him to break through to the indestructible realm lay within this subordinate universe. However, my master previously told me to visit him before entering the subordinate universe. He wants to bestow upon me a life-saving item. Now that I plan to go, I might as well check in with him. First, it won't take much time anyway. Lin Yi resolved in his heart, transforming his aura to only comprehend the 3 true meanings of gold, water, and fire, then took out a communication talisman from his pocket to contact the Xian Yuan ancestor. Buzz! The talisman vibrated, and countless rays of light shot out from it, intertwining in the void to form the figure of the Xian Yuan ancestor. Disciple, what is it? The virtual image spoke. Master, I plan to head to the subordinate universe. Oh, to the subordinate universe? Upon hearing this, the Xian Yuan ancestor smiled. It seems you are all prepared. You've come to get that precious item from me. Yes, Master, you have keen insight. Lin Yi smiled slightly in response. Where are you now? I will come over and deliver the treasure to you, the Xian Yuan ancestor asked. Master, I am currently on the star where I reside in the Zhangjiang sword sect. Coordinates are XXXXXXX. Alright, wait a moment on the star, I will be there immediately. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the Xian Yuan ancestor nodded and then the image closed. In less than the time it takes To brew a cup of tea, Lin Yi felt the void around him twist and a spatial wormhole appeared out of nowhere, connecting to the distant infinite distance. On the other side of this spatial wormhole, the Xian Yuan ancestor walked over with a smile, exuding an air of grace like a celestial being, truly worthy of being a being of the chaotic realm, able to create wormholes in the universe solely with one's own power. Moreover, the defensive formations on the star I reside in are as nothing to him, he can easily penetrate them. This strength is truly unfathomable. Watching the Xian Yuan ancestor within the spatial wormhole, Lin Yi felt envious. The star he was on was filled with numerous defensive formations. Once these formations were activated, even the elders in the sect who comprehended opposing true meanings would find it difficult to breach them for a while. However, in the eyes of the Xian Yuan ancestor, these formations were practically non-existent. He didn't even need to make a move, just relying on the natural dispersing power of the open spatial wormhole, he could easily unravel them without harming the formations. This level of skill truly left Lin Yi in awe. Crash! Just as Lin Yi was silently astonished, several breaths later, the Xian Yuan ancestor, dressed in a black and white Taoist robe with a head full of white hair, resembling an old man from the mortal realm, stepped out of the spatial wormhole and came to Lin Yi's side. Then, with a flip of his hand, a compass with a diameter of half a foot, engraved with countless divine patterns and radiating white light, suddenly appeared in his palm. Disciple, this is the treasure I bestow upon you. Seeing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, the Xian Yuan ancestor continued to explain. This treasure is called the Timespace Disc, a special secret treasure of the timespace category. Although it does not belong to the category of divine weapons, in terms of value, it is even greater than the 9th tier ultimate divine weapon, the water and fire descending bracelet that I bestowed upon you back then. Because this is a treasure that can only be refined by a peerless strongman who has comprehended a certain level of understanding of space. Once activated, it can instantly form an indestructible protective shield around you that even a strongman of the void realm cannot break. Then, within a single breath, its power will activate, randomly teleporting your main body to any location millions of light years away. Such a vast distance is enough for you to easily escape any danger in the subordinate universe. After all, the divine body realm and the immortal realm can enter the subordinate universe, where there are no strongmen of the void realm. At most, there are only those at the great sun realm level, and a distance of millions of light years makes it absolutely impossible for them to find you. The ancestor Xian Yuan smiled as he handed the timespace disc to Lin Yi and finally added, but my disciple, you must be careful. The timespace disc is a one-time treasure. Once activated and its energy consumed, it will turn into fragments. So, when you are in the subordinate universe, remember, do not use this timespace disc lightly unless it is an absolutely dangerous moment to avoid waste. Yes, master. Disciple has noted it. Hearing the words of ancestor Xian Yuan, Lin Yi was somewhat excited as he took the timespace disc. This is a special treasure related to time and space. With just one opportunity for use, its value exceeds that of the fire and water descending bracelet, and it is likely comparable to a half-step Dao weapon. Such a precious treasure might even have some use for ancestor Xian Yuan himself if he were not his direct disciple. Even if he offered the chaotic divine eye to him, he would never obtain this secret treasure. After all, a mere fragment of a true divine level secret method from the divine body realm, while somewhat special, is far less valuable than a half-step Dao weapon. Perhaps this true divine level secret method is just an excuse for ancestor Xian Yuan to bestow this treasure upon him. He figured that even without this matter, he would think of other reasons to grant him this precious item. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Disciple, thank you, master, for bestowing this treasure. No need for that. Seeing this, ancestor Xian Yuan waved his hand with a smile and then continued, Disciple, I have handed the timespace disc to you. Do you have anything else to prepare? If not, then I will personally send you into the cosmic teleportation star, saving you another trip. Nothing else, please proceed, master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi also slightly cupped his hands. Ancestor Xian Yuan nodded. Then, he gently waved his hand. Instantly, Lin Yi felt a vast and incredibly gentle force enveloping him. In an instant, whoosh! Lin Yi traversed an unknown number of billions of miles through the void, arriving at an immensely large star. True disciple Lin Yi, today I wish to consume the opportunity of a true disciple of the divine body realm to enter the subordinate universe. I ask the elders for assistance. As soon as he landed on this star, Lin Yi unleashed his divine power, sending out a rolling sound wave that spread to every corner of the star. Soon, whoosh 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 whoosh, rays of light pierced through the void, and 108 figures appeared before Lin Yi. The cosmic teleportation star is one of the most important stars within the Zhangjiang sword sect. Therefore, there are usually 9 elders at the Great Sun Realm who have comprehended the opposite true meaning, along with 99 ordinary elders at the 3rd level of the Great Sun Realm, guarding and cultivating here. One is responsible for protecting the star. The other is to help activate the teleportation array within the star, sending the disciples who need to undergo training into the subordinate universe. Thus, at this moment, as Lin Yi is about to enter the universe, these elders naturally must all appear to assist in activating the array. True disciple Lin Yi, since you wish to enter the subordinate universe, have you determined which universe you want to enter? As soon as he arrived in front of Lin Yi, an elder with a face full of vibrant green, surrounded by a life force that seemed to embody the revival of all things, kindly asked. Returning to Elder Miezhen, this disciple wishes to enter the Yangji Xianma universe among the 12 universes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately responded. The Yangji Xianma universe is one of the 12 great universes accessible to those with divine bodies, controlled by the Tsangjiang sword sect. Before mastering the 8-9 profound art, Lin Yi had already spent some time reviewing all the information about the 12 great universes. Not only did he clarify the detailed information within, but he had also learned the languages spoken in the 12 universes. Therefore, he could easily select the most suitable affiliated universe for himself now. The Yangji Xianma universe? This universe is quite good, possessing many unique heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and its secret methods and cultivation systems are distinctive and quite unique. Hearing Lin Yi's choice of universe, Elder Miezhen first nodded with a slight smile. However, as he continued, his tone shifted, saying, "But Lin Yi, I must remind you, although the Yangji Xianma universe has many benefits, it is dominated by the path of immortality, and the forces of the divine and demonic body cultivators are very weak, often treated as servants by the cultivators. If you enter there, you may very well be regarded as a divine and demonic body cultivator, and your days might not be easy. Moreover, as a practitioner from an external universe, you may be targeted by the will of the universe's origin in the Yangji Xianma universe. At that time, your luck may not be very good, so you must pay close attention. If you truly encounter danger, please activate the token to let us bring you back." Yes, disciple thanks Elder Miezhen for the reminder. I am already aware of all this, so please send me in. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. Good. If that's the case, then let's begin. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Elder Miezhen nodded lightly. Then, boom! On the cosmic teleportation star in front of Lin Yi, 108 elders suddenly erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura, instantly overwhelming the heavens and earth, radiating across billions of miles of cosmic void. At the same time, deep within the cosmic teleportation star, countless precious treasures ignited in an instant, transforming into rolling energy that penetrated every part of the cosmic teleportation star, activating countless formations on the stars. Finally, it transformed into a towering beam of light, enveloping Lin Yi. Buzz! The massive star trembled, and endless light surged into the sky, covering the boundless void, causing countless disciples and elders of the Tsangjiang sword sect to glance over. What a commotion! This is the cosmic teleportation star activating. Which true disciple or elder is heading to another universe? On a nearby star, a middle-aged man in a white robe was shocked, his eyes filled with envy. The cosmic teleportation star has activated again. Someone is about to teleport to another universe. I wonder who it is. Could it be that newly promoted true disciple Lin Yi? Within the sword sect, there were also well-informed individuals secretly speculating. Lin Yi, it must be that Lin Yi. On a planet, Zhong Tianhua, seeing the immense power emanating from the distant cosmic teleportation star, had a twisted and jealous expression on his face. That bastard is on the verge of breaking through to the indestructible realm. He definitely won't miss the opportunity to enter the affiliated universe as a true disciple while in the divine body realm. I bet it's him who is entering the affiliated universe this time. Entering the affiliated universe is indeed a great opportunity. However, while there are many opportunities in the affiliated universe, there are also numerous dangers. Who knows? He might just die there. Zhong Tianhua cursed madly, his resentment growing deeper. Regardless of them, at the cosmic teleportation star in the center of the towering beam of light, Lin Yi felt himself enveloped by an incomparably vast energy. This power was even many times stronger than that of the Xian Yuan ancestor. Finally, boom! A sensation of time and space shifting arose, and Lin Yi felt darkness before his eyes. On the cosmic teleportation star, the endless beam of light slowly dissipated, and the stars fell silent once more, with Lin Yi's figure disappearing from this place. In the Yangji Xianma universe, in the Lai Wen star system, on a life planet within a vast forest, ancient trees towered into the sky, and various birds and beasts roamed among them, with all living things thriving in this place. In the trees, birds chirped. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Not far away, a small stream babbled as it flowed. Within it, fish with snow-white belly swam, and a deer approached to lick the water. At that moment, a beam of light appeared, revealing a figure that startled the deer drinking from the stream, and the white fish swimming within. Is this the Yangji Immortal Demon Universe? Indeed, even the laws here are different from those of the Source Universe. In the forest, Lin Yi, sensing that the laws of this universe were completely different from those of the Source Universe, was initially taken aback but then shook his head and chuckled lightly. Different is different, it's nothing to worry about. After all, according to the information from the Sword Sect, the true meaning and the great Tao of the Source Universe are the most fundamental existence in the entire multiverse, encompassing countless universes. So, even if the universe is different, my true meaning can still mobilize the corresponding laws of this world, exerting power that is not inferior to that of the Source Universe. After a subtle exploration, Lin Yi found that he could indeed easily leverage the laws corresponding to this world with the true meaning he comprehended from the source, and he immediately felt relieved. The Yangji Immortal Demon Universe, although it was merely a small universe with a diameter of about 100 million light-years, had laws that were far from as complete as those of the Source Universe. However, aside from the most basic 5 elements laws, there were still over 100 other fundamental laws, such as those of light, darkness, lightning, life, destruction, and wind. Therefore, even in this universe, with the true meaning Lin Yi possessed, his combat power was not diminished in the slightest. He could still mobilize the laws of this universe and maintain perfect combat strength. For now, I don't need to worry about combat power. After all, the true meaning I chose initially is universally applicable across almost all universes, dimensions, and planes. Not to mention entering the Yangji Immortal Demon universe, even entering other universes would allow me to maintain my strength. The most important thing for me now is to leave this forest and then connect with the cultivators of this world. Only then will I have the opportunity to find enough divine power immortal flowers to aid my divine power transformation and break through to the immortal realm. After confirming that the true meaning could indeed leverage the laws, Lin Yi's thoughts flowed. The divine power immortal flower was one of the main purposes of Lin Yi's visit to the Yangji Immortal Demon universe. This flower is a specialty of the Yangji Immortal Demon universe, known for helping cultivators of the source universe transform their divine power into immortal divine power with effects that are truly miraculous. However, this flower is extremely rare and precious in this world, referred to by the cultivators here as the life and death immortal flower, capable of refining and transforming life and death, creating miraculous elixirs of resurrection. Therefore, this flower is generally held by great cultivators above the 10th level of the nascent soul, making it difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Lin Yi learned about it from an event that occurred 1 billion years ago when a true disciple of the sword sect, while training in this world, accidentally obtained a few of these flowers and, after consuming them, discovered their effects. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly and sighed. Alas, a great cultivator at the 10th level of the nascent soul is not to be trifled with. Reflecting on the information in his mind, Lin Yi shook his head. The 10th level of the nascent soul is a rank among the practitioners of this world, roughly equivalent in strength to the peak of the immortal realm and the source universe, incredibly powerful. In this world, the cultivation system is generally divided into two types. The first is the immortal path, primarily focused on chi refinement. The second is the divine demon body refinement path, primarily focused on body refinement. Among them, the immortal path is divided from low to high into 12 levels of chi refinement, 12 levels of foundation establishment, 12 levels of golden core, 12 levels of nascent soul, and 12 levels of spirit transformation, corresponding to the foundational realm, flying realm, divine body realm, immortal realm, and great sun realm of the source universe. As for the path of body refinement for gods and demons, it is even weaker, with only 4 major realms: the god and demon of body refinement, the god and demon of innate realm, the god and demon of land sinking realm, and the god and demon of star realm. Therefore, even if practitioners of the body refinement path reach the highest realm, they can only compare to the indestructible realm powerhouses of the original universe and the nascent soul realm of the Yang Extreme Immortal Demon universe, which is a full major realm lower than the immortal path. Moreover, immortal path cultivators have always possessed a wide array of methods, including alchemy, artifact forging, array formation, and nurturing spirit beasts, all of which they master with the assistance of other miraculous techniques. Even among the same rank, ordinary immortal path cultivators far surpass those of body refinement. Thus, in this world, the body refinement path of gods and demons is heavily suppressed by the immortal path, regarded as mere weeds by those of the immortal path, and the former are treated as laborers or servants, doing hard labor such as mountain opening, mining, planting spirit trees, and excavating caves. A stream of basic information flowed through Lin Yi's mind, causing him to feel a wave of headache. Above the 10th level of the nascent soul, the minimum is comparable to the peak powerhouses of the indestructible realm in the main world. Moreover, this comparison is comprehensive, not like Lin Yi, who only surpasses in attack due to the chaotic divine eye. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Yi has no possibility of contending against such powerful beings, let alone snatching the indestructible flower of divine power from their hands. Forget it. I'll first leave this forest, interact with the practitioners of this world, and see if there are any opportunities to obtain the indestructible flower later. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart stirred. In the next moment, his divine sense instantly covered the entire star, quickly locating a celestial city where cultivators gathered. However, just as Lin Yi was about to set off towards that celestial city, an unexpected change occurred in the sky. Boom! In the boundless sky, 9 fireballs suddenly rose, overwhelming the infinite void, as if 9 brilliant suns illuminated the 4 directions and the vast earth. Under the illumination of these 9 suns, the temperature of the entire star instantly rose. Nearby Lin Yi, the water in the small stream began to evaporate rapidly. In the forest, some withered shrubs also caught fire. Under Lin Yi's observation with his divine sense, at that moment, the waters of countless rivers on the entire star began to evaporate, and the boundless earth quickly cracked. Ordinary mortal cultivators living on this star were all kneeling and crying out, begging for mercy from the immortals. Immortal? What is this? Seeing such a scene, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit puzzled. But in the next moment, he understood the reason. Changgu, come out. In the starry sky, beneath the firmament, a roar that seemed to come from a celestial being suddenly resounded, instantly sweeping across the vast earth. Then, Lin Yi saw a celestial light suddenly appear around the 9 suns. A red-robed Taoist, surrounded by 8 fiery red tokens spinning around him, walked closer. With each step he took, boundless flames rose beneath his feet, and the 8 tokens emitted endless red light, making the brilliance of the 9 suns even more intense, elevating their might to a higher level. Humph! A mere body cultivator dares to kill my disciples of the 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect. Changgu, today is your day of death. If you do not come out within an hour and a quarter, all living beings on this star will be burned to ashes, and by then, you will have nowhere to escape. Nowhere to escape. Nowhere to escape. The enormous echo defied logic, instantly spreading across the entire star, revealing the boundless anger in the speaker's heart. At this moment, a loud laughter also rang out from the star. Ah, Guishuzi, how foolish of you, the 10,000 Methods Immortal sect, to still claim to be one of the 3 great leaders of the immortal path, yet your disciples are nothing but evildoers. Now, to force me to reveal myself, you even disregard human lives and slaughter living beings. Good. If you want to force me out, then I will come out. Let's see what you can do to me. As Lin Yi was filled with suspicion, a golden light shot up from the stars beneath his feet, transforming into a muscular man clad in golden armor. Guishuzi, I have now emerged. Can you withdraw your 9 suns burning heaven formation? You should know that all the people on this star are your disciples, from the Wanfa immortal sect. Among them are not a few chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. If you and I were to fight here, I fear none of them would survive. Humph, none would survive. What does that have to do with me? Upon hearing this, the red-robed Taoist let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, just a bunch of ants. If they die, so be it. The 9 suns burning heaven formation is a high-level formation I exchanged from the immortal sect, and it can only be used 3 times in total. How could I waste one opportunity on this group of ants? Moreover, if I were to withdraw the formation, wouldn't you just escape again? Then I would have to waste my time personally hunting you down, which would be another hassle. Now, sacrificing a star's worth of ants to help me kill you, this vile creature, is already a great merit for them. As he spoke, the red-robed Taoist continued to sneer, his eyes filled with indifference towards life, showing no regard for the lives of nearly 10 billion mortal cultivators and countless beings on this life star. It seemed that in his eyes, these countless lives were truly no more significant than ants. This scene made Lin Yi's eyes narrow slightly. What a fine immortal master. Is this what cultivators in this realm are like? Such behavior is no different from that of demonic cultivators. This person must be killed. Hearing the words of the red-robed Taoist, Lin Yi tightened his grip on the black spear in his hand, a murderous intent suddenly rising in his eyes. Originally, if it were just a simple conflict between high-level cultivators, Lin Yi would have been too lazy to get involved given his previous character. After all, it was quite normal for cultivators who had reached such a level to kill each other, and there was no talk of innocence or guilt. However, this red-robed Taoist was truly insane, so quick to burn stars and slaughter billions of lives, which was genuinely repulsive. Moreover, the current situation was indeed a bit off. Logically speaking, as it was his first time in this universe, his landing point should have been random. Under such circumstances, the probability of encountering local cultivators chasing another cultivator, and it affecting him, should have been negligible. Yet now, he just happened to run into it. Lin Yi speculated that this was likely the result of being targeted by the will of this universe. Under such targeting, it was not just that the red-robed Taoist was ruthless and disregarded the lives of others. Even if a more benevolent cultivator were in his place, they would not easily let him go. It was likely that they would have to search his soul for memories, or even do something even more excessive. This, of course, was something Lin Yi could never tolerate. Since I can't avoid it, then I might as well not hide. With this thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ah, don't say the will of the universe is targeting me. It has already made it impossible for me to escape. Even if I could escape, what would it matter if I don't today? Cultivation is all about having a clear thought. If I leave today, my thoughts will be obstructed. If my thoughts are obstructed, then what is there to cultivate? Since I can't stand it, then I won't endure it any longer. With that, he decided to kill. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart was set. In the next moment, the true essence of water erupted, instantly stirring the boundless water laws of this universe. It caused a torrential rain to fall from the sky, dispelling countless fires across the star and rejuvenating the land. Immediately after, the pitch-black netherworld Skynet in Lin Yi's hand suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal pillar that shot towards the red-robed Taoist. Boom! A powerful force instantly pierced through the void, scattering countless clouds, as a spear that seemed to reach the heavens and the earth, radiating a dark glow, thrust towards the red-robed Taoist, who was high above like a celestial being. The terrifying might instantly caused the expression of the red-robed Taoist to change slightly, and he immediately shouted, "Who dares to strike at me on this star? I am Guixuzi, an elder of the Wanfa Xianzong, and my master is the peak cultivator Feiyun, at the 12th level of the nascent soul. If you dare to attack me today, even if you go to the heavens or the earth in the future, the Xianzong and my master Feiyun, along with me, Guixuzi, will not spare you." The booming voice erupted from Guixuzi, instantly spreading across the entire star like a heavenly decree. However, the response he received was not the pleas for mercy he had imagined, but a cold snort. "Humph, spare me? Today, I will see who spares whom. Since you call yourself Guishu, then today I will send you back to Guishu." As soon as the words fell, the towering black spear had already arrived before him. "Send me back to Guishu? Humph, you dare, beast." Hearing Lin Yi's arrogant words, Guixuzi was instantly filled with rage, letting out a cold snort. Stepping into the void, his palms moved like butterflies flitting through flowers, rapidly forming seals, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed thousands of spells. Then, boundless spiritual energy surged through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, 5 types of flames, green, gold, red, blue, and purple, rose in the void, transforming into furious dragons that charged towards Lin Yi's underworld. Heavenly net. Be careful, brother. Seeing Guixuzi unleash a killing move, the golden-armored man, Chang Gu, immediately grew anxious and reminded him, this is the high-level technique of the Wanfa Xianzong, the 5 Fire 7 Divine Techniques. Gexuzi once used it to incinerate a 6th-level Star Realm demon. You must not be careless. Not be careless? Humph. Too late. As the 5 flames were about to touch the spear, quickly sticking to it like a parasite, Gexuzi let out a cold laugh. The power of the person below, while strong, was estimated to be at the level of a 7th-level Star Realm demon. If caught off guard by his technique, even if he didn't die, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. At that time, with the 9 Suns Burning Heaven formation in play, even if he teamed up with Changgu, wouldn't he still be at Gexuzi's mercy? Gexuzi felt pleased, but in the next moment, his expression changed. What? A cry of surprise escaped Gexuzi's lips. He saw that the black spear, which had been thrusting towards the sky, suddenly surged in power midair, its speed increasing dramatically. Originally at the ordinary 7th-level Star Realm, it now reached the 9th level, and even among the 9th-level Star Realm, it was not weak. He was just hiding his strength, a thought echoed in Gexuzi's mind. Before he could react, he saw the black spear explode with power in the sky, easily shattering the 5 flames as if sweeping away ants, and then it charged towards him. Buzz! A fiery red light illuminated before Gexuzi. In this moment of crisis, the 8 fiery red tokens that had been surrounding him suddenly shone brightly, their celestial patterns gleaming. They quickly combined to form a massive shield protecting him securely. Bang! A dull sound rang out as the black underworld Heavenly Net collided with the fiery red shield, instantly sending the latter flying like a ball, directly out of the star. Good, brother. Impressive. Seeing this, the golden-armored man Changgu burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with joy. Below, Lin Yi also wore a smile. It seems the power of this 5 elements destroying God's spear is even stronger than I imagined. That last strike was almost comparable to a peak 2nd-level indestructible realm expert, Lin Yi silently thought. A peak 2nd-level indestructible realm expert whose realm was comparable to an 8th-level Star Realm demon in this world, but whose combat power far exceeded that, reaching the level of a 9th-level Star Realm demon. As for the 5 elements annihilation spear, this is the only spear-type secret technique in the Wanfa Pavilion of the Blood Red Hall that contains the true meaning of the 5 elements and has reached a first-class level. After Lin Yi comprehended the true meaning of the 5 elements, he took a few seconds to cultivate it to the perfect level of the Divine Body realm. Previously, Lin Yi had not tested its power, but now, upon seeing it, he found its might impressive, even exceeding his expectations. However, the Radiant 9 strikes reached the level of ordinary Undying Realm 2nd layer small completion under full power. The true meaning of the 5 elements is far stronger than that of water and fire. In this case, even if the secret technique level of the 5 elements annihilation spear is comparable to that of the Radiant 9 strikes. Considering all this, having such power is quite normal. Lin Yi's thoughts turned in his mind. Meanwhile, outside the stars, Guishu Zi was completely stunned by this strike. Even with the protection of the Treasure 8 Flames Divine Fire Mirror, the dissipating power still left him looking disheveled, with messy hair and disordered clothes. He was no longer the lofty figure of a celestial being. This beast is truly formidable. With such strength, it must be among the top in the universe among all the divine and demonic body refining cultivators. Looking at Lin Yi below, Guishu Zi was secretly astonished. In the Yangji celestial demon universe, the methods of divine and demonic body refining are not complete. Even if one cultivates to the highest level, they only reach the 12th layer of the star realm. Therefore, the 9th layer of the star realm is already among the very top of the divine and demonic body refining powerhouses in the entire universe, comparable to the 8th layer of the nascent soul in the celestial path. As for himself, he was only at the 7th layer of the nascent soul. Even with the assistance of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven formation, he might not be able to defeat Lin Yi with absolute certainty. Moreover, there was also the 8th layer of the star realm Longbone watching closely. If the fight continued, he feared that not only would he find it difficult to gain an advantage, but he might also suffer a significant loss. With this thought, Guishu Zi felt a sense of retreat rising in his heart. However, he did not show any weakness. Humph. You two beasts, today you rely on your numbers, so I shall let you go for now. When I gather my brothers in the future, I will surely make you turn to dust, your souls trapped in the soul refining lamp for 1,000 years, 10,000 years without escape. As soon as Guishu Zi finished speaking, he took off into the distance, his feet generating wind. At the same time, he activated the 8 Flames Divine Fire Mirror to unleash the 9 Suns Burning Heaven formation. In the next moment, in the sky, 9 great suns suddenly erupted, radiating endless light, illuminating the land in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, 9 fireballs rolled. Within each fireball, countless flames poured out like a river of stars, scorching the void and incinerating everything. They twisted like fiery dragon serpents, heading towards the golden-armored giant Longbone and Lin Yi. Ha! Guishu Zi, you won't escape easily. Amidst the infinite flames, Longbone shouted angrily. The golden armor on his body shone with golden light, and he continuously punched, wielding immense power to disperse the surrounding flames. Seeing this, Lin Yi also swept the netherworld heavenly net again. Boom! The boundless air was instantly displaced. At that moment, the dark netherworld heavenly net surged again, striking towards the fleeing Guishu Zi. However, it was quickly blocked by the infinite flames. The two forces collided. Rumble! An energy clash more terrifying than the simultaneous explosion of billions of nuclear bombs erupted in the void. The endless shockwave instantly swept in all directions, causing countless clouds to dissipate in an instant. In the center of the battlefield, the originally towering black spear was immediately halted by this strike, allowing Guishu Z to escape. Ha ha, with such little ability, you think you can keep me here? Seeing this, Guishu Z laughed heartily, feeling as if he had taken a calming pill, his face full of mockery. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he prepared to collect the formation plate and flee with the 9 suns burning heaven formation. But the next moment, his expression changed. Buzz! Behind Guishu Z, in the massive stark endless energy suddenly converged towards Lin Yi, and the intense energy fluctuations immediately caught the attention of the burly man in golden armor, Changgu, and Guishu Z, causing their hearts to race. What is this? Seeing this scene, Guishu Z felt a surge of deep terror rising within him. He quickly activated his Yuaning mana, urging the Treasure 8 Flame Divine Fire Mirror to circulate around him, forming a massive shield to protect himself. At the same time, he continuously cast his escape technique, rapidly fleeing from the star below. Want to escape now? It's too late. Seeing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. With a thought, countless rays of light began to converge at his brow, forming a brilliant heavenly eye. Boom! An incredibly violent and terrifying attack shot out from the heavenly eye. In an instant, it formed a terrifying beam of light that could be seen from anywhere on the entire star. The energy of the beam was vast beyond measure, and its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with Guishu Z, who was surrounded by a fiery red shield and was fleeing at high speed. Boom! Finally, under Guishu Z's horrified gaze, the beam struck fiercely against the surface of the fiery red shield. Endless destructive energy erupted, and under the impact of this chaotic divine light, the fiery red token that had just easily withstood Lin Yi's attack could not hold out for even half a breath. With a thunderous crash, it shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions into the void of the universe. The chaotic divine light, after shattering the fiery red shield, continued its momentum, striking repeatedly against the Dao robe on Guishu Z's body. Buzz! The white Dao robe burst into light. It was clearly a rare defensive artifact, immensely powerful and with strong defenses. However, under this chaotic divine light, it was as fragile as thin paper, pierced through in an instant. Then, a piercing scream echoed through the void of the universe, defying reason, causing the surfaces of nearby small stars to tremble. Under the terrifying blow of the chaotic divine light, Guishu Z's immortal body had no resistance whatsoever and was instantly reduced to fragments. As for his powerful Yuaning, it was also evaporated in that moment, dissipating into boundless energy in the cosmic void. With one strike, the 7th level of Yuaning cultivation, Guishu Z was dead. Seeing Lin Yi suddenly erupt and kill Guishu Z with a single blow, the burly man in golden armor, Changgu, was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, eyes filled with disbelief. This Guishu Z is just too easy to kill. Compared to Changgu's incredulity, Lin Yi remained calm, even a bit surprised. But then he thought it over and understood. The cultivation methods in the Source universe were indeed the most perfect compared to other affiliated universes. At the same level, not only was lifespan developed to the limit, but combat power was also astonishingly strong, and even life-saving abilities were remarkable. In this realm, the 7th level of Yuaning cultivation was comparable to a 2nd-level perfected cultivator in the indestructible realm of the Source universe. However, Guishu Z, as an elder of a major power in this realm, had strength only equivalent to an ordinary 2nd-level perfected cultivator in the indestructible realm, and his life-saving ability was far inferior. If it were in the Source universe, with Lin Yi's current chaotic divine light power, killing a 2nd-level perfected cultivator in the indestructible realm would not be so simple. After all, with the protection of the secret pattern divine armor, and without Lin Yi burning his divine body, even if he attacked with chaotic divine light, it would likely not penetrate the armor to explode that indestructible realm cultivator's divine body in one hit. It would take at least 2 strikes. Moreover, even if he shattered the divine body into fragments, he would not be able to instantly obliterate it. During that time, if that cultivator had assistance, Lin Yi would not be able to kill him. This brother, just as Lin Yi was secretly comparing the gap between the cultivators of the 2 realms, the golden-armored strong man, Changgu, finally came to his senses. He quickly flew to Lin Yi's side and said, "This brother, I am Changgu, the 18th elder of the Anti-Immortal Alliance. Thank you very much for your timely rescue. I am truly grateful." He continued, "However, since you have killed Guishu Z, we must leave here quickly. Because the methods of immortal cultivators are numerous, as long as we do not reach a certain distance, they have ways to quickly locate our position. If we have not escaped by then, when the army of the 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect arrives, we will be trapped." The 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect is one of the 3 great immortal sects of the universe. Not only are there several transformation stage ancestors within, but there are also over 100 great cultivators at the nascent soul's 12th level. He added, "With our strength, facing them would be a dead end." Oh, the 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect? The Anti-Immortal Alliance? Upon hearing these unfamiliar terms, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Changgu, I am Lin Yi. May I ask what kind of power the 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect is? And what is your Anti-Immortal Alliance?" To be honest, I was taken as a disciple by my master when I was young, and I only just emerged from seclusion today. I truly know very little about the powers in the universe, so I hope you can enlighten me," Lin Yi said, half pretending and half sincerely. It had been millions of years since the last true disciple of the Zhangjiang Sword sect had come to the Yangji immortal demon universe. In the vastness of time, millions of Years may not seem significant in the source universe, or even the Great Sun Realm experts would not take it seriously. However, in this universe, it could be considered an ancient era. This is because the rules in this universe impose extremely strict limitations on the lifespan of cultivators. Leaving aside the mundane practices like chi refining and foundation establishment, even in the source universe, lifespans are not long. Yet, in this realm, even golden core cultivators, who can rival the divine body realm and fly beyond the stars, have very short lifespans, with their limit being merely 1,000 years, comparable to the flying heaven realm in the source universe. As for great cultivators, at the nascent soul stage, their lifespans do increase tenfold, but it only reaches 10,000 years, the highest level of transformation. Stage cultivators in this realm, although their lifespans increase tenfold again, only live for 100,000 years, which is merely equivalent to the divine body realm in the source universe. Thus, it is evident how long millions of years are in this realm. In such a long span of time, aside from the unchanging cosmic rules, all those powerful forces that dominate the universe will eventually dissipate like smoke. For instance, millions of years ago, in the information left by that disciple of the Tsungjiang sword sect, although the immortal path was flourishing in this universe, a sect called the Primordial Immortal Sect dominated the entire universe, standing alone at the top. They had dozens of transformation stage ancestors stationed, and among them there were even 7 or 8 mid-level transformation stage cultivators above the 4th level. But now, millions of years later, this so-called 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect, although it is one of the 3 great immortal sects in this universe, is much weaker, with only a few transformation stage cultivators. This made Lin Yi curious about what had happened in this universe over the past millions of years. Brother, these things can't be explained clearly in a short time. Let's leave this place first and discuss it in detail later, Changgu said, seeing Lin Yi's eager expression for knowledge. However, he was still worried about the possible pursuers from the 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect, so he spoke with some urgency. Alright, then let's leave first, Lin Yi replied, understanding the gravity of the situation and nodding. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Lin. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Changgu bowed and smiled, then waved his hand. Whoosh! Boundless divine power surged forth, instantly forming a terrifying giant net that enveloped the entire star. Under the cover of this divine power net, all the beings on the star instantly shrank to it was as if he had fallen into the legendary sleeve universe of the great master Shen Yuan, swiftly landing within the armor of the long bone. We killed the Guishu here on this star. If the Wanfa Xianzong cannot find us, they will surely take out their anger on the beings of this star. By then, this star might even be destroyed in their wrath. For now, I will temporarily keep the beings of this star in my cave abode. Once we are safe, we can casually find a suitable life star to release them. Seeing Lin Yi's confusion, Long Bone explained. Then, with another wave of his hand, a flying boat about 3 to 4 zhan long materialized in the void, and he added, Brother, get in. This is a flying boat treasure I seized from a Taoist cultivator, incredibly fast. When fully activated, it is many times faster than a great cultivator at the 12th level of the nascent soul, capable of traversing billions of miles in the blink of an eye. We will first pilot this flying boat away from here, then find a star with more developed cultivators and use a teleportation array to leave. In this way, no matter how powerful the Wanfa Xianzong is, they won't be able to find us. Alright. Seeing this, Lin Yi was not worried about any tricks and directly flew inside. Not to mention that Longbone did not act like a treacherous villain. Even if he did, Lin Yi had nothing to fear. Firstly, with the half-stepped Dao divine weapon, the blood-red hull in hand, as long as he hid inside, he was not afraid of any strong opponents below the mixed whole realm. Secondly, he also had the time-space disc given by his teacher, which was equally a life-saving treasure. With these 2 treasures, Lin Yi felt much more at ease in this world. Just like that Guishu earlier, since he found it displeasing, he simply killed it. Buzz! As soon as Lin Yi entered, he immediately felt a shift in space. The flying boat appeared to be only 3 to 4 zhang from the outside, but inside it was another world with a space even larger than a football field. Not only were the walls adorned with various scrolls, rare gems, and treasures, but also wisps of immortal mist rose from beneath his feet, resembling a heavenly palace. Moreover, as soon as Lin Yi entered this space, classical chairs and tables rose beneath him. Then, fragrant spiritual fruits appeared out of thin air on the table. Additionally, there were fine wines and delicacies, various rare beast meats, all exuding rich aromas and abundant in variety. The most astonishing thing was the wall paintings beside him. Those graceful, perfectly beautiful classical palace-dressed fairies and musicians stepped out from the murals, materializing before Lin Yi in a burst of golden light. They then began to sing and dance, playing music, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial palace. Ha ha, brother Lin, isn't my flying boat impressive? Seeing Lin Yi somewhat stunned, Longbone smiled proudly. Impressive? It's simply unprecedented. The Tao of Immortals truly has its unique aspects. Looking at the surroundings that resembled scenes from the fantasy novels of his past life, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Although similar scenes could be created in the original universe through advanced technology, they inevitably felt somewhat contrived. Achieving the effortless, natural ambience found in this flying boat was quite difficult. This certainly left Lin Yi in awe. Indeed, even our enemies must admit that this is indeed superior to our cultivation system of divine and demonic body refinement. Upon hearing this, Longbone seemed somewhat emotional. However, he appeared accustomed to such sentiments, quickly dispelling the hint of sorrow from his face, and continued, "Brother, since you have followed your master in cultivation since childhood, you probably know nothing about the forces in the universe. In that case, let me start from a million years ago, after the collapse of the Wuxia Xianzong." As he spoke, Chang Gu paused slightly, as if organizing his thoughts, and after several breaths finally began. A million years ago, the Wuxia immortal sect, which had dominated the universe for millions of years, finally reached the end of its fate, accompanied by the passing of the older generation of transformation ancestors. Within the Wuxia immortal sect, new ancestors could not emerge for a long time, with fewer than 10 transformation cultivators remaining in the sect. Such strength was clearly insufficient to suppress the universe and control vast resources. Thus, under the leadership of several top forces in the universe, countless immortal sects began to resist the Wuxia immortal sect. This battle lasted for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, the Wuxia immortal sect was relentlessly pressured by numerous forces. Finally, 994,500 years ago, having exhausted its last reserves, it was breached by thousands of large and small forces, leading to its collapse. However, as a whale falls and all things thrive, after the collapse of the Wuxia immortal sect, countless immortal sects benefited and began to develop rapidly. In the end, after several tens of thousands of years of competition, the three great immortal sects of Wanfa, Daoyuan, and Taiyi gradually revealed their prowess, with transformation ancestors frequently emerging from their ranks. Finally, over 800,000 years ago, the three sects subdued the remaining sects, each occupying one-third of the universe's territory, establishing a tripartite balance of power. This forced the countless other immortal sects in the universe to survive under their dominance, no longer daring to act recklessly. This is also the reason why the Wanfa immortal sect's Guishu Zi is so arrogant, often threatening to burn stars, and looks down on both you and me. Because the Wanfa immortal sect's power is simply too strong, its disciples, when walking outside, regard all other immortal sects except Daoyuan and Taiyi with disdain, let alone you and me. As he said this, Chang Gu couldn't help but sigh again. In the Yangji Xianma universe, the status of cultivators in the divine and demonic body refinement path is truly too low. Whether during the reign of the Wuxia immortal sect or now under the rule of the three great immortal sects, their status has not changed in the slightest. They are still looked down upon by the immortal path practitioners. Not to mention the powerful beings of the same realm in the immortal path. Even a mere golden core cultivator, when there are immortal path experts guarding the stars, dares to command the divine and demonic beings at the star realm level, looking at them with contempt. This is the sorrow of the divine and demonic body refinement cultivators, and it is a sorrow that cannot be changed. Brother Chang Gu, don't be sad. I see that the potential of the divine and demonic body refinement path is not weaker than that of the immortal path. There may still be a day for a turnaround. Seeing Chang Gu's sorrowful expression, Linny guessed some of his thoughts, and first offered some words of comfort, then asked, "Brother Chang Gu, since you have finished speaking about the Wanfa immortal sect, what is the Anti-Immortal Alliance?" I hope Brother Chang Gu can clarify. The Anti-Immortal Alliance? At this point, the sorrow on Chang Gu's face disappeared, replaced by excitement as he said, "The Anti-Immortal Alliance is an organization established over 500,000 years ago by an extraordinary genius and unparalleled powerhouse from our divine and demonic body refinement path, uniting many powerful divine and demonic body refinement cultivators above the star realm. As the name suggests, it is an alliance opposing the immortal path. Although the immortal path is called immortal, many cultivators within it act with a ruthlessness that is no different from the legendary demons. Brother Lin, don't think that characters like Guishu Zi, who regard life as worthless, are few and far between. In fact, within the Wanfa immortal sect or the other two sects, there are many such individuals. I have even heard that some immortal path cultivators in these sects, in order to refine those kinds of vengeful spirit treasures, have personally captured and raised tens of thousands of life stars. Year after year, generation after generation, they torment countless billions of lives on those stars to produce enough vengeful spirits for treasure refinement. Compared to such cultivators, characters like Guishu Zi can be considered merciful. Chang Gu sighed as he spoke. Power, when unbound by rules, can easily drive the majority into madness. In such circumstances, the evil within people's hearts can be magnified to the extreme, easily transforming them into irredeemable villains, all while they feel completely normal about it. Thus, although there are some kind-hearted cultivators in the realm of immortals, there are indeed quite a few like Guishu Zi who disregard life. With this thought, Chang Gu glanced at the frowning Lin Yi, and his heart couldn't help but become a bit more lively. He quickly said, "Brother Lin, I see that you are also a kind-hearted cultivator. Just now, you dared to risk offending the Wanfa immortal sect to strike down Guishu Zi and save the beings on that star. Why not join my Anti-Immortal Alliance? Although our Anti-Immortal Alliance is not as powerful as the three great immortal sects, we far surpass any sect beneath them. Moreover, you are a strong practitioner of the divine and demonic body refinement path. In this way, as long as you join the alliance, not only can you find many like-minded individuals, but you can also freely observe the secret techniques within our alliance. You must know that although our Anti-Immortal Alliance has not been established for long, thanks to many like-minded individuals, we have almost gathered all the techniques that have not been lost since the birth of the divine and demonic body refinement path in the universe. I believe these techniques will surely bring you great benefits, Brother Lin." After speaking, Chang Gu looked at Lin Yi sincerely, his eyes filled with longing. Join the Anti-Immortal Alliance? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned. The Yangji Immortal Demon Universe is not Blue Star. In this universe, he is merely a passerby. Therefore, although he feels sympathy for the practitioners of divine and demonic body refinement in this realm, he has no intention of spending his time and energy to be a savior. Moreover, his strength does not allow him to do so. The most he wants to do upon arriving in this realm is to find enough immortal life-death flowers and then break through to the immortal life-death realm. After that, he intends to leave. After all, his family is still in the origin universe and his friends and relatives are still on Blue Star. It is simply impossible to abandon them and waste time here. Sorry, Brother Changgu, I cannot join the Anti-Immortal Alliance. Lin Yi shook his head, but seeing Changgu's disappointed expression, he added, however, if the Anti-Immortal Alliance has immortal life-death flowers, I can help the Alliance with some tasks or exchange equivalent treasures for some immortal life-death flowers? Upon hearing this, Chang Gu was first taken aback, then disappointment appeared in his eyes as he explained, immortal life-death flowers are extremely rare. If it were 1,000,000 years ago, our Anti-Immortal Alliance could have helped you obtain some with our strength. But ever since the collapse of the Wuxia Immortal sect 1,000,000 years ago and the continuous wars among the three great immortal sects, the consumption of immortal life-death flowers has been too great, and many of the immortal life-death trees were also damaged in the wars. Therefore, this flower has become a forbidden level material, and only the three great immortal sects have any in storage. Our Anti-Immortal Alliance cannot obtain it. What? Forbidden level material? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression changed. The three great immortal sects are too powerful. Not only do they have ancestors comparable to the Great Sun Realm, but they also have many practitioners at the peak of the 12th layer of the nascent Soul Realm. In such a situation, if it is true that only the three great immortal sects have any in storage, then it will be difficult for him to obtain the immortal life-death flowers. Is there really no other way? With this thought, Lin Yi felt a bit unwilling. No. Changgu shook his head helplessly. Immortal life-death flowers are an extremely special material, and even within the three great immortal sects, the stock is very scarce. Because this flower will decay within a few years once it leaves the immortal life-death tree. Therefore, once this flower matures, it will quickly be refined into immortal life-death pills by the sect for use by the great cultivators above the 10th layer of the nascent soul. Except for the disciples responsible for watching over and collecting within the immortal gate during the rest of the time, even a common Yuanying 10th layer cultivator would find it impossible to approach easily. Lin Yi furrowed his brows upon hearing this. For a moment he had no good solution. Seeing this, Changgu quickly comforted him, saying, Brother Lin, since you cannot obtain the everlasting life flower, for the time being, why not visit our Anti-Immortal Alliance first? We have many treasures in the Anti-Immortal Alliance, although we don't have the everlasting life flower. We do have items that are equivalent or even more precious. It would be better to take a look. Alright, since Brother Changgu has sincerely invited me, let's go take a look. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Although the everlasting life flower was the only treasure he knew of in this universe that could help him transform into an immortal state, it was merely something he was aware of. In the past, the disciples from the Zhangjiang Sword sect who entered this universe were too weak, and the treasures they encountered were few, along with limited information. What if there were other treasures in the Anti-Immortal Alliance that had effects similar to or even better than the everlasting life flower? That was not impossible, Lin Yi thought to himself. Meanwhile, the flying boat swiftly traversed endless distances. Soon, they arrived at a life planet where cultivation was relatively advanced. On that life planet, Lin Yi followed Changgu through a teleportation array, then released the countless beings he had saved and proceeded with several more teleports. Only then did they move away from the star where Lin Yi had previously descended. At the same time, in the distant Wanfaxian sect, within a grand hall adorned with countless spirit lamps, each burning with a flickering flame, a young Taoist priest in a dark robe pushed open the hall door to begin his routine inspection. Not long after, he exclaimed in shock, Senior brother, something terrible has happened. The life lamp of Elder Guishu has gone out. What? Hearing the young priest's cry, a young cultivator in a black robe rushed in, panic-stricken. When he saw that the life lamp corresponding to Guishu indeed extinguished, his eyes widened in terror as he shouted, It's over. Wanfaxian sect is a sect located in the Jifeng River system of the Yangji Immortal Demon Universe based on an ancient star, Wanfaxing, which is 100 times larger than an ordinary star. Countless generations have laid down spiritual veins and organized the Earth's energy here, and it has taken root for hundreds of thousands of years, managed to be as solid as an iron barrel. Within the star, patches of spiritual fields have been cultivated, filled with great herbs. Within the sect, numerous spiritual mountains have been opened for the elders to cultivate and gather disciples. At this moment, on Wanfaxing, amidst a towering peak that reached the clouds filled with ethereal energy and where spiritual beasts and cranes flew, a furious voice erupted. What did you say? My disciple Guishu's life lamp has gone out? Hearing the report from the trembling young cultivator below, an old man in a Taoist robe with white hair holding a whisk shouted with a face as dark as water. Reporting to Master Feiyun, it is indeed true. The young cultivator trembled again under the old man's terrifying aura and replied shakily. When did this happen? After confirming the information, the old man, Master Feiyun, pondered for a moment before asking in a deep voice. It was an hour ago. Junior brother Qingshu checked the status of the elders' life lamps in the hall as usual and was shocked to find one lamp extinguished. Upon approaching, he discovered it was the life lamp corresponding to Elder Guishu, so the disciple confirmed it and hurried here to inform Master Fei Yun without delay. As he spoke, the young cultivator became even more frightened and explained repeatedly. An hour ago? Hearing the young cultivator's words, Master Fei Yun murmured to himself, according to the sect's rules, the elder's life lamps must be checked every half day. By this calculation, even if Guishu fell immediately after the last check, only half a day has passed in between. Adding the hour consumed by this disciple on the way, it hasn't even been a day yet, there's still time. As Fei Yun Shangren spoke, a glimmer of brilliance and hatred gradually appeared in his eyes, and he seemed to have come to a certain conclusion. Then, he lowered his gaze, looking at the young cultivator with indifference, and said, useless thing, it takes you an hour just to pass a message. With such low cultivation and such slow flight, you must not be diligent in your practice. In that case, what use is there in keeping you? As soon as Fei Yun Shangren's words fell, his figure instantly vanished from the cave. At this moment, the young cultivator seemed to realize something and hurriedly exclaimed, "Ah, master, spare me." Before he could finish the word life, an endless pale blue flame erupted from his body. In an instant, his spiritual robe emitted a buzzing sound as it lost all spiritual energy, its precious light extinguished, turning pitch black. Subsequently, that lifeless spiritual robe, along with the young cultivator's body, was instantly reduced to ashes by the spiritual fire. Thus, he was reduced to dust. In the center of the Wanfa Xian sect, atop a towering peak overlooking the entire star, Fei Yun Shangren stepped on a cloud, pressing down on the cloud head, and descended his immortal body. Master, disciple Fei Yunzi has something to request. As soon as he landed, Fei Yunzi called out urgently towards a cave within the mountain. Fei Yunzi, why are you not diligently cultivating on your Fei Yun peak and coming to my cave? As soon as Fei Yunzi's words fell, a voice as ethereal as an immortal echoed from within the cave. Upon hearing this voice, Fei Yunzi's expression became even more respectful, and he quickly replied, reporting to the Yuanjin master, disciple's third apprentice Gixuzi was assassinated by treacherous people within half a day, and now the life lamp has extinguished. He has indeed fallen. Therefore, this time I have come to seek the Tongyu Spacetime Treasure Mirror from master to assist in capturing the murderer and bringing him to justice. Whom? Gixuzi? I remember this disciple's name. He is a talented disciple who broke through to the Yuan-ing stage at the young age of 300. With such qualifications, it is not a problem for him to achieve transformation into a god in the future, reaching the 12th layer of Yuan-ing. I didn't expect him to be killed now, it's truly a pity. Hearing this, the Yuanjin master in the cave seemed to express some regret and continued, well, since you, as his master, are willing to take action against the enemy, then I shall lend you a helping hand. Go, take the Tongyu Spacetime Treasure Mirror and find that scoundrel to kill him, so that the world knows of the might of our Wanfa Xian sect, which cannot be infringed upon. A grand voice echoed outside the cave, and the power contained within it made even Fei Yunzi, who had reached the 12th layer of Yuan-ing, tremble in fear. Then, Fei Yunzi saw the cave's door flash, as if a beam of light passed through the door and fell before him. Ultimately, it transformed from virtual to real, forming an ancient treasure mirror about the size of 2 adult palms, with a smooth green mirror surface and a frame made of ancient gray stone. Thank you, Yuanjin master. Upon seeing this treasure mirror, Fei Yunzi's face immediately lit up with joy, and after bowing deeply, he flew off into the distance, quickly exiting the Wanfa star. In the sky above Wanfa star, on an ancient flying boat, Fei Yun Shangren, dressed in a white robe with flowing white hair, stood at the bow of the ship, exuding an aura of immortality. Before him floated a treasure mirror, which was none other than the Tongyu Spacetime Treasure Mirror. The Tongyu Spacetime Treasure Mirror is a supreme treasure formed from the primordial essence of heaven and earth at the dawn of the Yangji Shenma universe, containing a trace of spacetime power. Therefore, this mirror does not possess the overwhelming power of other naturally formed treasures, but it has a special function. That is, as long as it is within a range of no more than 2 million light-years, it can manifest any events that occur within that area over the course of a day. For example, right now, Mystic Mirror of the Void, heed my command, quickly reveal your power, shine for me. At the bow of the ship, the figure of Fei Yun was solemn, fingers forming seals, unleashing a powerful force. At the same time, the desired outcome floated in his mind. In the next moment, the ancient and unadorned mirror began to emit billions of rays of light. In the blink of an eye, it was about to illuminate the heavens and the earth like the stars in the universe. Inch by inch, the void of the cosmos was pierced before it, and fragments of time seemed to be reversed. Before long, it fixed on a certain point, forming an image on the mirror's surface. This was an ordinary life star, where even the most powerful cultivator was merely at the foundation establishment stage, unable to even leave the planet. Such cultivation, in the eyes of Fei Yun and Guishu, was as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed. And indeed, it was so. As Guishu made his move, 9 suns appeared in the sky. In an instant, that star seemed to be plunged into a catastrophe. Rivers evaporated, dense forests burned, the earth dried up, and countless ants cried out beneath, begging for their lives. The body of the demonic body-refining cultivator was also forced out by Guishu, on the verge of facing punishment. However, at that moment, from that humble star, an incredibly fierce aura suddenly surged, and a towering black spear shot out, instantly overpowering Guishu. Seeing this, Guishu, realizing he was outmatched, attempted to flee, but ultimately, the cultivator below unleashed some unknown technique, causing a heavenly eye to emerge from his forehead. Then, a beam of destructive divine light shot forth. With one strike, it shattered Guishu's treasure, obliterating his body, even extinguishing his nascent soul completely. What is this divine light? How can it be so powerful? Watching the terrifying strike, Feiyun was filled with shock. Although he was a 12th layer nascent soul grand cultivator, he believed he could withstand that terrifying attack. However, even if he could endure it, he felt it would be far from pleasant. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that this came from a mere 9th layer demonic being of the Star Realm. The 9th layer of the Star Realm was inherently weak, only comparable to the 8th layer of the nascent soul, yet it could unleash an attack that made him wary. If he could obtain such a method, then he... At this thought, Feiyun's eyes turned slightly red. No matter what kind of technique or treasure this is, I must get my hands on it. A mere Star Realm demonic being, how can it possess such a divine object? Such a treasure should belong to a great immortal like me. With this thought, greed surged in Feiyun's heart, and he quickly steered his flying vessel towards the star where Lin Yi had killed Guishu. Finally back. On an unnamed desolate star far from the Wanfa immortal sect, Changgu descended the flying vessel, exhaling a breath, and smiled. Brother Lin Yi, we are safe. Do you see the star beneath our feet? Here, there is a teleportation passage into our Anti-Immortal Alliance's headquarters. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, our first leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance obtained a cosmic treasure capable of blocking all probing methods when the Alliance was first established. After that, using this treasure as a foundation, he established the Anti-Immortal Alliance. So, despite the three great immortal sects targeting us all these years, our Anti-Immortal Alliance has remained unyielding and has even grown stronger. Now that we have arrived here, it means we are completely safe, which signifies that even if the ancestors of the three great immortal sects make a move, they will find it extremely difficult to locate us. Changgu said with a smile, his tone full of ease. That treasure indeed gave him immense confidence. This was not boasting, but a conclusion drawn from repeated validations. Whenever they killed someone from the immortal sect and were pursued, as long as they hid within that treasure, no treasure can find them. Otherwise, with their strength, without this supreme treasure, they would probably not be enough to withstand even a single transformation ancestor, let alone be so arrogant. They would have long been destroyed by the three great immortal sections. Oh, a space-type supreme treasure, one that is naturally formed in the universe and can isolate probing? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Such a supreme treasure is quite valuable. It's not something those space rings in the universe can compare to. If placed in the original universe, it would be a divine weapon of the Tao, and an extremely rare one at that. And now, even though it is due to its origin from a small world, the space Tao it contains is like the difference between an ocean and a drop of water compared to the original universe. But I estimate its value is still considerable, at least comparable to a half-step divine weapon of the Tao. This universe really has some good things. Thinking of this, Lin Yi secretly nodded in his heart. However, he had no intention of seizing this treasure. Not to mention his insufficient strength, his character simply did not allow him to do such a thing. He was not someone who would forget righteousness for profit. The Anti-Immortal Alliance and Changgu had not harmed him in any way, but rather treated him with great enthusiasm. If he were to frame them for the sake of a treasure, it would truly go against Lin Yi's principles. However, if the Anti-Immortal Alliance has such treasures, then the three great immortal sects must have them too, and even more. I won't touch the treasures of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, but the three great immortal sects are different, especially the Wanfa immortal sect. If given the chance, before leaving this universe, I must get all the treasures they have. Lin Yi was determined in his heart, and excitement immediately appeared in his eyes. Half-step divine weapons of the Tao, and a pile of them at that. If he could obtain them, he would truly strike it rich. Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Yi seemingly lost in thought, Changgu reminded him, the passage has opened. I just communicated with the leader. He was overjoyed to learn that you killed the elder of the Wanfa immortal sect for me, and not only agreed to let you temporarily hide in our Anti-Immortal Alliance's headquarters. Moreover, he also promised to let you choose any one of our Anti-Immortal Alliance's techniques as a token of gratitude. Techniques? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Although deep down he didn't think much of the so-called divine and demonic body refining techniques of this universe, since he could choose one from their Anti-Immortal Alliance, he might as well take the opportunity. After all, over countless years in a universe, among countless prodigies, there might be some incredible talents born. These talents might truly possess astonishing gifts, but due to the limitations of the universe, they ultimately faded away. If given a larger stage, they could become true gods in the original universe, or even more powerful beings. Just like the novel Star Transformation that Lin Yi read in his previous life. In it, a mortal-born character named Lei Wei could think outside the box, carve out a new path, and create a prototype of the Star Transformation technique that even the divine kings and heavenly lords of the vast universe could not create. In this universe, Lin Yi did not expect to find such geniuses. However, if there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance of a talent truly creating a prototype of an invincible technique, that would be a huge gain. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's interest grew, and he smiled, saying, since the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance is so generous, then I, Lin, will naturally not decline. Let's go. Brother Changgu, let's go in and help me choose a technique. Alright, Brother Lin, please. Upon hearing this, Changgu also smiled and spoke to a nearby swirling passage. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled as well and then stepped in with large strides. Whoosh! A sensation of time and space shifting arose in Lin Yi's mind. He felt a wave of dizziness in his head as his body passed through an unknown number of time and space, arriving in a strange space. This is an endless continent, and on this continent, powerful presences lie dormant in the very center. Surrounding them are countless mortals forming various tribes to survive. Brother Lin, this is the headquarters of our anti-immortal alliance, the Starsea Realm, Long Gu happily introduced as he noticed Linny looking at him with some confusion. This is a vast space, measuring 99,600,000,000,000 kilometers in length and 43,596,000,000,000 kilometers in width, with an area countless times larger than the stars and ancient stars in the outside world, almost comparable to a small galaxy. Therefore, to avoid appearing desolate and empty, long before our first alliance leader obtained this treasure, he continued, some mortals from the realm of cultivating divine demons were moved here from the universe, allowing them to escape the oppression of cultivators. Now, after hundreds of thousands of years of reproduction, the mortals living here have reached trillions, forming countless tribes. Among these tribes, many geniuses and strong individuals have emerged. These people do not need to fight or worry about resources, because we, the elders of the Star Realm, will go to the outside world to help them earn resources. However, if they also break through to the Star Realm, they must become elders of our anti-immortal alliance, build temples in the center of the Starsea Realm, and while receiving worship, they must also venture into the outside world, either to compete for precious resources for the children of this realm, or to recruit strong individuals from the outside world who possess good character and have not fallen into evil due to their environment. Ultimately, this will nourish this realm, allowing its children to become more talented with increasing resources and strength. Long Gu spoke with a smile, looking at the tribes beneath his feet, his eyes filled with affection and kindness. He was also a practitioner from this realm, watching the children of this realm grow stronger day by day. Even though there were some dangers in the outside world, he felt very happy inside. However, it was a pity that his strength was limited. He can only ensure that the children in this realm were not disturbed by the flames of war, while being powerless against the many cultivators from the outside world. Oh, I see. It seems the first leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance truly has boundless merit, having opened up such a paradise in the universe, a pure land for divine demon practitioners to reside. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of admiration rising in his heart. The Yangji Immortal Demon Universe is a place where competition is extremely brutal. The three great immortal sects have been at odds for hundreds of thousands of years, much like the Three Kingdoms period in Lin Yi's previous life, turning the entire universe into a chaotic world. For a bit of resources, the cultivators often draw their swords against each other, fighting to the death. And as beings discriminated against by cultivators, the divine demon practitioners have it even harder. Unlike here, where the strong are all incredibly benevolent and do not initiate wars. Even if ambitious individuals occasionally appear among the powerful tribes, they dare not show their intentions due to the deterrence of the Elder Hall, retreating in silence, creating a harmonious atmosphere where people live and work in peace. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel curious about the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance. To be able to command the entire Starsea Realm and make countless Star Realm divine demons submit, what kind of extraordinary person is this leader, and what abilities do they possess? Lin Yi pondered as he chatted slowly with Long Gu, quickly making his way to the temple. Along the way, they encountered some divine demon practitioners who respectfully greeted them, and Long Gu would nod in response, showing none of the arrogance found among the powerful in the universe. Thus, after flying for about half a day, Lin Yi and Long Gu arrived at the center of the Starsea Realm in the so-called temple. Elder Long Gu, you're back. Oh, who is this beside you? As soon as Lin Yi and Long Gu arrived, powerful beings with vast auras emerged from the surrounding temples, greeting them warmly. Esteemed elders, greetings. This is a brother I met outside, named Lin Yi. This time, I went out and killed a disciple of the Wanfa Xianzone and was subsequently pursued by an elder of the Wanfa Xianzone at the 7th level of the nascent soul. Thanks to my intervention, I managed to kill him, which allowed me to escape with my life. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know if I would make it back. At this point, Chang Gu felt a bit emotional, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude towards Lin Yi. Oh, to be able to kill a nascent soul at the 7th level, Brother Lin is truly impressive. Upon hearing Chang Gu's words, the elders present were all shocked. A nascent soul at the 7th level is comparable to a powerful being at the 8th level of the Star Realm. Their ability to survive might even surpass that. Such a strong individual could easily withstand even the 10th or 11th level of the Star Realm. Yet, this seemingly unfathomable cultivator before them was able to kill him outright, which was truly admirable. Alright, esteemed elders, I won't keep you any longer. The Alliance leader has summoned me to meet Brother Lin, so I will take him there first and we can talk later. Seeing that the elders present seemed to have a desire to dig deeper, Chang Gu stopped being verbose, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then pulled Lin Yi away, entering the central area, a grand temple towering 10,000 meters high. Creak! With a slight sound, the temple doors opened and Lin Yi and Chang Gu walked inside. Immediately, they saw a middle-aged man on the throne of the temple, dressed in a black robe with black hair, resembling a refined scholar from Blue Star. This alliance leader is incredibly powerful. Feeling the aura of the leader of the Anti-Fairy Alliance, Lin Yi's expression changed instantly. He had known that the strength of the leader, who could command all the elders of the temple, including those from the outside joining the alliance, would be extraordinary. But upon seeing him, Lin Yi still felt he had underestimated him. Although this person's divine body appeared to be at the 12th level of the Star Realm, for some reason, his divine body strength was at least 4 to 5 times greater than that of an ordinary 12th level Star Realm being. Moreover, his comprehension of the fire principle had reached an equivalent of the 7th level of the original universe. When combined, his strength was likely even greater than many inner disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect in the original universe. After all, the 7th level is an extremely high tier. Even among the disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect, those who could reach this level of true intent during the immortal stage were few and far between. This is because comprehending true intent becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Although disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect, whether outer or inner, could almost all reach the 4th level of true intent during the divine body stage, many of them remained stuck at the 6th level of perfection during the immortal stage. Some even found themselves stuck for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, which was quite normal. It should be noted that they were all geniuses selected from a domain. Each one could easily become a genius at the Great Sun stage if they found it so difficult to break through to the 7th level of true intent. How terrifying it was that this alliance leader could achieve the 7th level of true intent in such a small world with a body at the star realm. May I ask if you are the Linny who saved Elder Changgu? Seeing Linny staring at him, the refined man above also flashed and appeared beside Linny, as if teleporting, smiling gently. Indeed. May I ask how to address the alliance leader? Linny, suppressing his shock, replied with a smile and a cupped fist. My name is Zhang Xuanfeng. If Brother Linny does not mind, you can just call me Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Upon hearing this, Linny took the opportunity and called out. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Zhang Xuanfeng's gaze softened a bit. Brother Linny, I have already heard about your matters from Changgu. The incident with the Gexuzi was greatly aided by your help, allowing Changgu to escape disaster. Our anti-fairy alliance always repays enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. You have helped our anti-immortal alliance this time, so regardless of whether you join us or not, I am willing to let you choose a technique from our alliance for free. This is the token, let Elder Changgu take you there. After saying this, Zhang Xuanfeng handed a blue token, half the size of a palm and resembling neither gold nor jade, to Linny, then turned around without saying more. Is that it? Seeing this, Linny was somewhat shocked. Originally, when he heard that the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance wanted to meet him, he thought that the leader would surely go to great lengths to persuade him, either through coercion or temptation. Unexpectedly, the leader was so straightforward. Knowing that he seemed unwilling to join them, he said no more and simply gave him the token to choose a secret technique. This demeanor made even Lin Yi admire him. Thank you, Alliance leader. If I find something of great use to me, I will definitely repay you in the future. Lin Yi accepted the token, and then cupped his hands in gratitude. No need for that, this is what Brother Lin Yi deserves. You owe nothing to our alliance, so there's no need to talk about repayment. Go choose your technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanfeng waved his hand lightly, indicating that Lin Yi could leave. Brother Lin, let's go. Seeing this, Changgu tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve. Lin Yi no longer delayed and followed Changgu away, keeping this kindness in his heart. In the group of temples, there was one slightly smaller than the one where Zhang Xuanfeng had met Lin Yi, but it occupied a much larger area. The main door was wide open, allowing people to choose, and Lin Yi and Changgu arrived here. Brother Lin, the temple in front of you is where our Anti-Immortal Alliance stores its secret techniques. This temple is divided into 8 levels. The first level contains only some techniques for the body refinement realm, foundation realm. The second and third levels contain techniques for the innate realm, flying realm. The fourth and fifth levels contain techniques for the earthly immersion realm, divine body realm. The sixth and seventh levels contain techniques for the stellar realm, indestructible realm. Only the 8th level is our Anti-Immortal Alliance's treasure, the collection place of the 3 great techniques created by the first Alliance leader. My suggestion is that if Brother Lin has no special requirements, you should choose from those 3 great techniques as much as possible. After all, the first Alliance leader was the most outstanding genius in the field of demon body refinement since the birth of our Yangji immortal demon universe. At that time, he was even close to creating a prototype of a realm above the stellar realm, making the demon body refinement equal to the immortal path, no longer inferior to the immortal path cultivators. It's a pity that human effort cannot match destiny. He ultimately fell due to insufficient lifespan, unable to create a technique for the realm above the stellar realm. However, the techniques he created are incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the high difficulty of cultivation, our demon body refinement cultivators, even without the diverse means of the immortal path, cultivators would still not fear them among the same rank. As he spoke, Changgu sighed, then added, however, although those 3 great techniques are difficult, our current alliance leader possesses astonishing talent and has mastered one of the techniques. Moreover, with his sufficiently high realm, he can overpower all the nascent soul cultivators of the 3 great immortal sects, and even when facing the transformation god ancestor, he can still escape. Speaking of the alliance leader, Changgu's face was filled with pride. Oh, he can escape even from the transformation god ancestor? That's impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi became interested in the 3 great techniques mentioned by Changgu, because, in his view, although the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance was strong, there was still a significant gap compared to the transformation god ancestor, who was comparable to the Great Sun realm. Under normal circumstances, with his strength, it would be nearly impossible to even take a single blow, let alone escape. Brother Changgu, thank you for the reminder. I will go choose a technique now. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel even more curious, so he spoke to Changgu. Alright, Brother Lin, you go ahead. I don't have a token, so I won't follow to avoid disturbing you. Upon hearing this, Changgu nodded and watched as Lin Yi entered the temple. Inside the temple, Lin Yi arrived and found that it was much more spacious than the outside world. Countless methods were inscribed on various jade slips darting around the hall like shooting stars, available for selection. At this moment, there were also many disciples, holding low-tier tokens, choosing methods here. When they saw Lin Yi's unfamiliar face, they were first slightly taken aback, then respectfully bowed slightly, and did not say more, quickly continuing to search for suitable methods. The tokens in their hands were all low-tier tokens, which not only limited them to selecting low-level methods but also had time restrictions, so they couldn't afford to waste time. However, Lin Yi, with his unrestricted token, had no such worries. Let's start from the first level, then move to the second and third levels, and see if I can discover any treasures, and finally check the 3 methods on the 8th level. Seeing the endless methods around him, Lin Yi silently thought. He then began to observe carefully. Thus, time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. For a full half-month, Lin Yi stayed in this temple of secret methods, progressing layer by layer. This place was different from the Blood Red Hall, as there was no activation subsystem to assist. Therefore, no matter what secret method it was, Lin Yi had to read through the introduction before he could think about whether to choose or not. Thus, although his spiritual power was astonishingly vast, allowing him to instantly absorb the information of almost any method, it still took him a full half-month to reach the 8th level. In front of the 8th level's door, Lin Yi shook his head slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. The methods of this universe are indeed too crude. Not only are the cultivation methods and combat techniques themselves crude, but there aren't even any unique and imaginative methods like star transformation that could catch my eye. It seems I was a bit naive to think I could find treasures among these methods. With this thought, Lin Yi self-deprecatingly smiled, but in the end, he still stepped forward. Having come this far, with only 3 methods left to view, even if he felt self-mocking, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't just give up like that. He had to take a look. With this mindset, Lin Yi entered the 8th level. The 8th level of the temple was not much different from the other temples. If one had to say there was a difference, it was that this level was much smaller in area compared to the other 7 levels. Moreover, there were only 3 jade slips recording secret methods inside. Let's look at the first one. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and his figure flashed, arriving beside the first jade slip. He then extended his finger, tapping on the slip to obtain a general introduction to this method. Method name, Moko Body Refining Technique Tier, Superstar Tier Introduction, a body refining method created by the first leader of the Anti-Fairy Alliance, detailing the cultivation methods from the body refining realm to the star realm. It even proposes some conjectures and deductions about the creation realm after the star realm and creates a prototype of a method. However, these have ultimately not been fully developed and can only be cultivated to the star realm. Superstar method? Useless. Upon seeing the introduction of this method, Lin Yi shook his head slightly in disappointment. The methods for advancing in cultivation in the source universe had long been perfected. Almost every secret method in the Chaos Realm contains specific cultivation methods from the foundational realm all the way to the Chaos Realm. Therefore, let alone just a prototype of a creation realm method, even a complete creation realm method would be of no use in Lin Yi's eyes. Let's continue to the next method. After slightly tidying up his emotions, Lin Yi reached out to point at the next jade slip. Name of the technique, Sky-Shocking Ocean Sweeping Staff Technique. Rank, Superstar Level Introduction, a powerful staff technique created by the first leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, possessing the might to overturn the heavens and stir the starry rivers. Once a star realm deity or demon achieves perfection in this technique, their strength can surge dramatically, allowing them to fight above their rank, comparable to cultivators of the same level. Comparable to cultivators of the same level, the power is indeed impressive, but it's still too weak. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel even more disappointed. The Sky-Shocking Ocean Sweeping Staff technique truly lives up to its reputation as the creation of the first leader of the so-called Anti-Immortal Alliance, the most talented body-refining warrior in this universe. Although it is merely classified as superstar level, its power is even greater than that of many 4th and 5th layer Great Sun Realm experts in the original universe. However, the secret techniques created by 4th and 5th layer Great Sun Realm experts were already looked down upon by Lin Yi when he was in the sky-flying realm, let alone now. Let's look at the last technique. Although he held little hope in his heart, Lin Yi still pointed his finger at the last jade slip. As the information about this technique flowed from the jade slip, Lin Yi's spirit instantly jolted. After fully absorbing the introduction contained within this technique, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Name of the technique, 9 Shadows Clone Rank, None Introduction, a special class of technique without rank created by the first leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance. As long as one has sufficient comprehension, it can be cultivated to perfection at any realm. It is divided into 9 layers. Upon completing each layer, one can create an independent clone centered around their own will. Once all 9 layers are completed, one can create 9 clones. These 9 clones can cultivate independently or merge with the main body, instantly increasing the main body's strength to 10 times its original. 9 clones capable of independent cultivation and can merge into one to increase strength to 10 times its original. This technique is truly unfathomable. No wonder the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xuanfang, although still only a 12th layer star realm deity, has a divine body that is so much stronger than others of the same level. Lin Yi exclaimed as he looked at the introduction of this technique. Clones are a life-saving ability possessed only by certain special beings in the original universe. Once one has clones, they can leave one clone in a safe location to cultivate alone while the other clones venture out into the world. Moreover, the more terrifying aspect is that these clones can merge with the main body, resulting in a tenfold increase in strength. Don't underestimate the tenfold increase. It may not seem like much now, as even a decent divine weapon can amplify strength beyond this value. But this is merely the current amplification of the Nine Shadows clone. If I were to use the system to modify this technique while in the Divine Body realm, Undying realm, Great Sun realm, or even the Chaos realm, how powerful would the amplification of this technique become? At that time, don't mention tenfold, even 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold wouldn't be impossible. Thinking of this, Lin felt ecstatic and then directly took out the token given to him by the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, pressing it firmly against the jade slip without hesitation. Afterward, he also received detailed methods for practicing this technique. System, modify the secret technique. Nine Shadows clone, changing its time to 1 million years later. After accepting the method of practice for this technique, Lin immediately commanded the system in his mind. B. Host command received, modifying the secret technique. Nine Shadows clone. B. Congratulations, host. This modification of Nine Shadows clone has achieved a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Upon hearing this, Lin blinked, a wave of joy rising in his heart. A multiplier of 1,000 is no small matter. With such a high multiplier, who knows to what level Nine Shadows clone could be elevated? Lin felt a sense of anticipation. Then, Lin felt his understanding of the Nine Shadows clone technique continuously improving in his mind. Nine Shadows clone first layer, perfect. Nine Shadows clone second layer, perfect. Nine Shadows clone third layer, perfect. The fourth level of the Nine Shadow clone technique, perfected. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yi's understanding of this secret method reached the 9th level of perfection, far surpassing the current leader of the Anti-Fairy Alliance, Zhang Xuanfang. He even exceeded the various strong practitioners of the secret method throughout the history of the Anti-Fairy Alliance, only second to the first leader of the Anti-Fairy Alliance. Continue. Feeling the continuous stream of modification energy within the system, excitement sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. The Nine Shadow clone technique, which had already reached the 9th level of perfection, continued to transform, striving for an even higher level. Boom! Accompanied by the system's modifications, countless insights surged into Lin Yi's mind, supporting the continuous transformation of his secret method level. Once, twice, thrice, 8 times, 9 times. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and in an instant, under the influence of the system, the Nine Shadow clone technique transformed a full 9 times. Finally, upon reaching the 10th transformation, this secret method seemed to hit a limit. The system's energy was exhausted, pushing the secret method to a brand new level. Secret method name, clone technique level, none description. The clone technique evolved from the special class of no-level method Nine Shadow clone technique created by the first leader of the Anti-Fairy Alliance. As long as one's comprehension is sufficient, it can be cultivated to perfection. At any realm, it is divided into 30 levels. Upon completing each level, one can create an independent clone centered around their own will. Once all 30 levels are completed, one can cultivate 30 clones. These 30 clones can practice independently or merge with the main body to form a single entity, instantly increasing the main body's strength to 31 times its original. 31 times 30 levels of clones, truly worthy of the system-evolved clone technique. Looking at the system's description and reflecting slightly on his current state, Lin Yi was amazed to find that his divine body, divine power, and even comprehension had all increased to 30 times their previous levels. The clone technique, this is truly a secret method with boundless potential. If pushed to the limit, perhaps it could rival my Qin Yu's star transformation. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Yi's divine light receded on the 8th level of the temple. At this moment, his 30 clones had already merged into one, along with his main body, causing his divine body, comprehension, and other attributes to surge to 31 times their original levels, incomparable to before. In the 8th level of the temple, besides these 3 secret methods, there are countless formations. My blood red hall should not be exposed here. Later, once I leave this Star Sea realm and enter the void of the outer universe, I will send one clone into the blood red hall. Perhaps it will be safer. On the ground, Lin Yi stood up, his thoughts racing, temporarily halting the idea of sending a clone into the blood red hall. After all, completing the 9 Shadow clone technique in an instant and pushing it to the level of 30 clones was an extraordinary feat, even with the system's existence. Lin Yi knew how incredible this was, so he naturally dared not expose it. Since the matter of the secret method has been decided, I will go find that Anti-Fairy Alliance leader Zhang Xuanfang and see if he has any way to help me obtain the Eternal Divine Flower. After all, he is the leader of the Anti-Fairy Alliance. Whether in vision or strength, he is not comparable to Changgu. If Changgu can't do it, perhaps he can. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart stirred, and in an instant he left the temple and arrived at the entrance of the temple where the Anti-Fairy Alliance leader Zhang Xuanfang had previously received him. Brother, Lin Yi, come in. As soon as Lin Yi arrived at the door, Zhang Xuanfang seemed to sense it and directly transmitted a voice from inside. Then, the tall and majestic temple rumbled open, revealing a gap. Brother Lin Yi, how is it? Have you chosen your method? Inside the hall, as soon as Lin Yi entered, before he could speak, Zhang Xuanfang, seeing the excitement in his expression, couldn't help but ask, with a smile, I've chosen. The chosen method is the 9 Shadows clone from the 8th level of the temple. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and replied, Oh, 9 Shadows clone? Zhang Xuanfang was surprised at first, then laughed. Brother Lin Yi indeed has a good eye, recognizing at a glance the most promising method within our Anti-Immortal Alliance. However, 9 Shadows clone is not an easy method to cultivate. In the entire Anti-Immortal Alliance, I am the only one who has successfully cultivated it to the 4th realm. As for the others, although they have all tried to practice it, not a single one has succeeded. For this, Brother Lin Yi, you must be mentally prepared. At this point, Zhang Xuanfang couldn't help but sigh again. The Nine Shadows clone is indeed an incredible method. If the cultivation threshold were lower, then the cultivators of our divine and demonic body refinement would not be so disadvantaged when facing immortal practitioners, not to mention fighting across levels. At least at the same level, they wouldn't be weaker than them. Thank you for the information, Brother Zhang, I understand now. Hearing Zhang Xuanfang's words, Lin Yi appeared humble and clasped his hands, but inwardly he smiled. The cultivation of Nine Shadows clone is difficult? For ordinary people, it certainly is. But for someone like Lin Yi, who has a system, he is not afraid of difficult methods. What he fears is a method lacking potential, not powerful enough. Because, in the face of the system's critical hits, no matter how difficult the method is, it means nothing to him. If normal modifications don't solve it, then there's critical hit. If ordinary critical hits don't work, then there's super critical hit. As long as the potential is strong enough, and as long as he raises his realm, so many modifications will eventually allow the method to unleash its potential. Lin Yi pondered silently. And all of this, Zhang Xuanfang was unaware of. At this moment, seeing Lin Yi in silence, he thought Lin Yi was stunned by his words and couldn't help but smile and comfort him. Brother Lin Yi, there's no need to panic. Your talent is extraordinary, not inferior to mine at all. Even if it's temporarily difficult to cultivate Nine Shadows clone, you will surely succeed in the future. Moreover, I heard Elder Changgu say that you were looking for the immortal flower of life and death. Although I don't have it here, there is now an opportunity to obtain it. Oh, what opportunity? Upon hearing the words immortal flower of life and death, Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up and he asked eagerly. Zhang Xuanfang, seeing this, quickly replied, just now, I was operating the Star Sea realm to probe the external void. I discovered that the 12th layer nascent soul master of the Wanfa immortal sect, Feiyan Shangren, is wandering not far from the Star Sea realm, seemingly using the time-space mirror of the Wanfa immortal sect to search for you and Elder Changgu. However, what kind of treasure is the Star Sea realm? Without my guidance, let alone that little Feiyan Shangren, even if the ancestor of the Wanfa immortal sect came in person, he wouldn't be able to find it. Therefore, I ignored him just now, waiting for him to fail to find you and return on his own. But since Brother Lin Yi needs the immortal flower of life and death, I can capture Feiyan Shangren and use him to exchange for some immortal flowers of life and death from the Wanfa immortal sect. Ha! Capture the elder Feiyan Shangren of the Wanfa immortal sect? Upon hearing Zhang Xuanfang's words, Lin Yi was immediately shocked, marveling at Zhang Xuanfang's boldness. Feiyan Shangren is one of the top cultivators at the peak of the 12th layer of the nascent soul in the Wanfa immortal sect, holding a very high status and extensive connections, and he can even speak with several transformation ancestors of the sect. Such a figure, whether in status or strength, is far beyond his disciple Guishu Zi. If he merely killed Guishu Zi, the higher-ups of the Wanfa immortal sect would only be enraged. But if he killed Feiyan Shangren, it would be enough to drive the higher-ups of the Wanfa immortal sect mad, and at that time, even the transformation ancestors would have to take action personally because a person like Feiyan Shangren basically represents the highest level beneath the transformation ancestor of the Wanfaxian sect. If such a figure dares to kill the anti-immortal alliance, what else would they not dare to do? This naturally infuriated the higher-ups of the Wanfaxian sect and the transformation experts, capturing him to exchange for the everlasting flower of life and death with the Wanfaxian sect, although not as severe as killing Feiyan Shangren, was equivalent to giving the Wanfaxian sect a hard slap in the face. Such an act would likely lead the Wanfaxian sect to target the anti-immortal alliance for the next several hundred or even thousand years, causing immense losses to the alliance. And all of this was merely for oneself. With this in mind, Lin Yi did not rush to agree but instead asked, may I ask Brother Zhang, I have no prior acquaintance with you and our relationship is merely ordinary. Even though I saved Elder Changgu, you also provided me with a method and protected my life, thus repaying that favor. Now, treating me this way, what do you need me to give in return? Lin Yi spoke with a gleam in his eyes. There is no love or hatred without reason in this world. Apart from your parents, if others suddenly treat you well, they must have ulterior motives. Moreover, these motives will far exceed what you gain from them. Therefore, although Lin Yi currently craved the everlasting flower of life and death, he still felt it was better to clarify things to avoid being sold and then helping to count the money. Give? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanfang also laughed and continued, Brother Lin Yi, if I say I don't need you to give too much, just that you agree to owe me a favor, and this favor won't force you to do anything life-threatening or particularly difficult, it will simply be to do something within your capabilities in the future. So, do you agree? Oh, just to do something within my capabilities? Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled and asked, Brother Zhang, do you think so highly of me? Do you believe my future value will be so great that merely doing something casually can offset the losses from offending the Wanfaxian sect? Of course. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Zhang Xuanfang immediately smiled. I have always been very confident in my judgment. All right, I will agree. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi also smiled and nodded. Zhang Xuanfang's eyes instantly revealed boundless joy, as if he had obtained some extraordinary treasure. This was not him going mad, he truly had such confidence in his judgment. It was just that at the moment Lin Yi accepted the divine inheritance, for some reason, the source of the Star Sea realm he controlled trembled at a certain moment. This power was absolutely far beyond that of the 12-layer transformation ancestors. The strength was terrifying, even beyond description. Therefore, he was willing to take such a great risk to help Lin Yi. Otherwise, even if he thought highly of Lin Yi, he would never dare to make such a gamble. This time, I hit the jackpot. With this thought, Zhang Xuanfang couldn't help but feel even more excited. Brother Zhang, since our cooperation is settled, we shouldn't delay. Let's go deal with that Fei Yin Shangren now. Seeing Zhang Xuanfang suddenly filled with boundless joy for some unknown reason, Lin Yi felt a bit puzzled but still explained, however. This time dealing with Fei Yin Shangren is not as you plan to capture him and then exchange with the Wanfaxian sect. Instead, I hope Brother Zhang can help me suppress him and cut off all of Fei Yin Shangren's means of communication, and I will deal with him after I finish my business. As Lin Yi spoke, his mind raced, and he quickly formulated a detailed plan. Since Zhang Xuanfang was so powerful that he could capture Fei Yin Shangren, Lin Yi decided to go big. Using Fei Yin Shangren to exchange for a few everlasting flowers of life and death was truly a small matter, lacking in significance. He possessed the 8-9 Profound Art and was proficient in the way of transformation. Once the 8-9 Profound Art is unleashed, even the mixed whole realm cannot see through it, so naturally, a mere equivalent to the Great Sun Realm, the Transformation God Ancestor, also lacks this ability. Therefore, as long as I suppress the Flying Cloud Master and then transform into his appearance to infiltrate the 10,000 Laws Immortal Sect, it would be akin to a mouse entering a rice jar. At that time, wouldn't I be free to act as I please? Let alone a few divine power undying flowers, even more treasures would likely be easily obtained. Good. Since Brother Lin Yi has other plans in mind and wants me to suppress that Flying Cloud Master, I shall heed Brother Lin Yi's advice. Although Zhang Xuanfang did not know what Lin Yi was truly thinking, he did not care about that and readily agreed. For him, as long as Lin Yi asked for his help and owed him a favor, that was already enough. After all, they had both offended the 10,000 Laws Immortal Sect, so there was no difference between suppression and capture. Good. Then I shall trouble Brother Zhang. Seeing this, Lin Yi also smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. In the outside world, in the void of the universe, on a yellowish star about hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the main base of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, the Starsea Realm, dressed in a white cloud-patterned Dao robe and holding an ancient treasure mirror, the Flying Cloud Master furrowed his brow slightly as he looked at the blurry image in the mirror and murmured, "Something's not right. The treasure mirror shows that Changgu and that thief's spaceship entered the star system, so why can't I find them now? Could it be that the magical power I input is insufficient? Well, let's try again." With this thought, the Flying Cloud Master focused his mind and then bit his tongue. In the next moment, a mouthful of red blood mixed with a hint of golden blood sprayed out from his mouth, landing on the ancient treasure mirror, which quickly absorbed it. Communication mirror, heed my command, quickly reveal your spirit, show me. Seeing the essence blood being absorbed by the mirror, the Flying Cloud Master did not dare to be negligent and quickly formed a series of complex hand seals. Finally, buzz! Billions of rays of light burst forth from the mirror, instantly surpassing the distant blazing star, as if to illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the void of the universe. On the surface of the mirror, gray chaotic waves began to ripple, as if to break through the chaos and reveal the true traces within the universe. But unfortunately, despite the gray waves surging on the mirror's surface, it still could not manifest a clear image. After several breaths, buzz! The brilliance on the mirror faded. The power of the essence blood was exhausted, and the gray airflow on the mirror gradually disappeared, returning to smoothness just like an ordinary ancient mirror. Manifestation. Failure. What? Seeing that even his essence blood could not activate the communication mirror of time and space, the Flying Cloud Master's pupils shrank. Who on earth possesses such divine ability that even my time and space communication mirror can be broken? Could it be the original treasure of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, the Starsea Realm? Watching his treasure mirror being rendered ineffective against the opponent, the Flying Cloud Master's mind raced, quickly arriving at the correct answer. The path of body refinement for gods and demons is inherently less developed than the path of immortals, making their strength pitifully weak. Therefore, the original treasures they obtained are also extremely limited, only about 3 to 5 items. Moreover, they are all weak original treasures, except for the original treasure obtained by the first Anti-Immortal Alliance over 500,000 years ago, the Starsea Realm. The Starsea Realm is an extremely rare spatial treasure containing a vast space capable of sustaining countless lives. In addition, the original treasures within it are also exceedingly rich. Even an ordinary 12th-layer star realm god or demon, relying on this treasure, can contend with a transformation god ancestor. If it were a powerful star realm god or demon or a 12th-layer nascent soul cultivator, then under the enhancement of this treasure's original power, they would be no different from a transformation god ancestor without an original treasure, possessing terrifying strength. Therefore, this treasure, even among all the primordial treasures that have existed since the birth of the Yangji Immortal Demon universe, ranks at least in the top 10, if not the top 5. Oh no, if they really entered the Starsea Realm, then even the ancestor wouldn't be able to find their whereabouts, let alone me. Does that mean my disciple will truly die in vain? And that secret technique? Thinking of this, Fei Yin Shangren couldn't help but feel increasingly unwilling. Stamping his foot, boundless magical power erupted, shattering a star several times larger than Blue Star. Then, Fei Yin Shangren snapped his fingers repeatedly, unleashing waves of magical power that destroyed more than a dozen stars in this galaxy, and only then did his anger begin to subside. Immediately afterward, he soared into the sky, planning to leave this galaxy and find a life star to guard and wait for an opportunity. But he never expected that at that moment, behind him, the void suddenly shifted, revealing 2 figures. Fei Yin Shangren, no need to search anymore, I'm here. A voice reached Fei Yin Shangren's ears. Upon hearing this, Fei Yin Shangren turned around and saw Lin Yi, whom he had been desperately searching for, appearing behind him with a smile on his face. Damn. Originally, upon hearing that Lin Yi dared to appear before him, Fei Yunshangren was about to get angry and was ready to capture him. But when he saw the person beside Lin Yi, he was instantly terrified. The leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xuanfang, a peerless master who comprehended the sevenfold laws, was nearly on par with the transformation god ancestor in terms of realm. Such a figure, as an elder of the 10,000 Methods Immortal sect, Fei Yunshangren certainly knew, but it was precisely because he knew of his strength that Fei Yunshangren felt even more fearful. Run, run, run. With a flash of thought, Fei Yunshangren's expression instantly turned to one of extreme panic. He no longer dared to entertain thoughts of revenge or seizing secret techniques. He could only hurry to escape to a place where Zhang Xuanfang could not see him. Whoosh! As Fei Yunshangren's thoughts settled, a golden light immediately shone in the cosmic void, as if the laws of gold were manifesting, illuminating all directions like the sun, penetrating the cosmic void. Wrapped in a beam of golden light, Fei Yunshangren's speed suddenly became incredibly swift, as if he had truly transformed into a beam of light, rapidly fleeing beyond this galaxy. Golden light void technique. This method is quite good, but unfortunately, you encountered me. Looking at the dazzling golden light in the void, Zhang Xuanfang's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly recognizing the origin of this technique. Then, he reached out with his right hand. In an instant, an enormous fiery hand capable of easily capturing the sun, moon, and stars suddenly manifested in space, moving at an extreme speed toward that golden light. During the process of the fiery giant hand's capture, visible ripples emanated from it, forming a terrifying barrier akin to a domain, causing the speed of that golden light to suddenly decrease. Not good. Feeling his speed slowing down and sensing the fiery giant hand drawing closer behind him, Fei Yunshangren's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted, Zhang Xuanfang, I am Fei Yunshangren, an elder of the 12 heavens of the nascent soul of the 10,000 Methods Immortal sect. Do you dare to make a move against me? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of our sect's transformation god, ancestor? If the ancestor is enraged, not only will your anti-immortal alliance be drenched in blood, but countless cultivators of the divine and demonic body refinement under my 10,000 Methods Immortal sect will also suffer unwarranted disaster. You better think this through. No need for more words. Come here obediently. Hearing Fei Yunshangren's threat, Zhang Xuanfang remained unfazed, his palm shaking, and the fiery giant hand surged forward, completely engulfing the golden light in space. Those who could cultivate to the realm of celestial demons had an unwavering heart. Before choosing to win over Lin Yi and act against Fei Yunshangren, Zhang Xuanfang had already prepared for the consequences of this action. How could he change his mind just because of a few words from Fei Yunshangren? Therefore, no matter what Fei Yunshangren said, it could not change his fate of being captured. Whoosh! Accompanied by the golden light being completely subdued, that fiery giant hand swiftly retreated, ultimately dissipating around Zhang Xuanfang, transforming back into the energy of the universe. Then, beside Lin Yi, Zhang Xuanfang, with a calm expression, also retracted his palm, revealing a golden light within his open fingers. Buzz! As his fingers spread apart, the golden light slowly dissipated, and a 1-inch small figure materialized within, which was none other than the unconscious Fei Yunshangren, suppressed by Zhang Xuanfang's immense power. Brother Lin Yi, now that Fei Yunshangren has been captured, how do you plan to deal with him? Seeing Lin Yi looking at him in shock, Zhang Xuanfang smiled slightly and asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Zhang truly has remarkable skills. With the body of a 12th-layer celestial demon of the starry realm, he can treat a similarly ranked nascent soul cultivator as a plaything, easily capturing him. It's truly admirable. Since Fei Yunshangren has already been captured, please, Brother Zhang, just temporarily suppress him. We can discuss how to deal with him when I return from the Wanfa Xian Zone. Oh, returning from the Wanfa Xian Zone? Brother Lin Yi, are you planning to go to the Wanfa Xian Zone? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Xuanfang was initially surprised, then shook his head and advised, Brother Lin Yi, although I don't know what miraculous methods you possess, I advise you to think twice about going to the Wanfa Xian Zone. The Wanfa Xian Zone is not like other small sects in the Yangji Shenma universe. It is one of the 3 great immortal sects of our universe. The Wanfa Xian Zone has been operating in its stronghold, Wanfa Star, for tens of millions of years, refined and polished by generations of powerful beings, and has long been arranged like an impregnable fortress. Even if the other 2 great sects join forces, they might not be able to break through, let alone you. As for relying on certain methods to infiltrate, that is even more impossible. After all, immortal cultivators have numerous techniques, and the spells and formations for reconnaissance and detection are endless. Moreover, with several transformation god ancestors suppressing the stars, even a transformation god of the 3rd layer cannot infiltrate. This is undoubtedly even more difficult. Ha ha, brother Zhang, do not underestimate me. In terms of strength, I may not be as good as you, but when it comes to concealment and transformation techniques, I am confident that I am the strongest among the transformation god ancestors in the universe. Brother Zhang, just watch my methods. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, his figure rapidly changed before Zhang Xuanfang's astonished eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the appearance of Fei Yunshangren. Not only did his looks and aura seem identical, but even his soul appeared to be completely the same, making it impossible to discern the truth. 8-9 Profound Art. This is an unparalleled secret technique from beyond the original universe, transcending this multiverse. Even if it is just one small path derived from it, the secret technique 8 Profound can easily deceive the eyes of an ordinary Chaos Realm cultivator, let alone the complete method of the Divine Body Realm, which is even more powerful than one can imagine. Currently, Lin Yi's 8-9 Profound Art can only be considered as having learned the surface of the complete version. Although after the transformation, his aura, soul, and so on all appear identical, the essence is still different, and a generally strong Chaos Realm cultivator would be able to see through it. However, once Lin Yi truly completes the 8-9 profound art to a certain level, this transformation will no longer merely exist like an illusion. Instead, it will be truly, ever-changing. Just like if Lin Yi turned into a stone, he would genuinely be a stone. Just like if he transformed into a unique special life in the universe, he would truly be able to unleash the innate divine abilities contained within that special life. Even if Lin Yi turned into a magical treasure or the Star Sea Realm, he could genuinely become the Star Sea Realm, providing endless power enhancement to the user. This is the terrifying aspect of the 8-9 profound art, a true unparalleled secret technique far surpassing the secret technique 8 profound. Of course, all of this is still too distant for Lin Yi at the moment. In fact, even this information was mentioned by the Redstone Saint Lord when Lin Yi was receiving the 8 mysteries inheritance. Whether it is true or false remains to be seen. Impressive. Impressive. I didn't expect Brother Lin to have such a miraculous transformation technique. It seems that I, Zhang, have indeed been short-sighted and unable to recognize a true deity. Not mentioning what Lin Yi was thinking, Zhang Sun, upon witnessing Lin Yi's incredible abilities, clapped his hands in praise, his eyes shining with excitement. No wonder he could cause tremors in the very essence of the Star Sea Realm. This method is indeed extraordinarily magical. Being able to assist him and gain a favor in return is truly a great profit. In the silent void of the universe, an immensely large and ancient star stood tall. Infinite spiritual energy swirled within the star, forming a fine rain, with spiritual peaks rising and falling, connecting the earth veins, forming a grand formation that suppressed a vast expanse of cosmic void, enveloping the boundless stars. This is the stronghold of one of the 3 great sects of the Yangji immortal demon universe, the Wanfafa sect, Wanfafa Star. However, at this moment, outside Wanfafa Star, a figure in tattered robes, with disheveled hair and a weak aura, blood in his mouth, seemed to have suffered a tremendous injury as he rushed in. It's Master Fei Yun returning. Quickly, everyone, activate the formation. Upon seeing the visitor's face, the disciples of Wanfafa Star were immediately alarmed and hurriedly activated the formation, opening a small gap. Whoosh! A beam of light streaked across the void, and upon seeing the formation open, the injured Master Fei Yun quickly entered, as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. Master Fei Yun, what happened? You have astonishing cultivation, with skills that rival creation, having already achieved the 12th level of the nascent soul realm. Who on earth could injure you like this? Upon seeing Master Fei Yun enter, a group of seemingly high-ranking golden core cultivators hurriedly stepped forward, asking with concern. Alas, this time I really fell. I encountered that anti-immortal alliance leader, Zhang Xuanfang. If it weren't for the supreme treasure I obtained while wandering the universe that allowed me to escape, I probably wouldn't have made it back. What? The anti-immortal alliance leader, Zhang Xuanfang, Master, you actually ran into him. Hearing this name, the golden core cultivator was instantly shocked, his eyes wide open, seemingly frightened. It wasn't until a while later that he regained his composure and hurriedly flattered. I see, Master, you truly are blessed. Surviving this great calamity surely means future blessings. One day, achieving the transformation into a divine ancestor is not out of the question. I congratulate you in advance, Master. You brats sure know how to talk. Hearing the golden core cultivator's words, Lin Yi first forced a smile and praised him, then seemed to grow weary, saying, Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. I have returned heavily injured this time and still have many important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi transformed into a beam of escape light and left. Behind him, the golden core cultivator and the group of disciples called out in unison, We bid farewell to our master. After leaving the entrance of the formation, Lin Yi did not rush back to his cave dwelling but instead transformed into escape light and wandered around Wanfafa Star. With the soul-searching technique Soul Search, he had already searched the soul of the heavily injured and unconscious Master Fei Yun, uncovering all his memories. Therefore, although it was Lin Yi's first time at Wanfafa Star, he could be said to be well acquainted with everything here. For example, the medicinal garden where the immortal power indestructible flower was planted. Wanfafa Star, located in the southeast direction, in a vast area of about 100 miles, with flourishing spiritual energy and countless ancient trees towering into the sky, Lin Yi descended in escape light and arrived here. Is this the immortal power indestructible flower tree? Indeed, it is extraordinary. Even from a distance through the formation, I can feel that indestructible aura. In front of the formation, Lin Yi looked at the towering ancient trees, lush and green, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The eternal divine power flower is a peculiar bloom, each no larger than a palm. Yet, it can only grow atop a towering tree of eternal divine power, reaching heights of 10,000 zhang. Moreover, it blooms every 1,000 years. This means that every 1,000 years, it can produce flowers. And new. On a single ancient tree of 10,000 zhang, only 36 mature flowers can be gathered over a millennium, encapsulating the essence of the entire tree. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the tiny eternal divine power flower possesses such miraculous effects, enough to allow cultivators of the divine body realm to undergo transformation. Master Fei Yun, just as Lin Yi was pondering, his eyes shining at the ancient tree enveloped in the formation, a middle-aged cultivator in a Taoist robe suddenly called out from not far away, quickly approaching Lin Yi's side. He then clasped his hands respectfully and said, I did not know Master was visiting. Please forgive me. I just want to know what urgent matter brings you here in person. Oh, it turns out to be the nephew Jinhong. So, are you the one guarding this medicinal garden now? Upon seeing the visitor's face, Linny thought for a moment and recognized his identity. Indeed. Jinhong, the middle-aged cultivator, nodded respectfully, though he was unsure why Linny asked that. Well then, since that is the case, I ask you, how much longer until the eternal divine power flower matures? Linny turned to inquire, replying to, Master, it has been 995 years since the last harvest of the eternal divine power flower, so, it will take another 5 years for the next batch to mature. By then, if Master needs it, I will have a disciple deliver a flower once it is ready. 5 years is not a long time. Linny nodded secretly upon hearing this, then explained, well, Jinhong, I do indeed need a flower of eternal divine power right now. After all, I have gone out this time to avenge my disciple Gixuzi and unfortunately encountered that scoundrel, Zhang Xuanfan from the Anti-Immortal Alliance. Though I managed to escape by luck, my nascent soul has suffered severe injuries, and I urgently need an eternal divine power flower to refine a pill for recovery. Originally, I planned to request one from the sect, but now that I know the next batch will mature in just 5 years, I can wait another 5 years. After all, the eternal divine power flower is different from other medicines. Other medicines have higher efficacy the longer their age, but its efficacy diminishes over time since it falls to the ground. I am quite injured this time. Using a fresh one would be much better. What? Master was injured by that scoundrel Zhang Xuanfang? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Jinhong first exclaimed, then immediately became serious and said, then what Master says is true. Master is an elder of our immortal sect at the 12th level of the nascent soul and possesses astonishing talent, with the potential to break through to the transformation stage. When it comes to medicine, one cannot be careless. Naturally, the best efficacy must be used. Since that is the case, when the eternal divine power flower matures in 5 years, Master should come to the medicinal garden to select and pick the most potent one to avoid any future troubles. Oh, for me to come personally, that might not be appropriate. Linny was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, then smiled and said, Nephew Jinhong, the sect has regulations. The eternal divine power flower can only be harvested by disciples who are permitted to enter. No other outsiders are allowed. If you let me in this time, won't that break the rules? Sigh. Master speaks too heavily. Jinhong laughed upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Master is an elder of our sect, a pillar of the sect. How can he be considered an outsider? It's just a mere medicinal garden. If these disciples can enter, how can elders not be allowed? Moreover, while the eternal divine power flower tree generally produces 36 flowers, there are occasional exceptions. If Master goes in this time and picks 3 to 5 fewer, it won't matter. Oh, I see. I didn't expect the small medicinal garden to have so many intricacies. Upon hearing this, Linny understood Jinhong clearly wanted to bribe himself, hoping to cling to his thigh, which is why he was willing to take risks and break the rules to let himself in. However, this was exactly what Linny wanted. After all, without Jinhong, Linny had planned to directly abduct a disciple from the medicine garden and then transform into his appearance to enter. Now, there was no need for such trouble. Ha ha, great kindness. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but smile inwardly, and on the surface he encouraged Jinhong, saying, Nephew is quite thoughtful this time, Uncle remembers it. Ha ha, I dare not accept such praise from Uncle. As long as Uncle is satisfied, that's enough. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Jinhong knew he had succeeded. His heart filled with joy, he repeatedly cupped his hands and said he didn't dare. For a moment, both host and guest were in high spirits. Outside the medicine garden, laughter and joy filled the air. Time flowed, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, on Wanfa Star, in the cave of the Flying Cloud Ascendant, Linny transformed into the appearance of the Flying Cloud. Ascendant was sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing when suddenly, the talisman at his waist vibrated. It's Jinhong. Seeing the prompt on the talisman, Lin Yi's expression changed and he immediately connected. Uncle, the everlasting life flower has matured. You can come over now. As Linny connected, Jinhong's voice echoed from within the talisman. Good. Thank you very much, nephew. When Uncle's injuries recover in the future, I will definitely repay you. Hearing Jinhong's voice, Linny was also overjoyed, promising as if money meant nothing. Then, his body soared into the air, exiting the cave and heading straight to the medicine garden where the everlasting life flower trees were planted on Wanfa Star. Uncle! As soon as Linny arrived at the entrance of the planting area for the everlasting life flower trees, Jinhong's figure immediately came to greet him, his face full of flattery, saying, The everlasting life flowers have been ripe for a while, all the disciples have already entered and they will finish picking them all within about 3 days. At that time, I hope Uncle can come out on time, otherwise, if the formation closes, unless the ancestor of the transformation stage personally intervenes, you will have to stay inside for another cycle, waiting for 1,000 years. As he spoke, Jinhong's expression became serious. Allowing Linny to enter the planting area of the everlasting life flower trees was a huge risk for him. If Linny could come out on time, then everything would be fine. But if he didn't, and truly got trapped inside, then it wouldn't matter whether Linny was willing to stay inside for 1,000 years. Even if he was willing, after such a long time without appearing, Linny would inevitably be discovered by the disciples of the ancestors inside the gate. When the matter was exposed, Linny, as a 12th level nascent soul cultivator, the highest ranking existence under the transformation stage ancestor, might be fine, at most just losing face. But Jinhong would likely suffer greatly, fearing he would be suppressed to death in the sex prison. Rest assured, this matter is of great importance. I will naturally take care of it and won't put you in a difficult position. Hearing Jinhong's words, Lin Yi nodded and smiled, signaling Jinhong to relax. Upon hearing this, Jinhong quickly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Good, since that's the case, please, go in, uncle." However, uncle must remember to avoid other disciples inside to prevent any awkwardness later. Alright, don't worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded again and then his body floated over, transforming into a breeze as he entered the medicine garden. In the medicine garden, towering everlasting life flower trees stood tall, as if they were pillars reaching the heavens. Their countless leaves hung down like black curtains, shrouding the sky and casting the garden into darkness, making it hard for sunlight to penetrate. Except for on those great trees, clusters of palm-sized flowers emitted a shimmering green light, resembling fireflies in the night, totaling 36 blooms. Whoosh! A breeze flowed through the garden, landing on the treetops, and in an instant it transformed into a figure. It was Lin Yi, who had transformed into the flying cloud ascendant. The immortal divine power flower is indeed a treasure that can break through the immortal realm. I haven't even consumed it yet, but just the aura alone is making the divine power within me stir restlessly. In front of an immortal divine power flower on an ancient tree, Lin Yi took a gentle breath, feeling the operation of his divine power, and his eyes burst forth with boundless brilliance. The immortal divine power flower allows a powerful being in the divine body realm to directly transform their divine power into the immortal realm without needing to comprehend the immortal divine power or even the fourth level of true meaning. Such a miraculous treasure, Lin Yi had never heard of in the origin universe, at least not in the Zhangjiang domain. Therefore, once such a treasure flows into the origin universe, the commotion it would cause is unimaginable. After all, while practitioners in the immortal realm may not be anything special in the vast universe or even in the Zhangjiang domain, not everyone can break through to that level. There are certainly many who would be willing to pay a high price for a breakthrough, especially for the children and relatives of certain influential figures with low comprehension. This treasure would be like a timely rain from the heavens. No matter the cost, they would likely be willing to pay it. Moreover, if I can obtain enough immortal divine power flowers or even some immortal divine power flower trees, these treasures could serve as the foundation for my blue star to cultivate one powerful being after another in the immortal realm for my blue star. With this thought, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself. He leaped high into the air, quickly reaching the tree and began to pick the immortal divine power flowers. Initially, he had planned to directly uproot the immortal divine power flower trees upon entering the medicinal garden. However, considering the rarity of the immortal divine power flower and the importance that the Wanfa immortal sect placed on this tree, Lin Yi speculated that there must be many protective formations around these large trees, and he might not be able to uproot them easily. Thus, he changed his mind and decided to spend the first 3 days collecting flowers, aiming to gather as many immortal divine power flowers as possible. After the 3-day period, he would immediately begin to uproot the immortal divine power flower trees. This way, he could maximize his benefits. Let's get started. Once the plan was set, Lin Yi no longer dared to waste a moment and began to frantically pick the immortal divine power flowers. The immortal divine power flower is a very stubborn plant. Even picking it from the tree is quite difficult. Generally speaking, even an ordinary golden core practitioner at the 12th level would likely need to spend half a day using their magical power to slowly wear it down before they could pick one from the tree. However, this level of difficulty was nothing in Lin Yi's eyes. Although Lin Yi's divine body realm was on par with golden core practitioners, his strength was thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary 12th level golden core practitioner. Therefore, what was extremely difficult for an ordinary 12th level golden core practitioner to pick for Lin Yi required just a gentle movement of his hand followed by an explosion of divine power, and he could easily obtain an immortal divine power flower. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, incredibly simple, and he could pick one in just 2 or 3 breaths. Time passed slowly, and the number of immortal divine power flowers in Lin Yi's hands rapidly increased. 1, 10, 100, 1000. In the medicinal garden, Lin Yi picked at an astonishing speed. Almost every 100 breaths, he could completely harvest all the flowers from an entire immortal divine power flower tree. His efficiency was countless times higher than he had previously imagined. So, just half a day later, he had gathered all the immortal divine power flowers in the entire medicinal garden, except for those that the disciples had already picked. Why are there so few immortal divine power flowers this year compared to previous years? I just picked one, and where are the others? On an ancient tree, a disciple, having expended immense effort, had just picked one immortal divine power flower, and was about to go for another. Suddenly, he found himself looking around, and to his surprise, there were no flowers left on the divine power immortal flower tree. Instantly, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. But unfortunately, before he could think much about it, he felt a loud rumble in his head, and in an instant, everything went blank. His consciousness came to a halt. Meanwhile, in the outside world, his physical body remained frozen in the act of looking around, as if time had come to a standstill. This technique was none other than the immobilization technique of this realm's immortal path. This immortal technique is indeed quite useful, even though its power is not as impressive as one might hope. However, at lower levels, there are various miraculous methods that surpass the divine power cultivation system of the original universe. Take this immobilization technique, for instance. It can truly freeze a person's body and soul, as if it has caused a legendary time pause to occur. Such marvels indeed resemble the demeanor of those who have attained enlightenment. In Earth's mythological tales, beside the ancient tree, a gentle breeze appeared, transforming into the smiling figure of Lin Yi. Previously, he had learned the immortal technique Soul Search from the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xuanfang. Later, he had used this technique on the unconscious Fei Yin Shangren. Therefore, within Fei Yin Shangren's memories, Lin Yi not only learned everything about him but also discovered the many immortal inheritances that Fei Yin Shangren possessed in his mind, aside from the secret teachings of the 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect. Many of these immortal inheritances directly led to the transcendent path of the nascent soul realm, and their powers were beyond words. Relying on his extremely high level and with the help of the system, Lin Yi quickly comprehended various immortal techniques, including the immobilization technique, to an extremely profound level. Moreover, his immortal cultivation also swiftly surpassed the 12th layer of Qi refinement and the 12th layer of foundation establishment, reaching the 12th layer of Golden Core realm in a single step. Although this level of power was far inferior to his own divine power cultivation system, it was not worse than an ordinary nascent soul cultivator in this realm. With such strength, whether intentional or not, it was as easy as taking candy from a child to ambush ordinary Golden Core cultivators like the one beside Lin Yi. However, the immortal path in this realm is ultimately a minor path, let alone the Golden Core. Even if one cultivates to the transformation stage, its power is merely mediocre, far inferior to the divine power cultivation system of the original universe. Such a path of cultivation is merely for play. There's no need to invest too much thought into it. Lin Yi murmured softly, then looked at the disciple beside him, his eyes filled with a smile. Again. Now, including the disciple beside me, all the disciples who entered the medicinal garden this time have been immobilized by my immobilization technique. No matter what I do, they cannot send messages to the outside world. Moreover, since I haven't killed them, even in the Hall of Life lamps, their life lamps will not extinguish. Additionally, the surrounding medicinal garden has already been shrouded in a phantasmagoric array, so the true flood from the outside cannot see what is happening inside the medicinal garden. Everything is ready. It can be said that all is in place, only waiting for the right moment. This is indeed a great opportunity for me to showcase my skills. With this thought, Lin Yi's mind stirred. He then leaped directly down from the ancient tree. Rise! Beneath the divine power immortal flower tree, Lin Yi shouted, and his arms instantly swelled, transforming into two gigantic arms hundreds or even thousands of feet long, wrapping around the trunk of the towering divine power immortal flower tree. Under this immense force, the divine power immortal flower tree began to tremble. Countless emerald green leaves fell like rain, and branches that seemed to pierce the heavens swayed precariously, on the verge of breaking. However, just as Lin Yi was about to uproot this ancient tree, an infinite light suddenly burst forth from the ground. Countless complex array patterns appeared, instantly forming terrifying formations that firmly anchored the entire divine power immortal flower tree to the ground. Damn! So tight! Seeing that he could not pull out this big tree for a long time, Lin Yi couldn't help but curse. Then, thoughts flowed in his mind, and he instantly came up with a countermeasure. Since the formation is obstructing me, I will break your formation and see how you obstruct me today. Chaos Divine Eye, open. As soon as the words fell, endless hazy light burst forth from the center of Lin Yi's brow. In the world, the 10 laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, life, destruction, and thunder began to vibrate wildly, finally converging into boundless energy that entered his divine eye. Within, it brewed an incredibly terrifying attack. Moreover, it wasn't over yet. On Lin Yi's wrist, a red and blue bracelet also radiated light. On it, water and fire divine patterns were instantly activated, causing the might of the Chaos Divine Eye to surge several levels higher. Chaos Divine Light, charge! Sensing that the Chaos Divine Light in his brow had reached its limit, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. With a low shout, a terrifying beam of light shot out from his heavenly eye in the center of his brow, crashing down onto the formation. Underground. Boom! As the Chaos Divine Light descended, an incredibly terrifying explosion echoed throughout the entire medicinal garden in an instant. The dust it stirred up nearly obscured the sky, and the residual power instantly shattered the illusion Lin Yi had previously set up around the medicinal garden. You thief! How dare you ruin my Wanfa Xianzong medicinal garden! At the moment the formation was broken, a thunderous roar instantly spread throughout the entire star. Its overwhelming sound was as grand as heavenly might, terrifying, beyond measure, and immeasurable in power. It even caused countless ordinary Foundation Establishment disciples of Wanfa Star to collapse to the ground, wailing in pain. What is this commotion? Why is it so loud? Has it alarmed the transformation god ancestor of Wanfa Xianzong? Seeing himself discovered so easily, Lin Yi was shocked by the impact of breaking the formation. At the same time, he secretly felt that his approach of picking flowers before uprooting trees was incredibly clever. Then, disregarding the threat of the transformation god ancestor, he directly stored the Chaos Divine Flower tree he had just uprooted and turned to another ancient tree. Continue. Break 4. Me. Beside another Chaos Divine Flower tree, Lin Yi repeated the process, extending his arms to embrace the entire ancient tree. Meanwhile, the heavenly eye in his brow continued to brew its power, emitting destructive divine light. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed again in the medicinal garden. At this moment, without Lin Yi's concealed formation blocking it, the shockwave instantly vibrated for tens of thousands of kilometers, drawing the attention of countless cultivators. Uncle Master, why are you destroying the immortal tree of life and death? Stop! Stop it! Seeing this scene, Jin Hong's face turned pale with fright as he frantically shouted in protest. However, facing his shouts, Lin Yi paid no heed. After uprooting this chaos divine flower tree, he walked towards another one. Just like that, Lin Yi continued to act, uprooting 3 ancient trees in succession. Until, just as he was about to uproot the 4th tree, suddenly, an endless sea of fire surged from the horizon, gathering clouds for billions of miles, obscuring the great suns in the sky. At the same time, a massive pressure instantly enveloped Lin Yi's entire body, rendering him immobile in an instant. Fei Yunzi, have you gone mad? How dare you destroy the immortal sect's medicinal garden? Seeing Lin Yi's face, an old man in a black Taoist robe approached from the horizon. His face filled with anger. It was as if he was shrinking the ground with every step, traversing boundless space with each stride. Yuan, Jin Laozu. Upon seeing the visitor's face, Lin Yi's heart stirred, instantly recognizing the person's identity. However, he felt no fear. He simply continued uprooting trees while laughing heartily, saying, "Ha, Fei Yunzi? Old thief, open your eyes wide and see who I really am." As soon as the words fell, the figure of Fei Yunzi in front of Yuan Jin Laozu began to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an old man in a Taoist robe into a handsome young man clad in golden armor. "Lin Yi, it's you, this wicked obstacle. You dare impersonate Fei Yunzi, infiltrate my Wanfa Xianzong, and destroy my sect's medicinal garden." Upon seeing the young face, Yuan Jin Laozu's eyes nearly bulged with rage, his heart ablaze with fury. 5 years ago, when Lin Yi transformed into Fei Yun Shangren and returned to the Xianzong, he had detailed how he encountered Zhang Xuanfang outside, how he was robbed of the time-space communication mirror, and how he narrowly escaped death to return. At that time, although Yuan Jin Laozu was pained by the loss of the mirror, he refrained from punishing him severely, considering that Fei Yun Shangren had suffered serious injuries, with even his Yuaning essence seemingly gravely damaged. Instead, he planned to help him take revenge, dispatching other elders and disciples to target the Anti-Xian alliance, seeking vengeance for him and Gixuzi, his master. However, in the end, this scoundrel stopped him, claiming he wanted to deal with it himself once he recovered. At that moment, Yuan Jin Laozu thought little of it, believing Fei Yunzi was nearly humiliated by Zhang Xuanfang, and was furious, wanting to take matters into his own hands. Little did he expect that this scoundrel was actually Lin Yi in disguise. Collaborating with Zhang Xuanfang, not only did he deceive him out of his time-space communication mirror, but he also lurked in the Xianzong for 5 years, aiming to steal the sect's eternal life flower tree. And he, utterly oblivious. A great humiliation. A great humiliation. Thinking of this, Yuan Jin Laozu couldn't help but feel both ashamed and furious, shouting out loud in anger. He, Yuan Jin Laozu, was one of the transformation ancestors of Wanfa Xianzong, a supreme existence in this universe. In the past, he was the one who bullied others. When had anyone ever bullied him? Yet now, he was being toyed with by a junior. If this were to spread, he would be ridiculed by the transformation ancestors of the other 3 sects for millennia. You wretched scoundrel, die! With this thought, Yuan Jin Laozu could no longer contain the fire of anger within him. He shouted, raising his right index finger to the sky. In an instant, the immense power within him, almost equivalent to the divine power of the great sun realm of the source world, erupted violently, stirring the winds and clouds for billions of miles. Instantly, the entire Wanfa star, which was many times larger than a star, changed color. At the same time, as his power surged, the infinite laws of fire in the universe trembled and leaped, stirred by his power, unleashing a terrifying might. Illusion flame finger fall. A sharp voice rang out again, and under Yuan Jin Laozu's command, his fingertip seemed to emit boundless light like a black hole singularity, instantly overshadowing the brilliance of countless suns. It blinded numerous golden core and even Yuaning great cultivators. Boom! The change in energy occurred in an instant. Before Yuan Jin Laozu's words had even faded, the point of light at his fingertip gathered to its limit. In the void, a fire-red divine pillar composed of countless flames pierced through the emptiness in an instant. With an incredibly terrifying speed, it shot through infinite space, directly striking Lin Yi, who was desperately pulling at the tree in the distance. This old thief is truly vicious. He strikes without warning, and this might is so strong. Feeling the terrifying power within Yuan Jin Laozu's finger, Lin Yi's expression changed. He could no longer continue pulling the tree. With a thought, the divine eye on his forehead suddenly opened, emitting billions of rays of light. Chaos divine light. Boom! Under Lin Yi's will, the powerful force was instantly accumulated. From his forehead, a terrifying divine light shot out, carrying immense power, directly striking that seemingly heaven-reaching finger. Bang! The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. Under that heaven-reaching finger made of divine fire, Lin Yi's previously invincible chaos divine light was instantly extinguished, dissipating into boundless energy. Following that, the heaven-reaching fire divine finger continued its might unabated. Almost before Lin Yi could react or make any extra moves, it had already landed on his chest. Rumble! A thunderous explosion finally erupted under the terrifying finger of the Yuan Jin ancestor. The Jun Yu Mingguang armor on Lin Yi's body seemed to have reached its limit, beginning to hum and tremble. Meanwhile, his divine body was instantly drained of countless divine powers under the residual might of that finger, transforming into the purest cosmic energy in the world. Only fragments of his divine body remained, scattered in the void of the medicinal garden. Ha ha! The ancestor is invincible. His power is immeasurable. His magic is boundless. Upon witnessing this scene, in the Wan Fa star, countless disciples and elders were filled with excitement, their faces flushed as they shouted, Just moments ago, they had seen the might of the thief impersonating Elder Fei Yun when he disrupted the formation. With the power of that divine light, it could be said that no Yuaning ancestor in their entire 1FA immortal sect dared to claim they could withstand it. Yet, such a powerful being was so easily crushed by their ancestor with just a single finger, reduced to nothingness, never to be reborn. How could they not worship him? How could they not feel excited and joyful? Humph. A mere thief dares to act wildly in my 1FA immortal sect, truly unaware of his own mortality. Seeing Lin Yi reduced to this state, with no chance of survival left, Yuanjin ancestor's lips curled into a slight smile, snorting coldly. He then prepared to collect Lin Yi's remaining relics. But at that moment, buzz, 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 the relics left by Lin Yi in the void of the medicinal garden suddenly emitted an infinite brilliance, shaking violently and ultimately seemed to fly towards the same direction as if they had a master. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd in Yuanjin ancestor, an infinite amount of energy began to gather in that direction, and the fragments that had been shattered into pieces smaller than cells began to reassemble. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a handsome young man clad in golden armor, his face somewhat pale but his eyes shining brightly with vigor. Ha ha, good job, you old thief Yuanjin, your strength is indeed not weak. If it were before, I might have truly been annihilated under your attack. But unfortunately, with my current self, you are still not enough. Looking at Yuanjin ancestor's incredulous expression, Lin Yi smiled slightly. This avatar of his was formed by the fusion of 30 avatars. Compared to before, not only had his strength increased 30-fold, but the total amount of divine power within his divine body and its defenses had also surged 30-fold. With such strength, even facing a full-force strike from an ordinary first-level Daylight Realm expert in the main world might give him a chance to survive, let alone the transformation god experts of this world, which was more than sufficient. Good thief, what kind of trick is this? Seeing Lin Yi, who had clearly been shattered by his own hand, defy the odds and reassemble, regaining vitality, Yuanjin ancestor's eyes widened, a storm of shock rising within him, while an insatiable greed surged deep in his heart. Obtain it. I must obtain it. Such a miraculous method of immortality, once my 1FA immortal sect acquires it. Then, from the transformation god ancestors down to the chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, wouldn't they all fear death and be able to fight recklessly? At that time, my sect's strength would surely increase dramatically, not to mention overpowering the other two immortal sects, even annihilating them and dominating the entire Yang-Ji immortal demon universe would be a piece of cake. Yuanjin ancestor's eyes sparkled with greed as he stood in the void, looking at Lin Yi with a gaze full of avarice. At this moment, there was no longer any thought of the immortal flower of life and death in his eyes, only Lin Yi's miraculous method of resurrection. After all, in the face of such a method, even a few immortal flower trees could not compare, let alone the entire medicinal garden of immortal flower trees or even the combined value of all the immortal flower trees in the universe. How could that possibly be worth even a fraction of it? Thinking of this, Yuanjin ancestor couldn't help but feel even more delighted than threatened. Lin Yi, Jr., I admit, I underestimated you just now. I never expected you to have such miraculous means. However, if you think you can leave my sect unscathed just because of this ability, you are gravely mistaken. This place is the territory of my Wanfa Shin Zone. It is the Wanfa star that my sect has managed for hundreds of thousands of years. Within it are countless formations, supplemented and enhanced by generations of transformation ancestors. Once activated, even the legendary transformation ancestors of the sixth heaven, who are said to have long disappeared, would absolutely be unable to break through the formations. Do you really think you can escape? As he spoke, the expression on the face of Ancestor Yuanjin turned into a confident sneer. But then he shifted his tone and said, however, as the saying goes, heaven has a virtue of cherishing life. Lin Yi, your ability to cultivate to such a level must not have been easy. On account of this, I, Yuanjin, promise that as long as you hand over the means by which you can come back to life and swear not to pass it on to others, I will spare your life. How about it? As Ancestor Yuanjin spoke, his gaze was somewhat nervously fixed on Lin Yi. To be honest, deep down, he truly wished to kill this brat who had repeatedly toyed with him and brought him shame. However, the means of coming back to life was simply too tempting. Under this temptation, no matter how angry he felt, he could only endure it. Moreover, he had to keep a close watch on him, fearing that he might choose to self-destruct, even at the cost of abandoning all his treasures. If that happened, he would be in a dire situation. Oh, you want my means of coming back to life? Without mentioning what Ancestor Yuanjin was thinking, upon hearing this, Lin Yi also smiled, his face full of mockery. But seeing the scene, Ancestor Yuanjin did not care about his ridicule. Instead, he said seriously, that's right, Lin Yi, as long as you are willing to hand over this means and promise not to teach it to others, then, not only can I, Yuanjin, let you leave today, but also, I will not pursue the matters of you killing Gixuzi, capturing Fayunzi, or stealing the eternal life flower tree from my sect's medicine garden. In fact, I could even give you a few more eternal life flower trees. How does that sound? Oh, you won't pursue it? And you'll even give me a few more eternal life flower trees? Old thief Yuanjin, you really are generous. Upon hearing Ancestor Yuanjin's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. What kind of divine ability is the 8-9 Profound Art? This is an unparalleled secret method that transcends this multiverse. Even just the Divine Body chapter alone is worth far more than ordinary Daoist divine weapons, let alone a few mere eternal life flower trees. In this world, its value is even more extraordinary. 4. Ancestor. You engine to want to exchange such a supreme secret method for so little is simply like trading rubble for a mountain of gold. His calculations are truly loud. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but sneer. Old thief you engine, you can forget about this means. Not to mention I won't give it to you at all, even if I were to show mercy and give it to you. With your inferior qualifications, how could you possibly learn it? If you want this means, wait until your next life. Time and space disc. Before Lin Yi's words fell, a compass, radiating endless divine light and covered in divine patterns suddenly appeared in his hand. And at the moment this white compass appeared, a pillar of light that reached the heavens and the earth was also unleashed from the compass, roaring and enveloping Lin Yi's entire body. Not good. This brat is trying to escape. Jinfeng, Yuanying, Xinghe, Yaguang, quickly activate the Great Formation and stop this thief. Seeing this scene, Ancestor Yu Engine immediately realized that Lin Yi was using a treasure for escaping. He quickly conveyed the information to several other transformation ancestors of the Wanfa Xianzone. At the same time, he pointed to the sky again, unleashing boundless power as he executed his ultimate move, Illusory Flame Divine Finger. Boom! Accompanied by Ancestor Yu Engine's thought, a divine finger of flame that reached the heavens once again appeared in the world. It was as if the ancient God King from the depths of the dimension opened his eyes, delivering a powerful strike that carried boundless might, landing upon the light pillars surrounding Lin Yi. However, what shocked Yuanjin Old Ancestor and countless disciples was that the previously seemingly invincible Illusory Flame Divine Finger, which had shattered Lin Yi with a single move, now fell upon this light pillar and vanished instantly like a mud cow sinking into the sea, not even stirring a ripple on the surface of the pillar. What kind of treasure is this thief using to be so formidable? Seeing this, Yuanjin Old Ancestor was also greatly astonished. However, he was comforted by the fact that although his strike had not achieved its purpose with his message sent, the infinite great formation within the Wanfa star had already been activated. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted. Within the Wanfa star, 4 light pillars shot up into the sky from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Almost in an instant, they connected the entire massive Wanfa star. Among the 4 poles, several transformation god old ancestors also floated within the light pillars, their hair and beards standing on end, working together to channel their immense transformation divine power. This caused the formations laid out by generations of ancestors and disciples within the entire star to be immediately activated, forming an endless web of formations that enveloped the entire star. It was as if the entire Wanfa star had been forcibly stripped from the Yang Extreme Immortal Demon Universe. Outside, no one could enter. Inside, no one could escape. Kid, surrender! Seeing that the formations had been fully activated, Yuanjin Old Ancestor felt a great weight lift from his heart and couldn't help but laugh. These formations were laid out by generations of ancestors of our Wanfa immortal sect. Even the most powerful primordial treasure cannot break through, let alone you. Hurry and submit to our sect. Hand over that method and the conditions I promised. You will remain unchanged. Otherwise, you will surely die without a complete corpse. Ha ha, die without a complete corpse? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi not only felt no fear but instead laughed heartily. Old thief, you are truly a frog at the bottom of a well, so foolish. It's laughable. As for my treasure, even if your ancestors' formations were all to crawl out of their graves and join forces to stop me, how could they possibly do anything to me? If you want to keep me, go ahead and dream your spring and autumn dreams. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the time-space disc in his hand shattered with a bang, transforming into endless light that enveloped his body and swiftly traversed the infinite time and space. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the vast cosmic void far beyond the Wanfa immortal sect. Only the stunned faces of Yuanjin Old Ancestor and the others remained, almost doubting their own existence. The universe was immensely vast. Even the transformation god Old Ancestors could not fully glimpse its appearance. Just like at this moment, at an immeasurable distance from the Wanfa star of the Wanfa immortal sect, amidst countless stars rotating, countless meteors flowing, and countless rivers of stars intertwining, a magnificent cosmic spectacle began to take shape. Suddenly, a small patch of void began to twist and change. Then, accompanied by a flash of white light, a figure clad in golden armor appeared. Who? I've finally left Wanfa star. This time-space disc is truly remarkable. It lives up to its reputation as a treasure forged by the great powers of the primordial universe, indeed incredibly powerful, capable of sweeping through this universe with no one and no means able to stop it. It's just a pity that it can only be used once. Looking at the few remaining fragments of the time-space disc in his hand, Lin Yi shook his head slightly, feeling a bit regretful. During this infiltration of the Wanfa immortal sect, he had originally not intended to bring the time-space disc but rather to use the Crimson Blood Halls. However, he later considered that the clone he left outside needed an absolutely safe place to stay. Therefore, Lin Yi ultimately chose to use the time-space disc. After all, although the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, Zhang Sun, seemed to have a very good attitude towards him, it was truly not Lin Yi's style to place life and death in the hands of others. Thus, he could only endure the pain. However, consuming a time-space disc can yield thousands of eternal divine power flowers, and also 5 eternal divine power flower trees. This deal is certainly not a loss. Thinking of his gains this time, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel delighted. Among them, the eternal divine power flower is a specialty of this universe, extremely precious and already of high value. It is estimated that one flower is comparable to a 1 billion-pound Gengjin raw stone, which is at least an 8th-tier divine weapon of the lowest level. Now, Lin Yi has picked nearly 9,800 flowers in one go, which amounts to over 9,800 8th tier divine weapons of the lowest level. This wealth is undeniably enormous. It might even be enough to exchange for 7 or 8 ordinary half-step Dao divine weapons. In addition, there are 5 eternal divine power flower trees, which are treasures that can continuously produce eternal divine power flowers. Selling one, it is estimated that a single tree could fetch the price of a half-step Dao divine weapon. Therefore, in summary, Lin Yi's infiltration into the 10,000 Laws Star has allowed him to earn 12 or 13 half-step Dao divine weapons at the value of one half-step Dao divine weapon, the time-space disc. The return rate is over 1,000%. Such profit is beyond mere high. A new universe indeed has many treasures. If this were in the origin universe, as a mere divine body realm, even with decent strength and a time-space disc, how could I obtain so many treasures? After all, a Dao divine weapon is a heavy treasure that many, like senior brother Zhang Su, who have comprehended the opposite true meaning, at the triple limit of the Great Sun realm, might not even possess, let alone more than 10. Selling the entire Qianlong Empire might not even yield 1%. Lin Yi thought silently. The Qianlong Empire is just a small force in the Zhangjiang domain. The most powerful ancestor in the empire is merely an ordinary triple Great Sun realm expert, far inferior to an existence like Zhang Su, and such ancestors generally have a few suitable 9th tier divine weapons, which is already remarkable. The 9th tier ultimate divine weapon, water and fire descending bracelet, in Lin Yi's hand, is something they could only dream of. Forget it, no need to think about these things. Although the harvest here is great, everything still needs to wait until I return to the origin universe to exchange for the necessary treasure resources and so on. As for now, I must first use the eternal divine power flowers to break through to the immortal realm. I should head back to the Red Blood Hall. Lin Yi resolved in his heart, then waved his hand, and a 5-zhang ancient flying boat, intricately carved with countless formations, appeared beside him. This flying boat was one of the dozens of high-level flying boats left in the storage bag of the Flying Cloud Master. After the Flying Cloud Master was captured by Zhang Xuanfang, all his treasures were taken by Zhang Xuanfang, so he specifically sent one to Lin Yi for his journey. Let's go! Watching as the formations of the ship were fully activated under his magical power and the entire vessel began to emit a faint glow, Lin Yi immediately leaped forward, standing at the bow of the ship while his appearance quietly changed to resemble that of Zhong Tianhua from the origin universe, swiftly piloting the flying boat towards the nearest teleportation planet. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Lin Yi had broken into the 10,000 Laws Immortal Sect's medicinal garden and elegantly left under the siege of many transformation god ancestors. During these 3 days, Lin Yi had been non-stop relying on the teleportation formations and that high-level flying boat for travel and time-space jumps. He hurried along, not daring to delay for a moment, and finally returned to another uninhabited star system near the Star Sea Realm's guiding planet. Splash! In the silent void of the universe, Lin Yi stowed away the flying boat, then his body suddenly descended like a meteor, directly piercing through the atmosphere from outer space, landing on a star that was entirely yellowish-brown, composed entirely of endless deserts, devoid of any life. Red Blood Hall, come out! On the vast yellowish-brown star, Lin Yi shouted. The next moment, beneath his feet, an incredibly tiny grain of sand began to tremble, eventually booming and expanding into a massive palace. Whoosh! The palace gate opened, and upon seeing this, Lin Yi also turned and transformed into a streak of light, entering inside. He then arrived directly in a space where he saw a man who looked exactly like him. This person was Lin Yi's avatar left behind in the Blood Red Hall. Let's start breaking through to the immortal realm. Upon Lin Yi's return, both the main body and the avatar, led by Lin Yi's will, spoke simultaneously. Breaking through to a higher realm is a process that requires accepting the baptism of the true essence of the universe. During this process, neither the avatar nor the main body can break through separately, they must merge into one before proceeding. Therefore, after Lin Yi collected enough immortal power unyielding flowers in the medicine garden of the 10,000 Laws Immortal Sect, he did not break through immediately. Instead, he used the time-space disc to escape and came here. However, now that both the main body and the avatar have gathered, there is naturally no need to delay any further. He can break through now. With a thought, Lin Yi directly reached out and flipped his hand, taking out 5 glowing green immortal power unyielding flowers from his spatial ring. Then, he opened his mouth wide and stuffed them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch! The sound of chewing echoed in this space. Although the immortal power unyielding flower is a type of plant, its hardness is millions of times greater than the hardest alloy on Blue Star, and its weight is billions of times more than that of ordinary alloys of the same volume. If a mortal or even a practitioner at the Flying Sky Realm were to consume it, they would likely suffer a fatal internal rupture in an instant. However, for Lin Yi, this amount was akin to a regular potato chip. Not only would it not cause any damage to his divine body, but it also exuded a sweet flavor, and the texture was incredibly crunchy. Overall evaluation: extremely delicious. Boom! Accompanied by the crunching of the chewed immortal power unyielding flowers entering his stomach, an immense energy began to surge from Lin Yi's dantian, spreading throughout his entire body. Under the influence of this energy, Lin Yi's divine body began to emit billions of rays of light. At this moment, his divine body was rapidly leaping, and his life was evolving at an astonishing speed. He was advancing towards a level higher than the divine body realm, the immortal realm. Boom, boom! As the energy from the immortal power unyielding flowers continued to radiate, the ordinary divine Power within Lin Yi was rapidly transforming into unyielding divine power. Almost every breath, an infinite amount of divine power was being converted within him. During this transformation, the aura emanating from his body grew increasingly majestic and immense. This feeling was akin to a carp transforming into a divine dragon, a cat evolving into the divine beast white tiger, or a small hill evolving into a great mountain. With each passing moment, Lin Yi's aura underwent earth-shattering changes. However, despite the rapid transformation and the vast amount of divine power being converted, it was still far too little compared to the enormous total amount of divine power within Lin Yi. After all, his foundation was already several times stronger than that of an ordinary peak practitioner at the third level of the divine body realm. Coupled with the 30-fold merging of avatars cultivated through the avatar technique, the total amount of divine power within him surged dozens of times, resulting in a total that exceeded that of an ordinary third-level divine body practitioner by more than 100 times. Therefore, while an ordinary third-level divine body practitioner might only need one immortal power unyielding flower to transform their divine power into unyielding divine power, for Lin Yi, even several immortal power unyielding flowers were still insignificant compared to the vast total of divine power within him. It was merely a drop in the bucket. The transformation energy is still insufficient. Continue to consume the immortal power unyielding flowers. In the secret chamber, feeling that the energy from the few immortal power unyielding flowers was rapidly depleting and the conversion speed of his divine power was significantly slowing down, Lin Yi frowned slightly. With a thought, he flipped his hand again, pulling out a large pile of immortal power unyielding flowers from his spatial ring, directly piling them into a small mountain of immortal power unyielding flowers on the ground. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them. Devour. As Lin Yi gazed at the multitude of eternal divine flowers appearing, his mouth opened wide. His mouth, like a black hole, manifested an infinite gravitational pull, continuously drawing the eternal divine flowers from the ground into his mouth. At that moment, he even stopped chewing, simply swallowing them whole, quickly digesting them into rolling energy, propelling the transformation of his divine power, the evolution of life. Buzz. Accompanied by the hundreds of eternal divine flowers entering his stomach, a terrifying energy began to radiate within Lin Yi's divine body. With this boundless energy, the transformation speed of his divine power surged tenfold, rapidly converting into eternal divine power. Just like that. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a full day and night had passed. At this moment, within Lin Yi, the transformation of divine power had reached its conclusion. Under the influence of the strange energy from the eternal divine flowers, the last bit of ordinary divine power within him finally transformed successfully. Astonishingly, it became eternal divine power. Breakthrough to the eternal realm. Feeling the complete transformation of his divine power, Lin Yi roared in his heart. In an instant, the distant and immensely vast source universe, which overshadowed the infinite cosmos, seemed to respond, immediately providing an answer. Boom! In the Yangji immortal demon universe, within the ordinary galaxy where Lin Yi resided, 10 vast truths from the distant source universe, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, darkness, life, and destruction, suddenly shattered the cosmic barrier and descended into this universe. That terrifying, vast, and ancient divine might instantly made the so-called cosmic laws of this realm retreat, creating a barren vacuum of laws. Subsequently, with an incredibly domineering force, it swept across millions of light-years, causing all the powerful beings in this area to tremble from the depths of their hearts. This is power. How can it be so terrifying? The feeling it brings seems even more horrifying than the wrath of the entire great universe. In the Star Sea realm, Zhang Xuanfang's eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. While he was shocked, he also comforted the trembling Star Sea realm source that had curled up in fear. The Great Tao. This is the legendary Great Tao, the one that transcends the transformation of gods, transcends the universe, transcends everything. I want to comprehend, I want to chase, I want to climb higher along the traces of the Great Tao. On an unnamed star just a few dozen light-years away from Lin Yi, a white-haired old man, disheveled and ragged like a beggar, displayed an expression of boundless madness. At the same time, he piloted a flying vessel, racing towards the place where the Great Tao descended. Besides Zhang Xuanfang and this old man, other sense transformation ancestors also hurriedly drove their flying vessels, used secret treasures, or activated teleportation arrays, swiftly heading towards Lin Yi's location. As for the Golden Core, Luqing, and Nascent Soul, Xingqian, realm cultivators and divine body refiners within this range, although they did not know what had happened, they could not help but kneel on the ground, trembling in submission to the supreme Great Tao under instinctive compulsion. What a commotion! Why is it so great? In the blood-red hall, Lin Yi, who was enjoying the baptism of the source universe's truths in completing the final step, felt the might of the 10 truths descending and couldn't help but feel puzzled. In the source universe, when a flying realm cultivator breaks through to the divine body realm, the truth can envelop a star. Subsequently, the might can radiate across billions of miles of cosmic void, covering a galaxy. When breaking through from the divine body realm to the eternal realm, the truth alone can envelop a galaxy, and then the might radiates to hundreds of surrounding galaxies, reaching a radius of thousands of light-years. However, when breaking through from the eternal realm to the great sun realm, although the might greatly increases, the truth only envelopes thousands of light-years, and the might radiates to an ordinary river system, which is merely around 100,000 light-years. How unlike today, where it radiates across millions of light-years, enveloping an unknown expanse of starry sky. This might, not to mention compared to the breakthrough from the divine body realm to the indestructible realm, is it not at least 10 or 100 times greater than the Breakthrough from the indestructible realm to the great sun realm? Lin Yi felt a shock in his heart while also unable to suppress his doubts. Could it be that the true essence of the source universe also judges people and adjusts accordingly? In the source universe, because the great Tao suppresses it, even if it wants to extend its body and display its power, it does not dare to go too far. And in this small Yangji immortal demon universe, without a leader, it suddenly shows off its might, puts on airs, and begins to reveal its supreme majesty? Lin Yi silently speculated in his heart, but he did not dare to think too much. Defaming the true essence of the universe is a grave sin. If the true essence of the universe really held a grudge against him, wouldn't that be a serious problem? Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Being resented by the true essence of the universe, of course, was a joke. Their side of the source universe had no consciousness or emotions. It merely operated instinctively based on the mechanical will formed by countless great Tao truths, as long as it did not engage in actions that would harm the entire universe. Simply complaining a few times in his heart, the great will of the universe would not care at all. Just like how powerful humans do not care about the inner thoughts of the ants beneath their feet, the gap between the cosmic will and Lin Yi was countless times greater than that between humans and ants. Therefore, the cosmic will naturally would not care about Lin Yi's inner thoughts. Time slowly passed. The baptism of breaking through the indestructible realm was even faster than Lin Yi had imagined. After just a few breaths, Lin Yi successfully completed the final step of breaking through the indestructible realm. Then, without waiting for the 10 truths to dissipate, Lin Yi commanded the system in his mind. System, begin modifying the 5 elements' true meaning with a modification time of 10 million years. Wait. Just as the system was about to start the modification, Lin Yi seemed to remember something and immediately called to stop. System, don't rush to modify the true meaning. I want to modify the secret technique. Clone technique first. In the secret chamber, Lin Yi quickly spoke. The clone technique is a method for creating clones. Besides enhancing combat power, it can also rapidly increase a practitioner's comprehension. Now, with 30 layers of clones, Lin Yi had raised his comprehension to 31 times the original. So, with a few more layers of clones, the increase in comprehension would surely be even more exaggerated. Ding! Received host's command, modifying. Secret technique clone technique. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, the system instantly changed its modification to prioritize the clone technique. Ding! This modification of the clone technique has a critical hit with a critical hit multiplier of 100 times. Just as Lin Yi was still silently pondering, the mechanical voice of the system rang out again. Then, he felt that the mastery of the already perfected clone technique in his mind began to rise. Instantly, 30 layers of clones, 31 layers of clones, 32 layers of clones. Under the influence of the system's energy, the clone technique kept evolving. In the blink of an eye, it transformed to the level of 40 layers of clones. However, at this point, the system's energy was already nearly exhausted, unable to push for 41 layers of clones. Ultimately, the secret technique clone technique stopped at the level of 40 layers of clones. Indeed, the clone technique becomes increasingly difficult as it progresses. Initially, 1,000 times critical hit raised the 9 layers of clones to 30 layers. Now, although the critical hit multiplier has decreased by 10 times, the modification time has also increased tenfold, so overall, the modification period hasn't changed. Moreover, this time, my comprehension is far stronger than the last. Yet even so, the clone technique still only increased by 40 layers of clones. It really is quite challenging. Thinking of this, Lin Yi sighed slightly. However, he was already mentally prepared, so he did not feel too regretful. After a few breaths, he immediately adjusted himself. Then he spoke to the system again. System, begin modifying the true meaning of the 5 elements with a duration of 10 million years. Ding! Received host's command, modifying the true meaning of the 5 elements. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification of the true meaning of the 5 elements has resulted in a critical hit with a critical multiplier of 150 times. 150 times? The critical multiplier has reached a new high again? Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Lin Yi was first taken aback and then a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although he had already guessed that the critical multiplier for modifying the true meaning might increase with each attempt based on his previous speculations about the system, he was still astonished. For instance, the last time he modified the true meaning of wood, the critical multiplier was 100 times, and he had suspected that this time it would likely be even higher. But a full 150 times still brought him some joy. I wonder how much this will elevate my true meaning of the 5 elements. Will it reach the perfection of the 7th level, or the entry level, or even minor success of the 8th level? Lin Yi silently anticipated. The true meaning of the 5 elements was not like the others, although its power was formidable. The difficulty of comprehending this true meaning was extremely high, almost more challenging than the combined difficulties of the true meanings of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, once the true meaning reached the 6th level, the difficulty of comprehension surged dramatically. Generally, the true disciples of the Zhangjiang sword sect would be stuck at the perfection of the 6th level for a long time before they could enter the 7th level. In the Zhangjiang domain, countless geniuses were trapped at the 6th level, unable to break through to the Great Sun realm for a long time. Although his comprehension had been enhanced by the 8th grade elixir transformation, making it nearly comparable to a star-level genius who could reach the 1st level of the Great Sun realm in this life. He also had 40 clones, further boosting his comprehension, making it stronger than that of a genius at the 3rd level of the Great Sun realm. However, the comprehension of a great sun realm genius, while impressive, was not particularly sufficient for Linny at this moment. After all, if he could only reach the third level of the great sun realm in this life, it meant that in a full billion years, such a genius's ultimate achievement would likely only be the entry level or minor success of the ninth level of true meaning. Moreover, most of these true meaning levels were broken through during the great sun realm. Their speed of comprehension and understanding of true meaning during the immortal realm could not compare to that during the great sun realm, where comprehension could be hundreds or even thousands of times faster. Therefore, while a critical multiplier of 150 times was extremely high, it might not necessarily allow Lin Yi to comprehend the true meaning of the five elements to an extremely high level. Reaching the perfection of the seventh level would already be quite remarkable. After all, the perfection of the seventh level of the true meaning of the five elements would have power comparable to the perfection of a single true meaning at the eighth level. As for the difficulty of comprehension, it was even more challenging. Lin Yi's thoughts flowed. Meanwhile, the realm of the true meaning he comprehended began to soar. True meaning of the five elements, fifth level, major success. True meaning of the five elements, fifth level, perfection. True meaning of the five elements, sixth level, entry level. The system's power rapidly modified, and Lin Yi's realm of the true meaning of the five elements quickly ascended in the blink of an eye from the original fifth level major success to the sixth level perfection. By this time, the system's power had hardly diminished, still remaining at over 90%. The first 6 levels of true meaning are still simple, even 4. The most difficult true meaning of the five elements, with my current comprehension, reaching the 6th level perfection isn't too challenging. However, from the 6th level perfection to the 7th level entry and the cultivation after the 7th level, that will be very difficult. Seeing this, Lin Yi thought to himself. Then, under the influence of the system's power, Lin Yi began to repeatedly push towards the 7th level of the true meaning of the five elements. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. After a full 9 attempts without success, finally, after the 10th attempt, boom, accompanied by the sound of a bottleneck shattering, the 6th level bottleneck of the true meaning of the five elements within Lin Yi was violently broken, successfully advancing to the 7th level. Subsequently, it became unstoppable. The progress was like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, moving from the 7th level of entry to the small success of the 7th level, the great success of the 7th level, and the perfection of the 7th level, until the true meaning of the five elements broke through to the 8th level of entry, finally halting this terrifying pace. The true meaning of the five elements, 8th level, entry. The true meaning of the five elements at the 8th level of entry, this realm is extremely high. As for the power, based on past experience, it should be much stronger than the single true meaning at the 8th level of perfection, comparable to the true meaning at the 9th level of entry. Upon this thought, Lin Yi's heart was instantly filled with excitement. The true meaning at the 9th level of entry is generally the standard for a threefold strong person in the Great Sun realm, and he was approaching such a level with an indestructible body. If this were to be said, even a chaotic realm powerhouse like Xian Yuan Laozu would be incredibly shocked, exclaiming in disbelief. Moreover, this was not even Lin Yi's full strength, because, besides the five elements, he also had the true meanings of life, destruction, light, darkness, and thunder, among others. System continued to modify the true meaning of thunder. With this thought, Lin Yi no longer wasted time and directly commanded the system. Ding! Received hosts. Command modifying the true meaning of thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification of the true meaning of thunder has resulted in a critical hit, with a critical hit multiplier of 50 times. The familiar voice rang out again, but this time the critical hit multiplier for modifying the true meaning of thunder was far less than that of the true meaning of the five elements, only 50 times. Nevertheless, under Lin Yi's comprehension, the true meaning of thunder ultimately broke through the bottleneck of the 6th level of true meaning with ease, advancing to the level of great success at the 7th level. Continue, modify the true meaning of light. Modify the true meaning of darkness. Modify. In the secret chamber, Lin Yi continuously issued commands, and almost every time a true meaning modification was completed, he would directly speak up and command the system to modify the next true meaning. Under the system's modifications, all true meanings also experienced critical hits, beginning to evolve and transform wildly. Ding! Received host's command, system modifying. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification of the true meaning of light has resulted in a critical hit, with a critical hit multiplier of 80 times. Ding! Received host's command, system modifying. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification of the true meaning of darkness has resulted in a critical hit, with a critical hit multiplier of 70 times. Ding! Received host's command, system modifying. Ding! Congratulations, host. This. A series of congratulatory prompts echoed in the system's mind. In an instant, Lin Yi's true meanings had already completed their transformation, elevating his strength to a small peak. Among them, the true meaning of the five elements, at the level of 7th level perfection, its power subtly surpassing that of a single true meaning at the 8th level of perfection. The true meanings of light and darkness, at the level of 7th level small success, their power lying between the 8th level of entry and small success of a single true meaning. The true meanings of life and destruction, like the true meanings of light and darkness, were also at the 7th level of small success, with power equivalent to theirs. Only the true meaning of thunder was the weakest, merely at the level of great success at the 7th level. However, even so, this level surpassed many Old-school first-level strong beings in the Great Sun Realm, such as Zhang Xuanfang, the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, and even many from the original universe. At this point, Lin Yi's strength had greatly increased, being thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than when he was in the Divine Body realm, reaching a level that even he himself did not know how strong he had become. However, although the transformation of true meanings has stopped, my transformation of strength has not yet ceased. System, continue to modify, bring my divine body level to that of 10 million years later. In the secret chamber, feeling the gradually dissipating cosmic true meanings around him, Lin Yi roared in his heart. Ding! Received host's command, modifying host's divine body realm. Ding! This modification has resulted in a critical hit, with a critical hit multiplier of 50 times. Host's divine body has been elevated to the peak level of the second layer of the indestructible realm. Compared to true meanings, the modifications to the divine body seem to be much faster. As soon as Lin Yi's command was issued, the system immediately delivered a critical hit, completing the modification and elevating Lin Yi's divine body to 500 million years later. 500 million years, and only elevated to the peak of the second layer of the indestructible realm. My talent for cultivating the divine body is truly lacking. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. 500 million years, and he had only progressed from the first level of the immortal realm to the peak of the second level. Such a cultivation speed was truly poor. It was only because the source universe had source liquid and various spiritual resources that allowed for rapid enhancement of divine power, making the accumulation speed of divine power not taken seriously by cultivators and major forces. This made Lin Yi and everyone else indifferent. However, in a place like the Yangji Immortal Demon universe, where spiritual resources were scarce and far inferior to the source universe, the speed of cultivation, which is the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, was a talent that was as important as comprehension, if not more so. If a cultivator's speed of absorbing spiritual energy was lacking, unless their comprehension was terrifyingly high, they would not be valued by those cultivation sects and would only be seen as useless. However, in this world, every cultivator is said to possess a spiritual root to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If the spiritual root is strong, then not only is their cultivation speed extremely fast, but their comprehension is also generally very high. If the spiritual root is weak, then not only is their cultivation speed slow, but their comprehension is also likely to be poor. In this way, there are almost no specialized geniuses who are slow in cultivation but have exceptionally high comprehension. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a stir in his heart, somewhat unable to understand the operational rules of this universe. To limit a cultivator's future based solely on their spiritual root, almost leaving those with low spiritual roots with no chance of turning things around. What an absurd rule. It was truly hard to accept. However, in the vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. Although the Yangji Immortal Demon universe cannot compare to the source universe, it is still considered ordinary and acceptable. Because, in some universes, even survival is difficult, let alone cultivation, which is 1,000 times more brutal than the Yangji Immortal Demon universe. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi suppressed his thoughts. Then, he proceeded to make the most important modification after breaking through the immortal realm. System, modify the secret technique 8 profound second layer, immortal edition, to be modified for 10 million years later. At this point, even with Lin Yi's current state of mind, he couldn't help but feel nervous. That 8-9 profound techniques was the highest level of the countless secret techniques he had obtained so far. Its potential and value, not to mention compared to the Chaos Divine Eye, was certainly many times stronger than the still untapped potential of the clone technique. If he failed this modification, he would have to wait until he broke through to the Great Sun Realm to modify it again. By then, in addition to needing to modify the Immortal Edition, he would also have the Great Sun Edition to modify. Thus, even if he succeeded in modifying it during the Great Sun Realm, it would still be a full realm behind for Lin Yi. This would have a significant impact on his strength enhancement. After all, just the divine ability of the Divine Body Edition, Flesh and Blood with Spirit, was already unfathomable in its power and wonder, and the Great Sun Edition would likely be even more formidable. Losing that would be a tremendous pity. Sigh. I hope this modification can succeed. With this thought, Lin Yi felt helpless. Although the system's critical hit probability had increased significantly after he entered the starry universe, the critical hit rate and multiplier were random, and he had no way to influence it, which was quite frustrating for him. Ding! Received host's command, modifying the second layer of the 8 profound secret technique. Ding! Congratulations host, this modification is a critical hit, with a critical hit multiplier of 1,000 times. What? 1,000 times? Hearing this multiplier, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. 1,000 times critical hit multiplier, while considerable, equated to 10,000 times in the Divine Body realm. If factors like comprehension were added, it would likely be much stronger than the 100,000 times in the Divine Body realm back then. However, strong as it was, but the difficulty of pushing the indestructible chapter of 8-9 profound skills is much higher than that of the Divine Body chapter. Is this mere 1,000 times really enough? Lin Yi fell silent. However, the power of the system did not cease its modifications due to his silence. As soon as the system's voice fell, it quickly began to make changes. His understanding of the secret technique 8 profound in his mind was continuously improving. 8 profound second layer, entry. 8 profound second layer, small success. 8 profound second layer, great success. 8 profound second layer, perfection. In just a moment, Lin Yi's understanding of the secret technique had already reached the level of perfection. Then, under the influence of the system's energy, Lin Yi's own 8 profound secret technique, which he had already perfected, began its first transformation, moving towards a higher level. Boom! Accompanied by the system's modifications, countless insights surged into Lin Yi's mind, supporting the continuous transformation of his secret technique level. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, 40 times, 50 times, 100 times. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, under the system's influence, 8 Profound had transformed a full 232 times. The development of the situation was unexpectedly smooth. Lin Yi originally thought that this transformation would be fraught with difficulties, and even with a 1000 times critical hit, it would be extremely hard to modify 8-9 profound skills successfully. However, he never expected that due to the completion of the Divine Body chapter last time. The difficulty of completing the Indestructible chapter seemed to have become much simpler with the support of the Divine Body chapter. Even if the system's energy was insufficient, the transformation speed was extremely rapid. Soon, it surpassed the 300 times mark and continued to move towards even higher counts. It seems that this time the completion of 8-9 profound skills is really going to succeed. At this point, an overwhelming joy surged in Lin Yi's heart. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, under the system's influence, 8 Profound had already transformed more than 400 times. Moreover, it was continuously transforming under the push of the system's energy, until, after the 499th transformation, the secret technique 8 Profound finally reached an extreme limit. Then, surpassing this extreme limit, it reached a brand new level. Secret technique name, 8-9 Profound Skills, incomplete, rank, Indestructible realm description, 8-9 Profound Skills, a secret technique of unknown rank, originally the second layer of the secret technique 8 Profound. It is a technique created by the Redstone Saint Master based on the incomplete secret technique 8-9 Profound Skills, which changes breath, alters the body, and simulates the soul. After being modified by Lin Yi, a true disciple of the Zhangjiang sword sect, the second layer of 8 Profound was restored to its original version and modified into a peerless secret technique applicable only to Lin Yi's cultivation. Currently, this secret technique includes the Divine Body chapter and the Indestructible chapter, which, once cultivated, has effects such as concealing breath, hiding true intentions, and altering the body. At the same time, it derived a second divine ability, Indestructible Golden Body. Indestructible Golden Body. What is this? Seeing this peculiar divine ability on the attribute panel introduction page, Lin Yi felt a bit puzzled. The next moment, he focused his thoughts on the words Indestructible Golden Body and immediately understood the power of this divine ability. Divine ability name, Indestructible Golden Body description. Indestructible Golden Body, a divine ability derived from the second layer of 8-9 Profound Skills. As the name suggests, this divine ability endows every inch of flesh and blood with the characteristic of indestructible golden body based on the first divine ability flesh and blood with spirit. The practitioner's divine body is originally fragile, almost unable to withstand a blow compared to weapons, armor, etc. In the face of powerful divine weapons, if the practitioner's divine body is not protected by armor, it can shatter at a touch and explode with a single strike. However, after cultivating 8-9 profound skills and deriving the divine ability Indestructible Golden Body, the practitioner's divine body can become increasingly solid with the improvement of their realm and the transformation of divine power within. Ultimately, it can reach a state comparable to divine weapons, surpassing divine weapons, and can be said to be indestructible through countless tribulations. Therefore, this divine ability is the Indestructible Golden Body. Indestructible Golden Body. This divine ability is even more outrageous than an immortal body. Upon seeing the introduction of this divine ability on the attribute panel, Lin Yi's heart surged with waves of astonishment. The fragility of the divine body is a significant issue even in the source universe. Even the lofty saint-level powerhouses have no way to resolve this problem. However, fortunately, after reaching the mixed whole realm, the physical body awakens its spirituality. Even if the divine body shatters and the soul is extinguished, it can be instantly reassembled, which significantly reduces the severity of this issue. But being reduced does not mean it doesn't exist. The fragility of the divine body remains a great nightmare that haunts all practitioners in the source universe. After all, under the same armor protection, if the divine body is stronger, it can naturally withstand stronger attacks before shattering. Moreover, even if it shatters, the loss of the divine body would be minimal. For instance, if Lin Yi had this divine ability during his battle with the Yuanjin ancestor, then even if his strength, armor, and so on remained unchanged, he would not have suffered such severe damage from the Yuanjin ancestor evaporating so much of his divine body in a single strike. Although, this severe damage was nothing to him. After all, with his strength, status, and the resources he possessed, the cost of recovering those few treasures was merely a drop in the bucket. However, despite that, this indestructible golden body is still an unfathomable method. Compared to the first derived divine ability of the 8-9 profound art, flesh and blood with spirit, it is truly much stronger. Not only is it unique, unlike flesh and blood with spirit, which can be comprehended after reaching the mixed whole realm, but it can also grow stronger with my realm, transforming divine power to become even more powerful. With it, my life-preserving ability has instantly increased by several levels. Now, let alone the Yuanjin ancestor, who is merely comparable. to a major achievement in the ordinary Great Sun realm of the Source universe. Even a 7th or 8th level transformation god would be unable to do anything to me. Lin Yi silently pondered while secretly operating the indestructible golden body. Suddenly, he felt the solidity of his divine body surge exponentially, even more so than the Jinyu Mingguang armor on his surface. And the Jinyu Mingguang armor is a 7th tier secret pattern divine weapon. Only an attack from a peak 1st level Great Sun realm could break its limit of endurance. As for breaking it, at least an attack from a 2nd level small achievement in the Great Sun realm would be required. This means that now, even without wearing armor, to reach Lin Yi's divine body's limit of endurance and break it, a 2nd level small achievement powerhouse in the Great Sun realm would have to take action. After that, if they wanted to extinguish Lin Yi's divine power, an even higher level of explosive power would be needed. Such defense is simply invincible. Continue to cultivate. First use the source liquid to elevate the divine body to the peak of the indestructible realm's 3rd level, and then plan other matters. Lin Yi's heart stirred as he retracted the divine ability indestructible golden body. He then drew countless source liquids from his spatial ring, filling this secluded chamber, creating a small pond of several hundred square feet. Although source liquid is precious for ordinary divine body realms, it is worthless for Lin Yi, a true disciple of the Zhangjiang Sword Sect. The Zhangjiang Sword Sect has long had a rule that true disciples can receive no more than 10,000 units of source liquid for cultivation. After breaking through each realm, rapidly enhancing their divine body to reach its peak state upon each breakthrough. Although Lin Yi was previously at the divine body realm, due to his master, the Xian Yuan ancestor, he was allowed to receive source liquid in advance, and those managing disciples naturally dared not say much. Let's begin. Sitting cross-legged in the small pond formed by the source liquid, Lin Yi took a gentle breath, adjusting his state. Then, his divine body began to emit a faint glow, and countless pores all over his body opened wide, transforming into black holes that began to devour the source liquid. Splash! Under Lin Yi's devouring, the aura of his divine body rapidly began to strengthen. 1 hour, 2 hours, time flowed slowly, and, in the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. At this moment, Lin Yi's enhancement had not yet ceased. However, in the outside world, an ancient flying boat descended upon the star where Lin Yi's blood palace was located. This is it. This is it. The place where the great Tao descended a day ago is right on this star. On the flying boat, a ragged old man with disheveled hair shouted madly, his eyes filled with fervor. However, as he lowered his gaze and saw the desolate star below, a look of confusion crossed his face. No, this is just an utterly ordinary star, devoid of any life. How could the great Tao descend in such a place? Could it be that some unparalleled treasure has appeared here? Let me calculate, the old man mumbled softly, waving his hand, and immediately, 8 tokens of various colors appeared around him. Each of these 8 tokens was engraved with incredibly intricate, yet seemingly natural, divine patterns. At this moment, after being thrown out by the old man, they immediately emitted a faint glow, floating in the cosmic void, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Good treasure, I will rely on you again this time. Looking at these 8 ancient tokens, the old man gazed at them with the tenderness of a lover, his eyes filled with a sense of cherishment. He then began to form complex hand seals. Buzz! In the void, as the hand seals merged with his magical power and entered the 8 tokens, they immediately released supreme divine light, connecting with one another to form a complete whole, and then began to spin rapidly. Amidst this rapid spinning, an incredibly terrifying energy began to gather within the 8 tokens. In this energy, the old man seemed to see the river of fate flowing slowly, witnessing the rise and fall of beings in the universe. Thus, ultimately, with a thunderous sound, this energy suddenly surged into the sky, forming a pillar of light that nearly overshadowed the brilliance of the surrounding stars. Boom! The pillar of light shot into the boundless void, quickly forming a chaotic scene that obscured any clear view about tens of thousands of meters away from the old man. Within this chaotic scene, countless chaotic air currents surged as if striving to evolve into a true image. However, at that moment, bang! An explosion suddenly echoed. In the universe, the chaotic scene seemed to have glimpsed some indescribable existence. The entire image suddenly exploded with a loud bang, transforming into countless specks of light that dissipated. Immediately after, the pillar of light also rapidly vanished in the cosmic void, leaving not a trace behind. Finally, crack, crack! As the pillar of light dissipated in the universe, the sound of tearing echoed once more. Beside the old man in the robe, cracks began to appear on the surface of the 8 tokens. Boom! The 8 tokens exploded, sending a shockwave that resonated through the surrounding stars. Ah! My treasure! My treasure! What on earth is this? It destroyed my supreme treasure in an instant. Looking at the fragments of the 8 tokens floating around him, the old man cursed with a heart full of pain. The 8 tokens were called the 8 divine calculation tablets, a special type of primordial treasure far more powerful than the mirror of time and space. They were said to be able to calculate the past and present of the universe and all living beings. The old man had fortuitously obtained this treasure in his youth, and for many years he had relied on it to evade disasters, explore ruins, seek benefits, and deceive others, achieving unparalleled success and never failing in his calculations. It was precisely because of this treasure that the old man could rise from being a mere loose cultivator when faced with imminent doom, progressing from a foundation-building cultivator on 1 star to the golden core, nascent soul, and now to the transformation stage. So, this treasure could be said to be his lifeline. But now, it has shattered. Ha ha, who would have thought? Truly unexpected. Baidu Daoist, you have your day too. Just as the scruffy old man was howling in pain, a loud laugh echoed from outside. Then, the scruffy old man looked up and saw a middle-aged Taoist in a white robe standing on a silver-white flying boat entering this star system, landing thousands of miles away from him. Elder Changshu, is that you? Upon seeing the visitor's face, the scruffy Taoist's expression changed instantly. Ha ha, is indeed me. The middle-aged Taoist in white laughed and said, I haven't been out for a long time, but a day ago, I sensed the emergence of the great Tao in the universe, which is why I came out. I didn't expect that instead of finding the great Tao, I would stumble upon the delightful news of your Baidu Taoist's treasure being destroyed. This trip is not in vain. When I return, I will have a great revelation. Seeing the scruffy old man glare at him with hatred, Elder Changshu couldn't help but laugh again. The scruffy old man, Baidu Taoist, had always been rampant, relying on his source treasure, the 8 divination stone tablet, looking down on everyone. Although Elder Changshu came from the Daoi immortal sect, he had not escaped being tricked by the scruffy old man over the years thanks to the 8 divination stone tablet. However, because of that treasure, no matter how many traps the Daoi immortal sect set, Baidu Taoist could always predict and escape. But now, with his treasure shattered, how could Elder Changshu not be pleased? Changshu Z, don't get too smug. Seeing the middle-aged Taoist's triumphant smile, Baidu Taoist sneered, so what if the 8 divination stone tablet is broken? Even without it, I am still a peak cosmic powerhouse at the 3rd level of transformation, still invincible across the universe, with few rivals. Moreover, over the years, the treasures I have obtained relying on the 8 divination stone tablet are beyond your imagination. With all these treasures in my cultivation, let alone you alone, even if several of your Daoi immortal sect's transformation experts came, what would I have to fear? Not to mention, this time I also have the hope of obtaining the true treasure that caused the great Tao to descend. Fire, come! After Baidu Taoist shouted, endless flames suddenly erupted from the void, coiling around him like furious dragons. Then, boom! The endless flames soared, but they did not attack Elder Changshu. Instead, they surged toward the yellowish star below. Although the 8 divination stone tablet had shattered, it also confirmed that his guess was correct. The treasure was indeed within that yellow star below. At this moment, he did not need to search extensively, he only needed to refine all the materials of that star, and he would naturally find the trace of the treasure. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The endless flames descended, instantly enveloping the entire star, transforming it into a massive fireball like a sun. Although Baidu Taoist was not proficient in fire techniques as a powerful transformation existence, even a casual use of his techniques, backed by his formidable transformation power, would unleash a force far beyond that of countless sands rapidly burning into crystals, eventually vaporizing. Countless materials began to vanish at high speed, turning into countless entities smaller than dust. The entire star, along with the blazing flames, was rapidly shrinking in concentric circles. Thus, time slowly passed, and this yellow star shrank step by step, revealing the blood-red hall bit by bit. In the outside world, powerful ancient beings from the universe were also piloting their flying boats, swiftly arriving at this star, closing in on Lini. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. A full 13 transformation elders. How could so many powerful beings be attracted here? What on earth has Lini done? In the Starsea realm, the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xuanfang, sensed that more and more powerful beings were descending upon this star system from the vast universe. Some were already famous, their names echoing throughout the cosmos, others had long since retreated from the world, no longer showing themselves, and there were those who had never been known, yet their presence was overwhelmingly strong. These were the ancestors of transformation. One by one, they arrived in this star system, instantly causing faces to turn pale and exclamations to escape their lips. The ancestors of transformation were the mightiest beings capable of suppressing the entire universe. Even in the vast Yangji immortal demon universe, such invincible figures numbered no more than 30. Yet at this moment, more than 15 had already revealed themselves. Not to mention those hidden in the shadows were those still on their way. It could be said that in this battle, the vast majority of the ancestors of transformation in the universe would be present. In the face of such power, let alone Zhang Xuanfang and Lin Yi, who were merely star realm beings, even the ancestors of transformation who had long since fallen into oblivion would struggle to withstand it. It's over, this time it's really over. With so many ancestors of transformation arriving, not just me, but anyone in the universe cannot protect Lin Yi. My investment this time is a total loss. Zhang Xuanfang closed his eyes, his voice trembling as he spoke. His investment in Lin Yi was truly a gamble. Not only did he give him an unparalleled secret technique upon their first meeting, but he also captured Fei Yun Shangren, offending the Wanfa immortal sect. Everything he did was for what? Wasn't it to help Lin Yi grow stronger so that he could assist him and the Anti-Immortal Alliance, thus gaining more? But now, the star system where Lin Yi was located was surrounded by dozens of ancestors of transformation. In such a situation, not only he, but even the ancestors of transformation who were most skilled in concealment in the universe would struggle to escape with Lin Yi. Thinking of this, Zhang Xuanfang felt a deeper pain in his heart and couldn't help but curse. What is this fool Lin Yi thinking? Just now the great Tao descended, and then the 100 Poisons Taoist arrived. There was clearly a gap of time in between. But during that time, instead of thinking of escaping, he just stayed there. This has truly left me with nothing. In the Starsea realm, Zhang Xuanfang muttered curses under his breath. In truth, he had little emotional attachment to Lin Yi. The reason he had given him the secret technique was merely to increase his favor so he could gradually win him over. Capturing Fei and Shangren was also because he believed that the benefits of winning Lin Yi over outweighed offending the Wanfa immortal sect. Thus, even though he called Lin Yi brother repeatedly, in his heart he regarded him merely as a valuable tool. After all, to become the leader of a major power, Zhang Xuanfang was naturally a person of firm character and sufficient rationality. He wouldn't hesitate to abandon even a close companion if it truly endangered the interests of the anti-immortal alliance. Emotional decision-making was destined to prevent one from becoming a qualified leader of a major power. Zhang Xuanfang had been chosen by the previous leader of the anti-immortal alliance precisely because he possessed such fundamental qualities. In the Starsea realm, Zhang Xuanfang was filled with countless thoughts blaming Lin Yi in every way. Meanwhile, in the Blood Hall, Lin Yi, who was absorbing source liquid and preparing to break through to the peak of the immortal realm, felt calm within. The ancestors of transformation were indeed terrifying in Zhang Xuanfang's eyes. Among them, figures like the 100 Poisons Taoist and the Yuan Jin ancestor were considered the strongest in the universe. However, before Lin Yi's breakthrough, he might have feared them a little. But now, after breaking through to the immortal realm, whether it was 1, 10, or 20 of such practitioners, what could they do to him? Because at this moment he was truly too powerful. Boom! In the secret chamber, the sound of rushing water echoed. Countless streams of source liquid surged like waves, continuously washing over Lin Yi's body, which was as perfect and flawless as a celestial being. Then, in an instant, it was swept away and absorbed, strengthening him. Further, the peak of the third level of the immortal realm, the basic divine power, is generally about 1,000 times that of the first level of the Great Sun realm. In the universe, the most ordinary first level of the Great Sun realm typically breaks through the divine body realm at around 10,000 Tara. Therefore, just in terms of the basic divine body, at the peak of the third level of the immortal realm, Lin Yi's divine body is already 5 times stronger than those who can break through the ordinary first level of the Great Sun realm. After adding the clone technique, Lin Yi's divine body surged again by 41 times, reaching 205 times. Thus, in terms of the divine body alone, Lin Yi at the peak of the third level of the immortal realm already possesses about 1/5 of the strength of an ordinary first-level Great Sun realm expert in the universe. This significantly narrows the gap between the Great Sun realm and the immortal realm. Furthermore, with such a powerful basic divine body, matched with what appears to be only a complete 7th level, but in reality comparable to a single true intent at the 9th level of entry, the 5 elements true intent, Lin Yi can easily reach the level of an ordinary 2nd level Great Sun realm expert without using the Chaos Divine Eye. If he adds the 9th tier ultimate divine weapon Water and Fire Descending Bracelet, even with the 7th tier divine weapon Netherworld Heavenly Net holding him back, Lin Yi's divine weapon is still far superior to that of most ordinary 2nd level Great Sun realm experts, which should allow his strength to surge by 2 more levels, reaching the peak of the 2nd level of the Great Sun realm, and at the peak of the 2nd level of the Great Sun realm, that is comparable to the power of an 8th level transformation god ancestor in this world. In a normal state, he possesses the strength of an 8th level transformation god ancestor. So, what kind of power would the use of the Chaos Divine Eye bring? All of this is almost unimaginable for Lin Yi. If he had to describe it, he could only use 4 words: unstoppable sweep. Come on, bring more. Ancestors of the transformation god in the universe, come on, bring more. In the Blood Red Hall, Lin Yi shouted excitedly. These transformation god ancestors in the universe are something that ordinary people, even cultivators like Zhang Xuanfang, who can be considered the best below the transformation god, would fear and avoid. They are afraid that one wrong move would provoke their anger and lead to their own destruction. However, for Lin Yi, these ancestors are like walking treasure troves, because on each of them there are at least 1 or 2 pieces of original divine weapons, and the stronger they are, the more original divine weapons they possess. For example, outside the star system where Lin Yi resides, the 100 Poisons Taoist, who is currently setting fire and continuously burning the entire star, has more than 3 original treasures just from what he has taken out, not counting those in his storage bag. The vastness of his wealth is simply unimaginable. This thief deserves to die. He has committed numerous evils in his life and possesses heavy treasures. I wouldn't have gone looking for him, but now he dares to come looking for me? What a self-destructive path. Fine, my divine body hasn't reached its peak yet, so let him be arrogant for a while longer. Once I break through, he will be the first to face my wrath. In the Blood Red Hall, Lin Yi glanced at the 100 Poisons Taoist, who was frantically using his power to burn the star, and then he paid him no mind. He continued to meditate, like a dragon lurking in the abyss, secretly brewing for the impending earth-shattering strike. Boom, 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 boom. In the void of the universe, in the nameless star system where Lin Yi resides, an infinite fire surged, and the yellowish star was being scorched by countless flames. The material on its surface was like hydrogen and helium atoms on a star undergoing continuous fission, emitting endless brightness, illuminating half of the star system. Under the scorching of the infinite flames, the yellow planet was continuously shrinking. Compared to when the 100 Poisons Taoist first arrived, its size had already reduced to less than 1/3 of its original volume. Qingfeng, how long has that 100 Poisons Taoist been burning this star? Outside the star system, as a gray-brown ancient ship approached, a well-dressed transformation god expert with meticulously groomed hair and beard came aboard, addressing a familiar transformation god. So its brother Kongyu, hearing the words by his ear, the Qingfeng ancestor also turned his head to greet him then. Said, I don't know, but it is said that the 100 Poisons Taoist was the first to arrive here. I really haven't asked how long he has been burning this, but looking at this, it should have been quite a while, the Qingfeng ancestor explained. Burning a star is equivalent to completely destroying a star from existence to non-existence. The difficulty of this is far greater than simply blowing it up. After all, how massive is a star? To burn and vaporize every grain of sand and soil on it, even a third-level transformation ancestor proficient in fire techniques would need at least half a day. As for someone like the 100 Poisons Taoist who is not skilled in fire, it would probably take at least a day or even longer. Oh, half a day? This 100 Poisons Taoist is indeed generous. No wonder he possesses a precious item for divination, the 8 divination stone. Truly wealthy beyond measure. Upon hearing this, the Kongyu ancestor couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Continuously and intensely, using fire techniques to burn a star is a very mana-consuming task. To completely incinerate a star, even a powerful being like the 100 Poisons Taoist would expend a significant portion of their mana. After such consumption, replenishment is necessary, otherwise, how could one cope with subsequent battles? And the pills that instantly replenish transformation mana are extremely precious. Generally, transformation ancestors treat such pills as life-saving treasures, so how could they bear to waste them on such matters? Thinking of this, the Kongyu ancestor felt a mix of regret and immense envy for the 100 Poisons Taoist's 8 divination stone. However, on the other hand, the Qingfeng ancestor laughed heartily. Ha! This 100 Poisons Taoist is indeed wealthy, but those pills are probably all he has left. He won't have the same abilities as before. Oh, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, the Kongyu ancestor curiously asked. Ha ha, because the 8 divination stone of the 100 Poisons Taoist has been destroyed. Just a moment ago, that mysterious supreme treasure capable of summoning the ultimate presence appeared. This 100 Poisons Taoist actually foolishly attempted to use his divination treasure, the 8 divination stone, to calculate the whereabouts of that treasure. Needless to say, the 8 divination stone shattered on the spot, and the 100 Poisons Taoist was so furious that he bled from his heart, immediately summoning fierce flames to burn the star. Otherwise, do you think with his malicious stinginess, he would be willing to expend his mana to search for treasures for others instead of teaming up with others to burn the star? The Qingfeng ancestor explained. With a smile. There aren't many accounts of how long the 100 Poisons Taoist has been refining, but the story of his treasure, the 8 divination stone, being destroyed has spread widely. After all, the reason the 100 Poisons Taoist is called 100 Poisons is not because he is a master of poison, but because he is malicious and uses the 8 divination stone to harm others without consequence. Figures like the Kongyu ancestor and Qingfeng ancestor have been deceived by him in a secret realm before. Now, seeing him punished, the Qingfeng ancestor naturally felt a sense of satisfaction. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, the Kongyu Taoist nodded, a hint of pleasure appearing in his eyes. And so, time slowly passed. With the arrival of each transformation ancestor, that yellow-brown star in the nameless star system continued to shrink under the burning of the 100 Poisons Taoist. Finally, after another half-day had passed, at the moment when the 100 Poisons Taoist had burned the star for a day and 3 hours and 5 minutes, that yellow-brown star in the cosmic void was finally reduced to the size of a small pond. Then, in the next moment, it instantly went extinct. That's it. Looking at the other materials that had been burned away, in the void, only a point of blood-red brilliance remained where the yellow-brown star once was, and all the transformation ancestors were excited. This is mine. Seeing the other transformation ancestors eager to try, the Baidu Taoist closest to that point of blood-red light immediately swallowed a pill. Instantly, he transformed from his previous listlessness into a vibrant figure. After quickly replenishing his internal mana, he reached out, and his palm suddenly swelled, forming a massive hand in the void of the universe, covering that point of blood-red light. Baidu, don't be arrogant. Put down the treasure. Upon seeing Baidu Taoist take action, 7 or 8 transformation ancestors nearby glared with bloodshot eyes, each immediately summoning their magical treasures to attack the Baidu ancestor. Boom! Countless sounds defied the laws of physics, echoing in the silent universe. As the 7 or 8 transformation ancestors struck, flying swords, great seals, precious pearls, and various spells instantly flew in chaos. Their immense power seemed to shatter the surrounding cosmic space, revealing tiny, fleeting black spatial cracks. Humph! You bunch of useless fools, think you can stop me? Witnessing this scene, the Baidu Taoist showed no signs of panic as they had imagined. Instead, he sneered confidently, flipping his hand to reveal a black talisman. Puff! The moment the black talisman appeared in Baidu Taoist's hand, he crushed it. Almost instantly, a transparent shield rose around his body, enveloping him and his swelling giant hand completely. Boom! 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 Terrifying spells and magical treasures capable of tearing space apart and easily destroying suns exploded against the surface of Baidu Taoist, creating a tremendous noise. However, these terrifying attacks landed on the surface shield of Baidu Taoist without inflicting any harm. They merely stripped away a layer of his transparent shield. Yet even so, more than half of their power remained. What? How can this talisman be so strong? Seeing the power of this talisman, the transformation ancestors present were all immensely shocked, their eyes wide in disbelief. Ha! This supreme treasure is mine. On the other side, seeing this, Baidu Taoist laughed heartily, then quickly distanced himself, preparing to use his escape technique. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. An incredibly vast beam of light suddenly shot out from the blood-red glow. It then directly struck the still intact shield of the Baidu Daoist. Pop! As the light fell, the previously formidable protective light shield, which had easily withstood the siege of 7 or 8 transformation ancestors, shattered like a mirror with a faint sound. Following that, the beam of light, undiminished in power, struck the Baidu Daoist's transformation body before any of the transformation ancestors, including Baidu Daoist himself, could react. In the universe, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Baidu Daoist's mouth. The once mighty and renowned powerhouse, Baidu Daoist, was struck by this beam of light. Even though the robe made from his original supreme treasure buzzed continuously, desperately countering the attack's power, his transformation body, which had already transformed into a semi-immortal form, could not withstand this terrifying assault. It melted away in an instant, like ice and snow under the sun's rays. In a moment, he faced the fate of having his primordial spirit destroyed, his physical body shattered, and his life extinguished, leaving only the supreme treasure robe and a high-grade storage bag floating in the void, emitting a faint glow. What is this? Witnessing this horrifying scene, even the transformation ancestors, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen much, were struck dumb, each rendered speechless, their hearts filled with terror, especially just now, the ancestors who were closest to the 100 Poisons old ancestor and that blood-colored Radiance, who originally had the chance to seize the treasure, now all had ashen faces, their bodies trembling in fear. It must be known that although the 100 Poisons Daoist is malicious, his cultivation and combat power are indeed at the peak of the 3rd level of the Transformation God stage, making him one of the strongest in this realm. Yet, even such a powerful being, under the protection of that terrifying black talisman shield, was instantly reduced to nothing like melting ice and snow under the impact of that beam of light, his primordial spirit completely extinguished, leading to his death and the end of his path. They were even worse off than the 100 Poisons Daoist. If they truly went up, wouldn't it be even more tragic? They would definitely die. Thinking of this, the many Transformation God ancestors felt even more fear in their hearts. Even though that blood-colored radiance still remained motionless in the universe at this moment, seemingly completely silent and no longer launching terrifying attacks like before, no one dared to step forward. Silence. A deathly silence. In the void of the universe, the ancestors looked at the blood-colored radiance before them, their eyes filled with both fear and desire. Until, after several breaths, the void twisted and changed, and from the blood-colored radiance, a beam of light shot out again, transforming into a young man clad in golden armor, wielding a black, long spear, breaking the silence. It's one thing to disturb my cultivation just now. Now you even dare to take my treasure, almost delaying my grand plan, truly unaware of your own mortality. In the silent void, under the gaze of the Transformation God ancestors, Lin Yi's expression was calm as he spoke in a faint voice. To ensure that all the ancestors could not escape, he had just entered the 9 Extreme Haori Tower to challenge the trials after reaching the peak of the Immortal Realm's 3rd level, hoping to obtain a treasure that could trap all the Transformation God ancestors, preventing their escape. However, right after he finished the trials, he sensed that the 100 Poisons Daoist could seize the treasure and escape as soon as it appeared, so in a moment of urgency, he unleashed a spear light to kill the 100 Poisons Daoist. Now, while one of his avatars was selecting treasures in the Blood-Red Hall, his main body came out to buy time to avoid a situation like that of the 100 Poisons Daoist again. However, killing this 100 Poisons Daoist is not without benefits. At the very least, his relics now belong to me. Looking at the faintly glowing treasure before him, which had already revealed its true form resembling ancient Chinese black armor, the Dao robe and storage bag, Lin Yi reached out and drew them all into his hands. Then, probing with his spiritual power, a smile of joy appeared on his face. Why you, who are you? Seeing this young man suddenly appear from the treasured blood-colored radiance, dozens of Transformation God ancestors were all shocked, and a purple-faced, long-bearded Transformation God ancestor asked with some trepidation in his eyes, Lin Yi, it's actually you, this wicked spawn. Before Lin Yi could respond, another figure, an old man in a black Dao robe with an ethereal demeanor, had already scolded him, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Lin Yi. What? Brother Yuanjin, you know this person? Who exactly is he? Hearing Yuanjin's words, not far from him, a Transformation God expert who was friendly with Yuanjin curiously inquired, Brother Fei Xing. Upon hearing the inquiry, Yuanjin's expression softened, and he explained, this person is named Lin Yi. Recently, he infiltrated our Wanfa Xianzong and stole the Eternal Life Flower Tree. At that time, our Wanfa Xianzong activated the protective formation to stop this thief. Unfortunately, this thief possesses an unnamed treasure of immeasurable power. Even with our formation fully activated, we ultimately could not stop him. What? There is actually such a treasure in this world, so miraculous, that it can even bypass your sex formation. Upon hearing this, aside from the Transformation God expert who had just inquired about Yuanjin, the other experts also showed expressions of astonishment. Previously, the Wanfa Xianzong activated the protective formation of their sect, its might and commotion almost radiating for hundreds of light years around. Such a massive disturbance naturally caught the attention of many ancestors, and it quickly spread within the transformation realm. However, they only knew that the Wanfa Xianzong had activated the protective formation, but did not know the reason behind it. Now they realized it was all because of the person before them. Upon this thought, many ancestors' eyes brightened, and their minds whirled. Although this person's cultivation is not very clear, it is likely that he has some treasure concealing his true power, and he himself is not that formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to risk his life to steal just a few life and death immortal flower trees from the Wanfa Xianzong. Now that he has managed to come out safely from that treasure, he must have mastered a method to subdue it without being attacked. Moreover, the supreme treasure that allowed him to escape the protective formation of the Wanfa Xian Zone he probably obtained from this blood-colored treasure. Otherwise, how could a mere ant like him have the virtue or ability to acquire such a supreme treasure? Ha ha, this time there is hope to obtain that supreme treasure. The ancestors pondered and then each let out a hearty laugh, their eyes growing brighter as they felt they had grasped the truth. They then turned to look at Lin Yi. Their gaze is akin to that of viewing an unparalleled treasure without a thought of whether he would be willing to hand over the method. With such thoughts in mind, among the many transformation realm ancestors, a tall and imposing elder clad in a golden robe stepped out from the crowd and smiled at Lin Yi, saying, This young friend, I am the Golden Void Ancestor of the Taiyuan Xian Zone. Greetings to you. Oh, Golden Void Ancestor, what do you wish to say? Upon seeing the golden-robed elder approach to speak, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating other matters, and was happy to engage in conversation to buy some time. However, the Golden Void Ancestor frowned at Lin Yi's disrespectful words, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Nevertheless, in order to obtain the supreme treasure, the Golden Void Ancestor ultimately held back and said, Young friend Lin Yi, I know you have enmity with the Wanfa Xian Zone, and the people of the Wanfa Xian Zone hate you to the bone, wishing they could kill you on the spot. Now that you have obtained this treasure that has attracted the descent of the primordial path, they will be even less likely to let you go. Although you may think that your treasure protects you, even the transformation realm ancestors of the Wanfa Xian Zone cannot do anything to you. But, young friend, you must understand, no matter how powerful a treasure is, it is still an inanimate object. Just like this blood-colored treasure, as long as we do not approach it, it will not attack us. Thus, if the Yuanjin old ghost and the others set up a maze or illusion to trap you, you might end up stuck in that formation for a lifetime. With your bright future ahead, do you really want to sacrifice it all for this treasure? The Golden Void Ancestor spoke as if he was considering Lin Yi's well-being, but every word carried an underlying threat. After assessing the stakes, he then shifted his tone, smiling. However, if you were to hand this treasure over to our Wanfa Xian Zone, it would be a different story. Our Taiyuan Xian Zone is one of the three great sects of the Yangji Shanma universe, and our strength is not at all inferior to the Wanfa Xian Zone. If we could obtain this treasure, our power would rise even further. In the future, it would even be possible to subdue the other two sects, unifying the entire universe like the Wuxia Xian Zone did a million years ago. With such strength, protecting you would be more than sufficient. Moreover, I promise that as long as you hand this supreme treasure over to our Taiyuan Xian Zone, then as long as our Taiyuan Xian Zone exists, you will be a revered elder of our sect, with a status equivalent to that of many transformation realm ancestors. What do you think of this arrangement? The Golden Void Ancestor said with a smile. He was not averse to using force to seize it. After all, it was quite normal for their Taiyuan Xian Zone, with its long-standing style of supremacy, to resort to strong-arm tactics. However, Lin Yi's ability to escape from the Wanfa Xian Zone was not solely due to that treasure. One could estimate that his own skills were considerable as well. He worried that if he were too forceful, he might push Lin Yi to self-destruct rather than hand over the method, which would leave him with nothing. It was better to persuade him gently, as he had a greater chance that way. After all, in the eyes of the Golden Void Ancestor, he was a dignified transformation god, one of the strongest beings in the universe. On ordinary days, a mere ant like Lin Yi, a mere practitioner of divine and demonic body refinement, would be lucky to exchange a few words with him. Now, as he offered kind words and promised the position of a senior elder, what right did this ant have to put on airs? Shouldn't he quickly and cheerfully present the treasure? That would be the right path. The Golden Void Ancestor thought to himself, feeling pleased as he watched Lin Yi in silence, his brow slightly furrowed as if deep in thought, which made him even happier. He wasn't afraid of Lin Yi, thinking he was afraid of a direct refusal, because, as long as someone was considering a matter, they had already succeeded halfway. As for the other half, with some additional factors influencing it, success could be achieved. Lin Yi, my young friend, you must not agree to this old ghost Golden Void. Seeing that Lin Yi was indeed pondering, another figure, an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows, exuding an air of immortality, became anxious and quickly said, Lin Yi, my young friend, I am the ancestor Chang Xian of the Dawi Xian Zone. You absolutely must not agree to this Golden Void. Ancestor Chang Xian first shouted loudly, and upon seeing Lin Yi look at him, he felt a surge of joy, then continued, Lin Yi, my young friend, that old ghost Golden Void is deceiving you. The position of senior elder is a mere empty title. It has status, but the actual power is far from that of a true transformation god ancestor. One might even say it has no power at all. If you are strong, others will respect you. If you are not strong, the other disciples and elders will not take you seriously at all. So, what this old ghost Golden Void says sounds nice, but he is actually trying to trap you. If you agree to him, not only will you lose the treasure, but you will also lose other benefits. However, giving the supreme treasure to my Dawi Xian Zone is different. We have always treated the strong equally and have a high tolerance. Now, my young friend, you hold the blood-colored supreme treasure. Although your strength is lacking now, I believe you will become a force in the transformation god realm in the future. So, if you can hand over the treasure, then when you arrive at the Dawi Xian Zone, this treasure will still be under your control. As long as our transformation gods need to borrow it, you just need to not refuse. As for other treatments, they will be the same as all our transformation god ancestors, sharing the sect's resources, receiving countless stars and countless beings for offerings. Ancestor Chang Xian said, his face full of sincerity, but his heart was suppressing his thoughts. Once Lin Yi agreed to the sect, then they would immediately take action, and even if he couldn't obtain it, he couldn't allow others to take the treasure away. Ancestor Chang Xian had made up his mind, while the others were shocked to hear this. This old ghost Cheng Xian is really generous, actually promising not to take Lin Yi's treasure and even letting him become a true ancestor of the Daoi Xian Zone. Isn't that just giving a part of the Daoi Xian Zone to him? Thinking of this, the scattered cultivators of the Transformation God realm couldn't help but feel envious. Although they had also become Transformation God ancestors and ranked among the top 30 strongest in the universe, they could only be called local ancestors. However, in terms of strength and status, they were far inferior to the Transformation Gods among the three great immortal sections. Usually, even when encountering the Transformation Gods of the three great sects, they had to be polite and dared not offend them in the slightest. Now, this little ant, a mere practitioner of divine and demonic body refinement, relying on this so-called method, could rise to such heights, surpassing them in status, which truly made them feel envious. What? The ancestor of the Daoi Xian Zone, this ancestor Cheng Xian, actually has such a big hand. In the Starsea realm, the leader of the Anti-Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xuanfang, was shocked to hear ancestor Cheng Xian's conditions. Then, a hint of regret arose in his heart. He regretted underestimating Lin Yi, underestimating his value and abilities. He never expected that, in such circumstances, Lin Yi could still find a way to survive and gain such tremendous benefits. At this moment, he couldn't help but fantasize. If he had just intervened to save Lin Yi earlier, even if he couldn't succeed, merely expressing an attitude might have made his Anti-Fairy Alliance's situation a bit better, allowing them to move freely in the territory of the Daoi Immortal Sect from then on. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. With this thought, Zhang Sun couldn't help but sigh deeply. It's all getting complicated. Hearing the promise from the elder Cheng Xian, Lin Yi secretly chuckled. However, on the surface, he showed a hint of interest but ultimately did not make a firm decision, as if he were waiting for the Wan Fa Immortal Sect to speak up. What should we do, Yuan Zhen? Should we bow our heads and propose better conditions to Lin Yi? Seeing the Daoi Immortal Sect and the Taiyuan Immortal Sect both taking action, an old woman holding a wooden staff in the Wan Fa Immortal Sect also inquired of Elder Yuan Zhen. Bow our heads? Bow to what? Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan Zhen became furious, old grudges and new grievances surfacing in his heart, and said, that old ghost Cheng Xian has already said it all. What better conditions can we propose? Are we supposed to let that Lin Yi brat look down on us? Even if we obtain this treasure, what would be the point? Moreover, even if we really said that, with that brat's greedy nature, he might not agree. In my opinion, we shouldn't propose any conditions this time, we just need to threaten him with force. People are all afraid of death. No matter how powerful a cultivator is, they are no exception. So, as long as Lin Yi doesn't want to die, if we show a desperate stance to threaten him, he will have to agree to our conditions. Even if we take 1,000 steps back, if Lin Yi refuses, as long as we kill him, no one else will get this treasure, and our Wan Fa Immortal Sect will still be the strongest in the universe. Elder Yuan Zhen's expression darkened as he transmitted his voice to several other Transformation God Elders. The old woman and several other Transformation God Elders exchanged glances, instantly understanding everyone's thoughts, and then could only sigh and say, alas, Yuan Zhen, you are right. Our Wan Fa Immortal Sect indeed has no better conditions. We can't let that Lin Yi act recklessly. Let's do it your way. Good. Seeing the others agree, Elder Yuan Zhen was immediately overjoyed, then stepped forward, looking at Lin Yi with a cold gaze, and said, Lin Yi the thief, you don't need to look at me anymore. Our Wan Fa Immortal Sect will not propose any conditions to you, this thief. I only ask you one question, do you want to die? Or do you want to live? Want to die? Then just keep hiding that method. Want to live? Then hand it over. What? As soon as Elder Yuan Zhen's words fell, all the Transformation God Elders immediately exchanged shocked glances. They never expected that Elder Yuan Zhen would be so tough. While others were adopting a soft approach to deal with Lin Yi, he directly asked whether the person wanted to live or die. It should be noted that the treasure that had emerged this time was different from the past. This was a treasure that could attract the arrival of the Cosmic Tao. For this reason, even the renowned poison master in the universe had fallen into obscurity, demonstrating the power of this treasure, which could be considered the strongest in this realm. And now, the hope of obtaining this supreme treasure was entirely in Lin Yi's hands. If he died, then others might not have the chance to obtain this treasure. What a regrettable matter. Yet, despite this, the Wan Fa Immortal Sect remained so resolute. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tiles. They truly were willing to sacrifice. Witnessing this scene, the elders once again refreshed their understanding of the few elders from the Wan Fa Immortal Sect. These few are truly ruthless. It's better not to offend them in the future. Want to die? Or do you want to live? Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This Yuan Zhen old ghost was indeed a frog at the bottom of the well, staying in this small universe, accustomed to arrogance. One does not realize that the distant mountains are higher than the highest peak. The last time I was defeated by him, he truly believed that he had me at his mercy. How dare he threaten me like this, unaware that times have changed. Although it has only been 2 or 3 days since we last met, my strength has already exploded 100,000 times over. Even a casual strike from me would be enough to turn him to ashes. Forget it, I'll just remember this for now. Once the treasure arrives, I'll be the first to kill him. As for now, let him be arrogant for a while. Lin Yi felt disdain in his heart, but on the surface, he appeared genuinely frightened, swallowing the words he originally intended to say in response to the invitation from the elder Cheng Xian, as if he were deep in thought. Alas, that damned old ghost of Yuan Zhen. Seeing Lin Yi's demeanor, Elder Cheng Xian slapped his thigh, feeling a surge of hatred towards Yuan Zhen. Originally, it seemed that Lin Yi was about to relent, and it looked like he would join my Daoi Immortal Sect. At that time, although the treasure would still be in his hands, as long as he joined my Dawi immortal sect, I could slowly manipulate him like boiling a frog in warm water and eventually obtain the treasure from him. Moreover, the lifespan of a star realm god and demon is only 10,000 years. Even if things go awry, after enduring these 10,000 years, when Lin Yi's lifespan comes to an end, he would pass away, and the treasure would still belong to my Dawi immortal sect. But now, this was all ruined by that old ghost, Yuan Jin. With this thought, Elder Chang Xin felt an urgent anxiety in his heart and quickly spoke up. Lin, my young friend, you don't have to heed the threats of that old ghost Yuan Jin. Our Dawi immortal sect is not inferior to his Wan Fa immortal sect in strength. If you agree to join our sect, then our ancestors of Dawi immortal sect will certainly protect you and ensure your safety. Protect him? Your Dawi immortal sect doesn't have that capability. As soon as Elder Chang Xian finished speaking, Yuan Jin had yet to respond. In the distance, Elder Jin Su of Taiyuan Immortal Sect also laid his cards on the table, directly shouting at Lin Yi, at this point, I won't waste any more words with you. Hand over the treasure, and my Taiyuan Immortal Sect will join forces with Dawi Immortal Sect to resist the Wan Fa Immortal Sect and ensure your safety. What I promised before still stands. Otherwise, my Taiyuan Immortal Sect will join forces with the Wan Fa Immortal Sect to take action against you. At that time, I want to see if this group of old ghosts from Dawi Immortal Sect can protect you. From now on, I will count to 10. If you still haven't made a decision by then, I will take action directly. Watching Lin Yi remain silent, seemingly deliberately stalling for time, Elder Jin Su suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart, losing the patience he had just moments ago, and shouted, 10, 9, 8. Time passed second by second. Soon, Elder Jin Su had counted to 3, and it looked like he was about to make a move. However, at that moment, Lin Yi, who had been frowning and surrounded by the group of transformation gods like a little lamb, suddenly smiled. It seems you all have me figured out. Since that's the case, I won't bother pretending with you any longer. After all, you are all a bunch of dying people, there's no point in saying more. As his calm voice fell, Lin Yi's expression turned cold. In the next moment, a figure identical to him burst forth from the blood-red palace, holding a black circular disc in his hand. Dragon Locking Heaven Disc, activate. Boom! As the words fell, the formation disc was suddenly crushed by Lin Yi, instantly transforming into a black light resembling a dragon, shooting deep into the universe, stirring the boundless star river. Under the cover of this black light, a black sphere immediately appeared within this star system, enveloping the entire star system and preventing all transformation gods from escaping. The Dragon Locking Heaven Disc, a 9th-tier disposable formation disc in the universe. Once activated, even the rulers among the demon race and true dragons below the 8th level of the Great Sun Realm cannot take to the skies and escape. Hence the name, Dragon Locking Heaven. At this moment, using such means to imprison this group of transformation gods was indeed overkill, more than sufficient. By now, Lin Yi had completed all his preparations, and he no longer hid his strength, directly unleashing a shocking aura. Boom! In the universe, a massive presence surged into the sky in an instant, stirring the boundless starry sky for billions of miles. In the void, Lin Yi's divine body flickered, instantly transforming into an incomparably vast aura, an unparalleled demon god that struck terror into the hearts of countless transformation gods. His fierce and terrifying momentum swept across all directions in an instant, shaking the universe, causing distant stars to shatter and nearby suns to tremble. His might was truly boundless. Old thief Yuan Jin, did you really think I was no match for you? A frog at the bottom of a well, still as laughable as a few days ago. My strength is not something you little ants can fathom. In fact, I forgot to tell you, this treasure is originally mine. Just now, that attack that killed the 100 poisons Taoist was not unleashed by the treasure, but rather me. Boom! As the word me fell, a magnificent and resplendent beam of gunlight ignited in the dark universe. Its power and might were incomparably stronger than the light that had just killed the 100 poisons Taoist. In an instant, under the terrified gazes of countless transformation ancestors, it shot straight towards the distant Yuan Jin ancestor. How is this possible? Watching Lin Yi suddenly erupt, unleashing an incomparably terrifying and astonishing aura with every move, Zhang Xuanfang, who had been observing the movements of this star system with the treasure, bit his tongue, his eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, in the void of the universe, countless transformation ancestors were horrified, their faces filled with terror. This might was too terrifying. This was no mere star realm demon ant, it was clearly the legendary ancient power that roamed invincibly. Such might and aura, they had only seen described in sect scriptures and had never felt in reality. Because this was completely beyond the terrifying strength of the strongest in this universe, far surpassing the transformation god's third heaven ancestors. The ancestors were shocked, and at the center of that towering gunlight, Yuan Jin ancestor and several other ancestors of the 10,000 Methods Immortal sect felt their souls tremble as they were locked onto by that beam of gunlight. Under the intimidation of this gunlight, they felt as if their bodies were frozen in time and space. Their entire bodies became sluggish, the flow of their internal power slowed, and their thoughts seemed to move 1,000 times slower at that moment. Forget about attacking, even escaping seemed like a luxury. Truly, it was as if there was no way to heaven and no door to the earth. You can't kill me. Just as many ancestors thought that the few transformation gods from the 10,000 Methods Immortal sect were about to fall under this terrifying shot. At this critical moment, Yuan Jin ancestor seemed to have suddenly activated his potential, letting out a loud roar. In the instant the gunlight approached, he actually broke free from Lin Yi's aura lock. With a flip of his palm, a large seal appeared in his left hand, transforming into a treasure larger than a star, striking towards Lin Yi. Boom! The massive seal treasure collided with the gunlight, instantly shattering into fragments that flew in all directions. However, this also slightly hindered the momentum of the gunlight, pausing for a moment. But in that brief moment, Yuanjin Ancestor seized the opportunity, a jade-colored talisman appearing in his right hand, which he then squeezed tightly. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. In the void of the universe, the jade talisman, glowing with a shimmering white light, shattered, instantly transforming into endless starlight that enveloped Yuanjin Ancestor and the other ancestors beside him. At that moment, their figures seemed to become ethereal, as if they had entered another dimensional space. Then, just like when Lin Yi used the time-space disc, they vanished in the blink of an eye, their bodies rapidly traversing through another space, crossing an unknown distance to escape the star system. Just then, bang! A dull sound echoed once more. At the edge of this galaxy, the figure of the Yuanjin Ancestor and several other ancestors suddenly materialized, as if an ordinary person had crashed into a thick wall of reinforced concrete. In the blink of an eye, they were left bloodied and battered, having exited from another spatial dimension. How is this possible? Why has my time-space teleportation talisman failed? Seeing that his life-saving treasure had become ineffective, the Yuanjin Ancestor, ignoring the wound on his head, was instantly filled with immense terror and panic, his face a mask of disbelief. In this universe, while the laws of time and space remained supreme, they were not as complex and incomprehensible as in the original universe. At least one had to reach the realm of the chaos void to grasp even a hint of it. In the ancient times of this world, ancestors above the 9th level of the transformation god could begin to comprehend the operation of time and space and experience the cosmic principles. Thus, these powerful beings could naturally use their own insights into time and space to create various treasures of that nature. The time-space teleportation talisman, in the hands of the Yuanjin Ancestor, was a treasure he had risked his life to obtain from an ancient relic. It was said to be crafted by the legendary ancient transformation god at the 10th level, known as the Star Emperor. It was claimed to be able to shift through the void and change spaces, a supreme escape artifact. Since acquiring this talisman, he had regarded it as his lifeblood, his invincible trump card. Therefore, he acted with extreme arrogance, fearing no one. But now, it had unexpectedly lost its effect. Yuanjin, old thief, where do you think you're going? Just as the Yuanjin Ancestor and the others were filled with terror and questioning their lives, a mighty and grand voice suddenly rang in their ears. When the Yuanjin Ancestor turned to look, he saw in the distance a chaotic divine demon, whose body resembled a small star, striding towards them. The endless void beneath his feet seemed to have become illusory, shrinking to mere inches. With each step, he covered a terrifying distance of over 1 billion miles. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the Yuanjin Ancestor and the others. Old thief, I let you escape just now. Now, let's see how you fare against my spear. Looking at the Yuanjin Ancestor, whose expression was filled with fear, like a stray dog, Lin Yi recalled how he had once been invincible and high above at the Wanfa Immortal Sect. Remembering how he had threatened him earlier, completely confident in his own power, he couldn't help but feel a rush of satisfaction. With a twist of the black spear in his hand, the 3 secret patterns were instantly activated, carrying an incomprehensible terrifying power that shattered the surrounding space as it shot towards the Yuanjin Ancestor. Lin Yi, spare my life and I am willing to submit. Seeing the terrifying spear light, the Yuanjin Ancestor was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder quivered, his face contorting in agony. In a moment of desperation, he could no longer care about his dignity and shouted out such a plea. But, boom! As soon as the Yuanjin Ancestor's words fell, the terrifying black spear did not pause for a moment, directly carrying boundless power as it struck towards the Yuanjin Ancestor and the others. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosive blasts rang out, and at the boundary of the galaxy, a vast expanse of void was instantly shattered under this overwhelming spear, with streams of chaotic energy surging forth, radiating endless destructive power. In the center of this space, the Yuanjin Ancestor and several other ancestors of the Wanfa Immortal Sect were caught in a double assault from the chaotic energy and Lin Yi's attack. In an instant, they perished, their bodies shattered, leaving no trace of life behind. Only a few storage bags and several pieces of treasured armor floated in the impending chaos, as if they were about to be swept away by the chaotic energy into an unknown, boundless otherworldly space. Collect! Seeing these treasures about to be taken by the chaotic energy, Lin Yi naturally would not allow it. He reached out, and his arms suddenly expanded by countless miles, directly gathering all the treasures into his possession. Then, he turned his head to look at the others, whose eyes were filled with fear as they gazed at him, the transformation god. Lord Lin, how can you let us go? Feel free to state your demands, and we will comply. Seeing Lin Yi's overwhelming strength, a single strike had already slain several powerful beings from the Wanfa Zone, including the Yuanjin Old Ancestor. In this star system, the remaining dozens of powerful beings were all terrified, pleading for mercy from Lin Yi. Each of them, capable of becoming a powerful being, was no fool. Lin Yi, clearly strong, had pretended to be weak to buy time, engaging in a charade with the 3 great immortal sections. It was only after producing a black disc that he made his move. They instantly guessed that the reason Yuanjin Old Ancestor had used the time-space relocation talisman and still couldn't escape was likely related to that black disc. Thus, although each of these powerful beings had some hidden tricks up their sleeves, who would dare to bet that their trump cards were stronger than Yuanjin Old Ancestors? Who would gamble on being able to escape this star system with absolute certainty? Therefore, for whatever reason, they had no choice but to temporarily submit. This thief is too powerful. For now, we must bow our heads and submit. Once we get past this hurdle, we can seek revenge later. That's right, he is strong. We cannot retaliate against him. But I refuse to believe he just popped out of a rock crevice without friends or family. As long as he has someone he cares about, whether for revenge or other means, it will be much easier than now. Even if it comes to the worst, we can lure him into those incredibly dangerous ancient ruins in the cosmic abyss and still manage to kill him. A group of powerful beings appeared to bow their heads and submit to Lin Yi, but in their hearts they had already calculated their next moves, planning to turn against him once this crisis passed. As for guilt, they felt none. To reach the level of a powerful being in such a brutal world, these old ancestors had hearts of stone, cold and ruthless. In a world that does not tolerate kindness, if one harbored mercy, they would not have survived to this day. They would have long been devoured alive, completely consumed. Oh, you wish to beg for mercy from me? Lin Yi couldn't help but sneer at the crowd's sudden change in attitude. These people were truly shameless compared to the powerful beings of the main world. They were indeed lacking. Just moments ago, they had threatened him, ready to attack and manipulate him at will. Now, seeing his strength, they immediately changed their tune, as if they had never threatened him at all. Such thick skin, truly worthy of being powerful beings. They had indeed managed to survive in such chaotic times and reach the pinnacle of this realm. Their actions exposed the ugly side of human nature for all to see. Indeed. What Lin Yi thought, the powerful beings naturally did not know. At this moment, seeing Lin Yi speak, they felt a surge of hope and quickly smiled, saying, "Lord Lin, your strength is formidable. We are already completely convinced. Please feel free to give us your orders, whether you need treasures, pills, relics, or anything else. As long as Lord Lin gives the command, we, the powerful beings, would never dare to slack off and will do our utmost to assist you. This way, it will certainly be much more efficient than if Lord Lin were to act alone. After all, although Lord Lin is powerful, he is still outnumbered, which is a significant disadvantage. And by subduing us, it perfectly compensates for your shortcomings." The group of powerful beings flattered him with smiles. Lin Yi, seeing this, pondered for a moment. To be honest, this world was still a universe in its own right. Although its scale was insignificant compared to the original universe, there were still some treasures to be found. Not to mention, the talisman that Yuan Jin old ancestor had just used, while far inferior to the timespace disc, was still a decent escape-type treasure in the original universe. Even if it couldn't tear through time and space like this universe, it should still be able to traverse a long distance, making it a decent treasure for escaping, likely to fetch a good price. Not to mention, within this universe there are other primordial treasures and various ancient relics, which means there are even more treasures. Therefore, even though these transformation god ancestors are powerful, the treasures they possess are probably just the tip of the iceberg compared to what exists in this universe. If one could subdue them, it would indeed yield a lot. Lin Yi's thoughts flowed, silently contemplating the feasibility of his plan. In an instant, countless ideas sprang to mind, and finally, after a breath, he settled his heart and looked at the many transformation gods. "Lord Lin, what do you think? Can you spare us?" As Lin Yi turned his head, the group of transformation gods appeared submissive on the surface, but inside, they were confident and self-assured. Subduing so many transformation god ancestors would be akin to conquering the entire universe, becoming the master of the universe. Such temptation was something no one in the universe could refuse. They believed Lin Yi would be no exception. With this thought, the many transformation god ancestors couldn't help but feel pleased. At this moment, Lin Yi also spoke. "It seems you all have a lot of confidence, but you guessed wrong, because I choose to kill you all." As soon as the words fell, the enormous netherworld heavenly net in Lin Yi's hand erupted with boundless black light, then suddenly expanded, transforming into a towering divine pillar that swept toward the many transformation gods, subduing all the transformation gods in this universe and becoming the supreme ruler of the universe. This might be a dream come true for anyone in this world, but for Lin Yi, the allure was rather minimal. After all, he had already broken through to the immortal realm and his strength was formidable. As soon as he returned to the primordial universe, he could immediately join the Redstone Sacred Land through the Flame Hole True God. And the Redstone Sacred Land was one of the major forces even in the primordial universe. Even if just a sliver of it was revealed, it far surpassed the time wasted in this small universe searching for a pile of junk. So, what other choice was there? Moreover, if I kill you, the treasures will still be mine. Although it can't compare to continuing the search in this universe, it will still yield a fortune. Lin Yi smiled, and the towering divine pillar transformed from the netherworld heavenly net loomed before the many transformation gods. Then, transforming the spear into a staff, it struck down like the combined might of hundreds or thousands of stars, shattering layers of space as it descended upon them. "What? Lin Yi, are you crazy? You dare to attack all of us? Since it has come to this, then fellow Taoists, let's stop hiding and reveal our trump cards. Let's ally and fight this thief." Amidst the crowd, as Lin Yi suddenly made his move, the transformation god's eyes widened in fury. Finally, someone shouted loudly, instantly igniting a wave of anger among all the transformation gods. "Fight! Fight this thief!" Bang! 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 As the many powerful beings began to roar in anger, colorful attacks suddenly lit up in the cosmic void. Countless powerful beings either used treasures, or talismans, or formed various formations, launching frenzied attacks against Lin Yi. In an instant, the light of swords and blades crisscrossed the heavens and earth, tearing through space, while countless brilliant celestial lights illuminated the boundless darkness. "A mere trick, how dare you attack me?" Seeing the fierce attacks coming, Lin Yi laughed heartily, showing no sign of fear. The spear in his hand continued to move, like a towering divine pillar smashing down upon the countless attacks. Boom! 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 Two terrifying attacks collided, and the vast power instantly tore through space, allowing chaotic currents from outside the universe to surge in, ripping apart all matter. Under Lin Yi's strike, the countless attacks were like weeds crushed under rolling wheels. Although they could offer slight resistance, they were ultimately shattered with ease, transforming into endless energy that vanished into the void of the universe, hardly stirring any waves. After breaking through those attacks, the Black Spear continued its momentum, striking down upon the formation formed by several transformation gods. Ah! 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 The piercing screams echoed through the void as the ferocious spear smashed into the formation created by the three, almost instantly shattering its protective shield. Then, with a mere sweep of the spear, boundless energy erupted, obliterating all three transformation ancestors standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Their primordial spirits and physical bodies were utterly destroyed. What? This Lin Yi, how is he so powerful? Witnessing Lin Yi unleash such terrifying might once again, many transformation powerhouses widened their eyes in fear. They knew that this was not the same as before. Earlier, when Lin Yi killed several members of the Wanfa Xianzong, only they had attacked while the others merely watched. Thus, it was naturally easy to kill them. But now, all the remaining transformation beings present had launched their attacks simultaneously. Moreover, each had brought out their trump cards, their power far surpassing that of the Wanfa Xianzong members. Yet, in such a situation, Lin Yi still effortlessly killed the infamous three fiends of Wu Yuan in the universe. Just how strong was this power? At this thought, even the transformation ancestors present, who were not ordinary beings, couldn't help but feel despair in their hearts. Forward, they could not defeat Lin Yi. Backward, Lin Yi neither accepted surrender nor allowed them to escape with his mysterious formations. In such circumstances, it truly felt like there was no way out. The transformation ancestors were filled with despair. Meanwhile, in the Starsea realm, there was one person whose heartache was no less than theirs. I'm so foolish. Really? In the Starsea realm, watching Lin Yi unleash his divine might, slaughtering these transformation ancestors as if they were chickens, Zhang Xuanfang's gaze was dazed, murmuring softly, there was once such a great opportunity before me, and I didn't cherish it. Only now do I regret it. Lin Yi could already cause the source treasure Starsea realm to tremble, which completely signifies that his potential is extraordinary. Why did I underestimate him and not take that last gamble? If I had succeeded, our anti-fairy alliance wouldn't have to develop in secrecy. We could have easily risen to become the top power in the universe. At this thought, Zhang Xuanfang's heart ached even more. This feeling was akin to pursuing a peerless goddess, having already overcome countless obstacles with the favorability reaching 99. Just one last step was needed to achieve perfection, yet at this moment he felt it was too difficult to give up. What a frustrating feeling. Zhang Xianfang regretted it, and he had thought about deceiving Lin Yi after the battle, claiming he hadn't noticed him and had ignored him. However, despite having such thoughts, reason told him that Lin Yi was not a fool. He knew that he controlled the Starsea realm and was well aware of everything nearby, just like when he searched for the Flying Cloud Immortal. The moment the Flying Cloud Immortal appeared here, he was discovered. Now, the commotion caused by these dozens of transformation beings was at least 100 or 1,000 times greater than when the Flying Cloud Immortal arrived. If he said he hadn't noticed, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Alas, regret not taking action earlier. With the last glimmer of hope shattered, Zhang Xuanfang's heart felt like it was being cut by knives, and he could only brace himself to continue watching the battle in the nameless star system. At the same time, he was frantically thinking if there was any other way to ease his relationship with Lin Yi. Die, die, die. In the Starsea realm, Zhang Xianfang was filled with regret. Meanwhile, in the nameless star system, Lin Yi was sweeping through everything. He transformed into a demon god, his divine body swelling to the size of a small star, the long spear in hand spun, each movement carrying immense power capable of tearing through space and stirring chaotic currents. Under the eruption of this tremendous force, nearly 90% of the transformation gods could not withstand a single strike. The remaining 10%, even if they occasionally obtained some treasures from ancient ruins, could at most endure one attack from Lin Yi. When the next attack came, they would immediately fall, dying under Lin Yi's spear. Time passed swiftly. Within the nameless galaxy, the once lofty transformation god ancestors, who seemed almost invincible, fell one after another. Soon, with a final massive explosion, the last transformation god was brutally shattered by Lin Yi, disappearing into the cosmos. I thought the transformation god ancestors were so powerful, but it turns out they are just like this. None of them could withstand a single blow, based solely on their own strength. Not one could endure even one of my strikes. Such strength is truly far weaker compared to those Sun Realm experts in the Origin universe. Looking at the galaxy, which had already turned into ruins, with over 10 stars shattered into fragments, and the once brilliant star in the distance now vanished from its place, Lin Yi shook his head and said, by comparing the cultivators of the Golden Core and nascent soul stages in this world, as well as the strike he had received from the Yuanjin ancestor, Lin Yi originally thought that the transformation realm in this world was comparable to the ordinary Sun realm of the Origin universe at the same level. At the very least, he thought their life-preserving abilities in other aspects should be on par. But when it came to actual combat, Lin Yi discovered that even without considering immortality, the transformation gods in this world were still a notch or two weaker than those ordinary Sun realm beings in the universe. Among them, the strength of the transformation god at the third level was roughly between the first and second levels of the Sun realm. The second level of transformation god was comparable to the entry and minor success stages of the first level of the Sun realm. As for the first level of transformation god, it was much weaker than the entry level of the first Sun realm. However, it was still far stronger than the peak of the third level of the immortal realm. Indeed, no matter how unique the cultivation system of the small universe is, it still pales in comparison to the origin universe. Speaking of which, being born in the origin universe, even if it's just a remote little star, is far superior to those figures from the small universes. With this thought, Linny felt a bit emotional. Then, with a sweep of his gaze, he looked at the ground of primordial treasures left in the cosmic void, and his eyes lit up with joy. Primordial treasures are the treasures formed from the essence of this universe. Although their power is far inferior to the divine weapons of the origin universe, they surpass them in rank, enough to rival the divine weapons of the origin. Therefore, their hardness can almost be considered the strongest in this universe. Not to mention that Linny only had the strength of the peak of the second level of the Sun Realm. Even the peak of the third level of the Sun Realm would find it impossible to inflict any damage on them. As for the large seal that the Yuanjin ancestor had just shattered, it was merely a disposable attack treasure crafted by ancient powerhouses, not a divine weapon of the origin. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 108 primordial treasures. This time, I've struck it rich. As Lin he collected the scattered primordial treasures throughout the cosmic void, he also reached into his storage bag like probing tentacles, counting the remaining divine weapons of the origin, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. 108 primordial treasures, that is 108 half-step divine weapons. Such wealth would surely tempt even those in the Chaos Realm, let alone a mere immortal realm cultivator like him. It was like placing a mountain of gold before a beggar. How could it not bring him joy? Linny smiled, then planned to continue towards the residence of the three great sects, intending to loot one last time before leaving this universe. However, the void before him twisted, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Alliance leader Zhang, what brings you here this time? Looking at Zhang Xuanfang, who had a face full of shame, Lin Yi's expression was indifferent as he spoke lightly. To be honest, he had some good feelings towards Zhang Xuanfang at first. After all, whether this person was opportunistic or sincere, his help to Lin Yi was genuine. Without him, Lin Yi would not have been able to obtain the technique Nine Shadows Clone. Moreover, he would not have been able to evolve Nine Shadows Clone into the more powerful clone technique, allowing him to possess his current strength even in the mere immortal realm. Also, without him, Lin Yi would not have been able to capture the Flying Cloud Master. Although he could still infiltrate the Wanfa Immortal sect by impersonating other disciples, whether he could enter the medicinal garden to plant the eternal life flower tree was uncertain. As for obtaining so many eternal life flowers and a few flower trees, that was nothing but wishful thinking. However, good feelings aside, Zhang Xuanfang's refusal to save him this time was indeed true. Given Lin Yi's character, while he wouldn't go so far as to take revenge like he did against those transformation ancestors, he certainly wouldn't be able to maintain a good relationship with him. Brother Lin, Upon hearing Lin Yi refer to him as Alliance Leader Zhang instead of the usual brother Zhang Xuanfang felt a chill in his heart. With a bitter smile, he said, Brother Lin, it's not that I, Zhang, refuse to help, but rather, I bear a heavy responsibility with the lives and futures of countless citizens of the entire Anti-Immortal Alliance and the Starsea Realm resting on my shoulders. That's right. The Starsea Realm is an extremely powerful treasure in the universe, and once hidden, it can elude even countless transformation ancestors. However, Brother Lin, you must understand that we practitioners of the divine demon body refinement have a very low status and weak strength, and although the Anti-Immortal Alliance may seem glorious, at its core, it remains weak, unable to offend even an ordinary transformation ancestor. Previously, I offended the Wanfa Immortal sect to help you, Brother Lin, which was already pushing the limits. If we offend countless transformation ancestors in the universe again, our Anti-Immortal Alliance will have no way to survive in the universe. Thus, I hope Brother Lin can understand. As Zhang Xuanfang spoke, he bowed deeply to Lin Yi. His expression was one of deep sorrow, and his tone was sincere, portraying a sense of helplessness, as if to say it was not that he was unwilling to help but that he bore a heavy responsibility. Truly, his acting was remarkable, almost invincible. With such a display, there was no trace left of the sinister look he had when hiding in the Starsea Realm, cursing Lin Yi for being foolish. Although Lin Yi was unaware of his curses, he was no longer the naive youth who could be easily swayed by a few words. Therefore, regarding Zhang Xuanfang's explanation, Lin Yi remained expressionless and non-committal as he said, Alright, Alliance Leader Zhang, there's no need to say so much to me. You have your difficulties, and I have my principles. You have only known me for a short time, and it is only natural that you are unwilling to take such a great risk to save me. I won't blame you. However, from now on, let's part ways and consider that we have never met. Oh, by the way, when Alliance Leader Zhang helped me capture the Flying Cloud Master, I promised to owe you a favor. I, Lin Yi, have always kept my word, repaying kindness and never wanting to owe anyone anything. Now that our ties are severed, I, Lin Yi, will not owe you anything. Just right, I just checked the treasures and found a few fire attribute origin treasures left by the transformation ancestors. One of them is quite suitable for you, so I will use this item to repay the favor I owe you. As Lin Yi spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a palm-sized red flag from his storage bag. At first glance, it shimmered with light, with various divine patterns intricately engraved, clearly indicating its immense power, far surpassing any weapon or treasure in Zhang Xuanfang's possession aside from the Starsea Realm. Go! Looking at Zhang Xuanfang's expression of guilt and regret as if he were unwilling to accept it, Lin Yi did not hesitate, pushing the treasure into Zhang Xuanfang's hand with one hand. Zhang Alliance Leader, I repay the favor I owe you today. From now on, we are no longer indebted to each other, and we shall meet again. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Xuanfang to respond. With a flash of his figure, he left the star system, leaving Zhang Xuanfang standing there, staring blankly at the small flag in his hand. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Alas, this time, Zhang Xuanfang, truly was blind. I gambled my whole life, and yet I lost in the most crucial moment, missing out on such a true dragon. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's character, what I would have gained would be far more than just this mere source treasure. Zhang Xuanfang's eyes were filled with unwillingness, his steel teeth clenched tightly. The guilt he felt towards Lin Yi was feigned, but the regret was undeniably real. Lin Yi, as a practitioner of divine and demonic body refinement, possessed such unfathomable strength that killing a peak ancestor of the transformation God realm was like killing a chicken. There must be a shocking secret behind this. And for that shocking secret, Zhang Xuanfang did not expect Lin Yi to reveal everything to him. Even just a little would be immensely beneficial, far beyond what this mere source treasure could compare to. Although this source treasure was the most precious item he had obtained in his life aside from the Star Sea realm, even an ordinary first-level transformation god ancestor would be envious. But, compared to that potential great secret, it was far too lacking. Alas! With this thought, endless sighs echoed once more in this star system. Naturally, Lin Yi was unaware of Zhang Xuanfang's reaction, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, after annihilating all those in the transformation god realm, Lin Yi boarded a high-level flying vessel and traversed infinite time and space to arrive at the familiar Wanfaxian sect, outside the massive Wanfaxing. A beam of light streaked across the void, ultimately manifesting a terrifying figure that was as imposing as a deep abyss, overshadowing the four poles and 8 wastelands, like a small star. Listen inside, all of Yuanjin's people have been executed. Quickly open the formation and surrender to avoid death. Otherwise, all will be exterminated. Outside the star, in the cosmic void, a figure resembling a chaotic demon emerged, its voice like a natural disaster's thunder, shaking countless powerful beings across the star. The storm formed by its breath, causing surrounding meteors to shatter. Only Wanfaxing, due to its massive size and the maintenance of the formation, could barely withstand it. However, even so, the entire star still radiated endless light, the formation activating on its own to resist the storm of the demon's voice. Lin Yi, is that you? How could you possibly be this powerful? Looking at the familiar face of the chaotic demon in the cosmic void, the only remaining transformation god ancestor stationed at Wanfaxing widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. In his eyes, Lin Yi was still that little character who had his divine body shattered by Yuanjin with a single finger, completely powerless to resist. He never expected that just a few days later he would transform into a demon with such a terrifying aura that even he was shaken. Fuju ancestor, I will say it again, open the formation and surrender all the treasures of your Wanfaxian sect to avoid the death penalty. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Hearing Fuju ancestor's words, Lin Yi did not respond but instead issued his final ultimatum. Lin Yi, do not be arrogant. Seeing Lin Yi so dismissive, Fuju ancestor was furious, cursing loudly. Lin Yi, although I do not know why you are so powerful, nor do I know if Yuanjin and the others died at your hands, but if you want my Wanfaxian sect, you are dreaming. My Wanfaxian sect is one of the 3 great sects of the Yang Extreme Immortal Demon universe. How could its foundation be something you can imagine? Don't think that with your current strength, or even if you were 10 times stronger, you could break through my sect's formation, let alone make my sect submit to you. Fuju ancestor raged, stubborn and unyielding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi said no more, only muttering softly. Then, with a stretch of his palm forward, in an instant, boom! An incredibly massive hand appeared in the sky above the Wanfa star, as if it were the legendary ancient divine mountain that suppressed the universe, instantly covering more than half of the star and plunging the vast expanse into darkness. Then, bang! A sound of unimaginable magnitude broke through the laws of physics, resonating in the void of the universe. The giant hand descended, unleashing an immeasurable force that made the entire star tremble as if it were alive. Within it, countless formations spontaneously activated, and numerous lights flared up to resist this terrifying blow. Oh, you really have some skill, worthy of being one of the 3 great immortal sections. Come again. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly, and a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. It was not the 7th-tier divine weapon Yin Ming Tianluo, but a silver-white peerless divine spear. Its name was shocking the world and destroying the gods, a primordial treasure of a 3rd-level transformation ancestor. Its power was said to be boundless, far surpassing that of a 7th-tier divine weapon. However, due to the backwardness of the immortal path in this realm and the crude nature of the combat techniques, this spear, in their hands, could hardly unleash much power. But in Lin Yi's hands, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Buzz! With a thought, Lin Yi turned the spear in his hand, and a massive silver light streaked through the void, seemingly piercing through space and transcending the universe. In the eyes of the Fuju ancestor, he only saw a flash of light before him. The next moment, a silver spear tip ruthlessly landed on the formation that enveloped the entire Wanfa star. Then, clang! A sound like shattering glass echoed, and the entire formation of Wanfa star instantly shattered under this unfathomably terrifying spear, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated. What? How is this possible? Seeing the formation that had taken millions of years to build, perfected by dozens or even hundreds of generations of ancestors, being destroyed by Lin Yi with a single spear, the Fuju ancestor immediately lost his voice, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Die! Before the Fuju ancestor could regain his senses, a faint voice echoed in his ear. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his brow, and in the next moment his body and soul were completely obliterated, dying without a trace. Run! Run! Seeing the protective formation of the sect being torn apart by the terrifying demon god in the sky, the only remaining transformation ancestor of the immortal sect was easily killed. Countless disciples of the Wanfa immortal sect were instantly filled with terror, fleeing in all directions. Be destroyed. Seeing this, Lin Yi's body shone brightly, transforming into infinite divine light, becoming terrifying attacks capable of destroying everything, shooting towards the entire star. Under this endless barrage of light, the entire star was instantly turned upside down, mountains and rivers reversed, countless buildings collapsed, countless peaks crumbled, and among them, countless disciples were reduced to nothing under this overwhelming light. In the blink of an eye, apart from a few remaining disciples, the entire star had turned into a wasteland with hardly any life left. Although I am fierce, I do not indiscriminately kill innocent people. Considering that you have joined the Wanfa immortal sect and have not committed evil, I will spare your lives this time. Go! Looking at the few thousand disciples who were wrapped in divine light and had not perished, a voice spoke softly in the universe. Then, with a wave of divine power, he sent them to a nearby life star. In the immortal path techniques, there is a method called Eye of Good and Evil that can see through a person's karma and distinguish their good and evil nature. After Lin Yi perfected this technique, he innovated it further, allowing it to also discern whether others harbored malice towards him. Just before, when he was annihilating the disciples of the Wanfa immortal sect, Lin Yi had employed this technique to differentiate which disciples were good, which were evil, and who bore malice towards him and who did not. Among other things, it was precisely because of this that Lin Yi ultimately selected a few thousand people from the nearly 100 trillion disciples of the Wanfa Xianzong, sparing their lives. Although among these 100 trillion, there were far more than just these few thousand who had not committed evil, those who harbored malice towards him could not be spared. Start the plundering. After sending these people away, Lin Yi descended, expanding his divine sense, and began to scour the Wanfa Xianzong. Just now, although he had acted ruthlessly, he had deliberately avoided places like the medicinal garden and caves. At this moment, all the cultivators on the entire star were either killed or spared by him, allowing for a slow search. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the entire Wanfa star, finally, all the treasures had been thoroughly searched by Lin Yi. The accumulation of over 1,000,000 years in the Wanfa Xianzong had transformed into Lin Yi's resources, allowing him to grow. Continue. Head to the other two great immortal sects. After counting the treasures of the Wanfa Xianzong and discovering that their value exceeded 300 or 400 half-step Dao artifacts, Lin Yi was in high spirits and set off for the other two great immortal sects in his flying boat. Time passed again, and 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Lin Yi hurried to the locations of the Taiyuan Xianzong and Daoi Xianzong. With the lessons learned from the Wanfa Xianzong, the task of subduing the Daoi and Taiyuan sects went even more smoothly than Lin Yi had imagined. Without wasting much effort, almost every time Lin Yi arrived at the immortal sect, countless disciples from the sect would immediately come to welcome him, willing to hand over all their treasures in hopes of gaining a chance at survival. Seeing this, Lin Yi was too lazy to start a massacre and accepted their surrender. With their help, treasures were plundered one after another throughout the universe. In just a month, most of the top-tier treasures in the universe had fallen into Lin Yi's hands. The value of these was dozens or even hundreds of times greater than what he had gathered from the Wanfa Xianzong. Finally, after 2 months, sensing that almost all the top treasures of this realm had been swept clean by him, Lin Yi decided to activate the sensing token given to him by the Zhangjiang sword sect and return to the original universe. On an unnamed star, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the highest peak of this star. With a thought, he activated the token left to him by the Zhangjiang sword sect. Then, buzz, a golden light, even more dazzling than the distant sun, erupted. Infinite energy surged through the token and enveloped Lin Yi. At that moment, his divine body began to become ethereal. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was about to traverse through layers of dimensions, sweeping across the boundless void to return to the original universe. However, just then, the long silent voice of the system suddenly rang in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Sensing that the host is about to leave this universe. Ding! Sensing that the host has captured the vast majority of the fortune in this universe, meeting the system's minimum requirements for seizing the universe's origin. The system is beginning to seize. The system has completed the seizure of the universe's origin and is about to bestow enlightenment upon the host. Boom! As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Yi felt his realm begin to rise infinitely. Countless true meanings, countless laws, and even countless great paths became clear in his eyes. At that moment, it was as if he had undergone countless billions of years of modifications by the system. His realm soared rapidly. The true meaning of the 5 elements, ninefold perfection, comprehending the path of the 5 elements. The true meaning of light and darkness, ninefold perfection, comprehending the path of light and darkness. The true meaning of life and destruction, ninefold perfection, comprehending the path of life and destruction. The true meaning of thunder, ninefold perfection, comprehending the path of thunder. Under the enlightenment from the universe's origin absorbed by the system, Lin Yi's realm soared rapidly. The true meanings he comprehended transformed into great paths in the blink of an eye. Then, the great paths quickly reached perfection until fully comprehended. However, even so, this was far from the end. After all, how vast is the volume of a universe? Even if it is just a small universe, it is still a terrifying existence that spans over 100 million light years. The essence contained within such a magnitude is far beyond mere chaos realm. Even true gods cannot compare. Therefore, after comprehending the five elements path, the light and dark path, the path of life and destruction, and the path of thunder, Linny continued to gain insights into the remaining paths: the path of annihilation, the path of chaos, the path of power, the path of the sword, the path of the spear, the path of ice and snow. One after another, the paths were understood by Lin Yi. At the same time, Lin Yi's divine body energy also surged upward. Undying realm, Great Sun realm, Chaos realm, True God realm. Finally, it was unclear how much time had passed. At a certain moment, as the last trace of essence from this universe was drained, countless paths intertwined in Lin Yi's mind. Two supreme paths suddenly became clear. That was the path of time and space. The Saint Lord realm was achieved. It's over. Sensing that the energy of the universe's essence had stopped pouring in, Lin Yi silently thought. However, at that moment, the system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out again. Ding! Detected that. The host has reached the eternal realm, meeting the minimum fusion requirements for the Dao fruit. The Dao fruit is about to fuse. Please prepare, host. Ha! Dao fruit? What Dao fruit? Hearing this term, Lin Yi felt a mix of confusion and shock. In the next moment, a vast memory suddenly surged in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the infinite multiverse, terrifying chaotic currents swept through the chaotic space. Before them, all matter was utterly destroyed. Even a powerful multiverse or even an infinite multiverse could still be easily melted. However, amidst this endless chaotic flow, 8 incomparably towering existences stood firm, their faces indistinguishable. Countless chaotic currents brushed against them as if a gentle breeze, failing to stir even a slight change in them. Their greatness was indescribable, and their power was unfathomable. Their divine bodies were terrifying beyond belief. Within a single strand of their hair, countless multiverses and immeasurable lives surged. Each of their cells was a multiverse, home to countless lives. Time held no meaning before them, even cause and effect, fate, were manipulated by them as if they were mere clay. Thus, the 8 great existences quietly waited in that space. It was unknown how many years passed. Finally, in that dark chaotic space, a brilliant 7-colored light shone. In an instant, it illuminated the boundless world and countless beings. Under its radiance, countless worlds and universes began to transform, easily surpassing layers of world hierarchies, advancing towards higher levels of the universe and realms. And the beings illuminated by its light instantly transformed. From babbling children, frail old men, or ordinary strong men, ordinary cultivators, into terrifying existences that transcended the universe, even transcending the multiverse. The Dao fruit has emerged. Grab it. In the chaotic space, none of the 8 towering existences spoke. However, there will undoubtedly conveyed to the others. The Dao fruit is mine. Boom! The battle was about to erupt, and the 8 towering existences made their move. In an instant, they shattered the boundless dimensions, and countless universes, multiverses, and infinite multiverses were instantly destroyed in the aftermath of their attacks. In the boundless infinite multiverse, countless terrifying celestial bodies capable of easily devouring infinite multiverses were also annihilated in their battle. This great battle lasted an unknown amount of time. In the end, among the 8 supreme towering existences, 7 fell, leaving only 1 standing. However, he was already heavily injured, exhausted. With the last remaining bit of strength, he sent the Dao fruit. He had seized into the infinitely distant time and space, not knowing whether it was the past or the future. What is this? Seeing the last towering figure whose face was obscured, Lin Yi suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. As Lin Yi's thoughts settled, for some unknown reason, the blurry aura on that towering figure's face slowly dissipated, revealing a visage that Lin Yi found incredibly familiar. This is me, Lin. Yi's eyes widened as he recognized the face he had seen for over 20 years in his past life and again for over 20 years in this life. Then, it seemed that the towering figure sensed something as well and smiled at Lin Yi. Finally, with a thunderous sound, it transformed into an infinite path and scattered. At that moment, the realm Lin Yi had just paused in began to ascend infinitely once more. Eternal realm, cosmic realm, multiverse realm, super multiverse realm, infinite multiverse realm, 8 great towering existence realms. Finally, the fusion of Dao fruits, transcending everything. Ha ha, so that's it. So that's it. At this point, Lin Yi instantly understood everything and laughed heartily. In an instant, his laughter echoed through the boundless space, across countless dimensions, and into the infinite multiverse. In the boundless space, countless lives heard these 4 words. In a flash, within the infinite multiverse, countless miracles emerged, countless treasures were born, and countless worlds revived. After this great laughter resounded, the desolate universe before Lin Yi instantly revived, and those cultivators who had just perished due to the draining of their essence were reborn from the cycle of reincarnation. Subsequently, the universe began to expand dramatically. In the blink of an eye, countless subsidiary universes emerged, transforming into a multiverse space. As for the source universe, it expanded countless times in an instant, becoming an immensely vast infinite multiverse. Within it, Lin Yi's parents, sister, the Blue Star people, the disciples of the Cangjiang sword sect, and his master, the Xian Yuan ancestor, even including the likes of the Red Stone Saint Lord, the Flame Hole True God, and the Black Rain Venerable, all began to ascend infinitely in their realms. In an instant, they became terrifying powerhouses comparable to the 8 towering existences. When I transcend, those dear to me, those I love, those I respect, those who have shown me kindness, all can escape reincarnation, attain the supreme Tao, and enjoy infinite eternal life. The book is finished. Epilogue. Many years later, in the myriad realms of the Blue Star, as Linny achieved the highest status across the realms, countless friends and family also attained supreme existence. The entire myriad realms had already become the backyard of Linny and his family. Linny traveled through the myriad realms with his family, occasionally punishing those who did evil directly. Occasionally, he would grant a bit of opportunity to those he found pleasing. In the blink of an eye, countless cosmic epochs had passed. One cosmic epoch is the time from the birth to the destruction of a multiverse. Parallel universe. Blue Star. In the year 2536, since the invention of virtual universe technology by the Chinese Academy of Sciences scholarly Kunlun in 2086, after hundreds of years of development, virtual universe technology had become fully mature, achieving a 100% virtual level, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. This terrifying technology greatly benefited human society, whether in enhancing life levels, studying world rules, or conducting various experiments. The virtual universe could basically meet all needs. However, for ordinary people, the most interesting aspect of the virtual universe was the various game worlds. Fantasy worlds, immortal hero worlds, Western magical worlds, ancient historical worlds of China, Western medieval worlds. Each world, each journey, allowed people to easily experience different lives. Incredibly exciting. In the virtual universe, within a game world called The Great Jianghu. Ha! Black Tiger Kill. In a dilapidated house, a handsome young man wielding a long knife slashed forward with all his might. In an instant, the void ahead was cleaved layer by layer, and even the air faintly echoed with the roar of a fierce tiger. Ha ha, good. The handsome young man, Shi Xian, revealed a faint smile on his face. With the completion of this move, Black Tiger Kill, my Black Tiger Blade technique can be considered perfected. Although my physical fitness is still lacking, taking down one or two ordinary early stage 9th grade martial artists is no problem. In this small Huangshe village, I should have no rivals. The first few novice tasks I can complete with ease. Shi Xian smiled with satisfaction. As a well-known master of survival, he had never engaged in anything without confidence. For instance, a year ago, although he had just started playing this game, The Great Jianghu, and had just entered the novice village, he decided to stay in the novice village until he became invincible before stepping outside. Therefore, for the past year, aside from occasionally foraging for food, he had not left his home, fearing that he might inadvertently provoke trouble and get killed by someone with a single strike. It was only today, after perfecting the Black Tiger Blade technique, that he planned to venture out to undertake novice tasks. However, after grinding in the game for a year without being online, according to the time flow of 1:365 between the real world and the game world, a whole day has passed in the real world. Having not eaten for a full day, my body in the real world is probably on the verge of fainting from hunger. I should return to the real world to eat something first and then come back here to complete the novice tasks and officially rise to prominence. With a thought, Shi Xian immediately intended to say to the virtual universe system in his mind, Virtual universe, exit the game world and let my consciousness log off from the virtual universe. Ding. Command received, Master. System executing. Estimated countdown of 5 seconds until the Master exits the Great Jianghu game world. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep beep beep. Alert. Alert. An unknown error has occurred in the game. Exit failed. What? Exit failed. This. Upon hearing this from the virtual universe, Shi Xian was completely stunned. The end of the book.